Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the book launch. Today is going to be full of all sorts of surprises. We have a full docket, and we're going to try to stay on schedule. For the next 12 hours, I'll be doing a live stream here. Undoubtedly, there will be technical difficulties. Cameras will probably overheat. The stream will probably get reset. But throughout the next 12 hours, I'm going to be doing 10 different lectures. I'm going to be doing hundreds of live Q&A calls. We'll be doing website analysis. We'll be doing profit and loss statement analysis. Lots of stuff to get into today, but it's all because of the book launch. All right, now, a few years ago, I wrote my first, what I would call book that I put a lot of my time into. And that was the P4P book. But before we get into that, we're gonna go a little backstory in just a second. But we are going to be starting off, as you can see above, with the Q&A. All right, and at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Pacific Standard Time, it's 6 o'clock right now. But in 30 minutes, we're gonna talk about using text for estimates. All right, so I'm gonna cut back and forth from this slide here throughout the next 12 hours, so you know that we are on schedule. But I'm gonna jump right now back to you seeing me, and furthermore, I can now put your comments. So if you comment below, tell me where you're coming from and the name of your business. It should pop up right here on screen, and so we'll be able to keep track of everyone today. I appreciate your time and attention. It's going to be a long live stream. Feel free to come back in throughout your day. You have estimates, you got jobs you're getting done. I understand it can be a busy time, but right now, let me know where you're coming from in this wonderful planet we call Earth, and the name of your business. Let me know in the comments. We got Sergeant Yard Pros from Oregon. Let's go. Welcome to the house. We got Walter, Frank Garcia, How to Hardscape. Welcome. Thank you very much. Let's get this party on the road. Now, a few years ago, I wrote P4P, or Pay for Performance. And this is the first book I really took my time on. The other ones beforehand were just kind of like me figuring out how to write. This one was breaking down Pay for Performance, how P4P works, etc. It was cool. Then the next one I wrote last year, and that was Total Business Turnaround. Why home service businesses don't make $1 million. And we went through all the different case studies of the turnaround show on YouTube and really broke it down into 13 different ways why a home service business doesn't grow. Everything from crew efficiency to the inability to be able to market and advertise, not have a good website, etc. All of that was in the Total Business Turnaround. But then last year, I started realizing, I went over to Alex Hormozi's headquarters in Las Vegas, and I'm fortunate enough to have his good friend and editor, Dr. Cashy, as my coach. And we talked about how we were going to grow to Augusta Lawn Care. And if you have no idea who I am, I'm the founder of Augusta, and we have 178 locations right now in the franchise. And so, like, hey, how do we I've never really thought a lot about like expansion of the franchise. It's been like, hey, let's make the product better and people will come. And that's still the case. However, I'm like, hey, we need to get to 1,000 locations so we can change the level of professionalism in the landscape industry. How do we do that? And Alex is like, well, everyone needs to be making like at least $200,000 a year in profit. And that's like everyone, like that's the average. So I started diving deep into why is that not happening? And the vast majority of our locations, and then I started looking at all the profit and loss statements that I have from the turnaround show, people that submit information into me, and they give me their profit and loss statement. I started analyzing everyone's financial statements and started realizing it was the off season that was killing everyone. Now, if you're wondering why there's a strip across, this is the actual proof from Amazon, which means I can't sell it. It says not for resale all over it. It has it on the back too. This is the very first off the printer copy of the off-season book. And so this book has been relaunched as of yesterday. And I'm really looking forward to everyone seeing it. Now, if you'll notice, there's a slight difference with the book. Look this. See, we got size. All right, we got little book, we got big book. So the big book, I highly recommend the hardcover, by the way. It's much more of a textbook in terms of how it feels. It is not like a book in that we really went away from just a whole bunch of text. So if I open this up a little bit, I'll show some of this throughout the day. But it is not written like an average book. It has a workbook in it. I have QR codes throughout. There's graphs, charts, there's pictures, there's changes of font. So this does not read like your average book. And I did that on purpose. Like there's pictures of QR codes. There's pictures of trucks and mowers in here. So I really made this for what I feel a home service business owner wants to read, which is hardcover. It's easy, very tangible to be able to be on the field, in your truck, etc. So even if you're throwing this inside your work truck. Also, it is larger font. Also, it has things that are highlight. I don't know how to say that. Highlighted throughout. So you can kind of skim it if you want. It also has a workbook to be able to, as you're going through the book, actually fill out the numbers for your specific business. And so the media team really pushed me hard to make it a different version of a book. Originally, I was going in this direction, which is we do the classic book, all right? Just a bunch of text. We all get bored and we fall asleep. And so they really pushed me hard to say, hey, let's make this really great. Let's spend a few months really nailing this and making it look something really beautiful. And I think they accomplished it. So shout out to them and for really just pushing me on making this a very different type of format. I do think a lot of people will do this in the future after this because it just turned out so good. It does cost a lot for us to do print. It costs a lot to do the oversize. So it does cost a little bit more, but I just genuinely believe the return on this book is going to be huge. I think I have let several people read this that are running businesses over $25 million, and all of them said that they learned something. I have done this presentation at last year's conference for about 400 different home service business owners, ranging from just getting started to about 5 to 10 million. And again, same thing. Everyone took something away, whether they're in fencing, whether they're in construction, handyman services, landscaping, lawn care. And so I truly do believe this is my best work yet, and is consolidated down into this book format. It is available on Amazon. It is available on Spotify. And you're like, I don't want to pay money. Great. It is free. All right. If you go to my podcast, which is the Home Service Millionaire podcast, the entire book is there for free. Also, I have made video training on all the topics inside of the book, chapter by chapter, and at mikeandys.com/workshop, you can get there completely free. The workbook, there's a 26-page workbook that accompanies this that is spread out throughout the book. It is also free at mikeandys.com/workshop, so you can still go through all of the training, and you can go through all the workbook and fill out everything for your business. So there is no excuse as to why you cannot solve the off season. And the off season, as we define it in the book, is what we call seasonitis. Seasonitis is the disease that you have when you have less than 50% of revenue coming in for your worst month of the year compared to your best month. It is also any time that you have a month where you have negative cash flow. In other words, money in your bank account does not go up. If that is happening, you have seasonitis. You many times in home services have one quarter where you are losing money. And this is what we call Q4 collapse. That you spend your entire year making money, and then the fourth quarter comes along and everything just falls apart in terms of your profit and loss statement. And I found that the majority, 72% increase in profitability if you removed one quarter from the average home service business. And so this book is solving that. There's 5 cures. We're going to be going through some of that today on the live stream, but I appreciate everyone here being live with me today. It's going to be a marathon. It's going to be literally 12. And when I say marathon, I'm not speaking figuratively. I'm sitting on a treadmill right now. So we're going to be walking. We're going to be eating today. We're going to be doing lectures. We're going to be doing analysis of profit and loss statements, of websites. We're going to be going all out. But the ultimate goal here today is to introduce you to this book. And whether or not you buy it on Amazon or on Audible or on Spotify, I don't really care. I just want you to take this information, and I hope that what it did for me and for my businesses and for the members of Augusta Nation, that it will do the same thing for you. And I can guarantee it will. There are 5 different reasons, and I really battle tested each one to ensure that no one could say this doesn't apply to me. There are 5 different ways to solve your off season, and we're going to talk about those throughout today's live stream, but that is what this book is all about. The workbook inside of it is going to make sure that you know your numbers for every single cure, and by the end, you choose the cure that's going to solve seasonitis and Q4 collapse in your business. Now, today would not be fun if we didn't have a challenge. You're like, well, Mike, you're giving everything away for free. That's right. Okay. So first off, the podcast, free. If you're like, I don't have the money, I'm just getting started. Great. Please do not give money to Audible or to Amazon. Note that on a $30 book, I think I make about $4 to $5 after printing costs and shipping costs from Amazon. So this is not a money grab. I'm trying to get the money I'm trying to get this information out. And so the podcast, it's free. If you go to mikeandes.com/workshop, the video training, the workbook, everything is free. Now, there is one small thing that Michael would like. Just one small thing. Michael really wants a cold plunge. Really likes it. All right. So recently we went to a gym that had a cold plunge. It was awesome. I loved it. Okay. Now, 4 years ago when I lived in the office, one thing I bought for myself was a $900. It's pretty cheap. It only gets about 140 degrees, but it's a sauna, electric sauna. You plug the bad boy in. It takes like 20 minutes to warm up, but it's a sauna nonetheless. It gets about 135 to 140 degrees tops. And I love that thing. And so when I got married to Brianna, I convinced her to move the sauna into our apartment. And so it is maybe 15 yards away from me right now. And right next to that spot is a beautiful spot for a cold plunge. It would fit just beautifully. And I had never used a cold plunge. So we went to a gym recently that had a cold plunge, and I used it, and I loved it. So today's challenge, because the only thing I really want is a cold plunge. That's it. I don't need a fancy one, like not a $6,000 one. We're talking maybe $3,000 is what we need to get a one that has the filtration system, that is good to be inside. I don't want it outside. I want it inside. I want to be able to go in the sauna, and I want to hop in the cold plunge. Now, do I believe it's going to make miraculous healing? No, I'm not into that stuff. I just know that when I get out, I'm like, let's go. And I'm excited. And so I want a cold plunge. So what we have determined and what we have made sure is that Brianna has accepted the fact that if we get 100 Amazon reviews on the live stream, I will be able to get a cold plunge. And so the only thing that I ask for you today, once you buy the book on Amazon, is that you leave a Amazon review. All right. It could just simply say, well, we could say whatever you want. I really don't care what it says. I just need 100 reviews because right now I don't have the go ahead to buy said cold plunge until we have 100 Amazon reviews. So if you buy the book today, please buy the book. That's it. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. But more than anything, I need an Amazon review. Okay. Because I need over 100 Amazon reviews to buy the cold plunge. And all Michael wants is a cold plunge. And so I will probably let this run out until Wednesday because sometimes it takes a day for Amazon reviews to show up. Once I tested this yesterday, I'm the very first review on the book because I wanted to test how long it took to get on there, and it can take several hours. And so help a man out. Thank you, Burton Packard. I appreciate that. Thank you. We need help a man out. Get an Amazon review. Amazon review to 100 a day. So please, if you do not have the money, don't give it to Jeff Bezos. Do not buy an Audible book. Do not buy it on Amazon. But if you have some change and you would like to get this book for you, yourself, or some other business owner, and you do buy it on Amazon, please leave me a review because we need 100 by the end of the day. Well, I'm going to do it till Wednesday. Till Wednesday, we need 100 Amazon reviews, and then Michael is going to get a cold plunge. That is the agreement with Brianna. And today, Brianna is going to be on the show because Michael, at some point, will have to go to the bathroom. I know it's all you've been thinking. You're like, what are we doing for the next 12 hours? When you're doing a live stream, what happens when you use the restroom? We've got it figured out. Brianna is going to be, she's my wife, by the way. She's going to be coming on the show for those 5 minutes or so when I need to take a break and go to the bathroom. She is also going to be making food for me today. Bless her. She's fantastic. So if you follow me on my Instagram stories, you will be able to participate in who gets to be on, what am I going to be eating while we do chat. So we'll be doing chat while I eat, and you'll be able to determine what I have to eat. So follow me on Instagram. Look at the stories, and she's going to be posting throughout the day some behind the scenes as well as other stuff that you can vote on. So check that out. And we are going to be getting directly into some Q. And wait, Castle Rock just said, I'm not finding the book on Amazon. Okay, so there's a beautiful short link, mikeandes.com/book. It'll take you right there. All right, so again, we are in the campaign of 100 Amazon reviews for Michael so you can get a cold plunge. Very good. Go to mikeandes.com/book, and you'll be able to find the Offseason book today. All right, so there's the short link. We're going to jump right into all of us should just do a review for it. Yeah, I agree, Tyler. This is genius. This is fantastic. You should get an award because everyone should leave a review right now so that we can get a cold plunge. I agree with you 100%. All right, with that being said, let's go ahead. Yeah, Castle Rock. It's mikeandys.com/book. I made it really simple for you. Go check it out. But we are going to be getting right now into live Q&A. So let me go ahead. I'm going to move this. This is a one-man show, one-man operation today. So boom, look at that. I'm going to hide the comments just for the time being. If you're on YouTube, which is the only place we're streaming this right now, if you're in YouTube, you can go to the comment section if you want to see the comments. This number right here is a number you can call and get in line to be on the show. Now, I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of Q&A today. And so if you do not get in right away, call in later. How this works, like what happens when I call in? When you call this number on your phone, it's going to be playing the show. You're going to hear me. And then I will eventually call you in and it'll beep. I'm like, yo, you're on the show. And it'll be super easy. It's super basic. So take your phone out. You can call this number and get in line. I think it tells you what line, in what order you are in line, and it's limited to 10 spots. So you might be waiting for a little bit of time if you're like in 7th, 8th, 9th spot, or you can just drop out and wait until it's a little bit lower. Because we're gonna be on the show for the next 12 hours, and throughout we'll be doing Q&A. So let's go ahead and get started. I think we already got a couple people in the call queue, so I'm going to go ahead and jump right in. Again, we're going to be doing this for about the next 15 minutes before we jump into the first lecture. So there's going to be all sorts of stops and starts today. Lots of fun stuff. Please stay positive in the chat. It's always been great on our live streams. We never had a problem, but let's not make it a problem today. The first caller is coming in from, I believe, Jacksonville, Florida. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
How are you doing, Mike?
Good. How you doing? Thanks for being the first.
Hey, thank you. And I think you're going to get that cold plunge, man. I just left my Amazon review, so I'm trying to do my part for you.
99 left, folks. Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I'll try to keep it short real quick. I recently just started what I'm calling a side hustle, basically, until I can get my, all my paperwork in order for the business and LLC and all that. Detailing cars, and I know that's a little bit away from your wheelhouse. It's still the service industry. I'm currently doing about $1,500 a month with about 10 cars. That's $150 a car. I have 3 to 2, basically 4 budgeted hours scheduled, but I always complete it within 2. And I'm trying to figure out whether or not I should set up myself for, when you call the recurring revenue for a maintenance plan going into the winter.
Mm-hmm. Okay, just so I'm clear, what service are you doing? I just could not hear you correctly. My bad.
Oh, sorry, mobile car detailing.
God, that's what I thought you said, but wasn't sure. And you're charging $150 per car on average. Is that correct?
On average, I have smaller packages and bigger packages, but this is my main seller currently.
Got it. Okay, cool. And so you're saying, hey, you still have some level of off season, and is it during the winter? And is that because it freezes and it's hard to clean the exterior, or is it just simply a function of that's like the leads just kind of stop during the off season, like the winter?
The leads, certain types of leads, in the sense of washing the car on the outside and doing the car on the inside, seem to stop. I think people don't want to present themselves to the best of their ability car-wise in the winter. I think they're more focused on shiny in the summer. And I think they want more wax products during the winter.
Got it. And do you do interior as well?
Yes.
Got it. So what I would probably do is I'd probably be trying to set up a couple different packages, and I would make the packages where it's like almost stupid to say no to the package. So, for example, you might do the first cleaning. It's $150. You're like, hey, you actually can get you could advertise as your first one free, and then it goes towards your package. And the package could, for example, be, hey, we have a monthly cleaning option, a quarterly cleaning option, and then we also have where just annually you get a cleaning in the exterior for one time, and then during the off season, you interior only. So like you would just make 3 different tiers of packages, and I just made that up on the fly. You could do a better job, like what are those packages? But then you make the offer where you really promote it during the off season that your first one is free. And how it is free is it gets applied to the package. And so no one comes in and just buys a one-time visit, like one-time job. If they want to, they can. Like, hey, that's full price. And if they're like, well, you said it was free, it's like, yeah, that apply. We're taking the cost, the $150, and we're moving it towards the $600 quarterly package, and that is over the next 4 quarters that we'd be doing service. And so it just really be a function of like, hey, a la carte is essentially the like equivalent of just jumping into a package and saving a ton of money.
So let me try to make sure I'm hearing you right. I'm basically, if they're not getting the a la carte service and they would like to opt in to the maintenance plan, I am charging them $150 and then just spreading that over the maintenance period. But I'm taking that money up front, the $150.
Correct. So you say, hey, look, the first service is $150. I can do that for you next Thursday. Okay, great. All right, fantastic. Now, we do have a maintenance package where we actually will come on a monthly basis. And what we actually do is if you sign up for that today, the $150, you don't have to pay me anything. You just are signing up for the monthly package, and that is going to cost X, Y, and Z dollars, which is a 40% discount compared to our usual service because you're on that maintenance plan. And you could have some sort of thing like, hey, if you cancel before the end of the year, then they owe you for the $150. That makes perfect sense because they've already agreed to that price. But what I'd really be trying to do, even if you don't do like the promotion of join for free or get your first one free, like $150 off, even if you don't use that as your promo, which by the way, free will work way better when it comes to your offer. Even if you don't do that, I would just really encourage the upsell process of, and we'll talk about this later today, and it's like, how do I go from a one-time visit or a one-time job to a reoccurring visit? Ideally, recurring visit, which is every single month I'm showing up. And I would just make those offers ridiculous because, like if you clean someone's car every month, the second, third, fourth one is significantly faster than the first one. And so I would use the free offer. So we did this at the gym too. It's like, hey, you get a 6-week challenge for free. You come, we do all of your diet stuff. We do all your workouts, etc. It's completely free. And how we are able to do that is you give us a deposit, you give us money. And if you lose 20 pounds in the next 6 weeks, you get your money back for free. And if you don't lose the 20 pounds, it's still free because we're going to apply it to the rest of your training. You can stay with us until you do lose the 20 pounds. And so it was just a function of being able to tell people that the initial thing is free massively increases the amount of leads that you'll get. And at first I was like, oh, it kind of is slimy. I don't feel like they're really getting it for free. They're just getting a refund if they hit a certain target. But honestly, we had like 5x the amount of leads when we had a promotional offer that was said free. And so I would encourage two things. Number one would be trying to work in that free first offer. And then how I make sense of that is I roll them into a monthly package. And that $150 gets applied to the next 12 services. So now all of a sudden it's $130 or whatever it might be per service. And the second thing I would be doing is doing upselling. So when they have confirmed, yes, I want this service next Thursday, great. Let me tell you about our packages that will actually allow this one to be free or massively discount. And we're set off $150. It's actually only $99 as long as you commit to the next 12 months. And so I would just really, really work on those two things, your initial offer and then your upsell offer, because this the game you're in is simply how do I convert people from one-time jobs to reoccurring and ideally recurring jobs. So does that help a little bit?
Yeah, that helps tremendously. I've been thinking a lot about the maintenance package, but I think the free will really get them. And how I got a lot of the customers that I currently have was by doing their tires for free. If I saw their car was clean, but their tires looked a little shoddy, I go ahead and do that, give them my card and drop a dime, How much, since I'm just starting out, how much time should I currently invest in like SEO and designing the funnel for my website? Should that be like the majority of my time that I'm trying to spend on, or 50% of advertising time? Or
like when it comes to time and money and spending on advertising, I do recommend the website be the first thing you spend time and money on. And the reason for that is because if you go out and do a Facebook ad campaign or a Google ad campaign, or even the referrals that come in from people that you've done work for and they're telling their family and friends, if they come to a website that looks horrible, it's not a good look. And a huge conversion, like, so for example, if one out of 100 people show up to your website and actually convert from a viewer of the page to an actual paid lead, we can double the business just by simply making that 1 out of 50. And so instead of you spending money on Facebook or Google or doing a campaign and trying to get people to talk about you, let's first fix like the actual converting mechanism that takes them into a lead. So I would focus that on that a lot. And here's the thing: if you're building it yourself, spend 3 days, spend an entire weekend, and just go through the thing like crazy. Make sure.
Yeah, I spent the entire last night. I designed a website. I kind of did what you said, like the quote at the very top, the next barely scrollable down is the contact form, and then I just have services underneath it. Pretty much.
Yeah, like I'm a big fan of your promotional offer being your first service is $150 free, and you'll call for details or fill out this form. They fill out the form. You're getting a lot of leads, way more leads if you do that. Your conversion will go through the roof. And then what you're going to do is when you call them or you talk to them, like, hey, that is considering if you do a monthly care package and you come up with some fancy name for it. And that is, you're able to give the $150 for free because you're selling them a $1,500 per year subscription. And so you're willing to take that hit and say free, and it just is going to convert way better.
Okay.
Awesome.
Okay. Yeah. I think that's pretty much it, man. And I'm going to listen to the rest of your book on your podcast. And I appreciate all the work you do, and I appreciate your faith, man.
You got it. Take care, brother. All right. Next caller is coming in. By the way, when it comes to website stuff, I'm extremely biased. We have built hundreds of websites, if not thousands by now. Homeservicewebdesign.com. So I am biased, but I do believe that the first dollar you spend being spent on your website, and let's take money off the site table. The first hours, the time that you spend, instead of doing door hangers, spend that time on your website. Because then going forward, every single person that comes to your website, the chance of them becoming a lead is so much higher. All right, next caller is coming in from, I believe, Amarillo, Texas. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike. How's it going, sir?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Hey, my name is Frank Garcia. I called you about 2 years ago, starting up my business. And at that time, I was doing about 60 because it was still like a side gig. And over the past 2 years, we doubled that. So 2 years ago, we did 120. And then last year we did, or sorry, not doubled, but last year we did about 180.
Let's go. Good job.
My issue, yes. And it was from the advice that I was given from you on just head down, move forward, work as hard as you can. I took all your tips, and it's been a blessing. The issue that I'm running into now is like mentally trying to accept help in and be a little bit more patient with hiring an employee, and then understanding that like teaching and coaching them to like help me in my business is going to make this whole thing flourish. So someone who is really like independent like me, what advice would you give somebody to like, hey, accept the help? You have to be this way to like accept this and understand that if you move this step forward with somebody, your business will flourish.
Is it a function of like you getting frustrated with them, Frank, or is it a function of like them making mistakes? Is it a function of you feeling like they're lazy? Like, why do you get so frustrated and feeling this way when it comes to employees?
So, I've had the new ones come in, and it's like, I feel like it's kind of like maybe like common sense in one instance where it's like, hey, if we're not cutting any grass, we cut grass. If we're not cutting any grass, drop the mower down. Or it's like, something that should take me, 15, 20 minutes on a yard solo is now taking 30, 45 minutes. So it's a little mixture of the two of the first options, A and B. So not necessarily the third option, but mainly the first two.
Yeah, so like I would first ask yourself, like if you're going to take ownership of this area, and I think you have, given the fact that you're asking, like, what do I do here? And so if you're going to take ownership, it's like, let's assume for a moment that they don't change. How can we make sure that the output and the result changes, which is the jobs get done more efficiently, and when the crew doesn't have something very specific they need to be doing, they actually think with their head and they start cleaning the trucks or doing something efficient and profitable. And so I do believe you're getting to the stage now when you have 1, 2, 3 employees where there's unmanaged labor, and that is employees doing work without you being around. And at first, when you got your first employee a couple years ago, it wasn't as bad because you're able to manage them with your eyes. Essentially, all day long, they're with you. And you're able to make sure they stay on task. And if they have questions, you're right there. You make sure they do a good job. They stay efficient. They're not stopping at gas stations, et cetera. And so now it becomes a matter of we've got to actually align the incentives of the employee with that of the business. And so have you looked at pay for performance at all yet, Frank?
Yes, I have. I just I didn't really keep a employee around long enough, and I think it was at the fault of my own. I'll be truthfully honest, to like incorporate that system into my everyday business.
Yep.
And so right now I had a kid who was more than willing. He just graduated high school and is wanting to come back, and I can kind of tell like the pay for performance would be a better alternative for him than just an hourly rate.
Mhm.
And so I bought the book, and I bought the book, the off season, just now before waiting for the phone call. And as soon as I was writing the review, I got a ding. So I'll finish that up after, but like right now, I feel like he's in that stage of life where it's like money is the motivator. And if he's making more for the P for P, like he'd be a little bit more motivated than just like stacking an hourly amount on top, if that makes sense.
Yeah, totally. And so I think right now it's challenging when you're kind of like, you have kind of a couple part-timers, and like it's that switch to being full-timer where they actually can care about P for P, because if they are kind of hit and miss, they work some days, they some don't, or they're all very short-term, and you're kind of in that weird spot between solo operator and needing a couple full-time employees. That is tough to have P for P. It is very difficult. And so there's certain like cultural things we could talk about in terms of how to keep people motivated. But I do believe as you continue to grow the business, the long-term fix is going to be P for P. And what's nice is this, especially given that there's the one person working for you now is money motivated. I would just have the conversation really honestly with them as you start rolling P for P out, which is, hey, I don't know everything about this. I just want to be able to be able to pay you more. And even because like, I'm assuming this person is a pretty good worker and you like them. And so it's like, hey, look, I want it to be that as we grow, people like you make more money here. And so I'm going to be figuring out the system, and I don't know everything. I'm going to make sure you have a base pay that's equivalent to what you're making now. There will be no downside, but I am trying to figure out a way to be able to pay a percentage, and so that when as we hire, and you say we, the team, as we hire people, if they're not as good as you, they're going to make less. And furthermore, it doesn't cap you from making more money because you are great and you are efficient and you do hustle. And I really appreciate that. And so if you had that conversation with them, you will kind of put some Band-Aids on some of the inevitable mistakes you will make as you roll P for P out, or even start to introduce it or test it. And in the book, as well as on p4psoftware.com and the free course about it, I talk about like run the numbers in the background, right? Like, whether it be a month or two, like there's a reason we have a free trial on that one is because like I just want people to get in there and just start running some numbers and seeing what P for P looks like in their business once they've manually put in the numbers. And so I would recommend that. I would move in that direction, and I'd have that conversation with that team member.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Best of luck to you, and great work on the growth. Take care. All right. We are moving on. So the people that are inside of the call queue, we will get to you eventually. So you can either stay on the line or drop out for the next 15, 20 minutes, because we're going to be moving on to the next segment in the live stream. Thank you to everyone that's leaving a review, getting the book on Amazon. I do appreciate it. And it is, Lee said he already finished the book. How did you finish the book? Oh, okay, you already got it yesterday. Okay, it did technically come out yesterday because I wanted to make sure that it was actually going through just fine. So shout out, Lee. Okay, let's go ahead. We're going to be moving on to the next segment of the show. Let me move this here. So we just did the call-in. Whoa, Michael, you need to really figure things out. Okay, thank you. All right, so this is the schedule. When I have the 9 a.m., that's Eastern Standard Time. It's 6 o'clock my time, Pacific Standard. We're going to be moving on to using text for your estimates, and this is going to be more of a lecture style. So let's go ahead and move. Boom. All right, so now what's up next is we're going to talk about using text for estimates, and then we will come back to the call-in show and chatting. So if you're in the call queue, I think there's about 5 or 6 people in there now. Feel free to wait. You can listen to the show from there. Otherwise, feel free to call back in once we hop back into the call-in show. We're going to talk about using text for your estimates. So let me jump back out of here. Boom. And we're going to talk about exactly that. Now, when I'm doing the lectures today, I am going to be able to show you several things. Thank you to everyone submitting reviews on Amazon. I really appreciate it. If we can get to 100, I get a cold plunge. And if I get a cold plunge, writing the book was not in vain. And so if you can leave me an Amazon review today, that is all I ask. The only tariff we have today is an Amazon review. And so if we could Washington State just passed more taxes the other day. Not good. But the only tax we have today is that you leave an Amazon review. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead and talk about text messages. All right. I believe text messages are extremely important when it comes to home services. I believe it's been this way for several years. I think it will only continue to be more important, though, as time goes on. Last year, early 2024, there's a huge amount of restrictions passed by the email providers of things like Outlook, Gmail, Yahoo, etc. And they massively increase the filters on mass emails. Now, the emails that come from your CRM, from your software, are going to appear like they are mass messages. They have links to invoices. They mention merge tags. Merge tag, think pulling data from your CRM, like the number of your estimate, the number of your invoice. It's pulling in the address or the name of the customer. These are merge tags. This screams to email providers that this is an automated message. And so it has, like a year and a half ago, a lot of people had a lot of problems with getting emails just through to customers. And I believe this will continue more and more and more. The reason is because when you're sending an email from your CRM, it is coming from a domain and a service that is sending out millions of emails. And because of that, to many email providers, it looks spammy, especially your first one or two emails. And unfortunately, your first one or two emails are usually your estimate. And so here's the thing. There's a poll, 78% of consumers say they wish they could text with the business that they are doing business with. The reason is because it's immediate, it's fast, it's quick. I don't have to open up my desktop. I'm not having to check my email. It just comes into me as a text message, and it reduces the phone tag and the delays from email response time. You say, well, what's the industry standard? Well, I talked to ChatGPT the other day, and here's the math. The open rate, just the open rate on a text message is 98%. That is compared to a 20 to 25% email open rate. Now, I see that being a little bit higher from the data I have at Copilot, usually at 30 to 40%. So I use 30 to 40%, but according to ChatGPT, open rate on an email is 20 to 25%. Now, the time it takes to open, okay, here's the thing. If we just switched from email to text message and just use that one stat, which is the open rate, what percentage of people open up your emails? Let's just say they're saying it's 20%. Let's go higher. Let's go 30 to 40% of people actually get and open up your emails. Okay. If we just sent that same exact estimate in text format, we would double or triple the open rate. And you know what people can't do if they don't open up your estimate? They can't accept it. And so if they don't open up the email and they never see my estimate, I will never get them as a customer. And furthermore, if they never open it up because it goes to their spam filter, then we aren't going to get customers. And so if you're not sending out text messages for estimates, which we'll talk about later, huge opportunity to be able to go from email to text messages just because of the open rate. Now let's talk about time. The time to open the average text message is less than 3 minutes. The average time to open an email is over 30 minutes. Depends on the day that you send an email. It depends on the time, if you're during business hours, etc. But the average open time on an email is over 30 minutes. Whereas if you send the same exact message via text, it's opened up in 3 minutes. So it's faster and more reliable in terms of delivery. Now, the average reply time, because we all know how our email inboxes work. We see it, it stacks up, and at some point we get back to it. The average reply time, so the amount of time it takes for a customer to respond back to us, is less than 90 seconds on text. In part because small words and small amounts of characters is extremely accepted inside of text messages. So the average reply time for text messages is 90 seconds. Whereas for email, the average reply for an email is 1.7 hours. As long as you send the email during business hours, the reply time is 1.7 hours. Okay, let's talk about response rate. How often do people actually respond to text messages? Okay, now this stat I got from ChatGPT, it is not this high if you're sending transactional text messages. It is not this high. It is higher if you send a personalized message. I just want to make that very clear. If you're sending a blast text message, you are not going to get what their response rate is, which is 45%. Wowzers trousers. Because compared to email, the response rate is 6 to 10%. So if someone's responding back to an estimate, if they're responding back to a follow-up message, if they're responding to an upsell, a text message is not only going to get opened up more often, not only is it going to get opened up faster, speed, not only is it going to get a higher average reply time, or lower average time. So faster response, as well as the response rate. The amount of people that will respond is like 10 times the amount more on text messages versus email. And I have seen this consistent, maybe not these exact numbers that ChatGPT gave me in terms of response rate, but I have seen about a 10x higher response rate on text versus email when you send it out from Copilot. So here's the thing. I want to ask a couple questions. If you don't send out your messages right now, your estimates, all of your messaging, communication, upsells, if you don't send it out with a text message right now, you just use email, how many more estimates would get accepted? I can do the math very quickly on just one stat, and that's the open rate, and just know because customers don't open up your estimate, they will not accept. And so just by increasing your open rate, you are going to increase the likelihood of them accepting the estimate from 0 to at least 1%. And so I don't really care who you use, by the way. There are lots of different services you can use to text, okay? There is, for example, if you use Jobber, you can connect it with MailChimp. It gets a little bit expensive because you're paying both of them, but you can integrate MailChimp and Jobber. We can do this because it was going to cost me over $500 a month just for my one location's MailChimp to be connected to Jobber, and Jobber's on top of that. So it was going to cost like over $1,000 for what I needed. And then there is like a Service Autopilot has text messages. You can't do bulk messages though. And then you got, what else can do text messages? Yardbook cannot do mass texting. So Copilot does do mass text messages. And I know it sounds like a pitch for Copilot. It's not. I really don't care. At least send your estimates and your invoices via text messages. Even your transactional emails, turn those into text messages. Your response rate will be higher. The amount of people who open up your estimates will be higher if you just send the same exact thing from an email to a text messages. And I know this for a fact because when we switched CRMs for Augusta Lawn Care, all of our locations, I was able to make sure, hey, going forward, everyone's sending via text. And we send every single, we have an automation that is, when an estimate is sent via email, it also sends via text automatically. And so we see a massive jump in open rate, response time was way faster, and accepted estimates. The number of accepted estimates jumped dramatically. And so we're talking about thousands of new jobs every single year simply because of moving from email to text. And so I don't really care what software you use. There's also, what's it called? I'm blanking on the name. Another texting one. I'm blanking on the texting name. I apologize. It's a plugin that works with a couple different softwares, including Copilot, but also Service Autopilot and a couple others that allow you to text message out. Very good. The bulk messaging is the key. It is the money. It is the money maker. And that is if you can text people in mass and do upsells, which we will talk about later today. If you can do upsells using text messages, the response rate is so good, so good. And so, like at my location, we will send out 15,000 text messages, and I'm going to get 50 to 100 estimates like clockwork. Do you need more leads? That's another question. Like, okay, well, I'm doing email right now, and maybe I'll do some follow-up calls, but if you need more leads, you're like, I need more leads. Everyone thinks they need more leads. When in reality, if we just took the leads that are already coming in, the people that are already submitting estimate request forms, and just closed a higher percentage of them, we would do just as good. If you have a close ratio of 30% right now, and you're like, I need to double my business. I need to spend more money on Facebook ads. I need to do a website. I need to do Google ads. Okay, great. Yes, you could do that. Or you could simply move your close ratio from 30% to 60%. And a great way to do that is send your estimates via text instead of via email. You're going to have a higher response rate, you're going to have a higher open rate, and ultimately that leads to more jobs getting closed. And you don't spend as much money. You're like, oh man, I gotta buy a MailChimp thing, or I have to upgrade my software package so I can do text message. That $50, $100, $200. Maybe if you're big like my location, yes, you're going to pay $500. If you're doing like something like MailChimp or this other software that does texting, it can get expensive. It can. I agree, because they charge per text. At Copilot, we don't charge right now for text messages. Down the road, we will have to pass that cost along because there is a legit 4 cents per Twilio text, because Twilio is the integration that text to text message and does all the technology side. There's 4 cent cost for us, and we are not passing that along right now. And so if you're using Copilot, especially, use text messages because we're not even charging for it. And down the road, we will have to, because there are people that are spending $500 to $1,000 worth of text credits, and they're paying $279 for an enterprise subscription at Copilot CRM. And this is why I believe it's so important. This is why we've not charged for text yet. I want everyone to use it, because once you see the power on your close ratio, and more importantly, your upsells, the ability to be able to get more jobs from the existing customers that already know, like, and trust you. Like, why in the world would I run a Facebook ad to people that have never done business with me? They've never opened up their pocketbook. They've never asked for estimates. They never came to my website. And why would I advertise and spend money to cold traffic when there are people in my database that I have their phone number, their address? I've done work for them in the past. Maybe it was a couple years ago. Maybe I didn't do it. They declined my estimate. It doesn't matter. They've already raised their hand and qualified themselves as someone that needs your service. And so why would I not keep them warm? Why would I not put them on a monthly basis where I'm going to pitch a specific service to them via text and email? And via text, we'll get a massive, much higher return and number of leads from that message and that campaign. And even if it costs, so even if you're not in Copilot and you're like, man, it's going to cost me a couple $100 to send out this mass message to thousands of, why do we get tripped up over spending $200 and then we go spend $100 a day to Google? We spend $100 a day on Facebook. We spend tens of thousands of door hangers and flyers in every door direct mail. Like, the USPS loses money out to wazoo and is super inefficient, and yet we're giving them a whole bunch of money to deliver a bunch of flyers and postcards that we hope they deliver to the post box, and we're willing to give thousands of dollars. And somehow that's accepted, and yet spending a little bit of money to text all of your customers and immediately get qualified customers that you already have their information, you already been to their property, you already have all the built up trust of the customer is with you. And why in the world do we spend so much money on cold traffic? We are addicted in this industry to cold traffic, and we are addicted to paying for every single lead. And it's because we stink at upselling. We stink at it. I say this across the entire home service industry. And I write this book with a lot of passion because I am sick and tired of seeing people not being able to pay their bills and not having any money. And the reason for that is because we are spending at the exact same time. Last week, I was with a couple of home service business owners during the turnaround show. We did 4 turnarounds and another video. And I was like, every single one of these people is spending thousands of dollars every single month on Facebook ads and Google ads and SEO. One of them spending $3,000 just for the campaign to be managed at a plumbing business. That doesn't include the ads. And yet we have never sent an email or a text message to our customers asking if they would like more services. Why would you not create a text template and an email template for every single month of the year based upon the demand of your climate, based upon the demand of your local area, to upsell the people inside your database? To me, this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. The fact that we spend money, I'm going to say it again, we spend money on cold people that we have never done service for, and we're paying to show up in their feed or show up in their mailbox or show up when they're searching, when there are people in our database that have raised their hand and said, I want services from you. And even if they decline, they're fully qualified. And furthermore, the people that have done service for you, you have a credit card on file. They have paid you in the past and demonstrated not only their need for the service, but their ability to pay. That is crazy. And using text messages will allow you to be able to capitalize on that audience and on a monthly basis, have work when you need it, on demand. You're like, I want leads when I need them. This is how you do it. You generate text messages that go out to your customers based upon, my backlog is only a week long. Great. Send out text messages and get 40, 50, 60 estimates coming in and being able to fill up your schedule when you need that. Instead of, the other way to do on-demand estimate generation, by the way, is what? Spend more money on Facebook. Spend more money on Google. Pump the more money into the marketing machine. And I do believe that the vast majority of home service business owners that are wanting to grow underspend on advertising. I do believe that. But I also believe that 99% of us do not send enough messages to our customers to upsell them, to remind them that we even exist. Because there's nothing more frustrating than you doing a job. Let's just say you're mowing grass, and then they hired someone else to do the tree pruning. And you're like, what in the world? Why would you do that? And it's your fault. It's my fault because we never told the customer that we can solve that problem for them also. And you can use text messages to get through. I believe in value-based pricing. I think that the reason home services is so low price and everyone in their industry is like, my industry is so horrible. My area is so horrible. I just talked to a plumbing company the other day and they feel the exact same way. They have private equity moving in that are willing to operate on 1 to 3% margin and undercut them on every single job. They're willing to do stuff for free that they can't even do for less than $300. That's difficult. And yet there are people in other industries looking at plumbing or HVAC like, oh man, if I could just get those other services. It is the shiny service syndrome. It is always another service. It is always another industry that is easier. But I am a big fan of value-based pricing. And that is, instead of thinking about how do I get this customer and lower price, I'm going to think, how can I raise value? Because ultimately, the value equation is simply this. The transaction will take place. The transaction is consummated when value is higher than price. So if I think that this water bottle, very good, by the way, one of the owners of Augusta Nation gave it to me. Thank you very much. Very good. If I think that this water bottle is worth to me $50 because I'm out in the middle of the Sahara Desert and I'm super, super thirsty and it's full of water, I'm like, my gosh, I'll pay $50 for that. I'll pay $100. If the price, so if my value is 50 and the price is 20, I will buy said water bottle. Now, if the water bottle is $1,000, price is way higher than value. The transaction will not be consummated. So, the same thing is true when it comes to your jobs. You're saying, hey, the price is $500. In the mind of the customer, like, well, it's only worth $400 to me. Guess what? They're not accepting the estimate because value is not higher than price. And so as soon as value exceeds price, then the transaction goes through. And here's the thing. That's why it's a race to the bottom, because you would always cut prices and eventually get them to accept. And so this is why we have a race to the bottom versus we all focus on value. And what is value? Value, everyone's immediately thinking about like my uniform and my trucks. There are people that aren't even at the property when you service it. They don't see your uniforms. They do not see your trucks. What you can do without fail for every single customer is save them time. If you value your customers and you're wanting to improve the value proposition that you're offering in your service and create unique differentiation between you and your competition, you save your customer time. You know how you save them time? Stop emailing them 5 times. It's going to spam. Stop calling them to follow up when they haven't even got the estimate. Send them a text message. They can see it in 3 seconds. Assuming that your software is mobile friendly, they can be able to view it on their mobile device, accept, ask for work change orders, or decline it immediately. Save them time. Inside the book, I talk about instant pricing. The reason instant pricing works is because it attracts the type of customer that values their time, not the person that wants to spend an hour talking about every little thing on the estimate, every little part of the job. Is going to be nitpicking you, is going to be calling you back the week after because some crazy tiny little thing on the project went wrong. The person that values their time is your highest value customer. And in order to win them over, you respect their time. Uber is not cheaper in many times than a cab. If you go to a place and you look at a yellow cab and then you look at Uber, many times the yellow cab is cheaper. However, the perception and the value of saving time, because I can see that 3 minutes away is my Uber, I can track it on a map, and when it's getting to me, that perception of me saving time is why Uber has become a multi-billion-dollar business and taken over more than 70% of the cab driving industry, which, by the way, only 15 years ago, they had none, and it was completely fragmented, and no one owned more than 2% of the market. So what's going to happen with home services? Home services right now, for example, I'm going to take lawn care, for example, 600,000 landscapers in the United States. No one owns more than 1% of the residential market. And even of the commercial market, no one owns more than 2%. That's crazy. That's what we call a fragmented market. What's going to change that? It's going to be people that adopt the technology of things like text messages that save time for the customer. And so to all the naysayers that always say that I'm always against people and Augusta Nation is going to put them out of business and all this other stuff, that's crazy. Simply this, I am giving you the roadmap to do exactly what I believe in is going to completely consolidate this industry. And I do believe there's going to be players that own 5, 10, 15% of the market in many home services. And it's going to be the businesses that adopt technology and use that technology to save the customer time. And then they're able to charge a premium price because they save the customer time. And so when you do things like instant pricing, when you use text messages instead of sending archaic emails or printing off the estimate, putting it underneath their mat, you are decreasing value when you do those things. When you text the customer from iMessage, yeah, it'll be $400 for the mulch install. You're reducing value versus having a link that they can see in writing everything that's included, what type of materials, when the job is going to be completed, that you're charging tax. This is value addition. And instead of reducing our prices, we need to focus on increasing value. And the number one way to increase value 100% of the time, no one wants to waste time. And so save them time by sending them text messages. All right, I'm going to try to pull this up and actually show you a couple things here real quick. Give me 34 seconds. I'm going to show you some text templates for follow-up, call notes, invoice collections, and a whole bunch of other text templates inside of Copilot. Now, if you don't use Copilot, that's totally fine. I just want you to use something that is going to allow you to be able to send out text messages. At the very, very least, I want you to be able to send out estimates and invoices, transactional email. Better yet, I want you to be able to do bulk messaging to where you're going to be able to send out messages to all of your customers at the exact same time and upsell them. Okay, so let me go ahead and share this screen. Share screen, window. Let's see if this works. Where is my Safari? Where's Safari? Give me 1 second. Let's pull this one up. There we go. And then pull this one here. Okay, here we go. Share. Okay, can you see this? You can. Let's go. Okay, sorry it looks a little messy on my screen. Give me 1 second. I'm going to take this away. Beautiful. Okay, so this is inside Copilot. And you can see here, let's go ahead and text templates. So go to marketing. We're going to go to text. So they have a cool, this is where the text messages come in. And I'm going to go right now to text templates. It just works like an email inbox. Like you have ones that are done, ones that you're working on, etc. But here, okay. So for example, here's a text template for adding a card on file. Thank you for being a part of the company name family. One of the features our clients appreciate most is our secure client portal and auto pay system. So this is a type of text message I would send to a customer asking for their credit card to be put on file. Notice the emoticons. It looks nice and clean. It's really easy to be able to find the client portal add credit card link. That link will take them directly to add the card on file. Even things like cancellation due to weather. You send this out via text, people will actually get it. They won't call your office the next day freaking out that you didn't show up because they'll actually get it. 98% of people will get it. Only 30 to 40% of people will get your estimate if you're emailing it. All right. Let's move on to estimate changes. This is going to be an internal. So actually, okay. So one of my thought processes is that an estimate has work order changes, or that someone has requested changes to an estimate. That is a very, very hot lead. I am boggled by the fact that people will go out and do new estimates when people that they've already given estimates to are asking for changes. When someone says, hey, I need to change this estimate, they're basically screaming, if you just answer me with a couple changes, I will accept this estimate. They've shown huge amounts of interest. And so I actually have it where this automation is going to text me as soon as someone from an estimate clicks request changes and fills that in. I'm going to immediately get a text message because I want to be all over that thing. I want to be very, very responsive to any sort of work order requests. All right, we got an estimate follow-up. So this is going to be a follow-up estimate. A text message for follow-up. What else we got here? We got a Google review request. All right, so this is one, again, I am putting this on the fact that I know people will give me far more reviews if I have a bonus structure in place where my team gets rewarded. Because customers don't really care about your business. They care about the team that was working with them on the job site and they were really happy with. And so we've set up a program, and you can change this. You can change this however you want. Oh, by the way, all of these text messages, templates, if you're like, I'm screenshotting this, you can get all of these for free inside Copilot. Right? It's called the Power Pack, and you can just download these all from the marketplace, and it's all in. All these are exactly in here. So that's why it says Copilot Bundles. This is literally the account we set up all of these. So feel free to download the Power Pack. It's completely free for everyone. Okay, we got interview reminders. So for example, you can actually make a quote-unquote customer type in Copilot to just be your applicants. So it reminds them of an interview. By the way, you could also set this up for like their first day of work and set up an automation like 3 days before, 2 days before, 1 day before, and making sure like you show them your compensation plan, your uniform policy, everything leading up to the first day of work. You can also have text messages will get opened up. Emails might not. All right, we got invoice follow-up. Again, giving them links to be able to pay that. We got a new call note. So this seems really small, but here's what's cool. So here we call it internal because how we set this up is actually when a customer calls in and someone in the office puts in call notes, I want to actually text message to me as the owner out in the field to be able to just know what went on. Like I can just at a glance in a text message know exactly what was said, and if I need to respond back to the office, I can or not. But if you're like, hey, I kind of get lost sometimes. I get back to the office and there's 10 calls that have come in. I don't know what was said. You can set up an automation like this where call notes are going to be sent to you via text message. Immediately, you're going to be able to see this and get a synopsis of what's happening inside the office. All right, there's a whole bunch of estimate stuff in here. We got a new meeting added. We got when a new tip is added. These are text messages. This is like an internal one, letting you know if someone leaves a tip. When we're on our way, another text message, payment receipts. These are just a ton. Like all of this, by the way, again, all of this is completely free. But even if you don't use Copilot, like please use text messages for all of this communication, because customers actually see this stuff. Like visit skipped. Let's do visit skipped customer. All right, this is completed. Sorry, visit completed. We've just completed your service at event property address. Okay, that's the different one. Visit skipped customer. Where's that one? Do we have visit skipped for the customer? Visit skip. Where's visit skip for the customer? There's visit skip internal. All right, I don't know where it's at, but this one's for the internal one, which is telling my team, hey, if someone skips a job and they're out in the field, we need to know immediately, and we're gonna know why because they have to fill it in when they click skip. It said, why are you skipping? And they fill that in. But I'm going to make sure that if anything was said on this job, so for example, I'll also see their notes to dispatcher. So if they say, hey, there was ladders all over the lawn, we can't mow, for example. Okay, great, we're fine. But if they just randomly skip a job, I'm going to be communicating with them right away. Be like, yo, that's not how we work here. Get back to that property. And so this prevents the whole issue of employees showing back up at the end of the day, and they show up the job back up at the office, and you're like, why did you skip so-and-so? You skipped 3 jobs? Oh, it was too wet. Oh, it was too cold. It was too frozen. Like, all these things, it's like, I should have been reacting to that throughout the middle of the day and telling the customer, because now they're pushed off to the next day because I wasn't notified. So these are the type of things you can use text messages for. There's just a small representation. And all I'm doing to show you all of this is please use text messages internally, to applicants, to new hires, to customers, to leads, to people that owe you money, trying to get their invoices paid. Use text messages. All right, that rant is officially over. We are now moving on. Let's see here. I'm going to move to here. Up next, we just talked about this one. We are now moving on to call in and chat. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to do a little walkie-walkie. So let me see here. So right now we're going to do the call-in show and doing some chat. I'm going to go to the chat first, but I think there's someone been waiting quite a while in here. Okay. I'm going to take a quick call, and then I'm going to jump into the chat. And then after that, we are going to have a lecture on cash flow. All right? Very good. So call in and chat is coming in now. Boom. All right. And if you're wondering, there we go. Very good. Very good. All right. Next caller is coming in from, I think Georgia. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
Fantastic. What can I do for you?
All right, yeah, so my question is on kind of getting customers on more reoccurring, getting more value per customer. So this year we've made a big push to get customers doing yearly. I'm in, by the way, a pressure washing business here in Georgia. So we've been trying to get customers going on reoccurring stuff. And we've been throwing back and forth 2 ideas of doing that. The first is pretty basic. It's service plans. So you'd tell a customer either before or after the job on getting on a plan to do it reoccurring every year. Or the second one, I'm not sure if you've heard of this, but probably have. It's like memberships done very commonly in like HVAC and plumbing, where a customer would pay you a fee, say monthly or yearly, maybe like $99 or $9 a month, and they'd get benefits. So they'd get like discounts on all their services. They'd get priority scheduling. You could list off a whole bunch of benefits. Maybe they get access to special discounts, that kind of stuff. And so I'm curious if you got any input on which makes more sense. I'm not sure if you're super familiar with the membership thing.
Yeah.
I like the membership for one reason. One is that I'm part of a family that does a lot of home service stuff. So we're a large family. My parents do lawn mowing. I do the pressure washing with my brother. It's all under the same name. It's the same company name, just different service. And so I thought membership would work well for cross-selling, because if they're part of a membership, maybe they're paying a fee. They're more likely to use all your services if they get a discount across all companies. However, I do think that from my experience, selling a service plan is a lot easier. So I was just curious if you had any input on that for me.
Awesome. Yeah. So like the thing I'd be careful with the membership going across different industries is it gets complex to sell. Because now you need them to have the pain of all these other services for the membership to make sense. So like they need to have a lawn, or like if someone's having pressure washing, they might have a lawnmower. And so the value of that membership decreases because they don't have the pain of lawn care also in addition to the one you're selling. So I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I'm just saying it's harder to sell when you have different pain points you're speaking to throughout the value package of the membership. So I would keep that in mind. I would test it. Like you could absolutely try. I think what I'm a bigger fan of is trying to sell these one-time jobs into reoccurring work or recurring. So we talk about in the book, you have one-time jobs, we have reoccurring, which means it happens infrequently. It happens again. It's not one time, but it's not on some sort of schedule. And then ideally, I'm getting to some sort of recurring, where they're on a weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, quarterly, annual basis, where I know that revenue is coming in. And so what I would probably do if I was you is I would have a two different times. Like, this is cure 4 inside the book, which is creating recurring revenue. And so I would be trying to have different packages that I can sell after a one-time job that gets them to commit in the future. So for example, they just pay you, let's just call it $399. Mr. Jones, looks great. They're super happy. Like they're peak activated. Let's go. By the way, would you like to go ahead and get on our quarterly cleaning where it's only $199? And so essentially 50% off as long as you have subscribed to this package. And that's going to be, twice a year, or quarterly, or however you set this up. And there's that point, you could also do it before the job. Now, if you do it before the job, you're gonna have to really think about the fact that you might only do pressure washing once a year. And so it might take time to recoup the lost revenue if you're trying to do the first visit at a loss. So like, for example, the previous caller was talking about a monthly package for auto detailing. That's easier for me to recoup the cost of giving the initial visit at a discount. Whereas in your case, someone might take you up on an initial offer for, say, 50% off of the first visit, and then a year later, like their house is sold and you can't ever actually reclaim that revenue. So I'd be a big fan in this case of you get the job, you sell the job on the walkthrough, you sell them into the package, and you sell the big discount if they sign up for a quarterly or an annual something. And so like the annual one might be $299, and then quarterly might be $199, and you just really are trying to increase the frequency of visits, even though the per visit price is lower. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that does make sense. We found a lot of success in selling that. We've been selling that. It's working well. So I have no problem with that. I guess 2 questions, if that's okay, quick follow-ups. First would be, do you see any benefit in the membership if you did it only across like one business instead of across the whole? And then the second would be, how would you go about with the follow-up process? So one problem we found is when we tell them we'll come out once a year, that next year oftentimes we come out, and we've done follow-ups a week before and whatnot. A lot of times we're having people kind of confused on us coming out, or just rescheduling on us. So do you have any advice on avoiding that rescheduling, especially when it's a year later and so sometimes they've forgotten about us?
Yep. Yeah, so there's a few things. Like first off, in terms of forgetting about you, I would be leading up to that annual visit, reminding them, hey, we're going to be here on this date. This is what we're doing, et cetera, et cetera. You're going to get some people to drop off then. Just keep in mind if it's an annual thing. Like anything less than quarterly, I do see this happen quite a bit where people forget. So if you're not coming at least every couple months, people do forget that they even signed up for something. And when they sell their house, they forget to even tell you about it because they're not seeing you enough. So this is a function of like staying top of mind via email and text message in terms of just overall marketing, upselling them, but also leading up to the visit, like 3 days, 2 days, 1 day, like, hey, we're coming. This is what we're doing. This is what time we're going to be there. What tech is going to be there, et cetera. That's helpful. I think the membership across the businesses, I would definitely test it. I just think that what I would probably do if I was going to do a membership, I would try to sell one time. I would try to package in the different services and build up a value stack, right? So, for example, what are the one-time things you do in mowing? What are the one-time things you do in pressure washing? Are those the two only services? What are the other ones that they have? You guys have?
Yep. So currently it's just the mowing and the pressure washing, and they're very different businesses. They're separate, same name, but it's totally different businesses. And the mowing's pretty new. So mainly the question is around the pressure washing, like making that better. Because I'm trying not to spend too much time on mowing, so that'll spread myself too thin. So it's more just the pressure washing.
Totally. Yeah. So I think if you're going to do a membership, you want to make it the value proposition very clear. I don't like when memberships are only about discounts. And so that's where I'd really push you on trying to figure out the value to the customer outside of just the discount for the membership. This could be some sort of priority. So for example, during the spring, if you're booked out 6 weeks, hey, you get priority during the spring when everyone wants it, you get first on the schedule. It could be even things like sealant or any other upsell that you give to them as a function of being in the upsell. For example, if sealant's going to cost you $150 in material cost, and say, hey, that is usually a $1,000 service as long as you sign up for our quarterly annual plan. Once a year, we will seal the driveway in addition to pressure washing. I'm just making this up on the fly. But what I'm pushing you to do is think about value that you can offer the customer outside of just price. And so like in the book, we talk actually a whole bunch about this, and that is how do I offer upsells, which is making a better version of the current product without just giving them a discount. Because the only reason I would want to give the discount is for an increase in frequency of service. So going from, say, one-off to annual or annual to monthly or quarterly. Like I see that as the only reason I would discount. Otherwise, there's a lot of other ways I can warranty, guarantee, etc. The challenging part is with pressure washing is there's not a lot of maintenance between visits required. Like it's not like, hey, I'm going to warranty this, or like the damage to someone's driveway is not happening often. And so it's hard to like warranty your product because you're just taking the dirt off the top. It's not like you're installing a paver patio or a fence, etc. But I would look at the book, and there's 11 different ways we talk about how to upsell, and I would be thinking about things like supplements. That's one of the ones, like selling supplements is what I call it. And really what that is would be something that wears off over time. And my mind goes to things like staining the driveway. Do you do mostly concrete, or do you do houses or fences, or what do you kind of do?
Yeah, so we'll do concrete, houses, roofs. It's most of the easier stuff in pressure washing, but it's a pretty good amount.
Yeah, so I would have a different type of supplement, quote unquote. That's what I think it's like the first or second upsell that we talk about in the book. I would look at supplements, and that would be the thing I would give away to people that are in the membership program. So it's like, hey, you can always come back to us, and let's go ahead and schedule your next service from a year from now. If you do that, you get $100 off the service. By the way, if we come quarterly, we have a membership program where we come quarterly, and it's even cheaper per visit. And on an annual basis, we give you $1,000 worth of value of sealing your driveway. And you'd have one for your house, like another, like a protectant, some sort of protectant, or for the fence, some sort of sealer protector or something like that. I would create those different supplements that I know on an annual basis I can give to customers at a very low cost to me, because like the sealer's cheap, the stain is relatively cheap, or even like the protectant, same thing with the house. These are things that you can give away that have relatively low cost to you, but they need to be done on an annual basis usually. I would be giving those away in exchange for the membership, and the cost of the membership is essentially the cost of doing those actual things. And you can actually show the customer, like in your buying process, let's just say you're pressure washing and you say, hey, we can pressure wash at $399. We can also seal the driveway. It's going to be an additional $499. Okay, They accept the $3.99. At the end of the $3.99, say, by the way, that $4.99 out of sealant, we throw that in for everyone that signs up for their quarterly membership. And so the value for them is $4.99. The cost to you might be $50, right? So I would really think in terms of how can I produce value instead of reducing price.
Yep. And then I found like a lot of the benefits that people use are things like priority scheduling, and they'll say like 24/7 on-call specialist, 24/7 on-call specialist. And from my view, I view those as something I give to customers anyway. How much do you think it's either one, scummy, your customers won't care about if you're selling that as a perk when you give it to customers anyway?
Yeah, no, great point. The challenging part with pressure washing is it's not emergency, right? So many times, so that's another upsell inside the book we talk about, and that is selling priority service and priority customer service. The challenging part that you're going to run into here is the fact that most of the time people are okay with waiting a couple more weeks for their pressure washing. And furthermore, there's not like a dire need because the driveway just cracked in half and I can't pull my car out. So there's less need for emergency repair or emergency service. Does that make sense?
It does, yep. And then also I'm finding that our most common, like most reoccurring services usually about once a year. Both the driveway and the roof, the other two we do, are like once every 5 years, sometimes maybe 2 years. And so I'm only finding that a customer has a need if they're a really picky customer once every year. And so, like you said, that is somewhat a problem. I'm sure there's a, like you said, supplement out there. I just haven't found it yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And so like, if you go to page 45 of the book, this is part of Cure 2. We have 11 different ways to increase the lifetime gross profit of a customer. The second way is increase the lifetime value through upgrades is to sell supplements. And so I would highly recommend that one. There's also the fourth one might be good for you, which is selling tiered service packages. So you could do a good, better, best model for that subscription, by the way, and then just bake in frequency to good, better, best. So a good could be, hey, we come annually, and that is going to be cheaper if you sign up today. Like try to get them into that next service on your first one. That'd be like the good. The better could be like, hey, we come every 6 months and it's a little cheaper. And then our best version, and you make these fancy names based upon your brand usually, the best version is come quarterly and you get this $499 sealant completely free. That starts to look really good to me in terms of value prop.
Yep. Okay. That makes sense. I appreciate the help, man.
Awesome. You got it. You have a good one. All right. Next caller is coming in from, I don't know where they're coming in from. By the way, if I cut you off at the end of the call, don't be offended. It's mostly just so I can keep moving things along. So don't be offended if I drop you on a call. You should be able to hop back on the live stream and hear what's going on. Next caller is coming in. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming in.
Hey, Mike. How you doing today?
Good. How you doing?
Good, good. So I have a weekly pool cleaning company. So I currently have 80 customers, and I want to make the amount of reviews that I have. Like 80%, 90% of my service is the weekly service, but I only have 20 reviews on Google. I don't have anybody working for me full time. Use that tactic of letter to the person and saying that to the customer. So it's mainly me cleaning the pool. So how would I maximize, like sending a message to the customer and to make sure that they're going to leave a review, because they'll need to stop what they're doing to leave the review. I know I can set up like campaigns to do that, like email campaigns and max text campaigns. If I want to do like the first one and make sure that I get a lot of reviews from that, what direction would you go for?
Yeah, like there's a whole bunch of different points in the customer journey where I would recommend getting Google reviews. And a lot of times people think it's after their jobs are done. And that's certainly a period of time we can do that. And we'll talk about that. But there's also, for example, when they first call you and they ask for a service and you go out and do an estimate, there's absolutely no reason why you cannot simply say, hey, based upon your interaction with our office and with our estimator, we wanted to ask for a review. And when I ask for those reviews, I'm always going to be saying that, hey, there's a reward attached to the people that did serve you. So even the people on the phone or the estimator is going to be able to get a bonus if you give them a review and you mention their name. And so I think that so we have inside the Power Pack, inside Copat, we have it now where based upon after a meeting, the customer does get a response or a text messages asking for a review. And there are a segment of people, and I used to fall in this camp, that say, hey, I don't want to ask for a review because what if they think that I'm just expensive and they just leave a bad review how expensive I am. Those are the best reviews to get on Google because those are the ones that people read. It says, this person is horrible. They are so expensive. And then you can simply respond underneath them, Mr. Jones, we would love to be able to demonstrate why we are more expensive than our competition and be able to show our high level of service that we have for our customers. Because anyone else that reads that review realizes that the customer never actually did service with you. Like they can't even review your service. And it also preps and kind of like primes new customers to know that, hey, they aren't going to be the cheapest, but they do a great job. And so I'm going to ask for a review after estimates. I'm also going to ask for a review when I'm in person as an estimator. You can get one of those near frequency ID chips inside of like a card. You can buy them usually for like $25, $30, that if it just gets close to someone's phone, it pulls up your Google. You can also have a QR code. Very simple. Go to Canva or go to any QR generator, type in your URL for your Google reviews, and with a quick QR scan, a QR code scan, someone can start leaving a review for you. So I'm going to carry around those, and on the back of my business card, all of the team members that we have out in the field, they have business cards. On the back of it has a QR code, and they're going to be able to get Google reviews for themselves because they're going to get $50 every single time they get mentioned in a Google review. So they pull that bad boy out, and on one side has the customer, the company information, as well as their name, lawn technician. On the back, QR code to get 5-star reviews. They're going to get rewarded for it. And they just tell customers like, hey, I'm glad you're happy. We did the walkthrough. Let's go. Everyone's really happy with the service. Hey, by the way, pull out business card. Can you scan this and give me a 5-star review? If you do, I get $50 from the company. Also, when you set up the automations, text and email, going to the customer, I'm going to be telling them about that promotion for our crew. They do not care about your business, but they do care about the people that were on their property. And so if you're a solo operator like you are, doing a lot of the pools yourself, I'm going to say, hey, after the very first visit, I'm going to be asking for a review. But furthermore, I'm going to ask them like, hey, was your service satisfactory? And then how we do it is we just have a yes and a no, 2 big buttons in the email. If they click yes, it's going to go to Google review. If they click no, it goes in an internal Google form, and they fill out all of their information, and they can give us as much negativity as they want. So it's built into Copilot too, where you can just send them this survey, and if they do 4 stars or less, it's going to go to leaving information. If they do 5 stars, then you can have it trigger a text message to ask them to leave a review, or an email to ask them for a review on Google. Because if they leave it 1 star, you don't be like, thank you for your review, leave it on Google. You're like, no, please don't do that. So we make it sure it's like the survey goes out, and you can do this on a 30, 60, 90-day basis. We usually do 90 days so we don't bother customers. 90 days, hey, here's a survey. Was our service satisfactory at 5 stars? If they click 5 stars, boom, thank you very much. We immediately text them a review link. And that's automated. And if it's 4 stars or less, they have a box they can fill in their information, get really, really mad, think that they're leaving a negative review, and click submit, and that'll come internally to us. Next call is coming from, I think, Jackson, Mississippi. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
What's going on, Mike? I'm a big fan. I'm out here knocking out some door hangers.
Let's go.
And I had a quick question.
Go for it.
So we started our business in the city that we live in. But then it's about 20 minutes from a very affluent suburb of Jackson. And we're already like number 1 on Google search in our city, like far and above. I think we have 60 reviews and the next person has like 9. But we're not showing up at all in the other affluent part. And so what are some ways other than like geotagging photos, or how can we show up on search when we don't have a physical location and we don't have near as many reviews up there as we do in the city that we're in?
Yeah, so like if you're going to go extreme, I would try to figure out how to get a Google business listing. I'm going to drop you, and just because there's some background noise, I would be looking at trying at the most extreme level is getting another Google listing inside of the new market. Time and time again, getting a address verified in your market is going to lead to better SEO, ranking better, your Google listing ranking better. And so even if you have a whole bunch of reviews, if you're 30 miles away, if you're 20 miles away from your target market, you're going to show up less. And Google is inherently built to be able to track the location of the device that is searching and be able to give it proximity to that device. And so in the perfect world, I not only have a service area on my Google listing of that serves that market, I'm also making sure I have an address inside that area. If you have an address that's verified that is a physical spot, that is most ideal. Then I show up on Google Maps. And Google Maps is directly now tied into Google Listing. It used to be totally separate with Google My Business. Now it's totally integrated with Google Maps and Google Listings. And so you're really wanting to show up on the map with a physical address that has been verified by Google in that new market. That's like the creme de la creme. Like you want that if possible. There are other little things like you mentioned. You can geotag photos. You can on your website make sure you have an actual page that's for that city name. You could put in your title of your header, the header of your website. Put the actual name of that city. So it probably says like, your company name dash lawn care in whatever. Do that in not just like on the header, which it would be like the text on the website that people see. Also in the actual metadata of the title of that page, I'm going to be putting the city names that I'm also trying to break into. So there's a whole bunch of this. I would talk to ChatGPT and I would be like, hey, what can I do to do this? But that would be the few that I would immediately know are going to make a big impact. Get a Google listing with a physical address verified inside that market. Secondly, I would be looking very much at your title of your website, the title of the pages, the metadata, and making sure that those city names that you're trying to market are actually in there. So you can also feel free, if you go to, if you're in lawn care, do lawncarewebdesign.com/call. If you're in any other industry in home services, do homeservicewebdesign.com/call. 15 minutes, it's completely free with our team, and we'll just talk you through your site and like give you like real good feedback. Also, I will be doing website reviews later today, and I will be able to analyze any sites and give more direct feedback. Next caller is coming in. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming in.
Hey, Mike, this is Alfredo from Noah Sprinklers. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear it's a little bit loud, but go ahead.
Awesome. Hey, so we switched over to the Copilot CRM, and we're doing a few things completely different. We're basically switching over from paper, like that one guy on your turnaround did, to software.
Okay.
And one of those things that we're struggling with is the QuickBooks integration and billing and the Copilot CRM going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, because the office lady spends days, and she's the wife of the owner, and so she spends nights in the office trying to figure out the best way for QuickBooks or to do invoicing
Mm-hmm.
and to do the CRM side. And I was wondering, how is it that you do it, and is it easier to separate them two and just do what is the most efficient way for us to do that, the financial way?
Yeah, a lot of times I see when people are switching from paper and pen essentially and coming over to software, they're using something to bill out, and usually it's QuickBooks because they already have that for their accounting. And in my opinion, and I actually have a warning now when people are trying to hook up QuickBooks of like what I recommend. And so I'll come back to that. First off, I would say right now we have a two-way sync. It's much more complicated than a one-way sync. We're moving away from the two-way sync and going to the one-way sync. And we're doing that because right now it's frustrating whenever there's a problem, QuickBooks points at us and we point at them. And this is happening in a whole bunch of different softwares, and everyone's switching to one-way syncs with QuickBooks because of this problem. And so we are doing that. And at that time, I would probably recommend the QuickBooks sync more. Right now, and even then, I will not connect my QuickBooks. And the reason is this. The only real reason I see connecting QuickBooks to your CRM is the ability to see payments that come in from your payment processor split up based upon which invoice or customer it's coming from. Here's the thing. I can also just go into my software and see that and run a report. And so the main reason why you would want to see a payment split up into different invoices, because like, for example, Stripe drops in daily. It could be like a $5,000 comes into QuickBooks. Well, that could be 3 or 4 invoices that were paid. And if you sync it, then yes, you will see the different invoice amounts in QuickBooks and all be split up beautifully. The thing is this, like you said, people spend days when they're trying to figure something out, they're trying to connect something, or there's a duplicate of an invoice or a payment. It gets super frustrating. When I know the main reason I want that, the main reason what I'm actually trying to solve there is I'm trying to make sure that I know where revenue is coming from based upon the service, based upon the zip code, based upon the customer. I can do all of that as a report inside of Copilot. So like when I run my taxes, I give them my P&L from QuickBooks, and underneath there is one line item that says sales income or service income, however you want to phrase it in the line item. And then I can just run a report and also give that report, if need be, based on the services that were given, the customers, zip codes for sales tax. I can just run those reports inside Copilot. So I don't recommend connecting, and I've held that approach before we started Copilot and just other softwares in general.
Okay, I thought that was like 6 before that, and that's why we connected. But now, and we just disconnected the other day, and now she's trying to figure out, okay, what can we do? What should we do? So I'll let her know that we did make that right decision. And another question, is it all right if I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're in the summer, and stuff is starting to kind of slow down, and we're a sprinkler business, and I'm kind of stuck in the two options where I can focus on the website, because we don't have a website at all. I can focus on making a website and going that route and spending time on there, or I can go out and send through text messages some offers or promotions to try to get some work. Would you recommend focusing on the website first before we start doing any marketing or putting money into marketing?
Yeah, I would definitely not work on marketing and spending money on ads before the website is done. I will also say the lowest hanging fruit is contacting your existing customers. And so how many people are inside of Copilot? Like do you import? How many people like the contacts? Do you think it's like 500 or what?
1,400.
Yeah. So like, I don't know if they download the Power Pack with all the templates and stuff, but like definitely would recommend creating a calendar. So every single month you have an offer you're going to send out via text and email to all the customers. And so I would highly recommend that. And I would do that first, because that should be able to get done in a day. Like if you guys put your head together and be like, hey, what are the text? What's the email going to say? What offer based upon the time of year? Would it be backflow? Would it be turning on? Would it be turning off? Would it be fixes and repairs? Would it be adjustments? You're going to think about like, when do people usually call us for these things? And we're going to put them throughout a 12-month calendar. I would do that first. I think that like it takes a day, maybe 2 to create these.
The website or anything?
Go ahead.
Before the website, before making a website, or?
Yes, because it's the lowest hanging fruit. Like if you text all of your customers tomorrow and pitched a specific service that you know is important this time of year, I guarantee you out of 1,400 people, you would probably at least 10 to 20 estimates. And so if you just simply look at the cost per lead that you're spending now, if you went and paid on Facebook or on Google, you probably made $2,000 just by sending that text message out. And that's a cost of leads, let alone have 10 or 20 jobs. You might make 5 or 10 grand if those convert. And so that's low hanging fruit. I think it can literally be done this week. So if I was you, I'd be like, hey, first week of June, we're going to focus on creating text and email templates that we send out on a monthly basis, and we're going to schedule it. It's going to go on the calendar, make it to do or a reminder inside of Copilot that, hey, this is the day that we send out this month's message. Boom. We're going to schedule that. You can absolutely do that this week. Next week, I'm going to focus on the website. I'm going to go from top to bottom. There's several videos I've made where I analyze. I'm going to be analyzing more today. Feel free to go through those. Feel free to book a free call with our guys, or even just look at some of our pages for inspiration and just focus on it like for a week. So I truly believe in 2 weeks, you might be ready to do ads if you need it. I happen to believe in week 1, once you do create an upsell and you have all the templates for texting and emailing your customers, you might be so far booked out. You're like, all right, we're not going to be marketing. And that's the ideal situation.
Okay, that works. And would you recommend how far in between those emails or those blasts do you recommend waiting in between?
Yeah, I usually try to do it less than, or like no more than once a month. Usually when we start doing it on a weekly basis, people start to block us, or, opt out of text messages, for example. But usually once a month is just fine. All right, we are moving on because it is now past 7:30 a.m. Let's move on to the next segment of this show, which is going to be, we're going to do a lecture on cash flow. All right, so thank you everyone for the call in. We will come back to that after the lecture on cash flow. We will come back to the call in, and we're going to do some walking because I've been sitting here for an hour and a half already. I'm going to be walking on this treadmill, and it's going to be an absolute blast. But first, we're going to talk about cash flow. So let me go ahead and put me back to here. And now I'm going to pull up my notes. I got a couple notes on cash flow. We got 5 ways to fix cash flow. Okay, in my opinion, there are 3 major segments of a business. Ultimately, we look at home services. We have to get the work, we have to do the work, and then we have to get paid for the work. So I think of this as sales, operations, and admin. Sales, get the work. Operations, do the work. And number 3, admin, get paid for the work. Admin does other stuff too, like payroll. They grease the gears of the business doing its job. But ultimately, admin is responsible to get paid for the work. And for some reason, some of us do a really decent job of getting the work. We do good at sales, we do marketing, we do advertising, and most of the calls today already have been about sales. And a lot of us, the vast majority of us, because otherwise you wouldn't be in business, do a really good job at operations. We do high quality work. Customers are happy. We do good customer service. Let's go. And most of us really, really stink at the third one, which is getting paid for the work. It just so happens that the reason you got into business, though, is to get paid and make more money. And yet, you would think that we are simply running an advertising campaign, running an advertising agency that gives away free work. Because so many home service business owners do exactly that. We spend gobs of money on getting more leads, and then we spend tons of time, blood, sweat, and tears managing team members, managing customers' expectations to do the work. And then for some reason, after the work is done, the job is completed, the walkthrough is completed, we just don't care about getting paid. It boggles my mind. I guess it'll be last month. Last month, I went to a business that is roofing. And you're going to see this on the Turnaround Show, so I can say their name. It's Good Hands Roofing. The best people ever. Best people, best family. I love them to death. They had a business that did $1.6 million in revenue last year doing roofing. This is the problem. $278,000 was owed to them. $278,000 on a $1.6 million business is about 15% of revenue was outstanding. You know what's crazy? Is that was all of their profit. And if they would just have collected on everything that was currently owed to them, they would have probably felt really good. But when there's no money in the bank account, the reason being we haven't collected on the work we have already finished. Customers owe you money. And the bottom line is this: a fast-growing, profitable home service business can go bankrupt. A profitable, fast-growing business can go bankrupt because they did not collect on the money fast enough. All right, here, I'll actually draw this out. All right, let me make this a marker. I'm going to draw this out. Let's see here. Let's go bigger on the marker situation. Okay, very good. Boom. Okay, here's how I like to think about it. And you'll see this in the turnaround coming out in a few weeks. Okay. This is 0. This line. I think you guys can see this 1 second. Okay, this is 0, all right? When the job starts out, let's say Good Hands Roofing was expecting a 20% deposit, okay? So they actually were above 0. Immediately someone gave you 20% of the job, let's go. But then they have to go buy materials. Then they have to start the job, have to pay for all the workers. And then let's hope and pray the customer pays the rest of the job 80% afterwards. And if they did that, then we'd be profitable. Here's the problem. If you don't collect payment for 80% of the job, you are floating a huge amount of cost of goods sold, which is your materials, your direct labor, and your subcontractors. And we talk about all of this in cure number 1 of the book. You got to know your cost of goods sold to be able to know whether or not cure 1 will work for you, which is shutdown mode. That being said, at Good Hands Roofing, they were collecting 20% up front, and $278,000 was owed to them on a $1.6 million business. And so the thing is this. The reason that a fast-growing home service business that is profitable, like they are profitable. Over here, once they get paid, they are profitable. Healthy profits, by the way. But if you start stacking more and more and more jobs, and you're growing and getting bigger jobs, more jobs, this gap, if it starts taking 30, 60, 90 days to collect on money, will catch up with you. And that is what leads to a lot of people getting into credit card debt, into lines of credit, and they're essentially floating their cash flow because they are in the red. There are jobs where there are actually points in time throughout the entire job where they're losing money. And many times it's after a day or two after the estimate is accepted and the materials have been ordered. So you get 20% down. Great, we're on the schedule. You are floating that job. Like you are in the red. By the time you pay for the materials, your employees get paid, all your contractors get paid, everything gets paid. And then 6 weeks later, they pay you. You are in the red for 6 weeks. In the red. You're like, well, I'm profitable at the end of the job. We're 15, 20% profit. We're doing good. You are in the red. You are negative cash flow on that job for 6 weeks. So if you stack enough jobs on, and as you grow, this gets more and more painful because you're in the red more often. So let's talk today about the 5 ways to fix the cash flow problem if this is a problem in your business. Now, let's run some math. Okay. Now, 1 second. I think I can show you my remarkable. Give me 1 second. This will take me about, I would say 1 minute to figure out, but it'll be better than me sticking this thing up in your face on the screen. I'll just show it on the screen. If I open this up and then open this up, oh no, I might not be connected to this Wi-Fi. Give me 1 second. We're working on it. Can I share, present with screen share? Connect to app. Let's see if this works. All right. Loading. Okay, so what I'm going to show you now is how mathematically this makes no sense. Ah, beautiful. Look at that. Allow. Now I should be able to see that there, and now I should be able to share this with you all. Maybe I'll move this over, and then I'll share my screen. All right, I'm going to share my remarkable. We froze. What happened? Oh, no. 1 second. Up. Oh. All right, 1 second. We are switching over to this one. Yeah, there we go. Okay, sorry, folks. The camera burnt out. Okay, so I'll have to turn it back off. I'll turn it off, and then I'll turn it back on. But for now, let me go ahead and share my screen for this one. Let me make sure my audio is half decent. Okay, good. Present. Okay, here we go. And now I need this one here. Okay. Okay, we are learning. We're learning. Screen share. All right, we're in business. Boom. I'm going to move this over to right here. Okay, so here's how this works. If we have a business, on a monthly basis that is doing $300,000 in revenue. And let's assume a 15% profit margin. Okay, so 15% profit. Okay, I'm showing here how a profitable, fast-growing business can still go bankrupt. All right, so that means that on a monthly basis, we have $45,000 of profit. Very good. You're like, man, this is a great business. Okay. Our expenses on this business are going to be $255,000. Very good. Now, here's the problem. When we look at this revenue, the problem is that we have 200,000 of it we've collected. And 100,000 of it is still in accounts receivable. In other words, people owe us money. Now, here's the problem in this example is I have collected $200,000 in my cash flow, so $200,000 in. But unfortunately, I still have $255,000 out. out. So what is the net of this? Negative $55,000. My cash balance in my bank account has gone down by $55,000, even though most people would say they are profitable, because you're looking at accrual, which means I earn the money and therefore I am profitable. But if you don't collect on the money and your accrual accounting, i.e. when I earn the money, does not match up with when I collect on the money, my cash accounting, then I could literally have a negative cash balance in my bank account, even though I have a profitable business. And so just doing the work alone is not sufficient. We need to actually think about collecting on the money. And so I'm going to go over 5 different ways to prevent this problem from happening. All right, so let me go ahead and switch back. Remove this bad boy. Switch back to full screen. And let's talk about these 5 different ways. Okay. Now, the Band-Aid, by the way, the Band-Aid fix is to get a line of credit for about $100,000 that I can tap into for $55,000, because I do know that I will eventually be profitable, but I've got to float the $55,000. And that's why many people go into credit card debt. That's why many people will go into lines of credit. And that's very risky, because if all of a sudden you get more and more of those jobs and that $100,000 line of credit doesn't work, because now I doubled the business. And guess what? Now I need $150,000. Now I need $200,000. Now I need more credit cards. And then guess what? When those are maxed out, when you're waiting for a massive project to pay, that's usually when you get a car accident, you get a lawsuit, you get a workers' comp claim. That's when crazy stuff happens. And if you're not ready for it and you don't have any money in the bank because you have all these jobs that are profitable on paper once they're finished, but in the meantime, they're negative cash flow, we have a problem. And so again, the Band-Aid fix is to go out and bridge the gap via a loan, via credit cards, via lines of credit. And this is what boggles my mind. People are like, I'm not going to pay 1% if I get for an ACH, or I'm not going to pay 3% for credit cards. But yet they're willing, for some crazy reason, to pay 10, 15, 20% on a line of credit or on a credit card. And yet they're not willing to pay 1 to 3% for ACH or credit cards to just charge them and get the money immediately. Boggles my mind. It is crazy to me. I have talked to people before that are using lines of credit and paying on their credit cards minimum payments and paying 15 to 20% on interest. And yet they're afraid of paying 1 to 3% to a credit card processing company so they can get the money immediately. Like, I'm not going to wait for the check. I'm going to go pick up the check. But they're not here. Customers on vacation for a few weeks, so I'll get it in a few weeks. I want the money right now. Once the work is getting completed, the job is due. The money is due. I want the money right away. Any time after the job is elapsed, after I have paid my employees, paid for the material, and it's all on the job site and it's finished, I want to be paid immediately. All right, 5 ways to be able to fix the cash flow problem, because I want to collect my money as soon as possible. The bottom line is this. This is why some people get very rich, and why, unfortunately, poor people stay poor, is they don't understand this one fact. I want to collect money as fast as possible. I want to pay it out as slow as possible. There are, when you get like a CFO and you get people controlling the finance of the business, their job is literally to do one thing: pay bills as slow as possible. This is why your commercial jobs don't take so long to pay, because they know this. And they have people in place to make sure instead of paying you immediately, they pay you in 30, 60, or 90 days. Because they know if they can extend the terms and have a period of time where they don't pay you for 60, 90 days, they get to keep that money. And if they can at the same time collect as fast as possible, they actually have a negative situation, a different situation. They're able to collect money before they even have any cost of goods sold going out. Because they collect money fast and they're slow, the money goes out slow. And that's all you want. You never want to pay a bill faster, and you never want to be paid further down the road. Never. From a cash flow perspective, I want money fast, and I want to pay my bills slow. Okay? So let's go over these 5 different ways to fix your cash flow. And these are the things you're going to see in the turnaround with Good Hands Roofing. And we will find out very shortly whether or not they turn things around. But let's go ahead and talk about these 5 things. Number 1, on your estimate, you can change the payment terms. Now, for some reason, in this industry, we are in love with 30-day terms. Net 30. If you pay us within 30 days, then you're good to go. After 30 days, then you're overdue. I don't know why we are okay with that. I think that is crazy. The fact that I am going to do a job and in 30 days later, they're going to write me a check and then it's going to get to my house in 3 or 4 days. And then maybe the week after, I'm going to take it to the bank and actually get it in my bank account. It could be 5-6 weeks before I actually get paid and the job has been completed. And I've already paid my employees. I've bought the materials. All the cost of goods have been dumped on that property. Why in the world? I am going to make it due upon receipt. At the very worst, maybe 7 days I will give them. And we'll talk about why, because I'm not going to accept check. I'm going to require them to have cards on file, which we'll talk about in a moment. So there's no reason for them to have 30 days. I got to give them time. No, I'm going to make sure I get paid as soon as possible. And that is going to include estimate terms and payment terms are not net 30. I don't know why in this industry we think it's normal to have net 30. Why would you let someone pay you 2 pay periods after you've paid all the employees to do the work on their property? You're in negative cash flow on that job. Let that sink in for a moment. The fact that on April 1st, you did their property, you billed them later that week, and now middle of May, they're paying you. You have paid all of the wages out for that job, you've bought all the materials, and we are in the red. Make your payment terms due upon receipt, which is when the job is done and I send you this invoice, it's overdue. And the reason it's overdue is because you should have a card on file. You should have a bank account on file, which we will get to. But number one, we got to change the payment terms. Even if you don't even charge fees. Like inside of Copilot, you can have it where fees start to accrue automatically after 30 days, 15 days, or whatever you want to do. You can do automatic fees getting added. You can do that. But even if you don't, at least just change the payment terms on the estimate that say it's due upon receipt and a credit card isn't required. All right. Number 2, deposit thresholds. Okay. Another thing that we talked about at Good Hands Roofing was get 50% down. I don't know, like kind of industry standard, do 20%. Look, the customer has not changed their roof in the past. They have not gone and realized that it is industry standard to get only 20% or 25%. Get 50%. Give them a discount if needs be. I need all of my cost of goods sold covered with the deposit. And the vast majority of home service businesses, if they're running a solid business, can cover your cost of goods sold if you collect 50% before the job starts. So that way, back to our little example here. Boom. Back to our example here. What I'm trying to do here by getting 50% down, I'm trying to go like this. Get a bigger deposit so that as the job gets paid out, I don't have as much of a negative cash flow. Because I got more. Right. More of a deposit. So, in my opinion, at least 50%. If I get 50%, I know I'm usually going to be able to cover my cost of goods sold, which is my direct labor, the materials on that job site. All right. Number 3, pay in full. Okay, so this is something that I talked about with Good Hands Roofing. It's like, hey, look, we're taking 20%. That's fine. I would rather 50% on deposits. But I said, in the best case scenario, they would pay the entire estimate up front. And you might think, that's crazy. There's no way that will work. No, it does work. For about 10 to 15% of your customers, if you give them the option to pay the entire estimate in full, they will do so. Say, why in the world would a customer pay in full when I'm also giving them the option to be able to pay a deposit? Here's why. Because they trust you. You've done work for them in the past. They know, like, and trust you. You've done service for them for years, and they just don't want to be bothered with a secondary invoice that they can deal with later. So what do? They just pay the whole invoice up front on the estimate instead of the deposit. So here, I'll actually just show you real quick. Give me one moment. Let's see if I can screenshot this, and I'll just share this with you. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to screenshot these, and hopefully I can show them to you. I think this will work. Okay, so here's this one. So this is what we have at Copilot. And the reason I know it's 10 to 15% because we can see the numbers. People that simply toggle this on, and I'm going to show it to you in a second, 10 to 15% of their customers are going to, and I think we're going to increase this as time goes on. We refine a couple things. Let me share this screen. Pull this one here. Window. There you go. Okay. This is the screenshot. So you can see here, when it's asking for the deposit, it's just simply also saying, hey, would you just want to have the estimate total? So instead of 50% down, I am going to be asking for the estimate total. It's just there. Anytime that we're asking for a deposit, we're also asking for pay in full. And some people will do it. And why in the world would I not want the money sooner? Because remember, the whole goal is to be able to collect money as fast as possible and have it paid out as slow as possible. And Good Hands Roofing is great people. They're fantastic. And he was concerned by the fact that, hey, I'm robbing Peter to pay Paul because I could technically start taking the money from this first job that I got for 100% down and pay in full and start applying to a different job. Yes, you could do that. And that's a completely different problem. That's an accounting function. That's a totally different problem. But ultimately, there's never a reason why I do not want to accept money sooner and pay bills slower. And so if someone gives you the ability to pay in full, I want that money. That money means something to me. And I even told him, hey, on a $30,000 job, I'm willing to give up 5%. I'm willing to give the customer a discount if they pay me today, because if they're on the schedule for 2 months from now, and then I know on average 6 to 8 weeks is what goes by before people pay me in full, I'm talking about having that money for 2 or 3 months before I otherwise would if they just pay the whole job up front. So even if you have to give a discount for pay in full, I'd recommend it. But when we just literally, I just showed you, just show estimates with a deposit, and we have inside Copilot, like over a certain dollar amount, hey, here's the deposit, and you can customize all that. Here, I'll actually just show it to you. It'll take me 2 seconds. I will screenshot this for you as well. Wasn't planning on this. Let me show you. Can I make this bigger? Okay, here we go. So this is what the settings look like. So it's super easy to change. And that is just like from the estimate settings, you're able to, whoops. Michael, don't mess stuff up. This is not the time to mess stuff up, Michael. Okay, here we go. Put the screenshot, boom, open it up. Beautiful. I'm going to delete this one out. And then I'll show you. This is what it looks like in the settings. Present. Share screen. I'm just giving you this idea. Even if you don't use Copilot, you can apply this in your business. You just have to do it probably with some emails or text messages. Like this is how we have it set up inside Copilot. So in your estimate settings, you set your estimate threshold right here. So, hey, anything over $100, I'm requiring 50% percentage. So you could change this to like $1,000. You could change this to a dollar amount or 20%, whatever you wanted. But this is, you just toggle this one little button right here. Oops, you can't see it. One second. Whoa, someone gave me $4.99. Whoa. We're out here getting rich. Okay, 1 second. There. That little toggle right there is going to give you 10 to 15% of your customers will just pay the whole thing up front. I believe we can get that to 20% as time goes on. We refine the user interface. I do believe that. Also, as you have more and more customers that have been with you for a long time and they already know, like, and trust you, this number will also go up. And all it is a little toggle that when they're paying the deposit, it's like, hey, we just want to pay this whole thing up front. You're like, why in the world would they do that? Because they don't want to have to deal with another invoice getting paid down the road. They're busy. These are working professionals. These are people that have 3-4 houses. They don't want to deal with another invoice. They already know you're going to do a great job. They'll pay the whole thing up front. All right, so that's how the settings work. Anytime a deposit threshold is hit, it's going to give them the option to pay in full. You can toggle it on and off. All right, that was... number 3? So the third way to be able to fix our cash flow problems is pay in full. The fourth one is credit card and ACH on file. This ties back to the first way to be able to fix the issue, and that is not having net 30 and then requiring everything is paid like immediately. Due upon receipt, which means when the work is done, the job is now ready to be paid, and the moment after the job is not paid and is completed, it is overdue, due upon receipt. And the reason you can have that as your payment terms is because you require a credit card or an ACH to be on file before the customer even accepts the estimate. And so, like, we built this in Copilot because it's super valuable to us, because here's the challenging part. Like, if you don't have where they have to have a card on file before the estimate accepted, if you allow them to accept the estimate, then you've got to go like follow up with them to get a credit card, or follow up with them to get ACH on file. And that first email you're giving back to them is now like, can you give us money? That goes to spam a lot of times. Also very difficult, and it's another step I have to get them to contact me back. And for us, like, I am not doing service if you don't have payment information on file, which means they could, in the past, accept the estimate, and then I'd have the job coming up like, oh man, I got it. Like, Got to make sure, and I have to go back and I have to like send them a message like, hey, we can't do your job unless you get this credit card information on file. Awkward, weird, strange. Or you risk doing the job and then them not paying you. And so what we built inside of Copilot is like, before they even accept the estimate, it's very easy in the workflow. They have to put a card information on file or ACH on file, but that has to be done before the estimate is accepted. That means when the estimate gets accepted, I know without a shadow of doubt that I can get the job on the schedule and have payment information on file so that I am able to have due upon receipt. Because if you have due upon receipt without card information on file, without ACH information on file to be able to charge immediately, that means that customers are going to get their invoice at the end of the job and it's going to say overdue. And then you'll get some mad customers. So what I recommend is before the estimate is even accepted, when they're paying the deposit, capture that information, goes on their profile, and at the end of the job, you charge that card. You charge that ACH. And by doing that, you will not have net 30. Net 30 is like a curse to this industry, and for some reason it's become standard, and I hate it. Number 5, fifth way to fix cash flow is automations. I'm going to have text, email, and calls, and I am going to make sure that I collect on my money. All right. Do I have this? Here, give me 1 second. I didn't plan on all this. Give me one moment. I can actually show you what our follow-up process is that we made inside the Power Pack of Copilot. I actually show you exactly what it is, and you can use it in any other software if you'd like. Give me one moment, and I will pull it up. All right. Boom. Boom. Stop screen. Share screen. And we're going to this one. Okay. So we were talking about bundles before and text messages, but now I'm going to go to automations. They say do not do live demos ever. Okay, so we're going to go sequence automations. Let's see here. We're going to do show me the money, right? We're not going to name this something boring. It's in the Power Pack. So again, you can get all of this. It's completely free inside of Copilot once you sign up. And this is our sequence. So if they're 2 days overdue, they're getting a text message. If they're 3 days overdue, I'm going to email the customer. If they're 7 days overdue, I'm going to email the customer again. If it's 10 days, I'm going to text the customer again. Then I'm going to email the customer. Then I'm going to text the customer. And then it gets a little hairy here. 14 days in, I'm emailing the company owner. That's coming to me and it's saying this person needs to go to collections and you need to call them. And then I'm going to text the company owner again. If they don't respond, and tell them, cancel service, get this person off our list. We're out of here. So we're going to click edit here. And you can customize all of these, by the way. You can see exactly here. So, for example, if a trigger invoice is sent, boom, 2 days after, we're following up. I got to get paid. I want to get paid immediately. And by the way, we should never have this automation going out because we have credit card information on file and we have ACH on file. But in the event that something crazy happened, like that credit card expired or something crazy, this is what's going to happen. It's going to clean up after the mess. So 2 days after, texting the customer. 3 days after, emailing the customer. 7 days. You're like, why are you doing it so quickly? Because if you don't get payment collected within 30 days, if you don't get collected within 14 days, the likelihood just continues to drop whether or not you're actually going to get paid. And so I highly recommend, same thing with estimate follow-up, we'll talk about this later, I would recommend stacking as many of your communication in the first 7 to 10 days. There's a precipitous drop in the likelihood that people will pay. If they haven't paid within 14 days, the likelihood of them paying at all is much lower. So collect the money as soon as possible, text, email, and phone calls. The email, here down here, the company owner here, you can see, this is the email template. So I could go check out the email template. Invoice follow-up, let's check that out real quick. Invoice follow-up, Number 4, here's the internal one. Here's what it's going to look like. Overdue invoice. You can click on it directly because this is going to come to me. I'm going to be able to see, whoops. I gotta go back to Safari. I have like 50 tabs open here. Okay. Overdue invoice for this certain customer. This is their invoice. So I can click on it immediately and make sure that the services are stopped at their property. Go to the client's house in person with a printed copy of the invoice. You can contact an online or local credit collections agency and send the invoice to them. So hopefully we don't get here. We should never get here because we have all the other things in place. And to fix our cash flow, because I'm not going to become a bank. You are not a bank. And if you're not charging interest, if you're not charging, like, by the way, we also have that inside of Copilot, if they're overdue, they're getting fees charged. Because, if you're going to take money from me in the form of, like, we don't count it as taking money, but they are absolutely taking your money. They are taking your money in the form and fashion of labor and materials. And you have paid that out and you have done the work. Why in the world do we not get paid? And why don't we get paid fast? Because a fast-growing, profitable business can go out of business and become bankrupt. Okay, so these are the 5 ways to fix your cash flow. Number 1, we are going to change the payment terms on our estimate. No more than that 30. That's stupid. Get card information on file, etc., so you can immediately charge their card. And if it doesn't go through, it's now overdue. And fees can start to accrue. Look at your local state laws. Make sure what fees are allowed. But I'm charging fees. Number 2, deposit thresholds. So if they're over a certain dollar amount, I'm going to be taking a deposit up front. The more, the better. Number 3, pay in full. I'm going to give the option for the customer to pay in full prior to the job even starting. Number 4, I'm going to have credit card and ACH on file required before the estimate is accepted. And number 5, I'm going to have automations to clean up the mess if anything slips through the cracks via text, emails, phone calls, in person, and anything short of harassment because they owe me money. And I'm not going to wait around for it. All right? Okay. That was very good. Now, we are 3 minutes overdue. 1 second. 1 second. Where are we at? Where are we at today? It is, what's the time? Okay, let me see here. Is it time for food? Let me see. At some point, I'm going to get fed today. It's going to be great. Let's see here. Boom. Okay, this is way ahead of schedule. We're way back here. Okay, we are doing a call-in, and I'm going to start walking. All right, so I'm going to start walking. My camera turned off, so I'm going to see if I can turn that back on. Oh, no, I got another camera. 1 second. We got backups, folks. 1 second. I'm going to move this thing up, and then I'm going to switch over to this camera. So right now, we're going to do the call-in and walk, and then after this, I'm going to do num-nums. When we get to num-nums, we have lunch. I am going to be in the chat. But in the meantime, I have this fancy-dancy thing. We're going to swap over to this camera. Oh, it's back on. Look at that. Okay. Well, not that camera. This camera. Okay. Why is it all choppy like that? Oh, there we go. Much better. Okay. Boom. Now we're in business. Make sure I don't break anything. Okay. I think that's good. Okay, folks. Let me move this up a little bit. Very good. All right. I think everything should be okay for me to start walking. This is the first one. You got to make sure. I don't think I've ever walked on a live stream. Maybe I have. All right, so we're going to start the treadmill. We're going to walk, I don't know how many miles a day. And then after this, we are going to do, we're going to have lunch, which I'm looking forward to. Okay, there are 2 people in the call queue. We're going to get to you in just a moment. All right, we are now getting the walking treadmill up and running, and we are in business. All right. So let's go ahead and do the call-in show. I am going to swap back to my main screen and put the phone number up on the screen. Give me 1 moment. Boom. Very good. And as a reminder for everyone, the whole reason for today is because the Off-Season book is now live on Amazon and on Amazon. Audible. Audible is the audio version of Audible. There you go. So if you want to go check it out, please do so. It is now live. And today, our goal is to get to 100 Amazon reviews. Why do we need 100 Amazon reviews? Because that is the number of views Michael needs in order to convince Brianna to let him have a cold plunge in their house. So help a guy out and leave an Amazon review. All right? That's the goal of today is 100 Amazon reviews. And if we can get there by Wednesday, because it can sometimes take a day for the reviews to stick. I have found this. So I will let it go till Wednesday, but I need reviews. Folks, if I bring any value, if you like seeing this guinea pig out here running on this hamster wheel, literally running on this hamster wheel and doing all this thing, the only thing I ask, you don't even need to buy the book. I just ask for an Amazon review. That is the toll, the tariff, and the tax that we are charging today. Now, let's go ahead and get this party on the road. We're going to have some call-in show. Oh, look at that. Look at that symmetry. If someone comments right now, you will see it right here. I really appreciate everyone's comments. Christian, welcome. My man, let's go. Oh, no, my mom's in here. Uh-oh. The black in picture looks crooked. Get that beautiful wash. No, look how straight that is, Mom. Check that out. Let's go. Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. We're going to get a caller in here. Next caller is from Statesboro, Georgia. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Can you hear me? Oh, hello. Hello. Testing. He's been waiting for 18 minutes, so probably started doing work. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me? Hello. I'm here. Are you still here? Hello? Check 1, 2.
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. That's not good. Okay, well, sorry about that. Let's see here. I will put the phone number on the screen. Boom. Okay, so if you would like to call in before we have lunch, here's the number. 361-733-3332 if you'd like to call in. I think this person was able to come back in. Here, 1 second. All right, let's try that again. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Fantastic. Let's rock and roll. Oh, you can't hear me. I can't hear you. I hear your truck.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello. Okay, I think I'm going to have to drop you. Okay. All right. This person's already called in, but let's go ahead and come back in. All right. Welcome back to the show. Thanks for coming on.
Hello, Mike.
Hey,
I don't think I can hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me? Uh-oh. People can't hear me. It's my fault. Uh-oh. Folks, what are we doing?
Hello?
Okay, 1 second. This is my fault. Give me one moment. I don't know why it's my fault, though. Why is it going? That's connected to here.
Hello, Mike.
Yeah, give me a second. Okay,
It's
they
still
can...
mute on your side.
Why am I muted? Give me a second. Why is it muted?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Check 1, 2. Man, it looks good on my side. Check 1, 2. Why are the callers not able to hear me? Let me diagnose this. This looks fine. That looks fine. Why can they not hear me? Okay, I'm going to call this person back again, and it will probably do the exact same thing, though. This is connected to Wi-Fi. 1 second, everybody. Give us a moment here. We have technical difficulties. I'm connected. That should be fine. My audio is set up there. That's coming through there. Very weird. Okay. Very, very strange. I don't know why it's happening. Okay, we're gonna try one more time. Let's try this again. Okay, let's try. Can you hear me now? Let's hope and pray. I don't know why.
Hey.
Can you hear me? No, he can't.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't think you can hear me. Man. Michael, what did you do wrong? Everything was going so smoothly. Let me think. This is up. They should be able to hear me through there. It's when I switch cameras. I think that's what happened. Okay, folks. We're out here struggling. Okay, audio, mic. That's fine. That's fine too. Something to do with switching cameras. Yeah, I agree. I think it has something to do with switching the cameras. I don't know why that would affect it, though. Because everyone else can hear me on the stream, and that's connected to my radio signal. Oh, folks, what are we doing? Audio, microphone, that's set up fine. It looks exactly the same. I have no idea why that's the case. Okay, we will fix it during lunch. So we're going to fix that during lunch. So to those in the call queue, I apologize. I'm very sorry. I have no idea why that's happening. I will probably end the show on the call-in studio and reconnect it after lunch. For now, I'm going to focus on the chat. So I do apologize to everyone in the call queue. I will get to you, I promise. But for some reason, you all cannot hear me when you come on, and that is not good. So I will probably have to reboot that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to be in the chat. So if you have questions, let's go ahead and do this in the chat. Switch the other camera for a test. That is a genius idea. Okay, let's try that. Okay, switch back here. That's a great point. Let's switch here, and then I'm going to switch back to the old camera, which now isn't all messed up because I was walking on the treadmill. So let's try this again. We're going to try and see if that was the culprit. I don't know why I would do that because it's only audio in the video. But let's try it, all right? So there are a bunch of people still in here. I am going to take someone else again on the show. If they don't hear me, we're going to stick to the chat. All right. Next caller, can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me? I don't think you can. No.
Hello?
Yep, can't hear me. That's horrible. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. Okay, I'll have to call him back later. Okay, sorry about that. We are going to focus on chat for now, and then we will come back to the live callers momentarily. So let's switch back to my camera, and we're back. We're focused on the chat. Boom. Okay, sorry about that. Sorry to everyone that was in the call queue there. I had to kind of knock you all out. I'll have to knock you all out and reset it. But let's go ahead and focus on the chat. Yes, we switched. Thank you very much. Question for monthly text, even if you're fully booked, do you still send out just text reminders about your services? As an example, we are booked out months and we always get fresh leads, no problem. Well, then it's a function of, I would definitely be raising prices, because if you're having an abundance of leads, it means that if you raise prices and you lost customers or your close ratio came down, you could absolutely replace them with new higher paying customers. So assuming, yes, I am on a treadmill, Chris Adams. Yes, I am on a treadmill. But in terms of the monthly text, like, yeah, if you're booked out way a ton in the future, I'm probably not going to send out texts and emails trying to get more jobs. But it is a signal to me that I should be raising my prices so that I can send out those texts and emails and be able to have a higher profit margin. And even if you raise your price by 10, 15%, you're going to double your profitability by doing so. Let me take this down. For now, we are not doing the call-in show, simply because some reason the audio is not working. So I'm going to cancel out this show. So pardon everyone who's listening to this. You have to call back in after lunch. I'm going to drop the show, and we will come back in later today after lunch. I'm going to end the show. So sorry to everyone. It's going to hang up on you. And we will come back online once the call-in show software situation is working. Okay, confirm and end show. So sorry to everyone in the call queue, but we are answering questions in the chat. So yeah, back to this one. I would not be sending out texts and emails asking for a whole bunch of estimates if you're super far booked out. I would also say it's a signal to me I should be raising prices to decrease my close ratio, get rid of some customers so that I can get more customers in the future. You need an audio video tech on your live show. I'll fly up next time for free. Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate the sentiment. I already told Brandon I should have done this at the studio today so the media team could be there. But, I wouldn't have my walking treadmill. And this is a life and death situation. What legacy do you want your company to leave beyond profit and growth? Well, for Augusta, our goal is to change the level of professionalism in the landscape industry. For the media and for Copilot, our goal is to make home service business owners rich by telling them what to do next and why. So the longer term vision for Copilot that you'll see next year is taking all my content, the books, everything, and being able to actually see your data in live time and tell you what to do. So the same way that on the turnaround show, I go out one by one and help people, some people are afraid to get on the turnaround show. And I understand. And if you want to be on the turnaround show, it's completely free. MikeAndes.com/turnaround. I'll fly out there. However, I know a lot of people are afraid to get on camera. They're afraid to share how low their low moments are. And so that's why I wrote the book last year, The Turnaround, Total Business Turnaround. You can do it yourself. You can do the whole turnaround process yourself using this roadmap. But even still, most people won't take 4 hours and read a book or go through this process. And so my goal with Copilot is that down the road, we scale that even to a better perspective where the numbers like your close ratio and your efficiency score and your dollar per hour rate and all these other aspects of service area, everything, all the data we have in there being able to just tell you what to do next. And so even the things that we just talked about when it comes to cash flow, I can see if you're doing that or not inside your software. And so our goal is to be able to just tell you what, hey, here's your payment terms are messed up. You have all this accounts receivable because you're not collecting fast enough. And here's how you can do it. Click this button and we'll enforce these deposit thresholds and paid in full, et cetera. So that's the end goal for Copilot. Mike, you're a pioneer in our industry. I'm booked up 2 months worth of projects. How do I increase prices with already booked projects? Personally, I would not do that. It's more of a moral thing. If you're okay with that, go for it. But like, if someone's confirmed an estimate, paid a deposit, they're on the schedule, I personally am not going to raise their price. I am going to ensure that future estimates after have a higher price attached to it. That's just me personally, though. Hey, Mike, how do you grow and manage a $150K revenue business? Last year, we did $50,000 in revenue. So you're tripling. You're growing fast. Growth creates chaos. Growth sucks cash. But at a $150,000 business, it's probably you working with maybe one full-time employee. If you have like 2 or 3 employees, you probably aren't charging enough, or you're inefficient. One of those two things, because you want to be producing significantly more than $50,000 per employee. When a home service business starts creating $50,000 per employee, there's not enough margin to make any money. By the time they pay the employee, by the time they pay for admin and overhead, there's just no money. There's no meat on the bone. And so as long as it's just you working, like I've seen some solo operators do $250,000 in revenue. And what they do is they just keep raising their prices as they hit the capacity. They have a great website, produces a bunch of leads, and they just work that way. Question, for customers that do their own software and need to be invoiced, how do you do the 5 things that you just talked about? For example, one of my customers uses Service Channel for invoice. Yeah, personally, I'm not a huge fan of taking customers that require me to log into their software and do invoicing for them. Personally, I'm not a fan. I want to keep track of it inside of my accounts, etc. And so I've never allowed this. Now, when it comes to big commercial properties, etc., sometimes property managers will require this. Sometimes property preservation companies will require this. I'm not a huge fan of them either. They can keep my money from me if I don't take the right picture. Like it can get really, really hairy. So I've just avoided these people altogether. But if they, as part of the customer experience, they're like, hey, you have to join our software and then you submit stuff to us and then you make the invoice. Like I personally am not going through that hassle unless literally they double the price. And in which case, yeah, it's very difficult to do things like automations, et cetera, because you're working inside their software. What you could do is you could copy that into your software to set up like reminders and pushing them to do certain things. That wouldn't be a bad thing, like text, email, follow-ups. You could build that into your CRM and just copy what you've already put into theirs. Could do that. In the day and age where pointless distractions are everywhere, scrolling social media, TV, etc., what are some ways you've combated these distractions to work on what you know you should work on? Okay. I actually really enjoy these questions. These are harder ones to think about. So I constantly think about my goals and whether or not what I'm doing right now is working towards them. And so I just mentioned the goal of it Copilot and mentioned the goal of Augusta and the media, et cetera. And like, I happen to believe that walking on this treadmill for 12 hours and talking to all of you is going to help me get there. And so at any point in the day, I can say that I am working towards my goals. And if I'm working towards my goals, I am happy. And so what I would say is like scrolling social media and TV, et cetera, is that accomplishing your goals? Is that getting you closer to your goals, or is it taking away from your goals? Or is it net neutral? A lot of times it's net neutral, like just scrolling social media doesn't really like help you get towards your goals. It doesn't necessarily hurt you from it. It just wastes time. And the thing about time is when you're younger, it seems like it's infinite. And then as you get older, you start realizing that it gets more and more valuable. And the problem is, as it gets more and more valuable, the quality of it diminishes, because a 75-year-old isn't able to do the things that a 25-year-old does. So it's very weird that we value something less when it has higher value. We value something less when it has the lowest quality. And I messed it up again. We value something less when it has the highest quality, and we value it so much more when we're older, when we have very little of it left and it has low quality. And so having that frame is like, okay, I have goals. If I'm not working towards them, if something's distracting me, if this is a net negative or is it a net neutral? How can I switch it to a net positive? And sometimes like, okay, maybe scrolling social media just becomes a function of maybe I follow only the accounts that support my goals and ambitions and dreams. So maybe it's business, maybe it's health. Don't follow stupid other accounts that are brain rot if that's your goal. And so instead of trying to take like 2 degrees of separation to like not scrolling on social media, change it 1 degree of separation, which is I'm only going to follow accounts that actually are in the domain and project towards the goals that I have. That would be my 2 cents. Door hangers haven't worked well this year, and there have been a ton of new companies popping up undercharging significantly. How do I compete and get new customers? You try to compete on something that they can't. And so are these people licensed? Are they insured? Do they have a great website? Do they have trucks that are wrapped? Do they have uniforms? Are they able to say that they've been around business for a long time? Do they answer the phone every single time someone calls? Do they respond back to emails and text messages within 24 hours or sooner or every single time live? These are the type of things that you can do to provide value. And again, customers buy because value is higher than price. And so yes, there's new entrants to the market will always drive price down, but what you can do is drive value up. That would be my focus. Hey, Mike, what would be your business strategy for a one-stop shop construction company? So I'm not a fan of that. The reason is because it is custom and it is complex. I am looking for simple and simplified. So if you look at it on a matrix, and we talk about this inside of the book, boom. So I just have complex, and we have simple, and we have simplified. Oops, complex. Sorry, I'm messing this up. This thing won't work. Okay, forget that. Basically, you can have a complex service or you have a simple service. I would rather have simple services. And then I can have, where's my pen? And then I can have either complex services. Don't want it. Like complex is like building a house from scratch, all the plumbing, all the electrical, the dig out, all the permitting. That's very complex. I don't want to do that. I'd rather do simplified. Simple stuff that I can get my employees trained up very quickly. At McDonald's, they are able to get a 15-year-old trained up in a matter of a few days, making $120 an hour. That's what the average drive-through worker earns for McDonald's in terms of revenue. And so it's very similar to like what we do with home services. Oh, great. Now this camera's giving out on me. Folks, I'm outdoing my cameras. Mercy, goodness. All right, well, it looks like we're going back to sitting down. Okay, we're going back to sitting down. So we're going to pause this situation. Okay. Yeah, the cameras are giving out. Ugh, they're not built for 12-hour live streams. Okay. So I would not be doing a construction company that does soup to nuts construction. It is complex service. It is not simplified. Also, I don't like to have custom things. I like to have it standardized. So I prefer simplified and standardized, not custom and complex. And that is the frame by which I kind of like look at all services. What would be my business strategy? I would probably be finding subcontractors to do things that are complex or things that I can't standardize. That would be my kind of strategy. Will Copilot add in a VoIP feature directly into software and add as an add-on? House Call Pro has it. Super nice. We do not have that in the current near-term plans. It's certainly a great idea. Is it on Amazon? Yes, it is on Amazon. MikeAndes.com/book. Help a guy out. 100 reviews today gets us a cold plunge. All right, Tyler has. Hey, Mike, what is your opinion on solo op part-time building this business? Looking to go through this without utilizing credit or debt. Currently own everything outright, 62% full on my contract goal. What's your opinion on solo operations part-time building this business, looking to go through this without... Yeah, like, hey, if you're part-time and you're a solo operator, you have a very high-quality service. I think it's let me find this real quick. There's a page specifically I would recommend when it comes to follow-up that I talk about. If you're a solo operator and you're doing follow-up, there's a very specific way that I recommend you use on those follow-up calls. There it is right there. Okay, so on page 52... of the book. One study found that making 3 follow-up calls boosted close ratios at Augusta Lawn Care. The close ratio increased from 34% to 67%. But when you follow up, we want to give clear reasons as to why we are following up. For example, just saying like, do you have questions or just checking in? That's weak. That will not work. I have a whole bunch of examples of things you can say in a follow-up phone call that will actually work. We have one last spot left. This service is a team favorite. We need before and after photos for our social media. Route to near you or filling it fast. The reason I'm giving all these reasons is because if they say no or I want to think about it, I can still call them back tomorrow or the next day. Instead of me asking, well, do you have questions? They say no, and we'll call you when we have questions. And you're like, oh, okay, bye. Like, I want to be in control of the sales process, and to do that, I'm going to make sure the follow-up calls keep me in control of the flow. One thing is here, I have it in here. I'm going to follow it for you. If you're a solo operator, introduce yourself as the estimator when you are meeting the client. Don't tell them you are the owner. Personalize your follow-up approach. When calling about a pending estimate, say something like, hey, Mr. Jones, I really want to get that job done for you. I know your daughter's prom is coming up next Thursday. We're booked out several weeks, but if you want to move forward with the job, I'm going to clear my schedule and do it myself. This creates urgency and shows your personal commitment to their project. They have already met you. They trust you. This is a tried and true way to double your close ratio. All right, so I give a whole bunch of ways to do follow-up calls, and one of them is around solo operators. And if you're part-time, you simply have a constraint on labor. You can't do so many jobs, which means your prices should be going up every year. Like, you should keep raising prices. And the way to have confidence in that is getting more leads. So having a great website and generating those will allow you to continue to raise prices. Thank you, Stefan. We've talked about 6-week sprints. Could you talk a little bit more about those real quick? Like the difference in urgency between each different item you're working on and what you're working on. Yeah, so there's two different wings. I use Trello. It's free, cool, to be able to keep track of things that are, I would show you all, but I have a whole bunch of stuff in there that's coming up and coming out here pretty soon, so I can't show it to you, sorry. I have on Trello, I have stuff that is on the chopping block. I have things that have been trashed, and then it goes to because the chopping block is like good ideas, but not every good idea needs to get done because I need to prioritize. So the chopping block, you have trashed, then you have to do, and then I have my current sprint. So things have to move along, get to my current sprint. Then they have, those are the in progress ones, and then there's done. And so I just move them along in the Trello, kind of like a Kanban style situation where I move things across. And then if you ever are interested, you can always see my calendar. If you go to mikeandes.com/calendar, that's where I take the current sprint and I create a calendar for each week of my time blocking. And so, yeah, feel free to look at that if you want. I run a tree business where most of our jobs are one-off jobs. We don't do hardly any reoccurring work, mainly tree removals and trimmings. Would you still want cards on file? Yeah, I want a card on file before the job is accepted, right? So like when they're going to accept the estimate, I want to be getting their card information on file. Brianna's walking in. Hey, is Num Nums coming? Hey. Okay, we'll wrap up a couple questions here. Actually, you can bring it in. You can bring it. Brianna's making me breakfast, lunch. I don't know what this one is, but we're having food, and we'll continue with the chat here. Yeah, I highly recommend, again, the book is going to walk you through very specific, warranties, guarantees, certain service things, but trees are one thing, because, a tree doesn't come back for, there's a lot of food. I'm not going to be able to eat all of this. Goodness gracious. Hey, come say hi to everyone. Okay. All right, everyone, this is Brianna. Guys.
Thank you for
Are you on Instagram Live?
I'm on
no, Instagram. You're on Instagram.
I posted about this.
So they voted on steak and eggs?
Yeah.
Let's go.
I thought they would go for the pancakes.
All right, we got steak and eggs. Thank you very much. You'll see more of Brianna when we have to go to the bathroom.
Bye, guys.
All right, we got steak and eggs. This is a ton of food. Mercy goodness. So I'm going to try not to be slopping on this microphone while I'm talking to everyone, but I do have to eat some point today. Okay, so for a tree service, there's a few things you could do. It is challenging when you do removal. If you're doing trimmings, very easy. There's so much in the book that will help you around the trimming side. How to do good, better, best, how to do different packages, increase the recurrence, etc. Let me think for a second about one-time jobs, though, for removing a tree. It's going to be tough. Give me a second. Stumps would be one thing. I would probably focus more on upselling here instead of trying to go the recurring model, right? So again, you're trying to go into cure 4 of the book. So I'll switch here. So season. Okay, you're trying to skip to recurring revenue. I would not use this track if I was doing removal of trees. If you're doing trimming, 100%. This is your chapter. I would be focused more on more and better, which is cure number 2 for seasonitis and off seasons. So more and better. I'd be focused on this chapter. And I'd be trying to take a customer that's going to spend $1,000 or $2,000 and trying to get $3,000 or $4,000. And how that's going to turn out is like, okay, so you want the tree out, great. Or you want these massive limbs cut off. Okay, can I remove the tree? Can I do stump grinding? Can I do some sort of treatment? Can I do landscaping of the area that I mess up inevitably because of the tree work? So I'd be really focused on cure number 2 and not cure number 4 inside the book. And that's going to be really focusing on upselling and cross-selling, which cross-selling would be adjacent services. So number 3. So for example, I think that landscaping would be an easy adjacent service that you could add on to fix properties once you've messed them up, because there's inevitably a lot of waste, etc. And you don't have to be complex, right? Your landscaping could be mulch installation, rock installation, a few bushes, and simple, and still be able to make it work where you're not making the crew have to be trained on other services, etc. So I would be really looking at cure 2 and cure 3 inside the book. There's 5 cures for the off season. I'd be really focused on that. And then I would also think about, this is part of cure 2, is can you schedule some of these jobs into the off season and give discounts? So if someone ever said, so like inside of Copilot, when someone declines an estimate, it tells us a reason, they ask for a reason why. And if they do pricing, I'm going to follow up with them and tell them, hey, I'm willing to do the job for cheaper. It's just going to have to be in my off season. And so I might give them 10 or 15% off if to book the job in 6-8 months from now, when I don't have leads pouring in, I'm trying to keep my crew busy, and it's in the middle of winter. And so I would really look at the scheduling of your jobs. So trying to book into the off season. And I would also look into an adjacent service. That's cure number 3. And I'd be looking at cure number 2, which is selling more and better, which is being able to take the leads that currently come in and taking their average ticket value and doubling it. Good stuff. The Alvarez brothers, where do you do service plans for basic services, and do you have a good, better, best? So again, you're talking about one of the cures inside the book. We don't do a ton of packages. I'm much more of the opinion I get in with a entry-level service like mowing, and then I'm going to tack all those other services on. And then once I know that the customer does all these things, then I would offer a package. Because if I know that every single year they do a spring cleanup, every single year I always do their lawn, they do treatment sometimes, I would just come to them and be like, hey, why don't we package this all together, and we'll do winter services, we'll do 12 months, the entire year round. Then you could address more of a package style for good, better, best. But I'm much more of the opinion, if I'm going to do selling over the phone, or I'm going to sell from my website, so I don't have to require someone to even answer the phone, and I reduce my admin costs. If I'm doing that, I am trying to make that as simple as possible and get them in the door. Once they're in the door, I'm going to upsell them every single month with text and email into all my other services. All right, next question. Any advice for someone who's got 1 month of revenue, 1 employee aside from himself, and just paid off all personal debt? You just paid off all your personal debt. Just nervous about how capital that just left the chat. Okay, so you're worried about, you have enough money. You have 1 month worth of revenue in the bank account. Very good. So typically when we talk about the 4L framework, liquidity, we'll want at least 1 month of revenue. You have that. Then the next constraint is leads. All right, so again, we talk about this all in the book. The next constraint is leads. And so really the goal is, how do we take the money you have and convert that into leads? That will make you less nervous if you figure out what your customer acquisition cost is and actually have a reliable channel for getting new sales. And so you're going to test door hangers, you're going to test Facebook ads, you're going to test Google ads, you're going to test everything when it comes to marketing, because your level of confidence in being able to grow and expand simply comes down to your ability to be able to get more leads. So you are lead constrained. Obviously, I watch you and Dave Ramsey. Yeah, so like if you're not going to use debt, that's totally fine. Keep that cash in the bank. And just know, okay, if I go over a month in revenue, I have the green light to continue growing the business. And right now, it's going to be with finding more leads. What are some good boundaries? I find myself so involved in the business that I am on my spiritual family life. Wait, what are some good boundaries? I'm finding myself more involved in the business than I am on my spiritual family life. I want to run a great business, but be at peace with God and family. Lion's Den Lawn and Landscape. Let's go. So I think so many people strive for balance in the micro. And like, okay, this week I need to be balanced. Today I need to be balanced. Versus thinking like, how in my whole life can I be balanced? Like across my lifetime. And so what that means is there's going to be seasons where you over-index in certain areas. And it's required to be successful as a whole. So there'll be times the over-index on business. Again, the business started, the first 5 years are very brutal. But as you get to 10 years in business, you should start thinking about general managers and having leaders and being able to cultivate that talent inside the team. And then you might index more towards family. Like if you get married, you have kids, like then you start spending a little more time at home. Like prior to last year, like I would have meetings all the time in the evening. We have engineering meetings and stuff. And like I don't do that now. And it's a different season of life. And so for 10 years, starting Augusta, almost exactly 10 years, I work 24/7. And now it's less. Like in the evenings, there's more time that I need to be setting aside for family. So like it's just a matter of indexing. I think there'll be seasons like there'll be sprints where you go through like I have to focus. Like when spring rush for a lot of us, it's like we're gonna over-index on the business. But then, for example, there's Cure 1 inside the off-season book, which is you shut down the business for 2-3 months during the off-season. And that would be one way of you indexing towards family and other things that you can spend your time towards that you don't get to during the rest of the year. So, yeah, I just wouldn't beat yourself up over it. I see a lot of people that beat themselves up over this stuff. And give yourself some grace and realize that, like, you beating yourself up over how, like, what you don't want to be is you're at business thinking about your family. You're with your family thinking about business. That's my 2 cents. Like, go all in when you're with them. If you need to delineate certain time blocks, like, hey, I'm only going to be with you for an hour because I'm super busy at work, but I'm going to be, like, focused on you. I'm still learning that. I'm not the greatest at it. Chris says, how do you go about hiring quality workers and keeping them motivated? I have been having trouble. I do window cleaning for the most part. It has been me and my brother, but he has left for college. All right. I would recommend on this one, Chris, actually go talk to the AI version of me because it'll give you a whole bunch of really good stuff. MikeAndes.com/AI. Ask this exact same question. Actually, let's just copy and paste it in. Can I do that? I don't know if I can. 1 second. Let me see if I can copy this. No, I can't copy this text. Take this question, Chris, go to MikeAndes.com/AI because it's going to be a recap for most people here, but it'll give you a really good list of different things you can do. Just bought the book coming Thursday. I already watched it, but I believe if something is worth reading, it's worth reading multiple times. Thank you. I appreciate it. How do you run price comps to make sure you're competitive and charging enough or not charging enough? Okay, so Michael's going to go on a little rant here. I do not believe that whether or not you're charging too much or too little is determined by what your competitors are charging. I believe that is a fallacy because ultimately you're comparing apples to oranges because they have a whole different value set. They have different trucks, they have different uniforms, they have a different website, they have a whole different value proposition. And so unless you're comparing someone that's exactly the same as your business, and they can't be, by the way, because everything with your brand, your colors, your website, like everything changes when it comes to value. How you answer the phone, all of that. What determines whether or not you are charging too much or too little is your close ratio. Every single time you send an estimate, your customers are voting on whether or not your prices are good, whether they are too high or whether they're too low. If you are over 70% close ratio, I highly recommend raising your prices because you could probably raise your prices by 10, 15% and hardly see any impact to your close ratio. If you are under 30%, usually you're wasting money. And you're wasting money on going to customers and doing bids, doing designs, all the work that goes into actually producing an estimate, or running ads and getting all these leads. Like, it's a waste if your close ratio is so low. So be careful of that. Okay, for a moving company, what are your thoughts on having recurring services? Like, ideas-wise, a friend of mine who is in that business wants to do storage. Is that a good idea? Yes, I was literally thinking storage and cleaning would be definitely options. Storage would be more of the recurring, so Cure 4 of Seasonitis. And then if you wanted to do more of the upselling thing, I would probably do something like cleaning. Like, hey, we move everything out and then we clean your house. You could double the value of that visit and that single customer. A friend of mine has a moving business and they want to add in some sort of recurring service. I think adding in storage would be good, like a white glove storage situation. They do everything good. Yeah, I would agree with that. All right, Lee says, eat meat, lift heavy things. I agree. We are not going to be lifting weights today, though, because I cannot fit in my bedroom. I'm here in Denver with A1 Landscaping. Welcome. Herman, only thing I haven't been able to figure out is winters. Here in Illinois, we barely get any snow anymore, and no one approves winter services like you suggest. Okay, Hernan. All right, these are sweeping statements, like no one. Okay, so happen to have locations in Illinois that sell winter services. There are several things you'll want to consider. All right. So this is Cure 4 of Seasonitis. There are several things that you can do. For example, actually here, look at this. This is a testimonial. Dustin from Bloomington, Illinois shares another success. By the way, this QR code, it shows the actual ad I ran for winter services. So not just going after my existing customers, but selling winter services. It shows that there. It's a QR code. Pretty cool. All right. Bloomington from Bloomington, Illinois. Sorry, Dustin. Shares the success. This is a quote from him. In 2023, our Q4 monthly revenue hit $24,654. In 2024, it jumped to $42,539. We attribute this to our winter service approach. This helped dramatically fill our capacity, increasing our profit from $1,168 to $12,153, more than 10 times the profit in 1 month. And that is in Illinois. So there's several things that you can do here. I would definitely recommend going through this chapter. I talk all about how to sell winter services and not just trying to convert existing customers, but also selling it to new people and focusing on the savings. And also, are we just doing an opt-out, or are we actually sending a video? There's a video example of one of our owners doing where he looks at Google Street View and then actually makes a Loom recording talking to the customer about winter services. That will convert very high. I think it converted at like 80% for him. I know my locations, we convert around 70% into winter services, but this other location, let me see here. Give me a second. Recurring revenue. Let's see. So why winter services? So there are 4 ways to convert existing customers to winter services. 1, first send an opt-out email or text. Okay, that's the worst. Second and better way is to send standardized price comparison videos. So you show them the price of their winter services versus like a spring cleanup and a winter cleanup. And then I actually have a video of Connor doing that here. So you can scan the QR code and actually see Connor do this, where he's looking at I think you can kind of see that. He's looking at Google Maps, showing the property to the customer and talking through the different price comparison and showing the difference in price. The third conversion for winter services goes beyond individual opt-out responses, and it sends personalized videos to every customer right from the start. And the fourth approach is show price comparisons in person. So like, if you really want to improve the conversion rate, you go talk to people and you share them in person how they're going to save money on winter services. Oh, wow, that's a big chunk of meat. Okay, we're in business. Do you ever do anything for pressure washing companies? Yeah, we've done a couple turnarounds. If you feel free, always MikeAndes.com/turnaround. Happy to help whoever we can. We've done a lot of roofing companies. Did a plumbing business last week. Yeah. Eclipse Landscaping. How to scale your first employee without having work yet for 2 guys, but also not being able to take on work you don't have 2 guys. Okay, so what I would recommend doing is set a certain date that you're going to hire someone. Ideally, like 3 weeks from now. So you could say July 1st, I'm going to have an employee. Great. Throughout June, the next couple weeks, I'm going to be trying to find someone. And then I'm going to tell them their first day of work is going to be July 1st. Maybe do a week before so they get trained up. But assuming they have skill and experience and they can hop right in, I'd probably do July 1st. And then as these jobs are pouring in, I'm going to schedule book out myself and schedule as if I have that first employee. Now this is high risk because that person doesn't show up or doesn't work out. Now you have all this work on the schedule. But ultimately this is the difficulty part of having 1 or 2 employees because they make up such a high percentage of your labor capacity that yes, 1 or 2 of them leaving is difficult. That's why scaling up to at least 4 or 5 employees is nice because if one person doesn't show up, we can still do the work without it being a huge burden to the business. Simply because of more employees. I want to submit my website review. We will get there. We will do website reviews eventually today. What part of your journey in building your business has changed you the most as a person and not just as a CEO? In terms of building my business, it would definitely be like the story I tell at the beginning of the book, which is when I got trapped underneath the dump truck and almost got killed, and it totally like reframed like, okay, we need systems and procedures and this thing needs to run without me. And so at the beginning of the book, I talk about that story. That would be the biggest thing for the business, in addition to going to Africa and volunteering over there in the orphanages and the clinics. Super impactful for me. So I talk a little about the book. The big lie and its lies have nothing in it to say that it was the only way they would get the money back and the people would pay it off in a few months if it wasn't a big money I don't know what this person's saying. Sorry. All right, next one. We're Wise Hands, native plant landscape company. My co-owner wife just had twin boys. We need an ops manager to take over more of my tasks. What do I look for in a solid ops manager? Great question. So I would recommend go to Home Service Millionaire YouTube channel. It's my secondary channel. And there is a video back in, I believe, February, maybe January. And it talks about the entire compensation plan required for a general manager, how to find them, where to look, what to pay them, and how to pay them. So all of that is there. I recommend just watching that because I could go, it's a big topic. How do you do self-reflection on your business? Especially at a smaller level, it's easy to look at other people's business and see what they do wrong, but so hard to see yourself. Yeah, like honestly, like the turnaround show, almost all the time, the people that when I say things to them, they know what to do. It just sometimes it's a little bit reassuring to know someone else sees the business the same way. But it's not like a surprise I'm telling them they need to do follow-up calls. It's not like a surprise I'm telling them they need to work on upsells or improve certain systems and processes. They know where the pain points are. But, you know, having good feedback loops so you can get critical feedback, asking customers for where you can improve, and then they'll bring up things you didn't really see. It's been a really good breakthrough for me this past year. Like just talking to customers, hearing what their perspectives are, seeing if it's commonality, I'm working from there. Sorry I'm so far behind in the chat, everyone. Chad with Augusta Lawn Care of Londonderry. Question. Can you walk me through the ideal customer onboarding process? First impressions matter. I know I can be doing much better at this. Yeah, so I think the same way, like onboarding customers is much more prevalent when it comes to software because there's a big gap of learning and importing, et cetera, that's required. But I do believe that in your home service business that you do want to have some sort of onboarding process. I do think some people go overboard with it. And you got to remember, at the end of the day, customers aren't thinking about their lawn or they're not thinking about your service all day long. You are, but they're not. So I don't want to overdo it. But I also want to ensure that they're brought up to speed of what they need to know in order to succeed as a customer. That's what you're looking for. So what does this customer need to succeed? Well, they need a card on file so I can charge them. They need to know what date of service I'm showing up. They need access to their customer portal. It's like, what are the things they need to succeed as a customer? And then I'm trying to grease the gears to make sure they get there every single time. And so emails, texts, phone calls, in-person checkups, quality control calls, whatever those things are that you're doing, the goal is just try to keep them on that path and make sure they get to the place of being an ideal customer. Because instead of thinking about, hey, what's the ideal onboarding process, what I'm trying to think about, what's the ideal customer? And then how do I get them there every time? Well, the ideal customer for me doesn't contact us. Their card never gets declined. They have a payment on file. They have all the different services that we offer. Great. Now I'm going to make a roadmap to that. How do I get everyone to be on recurring with a card on file? How do I ensure that they don't just have one or two services, but they have three or four? And I'm just going to work backwards from what ideal customer is back to what can I do to make sure that each of those things are done. Southern Illinois gets around 8 inches a year. We started doing snow last year, and it worked out great for us. Very good, Chad. That is going to be tier number 3 inside the book. That's the adjacent service. That's when we're looking for a service that has an opposite demand curve of our primary service. I just went on your AI and asked the question, and we'll be implementing 5 strategies suggested, and we'll be taking the free MBA course. Let's go, Chris. Yeah, all the courses are free. MikeAndes.com. Check them out. But yeah, MikeAndes.com/AI allows you to talk to it, and it's trained on all of my content, including the new book. So you can ask it questions, and it'll give you very good answers. Starting a long-term business with my buddy in Oshawa, Ontario. Wondering if you'd stay with the weekly, bi-weekly services with Kentucky bluegrass, which is the average type of grass, $40 per week, $50 bi-weekly. Depending on your market, some of our locations will only do bi-weekly because that's just like the type of grass only grows slower. You might have a time when only weekly is allowed because it's growing super fast. But yeah, I typically like to have a 50% increase on bi-weekly compared to weekly. Follow up, we have a great office staff. 2 part-time gals in order to order plants, schedule, invoice, support field staff, and run communications. What's the best way to integrate them with an ops manager? Let's see here. Yeah, like the bottom line is having systems in place for them, and then you create systems in place for your operations manager, and then ensuring that there's points of contact. So you have sales, you have operations, admin. Right now you have this admin person, and you're hiring an ops person. I'm going to guess you're the salesperson. And so you just want to make sure that it's very clear how all 3 of these functions of the business are important to each other and the synergies between them. The biggest reason that a lot of times these relationships get strained is because you don't create clear checklists, guidelines, and roles and responsibilities for what people should be doing. So, all right, I'm going to try to get Brianna in here to talk to you all so I can finish eating my food without, like, slopping all over your face. I'm going to be, like, smacking this microphone because I can hear myself, and I can hear myself chewing, which is gross. So I'm going to go eat for, like, 5 minutes before we get started. Let me see if Brianna is available. She might be out doing other things. Let's see. You available? Boom. All right, we'll see if Brandon's available. Then I can go eat in peace for 5 minutes before we continue. Just found your book on Audible. Thank you. Yes! MikeAndes.com/book. My business is audio-visual corporate event production. I love what I do. But hearing you talk, it seems like it would be difficult to automate and scale. Thoughts? Well, automate and scale is different than simplify and standardize. And so I do believe that any business can be simplified and or standardized. So for example, creating packages around what your AV corporate events entail. So it's very systematized. Like you have a $1,000 package, you have a $5,000 package, you have a $10,000 package. It includes these things. And then you train your team on only those things. And there's going to be times where you lose a customer because they want this very, very specialized custom thing. You might lose them. So you can absolutely scale and grow the business. You're probably just going to have to simplify, so reduce some of the services that only you can do. And then you're going to have to standardize, i.e. make sure you're doing things the same way every single time using checklists, guidelines, and packages that would allow someone else to be able to do the work, not just you. Shout out to the fellow office staff learning from the man today. Chad, thank you. What should a sales and marketing budget percentage be? I do not operate on this function as a percentage. I operate based on how far am I booked out? Because if I'm booked out 6 months, I'm not going to be spending money on marketing. All right, assuming I'm in certain, if my off season's filled up, I'm going to be raising prices. So I'm looking at how far am I booked out and what my close ratio is. That's the determining factor. That's really determining, do I need more leads? And if so, is this a price function? Because if I'm, okay, look, if I have my close ratio at like 10%, like, I pump more into marketing. No, we need to fix something in our sales process so that we close more jobs. And if that's not the case, are we way overpriced? Jose Rodriguez, I have started my own business, but I am having a hard time starting with leads and jobs. What do you recommend for an efficient way to start? This would be a great question for MikeAndes.com/AI. You say, I have started my own outdoor living and hardscapes business, but I'm having a hard time starting with leads and jobs. What do you recommend for an efficient way to start? Test. See, whether it be door hangers, Facebook ads, Google ads. Make sure you have a great looking website. If you need inspiration, go to lawncarewebdesign.com and you can see the work that we do and take inspiration from there if you're building on Squarespace or Weebly or something else. You know what? I'm going to start a course. I can't believe how gullible people are. You know what I'm going to start. Okay, I don't know what that means. Just ordered a hard copy for my boss as a Father's Day gift. Oh, let's go. Make sure you write a review, Chad. We need more reviews. We need 100 reviews. And if Brianna does come on the show, you all need to put some major pressure on her to make sure that we get the cold plunge. But we need 100 Amazon reviews in order to get the cold plunge. That is the kicker for today. I'll be completely honest with you guys. A lot of these questions, the AI answers complete awesomely. I probably ask it one question a week and it gets great advice. Not as good as the real deal, of course. Cool. Very good. Okay, well, I'm going to eat a little bit. If you have more questions, feel free to post them there in the comments. I think I might have accidentally skipped a bunch. I apologize. But we just got back last week in Texas. We had 4 different businesses for a turnaround show, and then we were able to visit one of the owners inside of Augusta that has 5 locations, kind of did a tour of his new shop space. It was very cool. See how he's doing door hangers inside of Google Maps. Very cool. Do you offer the same programs and services such as coaching calls and command center for individual businesses that are not part of the franchise? No, we do not offer command center for everyone else. The reason is because we have to standardize and simplify the services so we can actually do them effectively and charge a much lower price, but also just be much higher accuracy. Like, we can do a lot for them on the phone that a lot of call services won't, because we know the general systems that we operate inside of, and we just wouldn't be as effective if we didn't do that, and we'd be more expensive. And then in terms of coaching, yes, on MikeAndes.com, there's a tab you can do one-on-one coaching with me. It's incredibly expensive. I don't want you to have to buy it. I only have it there in the event that you have a massive acquisition or some crazy thing happen to the business, you have to talk to me. It's $2,000 stinking dollars for 50 minutes. It's insane. And I think I allow one a week now. So don't do that. Ask me the question here. Talk to MikeAndes.com/AI. I'm not trying to make a bunch of money off coaching. That's not my goal. I just have it there in case someone must talk to me for some reason. Thoughts on hedge trimming and flower bed maintenance only as a business model? I like it. I would make sure your branding is very clear that that's all you do. So the shrub guys or name like that would be cool, or something that's very clear that you just do bed maintenance. I would also make sure I probably get really, really good at it, so you can compare your services against someone else that does full service and prove your value proposition. But I absolutely think more of a gardener in this case, right? And I certainly think there is a market for it. People like us sometimes aren't the best fit for people that have very intricate gardens. All right, 1 second here. Okay, next question. We run a dumpster company that was around $250,000 gross revenue last year. We are planning to expand this year. Congratulations, Eddie. Oh, can you take over for a minute so I can eat?
Yep.
I don't want to be slopping around inside there. The microphone. I know it's hard to eat while I'm also talking on the microphone.
Have you been able to walk much at all?
Well, I started walking and then that one froze up, so I had to sit back down. Okay, everyone, this is Brianna. She's my wife. Be very nice to her. If you're not, I'll give you a spanking when I get back. You can ask her whatever you want in terms of questions. Let's see here. I'll get these questions afterwards. But if you have a question for Brianna, we got married, 4 months ago now? March,
February
April,
28th,
May, June.
whatever that was, yeah.
So she accompanied us on the media team for the turnaround show. She's the planning person that does all the hotels and flights and coordinates everything. So if you have any questions for Brianna, you can ask her any questions you like. But while they're getting questions ready to roll, you'll see them over here on the right-hand side. They'll come in right here, and then you can click on them, and they'll show up here on the screen. So I'll get to these ones afterwards. But if anyone asks you a question, you can answer. Talk about the vlog. You gotta pitch the vlog. Did you put it up?
Yeah, I did.
Let's go. Okay, all right.
All right. Hello, guys. This is the Brianna Andy's takeover. Okay. What is it like marrying?
Click on it. You gotta click on it.
Oh, sorry. I'm new to this. Okay. What's it like marrying Mike? It's fantastic. It's the best. Best marriage advice? You guys, I'm 4 months in. I don't know if you want to listen to me. This is cliche, but communicate. Communication is key. It took me a little bit to learn that, but that just, you know what? We're 4 months in. I feel like I'm not qualified enough. Maybe check back in like 5 years. Okay. Okay. So the vlog on YouTube, Mike and Bree vlogs. We started vlogging right after we got married. So anyways, it's kind of like behind the scenes of the turnaround show and every day-to-day life. So if you're interested, you don't have to by any means, but if you want to, check it out. If you saw a 9-minute long video go up today, that was a mistake. So anyways, the full vlog today is 23 minutes, and it was behind the scenes of the Texas trip, which was awesome. It actually wasn't as hot as we thought we were, or as it wasn't as hot as we thought it would be, thankfully. So, okay. Does Mike never shut up about business? That's not very nice. No, he's great. I love listening to everything he has to say. 13 years in July here. Don't go to bed angry. That's a very good one. Definitely. Thank you, Chad. Can you let my man get a cold plunge, please? Okay, backstory about this. Oh, hi, Christian. It's Christian. Let's go. Yes, I want him to have a cold plunge now because, as he said earlier in the live stream, we were in Texas. We went to a gym, and they had a cold plunge. So he just, alternated between the sauna and cold plunge, and he came out a new man. He was very, very happy after that. So I was like, okay, we can compromise. I at first said that I didn't want the sauna, and now I use it more than he does. So I'm a fan. Now we're trying to get that cold plunge. So if you guys leave reviews on Amazon, and we get to 100, then that will be doable. What is something goofy about Mike that people don't really know about? There's a lot. Okay. I don't notice this as much, so I don't know if I'm just, immune to it now, or he doesn't do it as much, but you guys also might notice in videos, whenever he moves things around, he, makes, noise effects for it. If he moves a mic, he goes, meow, you know? So that's something a little quirky that I noticed kind of right off the rip. How often is Mike wrong? Never. Mike is never wrong. Mike knows everything. So, he's like my real-life Mike AI, you know? Does Mike ever tell a joke? Yes. Yes, he does. Does he come across as, super serious to you guys? Because that's, I don't know. I guess that's definitely not the case. He is very, very lighthearted, very awesome. Anyways, oh, you know what? I have a story for you guys that not even Mike knows. So if he's listening to this, he's also hearing it for the first time. This morning, I got up same time he did, and I was going to the gym, and I was backing out of our parking garage. Are you listening? Oh, okay, he's going to the bathroom. So I don't know if he can hear this. He might find out later. So don't tell him. But I was backing out of the parking garage, and I obliterated my left rear view mirror on the cement pillar. So it'll be in next week's vlog because I filmed it, of course. Right after something bad happens, you gotta film it or else it didn't happen. Okay. No, he comes across as super knowledgeable, which can be confused as serious. He is just a goofy, wise guy, you know? Literally wise, not sarcastic wise. So he brings a balance, you know? If you guys have not voted on the Instagram, please... Oh, wait. I need to post about lunch. But the menu is pretty cool, actually. I'm really excited about it. Obviously, try to make it, carnivore/keto friendly. So Actually, because y'all are watching, you get a little sneak peek. You get a little preview. Special treatment, you know? Okay. Made this on Canva. You can't even see that. Nope, sorry. Okay. Made this on Canva for lunch. Option number 1, chicken sandwich plus kale chips. And the bread will be like a carnivore waffle bun situation. Did you hear the story I told?
Did you get an abstinent?
No.
No?
not exactly. I
Hit
just
the pillar?
yes.
Same spot?
No, it was my review mirror. It's completely obliterated. Yeah. So I need to fix that. Okay. Option number 1, chicken. Are you ready to take back over?
Whatever.
Okay, cool. I'm enjoying this. Chicken sandwich and kale chips. Option 2, carnivore nachos. Option 3, goat cheese stuffed chicken thighs. So I need to post the poll. And, yeah, okay. I'm going to post the poll, and then y'all can vote what you want to see him eat. Okay. Did you have a Jocko yet?
No, can I have one?
Yes.
Thank you. Sure. All right, we're back. Stuff my face. All right, let's see what's next on the agenda. We will come back to questions later. Let's see here. Yeah, that's true. It's the cement pillar's fault for jumping out in front. Although, I have warned her before of this. Because she turns in really tight into her parking spot, and there's a pillar right next to it. Just saying. All right. Let's see here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Cool. Okay. Let's head on over to what's up next. What is up next? We'll see. Okay, we're doing website review. This is what's up next. We're doing website review. And then after, we're going to have a lecture about upsells. So I'm going to turn the comments off on the screen. I'm going to open up my Jocko. Get rolling. All right, so if you have a website that you'd like me to review, in the comments, put it in the comments, and I'll pull it up and analyze some things that can be improved. We have done, hundreds, if not thousands. I just don't know if it's thousands, at least hundreds, but probably almost 1,000 plus home service businesses websites from homeservicewebdesign.com and lawncarewebdesign.com. So we know a thing or two. So I am happy to help. If you have a website and you would like me to analyze it and give you some pointers, we'll do it live right now. I'll pull up your website and we will jump into it. So, I know I've done these before, and it gets long at the end. Lots of people will submit. I will not be able to have time to do everyone, but I will do at least a couple people here live, and hopefully it is helpful for those that are just watching to also implement the same things on their website. This last turnaround episode, or turnaround show that we did, like the 4 businesses, almost all of them, we made some major tweaks to their website just to increase lead flow. So if you have a website and you would like me to look at it, feel free to put your URL in the comments, and I will open it up here, and we will jump into it live. All right. I know a couple people earlier had commented that they want it done. Okay, while we're waiting, we'll answer a couple questions. I'll go over here. How do you differentiate commercial clients? Here, one second. Let me go here. There we go. How do you differentiate commercial clients that have to be net 30 in Copilot so that the automations will not run, for example, payment collections for those net 30 customers? You can change it individually on each customer, what the payment terms are. So you can make your global settings one specific thing, but then on the individual customer invoice, you can change it to a different payment terms. Thank you, Lawnscapes. We got the book. Thank you, those who are leaving Amazon reviews. I probably can't see any of them yet because they take a few hours at least to come in usually. Sometimes they take longer. Let me see here. Offseason. Yeah, so it'll take like to the end of the day. So that's why till Wednesday, if we get 100 Amazon reviews, then we will get a cold plunge. That is the agreement that we have with Brianna. So, again, if you have a website and you would like me to tear it apart, break it down, go ahead and put it in the chat. I got one here. All right. All right, this is a website that we did a turnaround for last week. Let me just pull it up. Share screen. So you guys are going to see this one come out on the turnaround show in like a month, 6 weeks or so. Make sure you see that. Very good. I'm going to turn this off. There you go. And then I'm going to turn this one off too. Okay. So this is a website. We were there last week. So a few kind of suggestions on this one. First off, if I hid this word from, like, if I didn't know the business's name, this could be any home service. Like this video overlay, it doesn't show my brand, it doesn't show my trucks, it doesn't show my uniforms, it doesn't show my crew, which makes me different than everyone else. And then HP Landscaping is my differentiating to tell me that it's a landscaping service, because it just is with a full range of professional services. So being very clear for the customer to know, do they solve my problem and do they serve my area is the most important two things that we're looking at when a customer comes to the website. So I'm trying to say, okay, is this for me and will it solve my problem? In other words, to do my certain service and do they serve my area? And so another thing is, just by having your estimate request form on a different page, see how to go click up there? Just by having a different page, I know that about 60 to 70% of people will not leave this homepage. People are lazy. But they're not going to. And so I want to put my estimate request form above the fold, which means they don't have to scroll down. They don't have to go way down here someplace to get an estimate request form. Don't want that. I want to build it right here. And whether it be like he has Jobber, or if you have Copilot, we have work order requests. Don't use those on your website. Use the ones that are right here. Don't use them. Use that like on your contact page. Great. Someone wants to fill a whole bunch of information. I want like 3, 4, 5 things max that I'm trying to get from the customer that I need from them to be able to get an estimate. Their name, their address, maybe their phone number, what services they need. But I am not asking like a bullet point checklist, a whole bunch of questions. I don't want it to be super long. So I like the fact that this goes directly into the CRM. I like that. Big fan. But what you're really saving in that case is maybe 20 seconds of copying and pasting from a form that's like made on Jotform, or in this case, he has Webflow, which is where he makes the website. Great. Make that here. This video, I think, is slowing down his site a little bit. Sometimes that happens with Webflow. I knew it was Webflow because of this, but also because of this little pause button. So sometimes that having a player here can sometimes slow your site down. Just be careful of that. I don't know if the BBB situation holds a ton of value. This is prime real estate for a CTA, call to action. And in my opinion, having a request quote button would have to leave the homepage. I already know I'm going to be losing over half the traffic. I'm going to condense that into a overlay right here. My request a quote. And this is going to be call now. Based upon what the owner said, about half of their customers come from the phone, which right now they have to go to the very bottom. Whoa. I didn't even see that. They have to go to the very bottom and collect this phone number versus have the phone number here. It says call phone number. They click on the button and they call them, especially from a mobile device, much more friendly. And then put the requesting of the estimate here. Why? Because the reason the website exists is for us to get more leads. And so the whole goal is to be able to get customers to fill out an estimate request form or give you a call. So let's make it as easy as possible for them to do that. On the homepage, I'm putting the estimate request form. I'm not putting it on a different page. I'm not hiding at the bottom of my page. It's right front and center. When they get to this, it's not going to say something like this, which is great. I love transform your outdoors as the tagline. Customers don't care about your tagline. They want to know, can this person solve my problem? Because they serve my area and they do my services. So I like the fact that he says in College Station. Very good. That's College Station, Texas. But I don't know what services, what professional services they offer. All right. So is it hardscaping? Is it landscaping? I would love for your brand to be shown here because that's the thing that is uniquely different about you. Is it? Oh man, is it blocking you guys? I'm sorry. It looks like this happened to a bunch of people. Okay, how about this? Do spaces. So for example, if your name was Augusta Lawn Care. 1 second. I disappeared. We're live. Okay, we're good. If your name was Augusta Lawn Care, do like Augusta space lawn space care, and then I'll fill in the .com. Yeah, try that. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna switch over to my camera here. There we go. Okay. I'm going to turn my main camera off just so it gets a break because it's overheating. But yeah, sorry about that. It looks like a bunch of people, their URLs are being removed. So yeah, YouTube's probably removing those. So just do like, okay, there you go. Caddy Shack Lawn Care. Perfect. And then what I'll do is I'll just fill in .com. Feel free if it's not a .com, put then, okay, now we got tons of rolling in. Okay, I knew something was messed up. Okay, we got Caddy Shack Lawn Care. Let's go into here. So Caddy Shack Lawn Care. If I remember correctly, I've analyzed this one before on a thing. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, Caddy Shack Lawn Care. Thank you. Okay, so first off, check how it looks on mobile. So it's not mobile friendly. It's 80% of our estimates go out from mobile. To mobile devices and are seen on mobile devices. So like highly recommend this being mobile friendly. It's not right now. It looks like it's built on something like Wix, maybe. I have to look at the code, but see this bottom part looks a lot better. This looks good. This looks good. This top part just doesn't look great. I would put the call now button over here. The get estimate, just make this bolder so people can see this faster. I would swap. I would put this over here on the right-hand side. I put top notch over on the left-hand side. Like top notch lawn care services in Stillwater, Oklahoma and surrounding areas. Great. Put it on the left-hand side. The customer's eye will hit that first. Your form can be over here on the right-hand side. Like obviously there's improvements of design. You can make some significant improvements to color, the menu items, etc. But I'm just looking at like things I can give you that you can do like tomorrow or today. Call now button in the top right-hand corner, remove the get estimate and instead make this a little more large. This headline, get free estimate in 60 seconds. I would swap this left and right. So the form will be on the right-hand side, the top notch, etc. will be on the left-hand side because customers are reading from this top left-hand corner down. And I need to tell them as soon as possible that I do lawn care in their area because that's the question they really want to know. Okay, we have tons of websites. Oh, mercy goodness. All right, we got Yellow River Landscaping. Let me give that one a shot. Yellow River Landscaping.com. Whoa, nope, .com. I'll copy this, put it into here, kb.com. Boom. All right. Okay, we got lawn care and landscaping, Covington, Monroe, Oxford, Social Circle. That cookies thing, you could probably get that removed. You don't need that unless you're in the EU. Good. Why is this all weird? Okay, so see on your sod install page, these images need to be rasterized and compressed. They're very, very large, slowing the site down. The second thing I would say is this yellow is a little bit hard to have as a background. It's a little hard on the eyes, especially if you switch this to color blindness. It's a little hard to read. Yeah, even your photo. I'm guessing there's photos here, but they're very big. I would recommend compressing the file sizes on these images. They're very, very large, slowing your site. It took like 20 seconds to load all the images. So it'll slow your site down a lot. And if your page load speed is really low or really, really high, Google does penalize that. Also, I don't think you guys can see the domain. Your page title on here is not, it's like SOD 63D5D5A9 8F9A. like change the title of this page to be yellowriverlandscaping.com/sod. You have that on some of your other ones. Also, landscaping is misspelled in this URL and right here. Just take that E out. Oh, I see. Do you want the black there? It's not a page. Okay, got it. I'm glad you have different pages. I would bring this pine straw, mulch, and decorative rock up above. Get a free estimate so they actually know what you're talking about here. I do like the fact that you have landscape, like a different URL for each service page. That's always what you want to do for SEO. I would try to create some text around landscaping, and even if you just took like what your services are and just make it very SEO friendly. Ask ChatGPT for what that paragraph should say, for example, to be able to include keywords. That'd be fine. All right, green beard lawn care. Okay. Green beard lawn care.com. Okay, we got another one. Let's go. Let's see here. North Columbus Lawn Care and Landscaping Services. Hey, 1 second. Hey, Bree. Hey, doll. Do you need to take my car? Do you need to take my car?
Oh, no, it's still drivable. It's fine. It's just
The rear view mirror?
the right one.
What? You can just take my car. Yeah, my keys are out there, I think. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. You can't drive without a rear view mirror.
It's just the right one. I can look over my shoulder.
Oh my goodness. All right. Greenbeard Lawn Care. Go green with Greenbeard. The future of lawn care is here. Okay, what's the future of lawn care? Is it all electric? Professional lawn care and landscaping services in North Columbus. I love the pictures. I love the trucks. So good. Okay. All right. I would personally, I would make this white behind the menu so that way it's easier to see these words. I would also, the images you have here, like this one, for example, are so clear and so good looking. I don't really want it hidden behind this gradient. It just looks so good, and your branding is so on point. I would move this off the left if I had to, so I wouldn't overlap the trucks, because these trucks look great. You can't even tell the green though here because the overlay, and these trucks look so good. Like, yeah, that's so good. I would move that over. I like the fact that right here, complete the form and receive a free estimate. It's above the fold, so I know exactly where to go. I like your little logo guide. Let's go. Very good. Where does get an estimate go to? Does it go to a different page? Okay. Okay. I would try to make this text a little more concise. It's just very wordy on the left-hand side here. I like this, though. This is all very good. You've used a plugin. You have your pricing page. There's a lot of words. Whoa, there's a lot of words. Whoa, a lot of words. Yeah, I would try to make this way more concise. Like, what you could do to make it a little more readable is do it in a graph. So, like, name of service, what it does, price. You make it more like a easier to read. So it's like, what service am I looking at? What is overseeding? And then what is the price? So, yeah, I would put this in a graph, make it a little easier to read. This is also like very wordy and verbose. If you want people to actually read this, make it easier to digest, in my opinion. Same thing here. You can consolidate all of this down to 2 or 3 sentences. All right, organic lawn care, landscaping, good stuff. Love it, love, love, love. Okay, this is pretty good. I like this. Ooh, that's a cool little graphic animation situation. Okay, so you are electric. Okay, so I would make this a little more clear. It's not clear when you say like, go green makes more sense, but then like the future of lawn care is here. The question is, do you want to become a big lawn care business or do you want to be electric, right? So like if you're wanting to be a big lawn care business, have electric serve you and your needs, and then you can market to customers. But like, again, customers are coming here because they have a problem and they want to know if you're in their area. And then the question becomes, do people only choose you because of electric and are willing to pay more for it? If so, then I would highlight that more. I believe, based on what we have seen in many markets, people are not willing to spend a lot more on electric. It is an added bonus of things like it's quieter or whatever things to them. But like we are not going to solve global warming because of our lawn care business in this one location. We're just not going to. And so instead of making it about you, I would make it about the customer, right? So it's quieter, et cetera, for them. And these are reasons like they would choose you instead of the competition, potentially. But again, assuming price is the same, then they might choose you because of those things. So I would like the future of lawn care starts to become like you're making a statement that does not need to be true in order for them to become a customer. So I'd be a fan of honestly removing this, moving your form up a little bit more, having the picture being able to seen on the front here, putting white behind this text so it's a little easier to read these. But really solid site overall. Really love the branding, love the pictures and of the trucks and everything. It's great. I would try to make this a clickable button instead of call and text. Like this is not clickable. This is also not clickable. So it's hard to actually just tap on it to text, email, or call you. But yeah, overall, I like it. Little things you can tune up there. And as with everyone, if you want 15 minutes, it's free. LawnCareWebDesign.com/call or HomeServiceWebDesign.com/call. We'll get you a 15-minute call with a team, and they can see if there's any areas of improvement for your site. Bellboy Services. BellboyServices.com. AI generated photo. Let's go. 3 easy steps. Pick the service you need, see the pricing, request an appointment. At your service for, everything essentially. Okay. Understanding attitude. Okay. Why is this subscribe button? Why are people going to subscribe? Oh no, it's under construction. Services. Whoa. Okay. Book a service. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Wow, you do a lot of different services. This must be like more like a handyman thing. Bellboy Home Services. Okay. House cleaning, you do plumbing, you do electrical, you do HVAC, snow removal, roof repair. Wow. Okay. Jack of all trades. Let's go. You do property management. What? Okay, so you have links up at the top here that don't go anywhere. Subscribe, page under construction. Property management, under construction. Service page, looks good. Let's go. Just take out subscribe, take out property management. About, ooh, this is cool. I like this. Ooh, that's nice. Okay. Content. Okay. Yeah, looks like you built this somewhere. I think that if you have a truck that's wrapped, I'd rather have that instead of this random AI generated images like this one here. If you have a truck, a van, anything like that, I'd be showing that with you, your uniform. Even if it was you and your family, the one that you have here in front of your truck, let's go. If I was you, I would speak to, one second. I do think because you have so many services that cover such a variety of topics that are like pretty specialized, I would probably speak to your number of years of experience and or qualifications and certifications. Because the first thing I think when I see this is like, I don't know if I'm going to have my plumber also do my HVAC, also do like all of these other things. And so that would be my first inclination is to, on the homepage, show you your truck, van, wrap, etc. And then also like lean into your certifications a lot. Or just standardize, or simplify this. Like maybe only 3 or 4 of these make up 90% of your revenue. I would just do those because you got a lot of stuff going on here. Like there's a lot of stuff. It's gonna be hard to scale this. And if you don't want to scale it, totally fine. I still think that you would be better off being a specializer in a few of these to be able to demonstrate that you are a specialist and you're worth. You have the capability to do the work. I just look at this as a customer, and I'm like, I don't know if I want the same person that does my HVAC to do my carpet cleaning, to also do my household projects. And like these are very simple services like house cleaning, and then you're doing my HVAC. Like, I don't know. It might just be a little confusing there. I would probably lean, what are the 3 or 4 things that really make you most of your money? I'd highlight those. I would not have an AI generated image. I'd have a picture of you, your family in front of your truck. I'd lean into what are your certifications that make this possible, like that you do all these services. All right. Very good. I am going to have to stop it there because we are end of this half hour. Thank you to everyone else. There's so many here that have put their websites in. We will come back to this later today. We will absolutely get back to analyzing websites. So stay tuned for that. I am going to skip forward though because we have, let's see here. Let me jump to here and then boom. And we are jumping into lecture. We are jumping into a lecture. What's the lecture today? The lecture is, well, we are way ahead of schedule. Nope. Okay, we had num-nums, we had website review, and now we are going to do upsells. All right, so we're going to talk about upsells and how you can do them, etc. It's going to be great. Let me go ahead and turn my main camera on, and we will jump right into it. I'm going to turn the comments so you all can talk to each other while I'm chitter-chattering. But yeah, thank you to everyone that submitted, getting the changes made. Very good, very good. Yeah, you guys are awesome. Good stuff. Let me turn this main camera on, and we will get right back into it. All right, main camera on. Now we should be able to hop back in. Boom. All right, we're in business. We're going to be talking about upsells. Let's look here inside the book. Which again, this is the whole point of today is that we are going over the book. Inside the book, there's an entire chapter about upsells, and it gives you the 11 different ways to do upsells inside your business. Regardless of what home service business you're in, you can use these. So let's open this up. So cure number 2. So there's 5 cures of the off season that we go through in the book. And cure number 2 is selling more and better. More being getting advertising, and better jobs. We're going to increase the amount of money we get from the customer. So what I want to go over, all right, here we go. There are 11 options or upgrades to increase customer lifetime value. All right, the first way to boost customer lifetime value is to give discounts for increasing frequency. All right, I'm just skipping. You can see here how I built these. You can skip from the highlighted portions and just read the main parts. So the first way is to boost customer lifetime value is to give discounts for increasing frequency. All right, the next one, the second way, we went over this earlier in today's live stream. The second way is to increase lifetime value through upgrades is to sell supplements. Okay, you might say, I don't sell health supplements, I sell home services. In this context, supplements are products that customers must use on a regular basis. They get used up or dissolve. For example, treatments for lawns, odor enhancers for carpets, or chemicals for pools. These small add-ons upgrade the service experience and increase customer value. The third approach is to increase the quality of the products that you use. All right, so this could be like the type of mulch, could be more nicer, the type of paint that you use, the type of chemicals that you use. These are all things that can be better, higher quality. Someone put it on podcast app, please. Yes, it is on the podcast. The book is completely free on the podcast if you want to listen to the audio version. I'm going to turn off comments on the main page because I get distracted. The fourth strategy is to sell tiered packages. So good, better, best model. The fifth strategy is to bundle services. Each of these I go over in depth on in the book. The sixth approach is to sell optional service on every existing quote. The seventh strategy is to set up a bonus program for your technicians so they are actually incentivized to upsell. Also, consider selling follow-up services. A lot of us think that going back to a customer or callback is a negative thing because something bad happened. Why not package a follow-up visit into the initial estimate for the customer? So that way it leads to less callbacks, and when customers are unhappy about something, they know you're coming back. So it's less high risk for them. What else we got? Selling limited time or lifetime warranties is another powerful approach. The 10th strategy is to sell personalized recommendations. This could be like a property inspection, a 21-point property inspection. Finally, you can sell premium access to support. Things like Get 24/7 Emergency, text concierge service for a fee, receive services from specific technicians. That's premium access to support. These are all ways to be able to upsell your customer. All right. Now, I have a couple notes on things I want to discuss when it comes to upsells. So, inside the book, on page 62, there are 3 different ways to grow your business. All right, let's go to page 62 inside of the book. And this is what I call Aura. See a little graphic here? Boom. Aura is O-R-A, stands for onboard, retain, or ascend. So onboarding is getting new customers. And this is the one most of us kind of know about. Like, in order to be able to grow the business, I will get more customers. I will onboard more customers in order to grow the business. Yes, you can absolutely do that. That's the first step of growing your business. The first way to be able to scale is onboard more customers. The second way is to retain more customers. You're like, well, how does retention actually help me grow the business? Well, by retaining more customers, it means I can sell them more services in the future. And it also means I don't have to take new customers to replace customers that are churning. That's retention. The third way to grow your business is ascension or ascend. So again, back to our onboard, retain, and ascend little graph situation inside the book. I truly believe that the vast majority of our time in growing our business is spent on onboarding, getting more new customers. And that's why I named this chapter More and Better. Because instead of focusing on getting more new customers and onboarding more, we spend so much time on that, and that's good to an extent. But we spend very little time on retention. How do we actually reduce churn? How do we improve the quality of our service? How do we have checklists and training so our crew is efficient and does a great job every single time? We answer the phone. We have great customer service. That's retention. But then ascension, I think that the vast majority of home service business owners spend almost no time thinking about ascension. How do I take a customer and get them to pay me more? Ultimately, what an upsell is doing is saying, hey, if you're buying this, like, why don't we go ahead and get you more? Why don't we get you more of what you're already getting? And so an upsell in a different retail sense would be like, hey, if you're buying a 24-inch TV, why not buy a 42-inch TV? Like, it's so much bigger and better, and here's all the reasons why. That's an upsell. I'm taking something you're already buying or you already have, and I'm selling you more of that thing, a better quality version of it. That's upsell. We'll talk about cross-sells down the road, which cross-sells is I'm selling something that goes along with your purchase. So, for example, if I'm selling that flat screen and I'm also bundling it with something like a PS Station, PlayStation, or a controller or video games, those would be cross-sells and do different things with the TV. But if I'm trying to upsell, I'm taking the person from a 24-inch TV to a 42-inch TV, and I might even be selling a warranty or some sort of warranty around the screen itself. That would be a better version of the product that they're buying. And I truly believe we as home service business owners get so wrapped up in the next shiny customer and getting more customers that we spend very little time on retention and almost no time whatsoever on ascension. We are in love with onboarding new customers. And so again, upselling is a better version of what you are already buying. Cross-selling is, hey, you might also like this. So, hey, I know you're buying that 24-inch TV. You might also like this PlayStation and these video games. Hey, so upsells, cross-sells. When it comes to like trucks, we get upsold all the time. When you go to Ford, they have the XL version, the XLT version, the King Ranch, the Lariat, the Raptor. These are all ways to get you to spend more money. And immediately, a lot of us think that, oh, that's super salesy, and it's going to lead to customers turning me away because they are being upsold and that people don't like that. Look, the biggest fans of Ford do not own the XL version. They spend more money with the business and get a better product. And so if you want to reduce churn, if you want to have better customers, if you want to have people that are your biggest fans, you solve more of their problems and you upsell them into more of your services and you get them to pay you more money. Your best paying customers are your best customers. Your lowest paying customers are the ones that cause you all the pressure and pain. And so the same way that Ford is going to try to get people to upsell into higher versions of the truck, you want to upsell your existing customers into better versions of the services that you're selling them. And this can be done in so many different ways. We just mentioned 11 different ways that you can do upsells inside your business. Let me show you real quick. I'll actually try to pull this up really fast. I'll actually show you inside of Copilot how you can kind of set up the upsells. It's super fast. So I'll show you how to navigate there. If you go to, let me do this and share my screen. Boom. So if you go to marketing and then you go to upsells over here on the left-hand side, with Safari, there you go. You can just create a new upsell right here. So marketing, upsells, new upsell. Now, when you do that, let's just name this one. Let's do it for like, let's see here. Let's call this bush trimming. Bush trimming. And then what you can do is a few things here. One, we can send an email, we can send a text, or we can, and then we can also say, does this need to be reviewed before sent? So what this does is on the mobile app, inside of Copilot, the employee is able to see a little button that says upsell. They click on the button and it shows the different upsells that you've built, like we were just building there. So for example, if they were mowing the grass, they would be able to see, oh, this person needs bush trimming. Boom. They click on the upsell button. They see bush trimming. And if they click on it, it would either text or email the customer the thing that we just built, the template. We would connect to that. We would be able to send immediately to the customer. And so it'd be probably something along the lines like, hey, Mr. Jones, we were at your property today. The crew noticed that the bushes were overgrown. We'd love to get that taken care of for you. If you'd like a quote, I'll be in your area tomorrow and I'll get that taken care of for you. Like very, very personalized email and text message going to the customer, trying to get them into an upsell of bush trimming. So the upsell takes literally 5 to 10 minutes to set those things up. And if you're like, well, I don't want my crew to be able to text or email customers just like on a whim and they tapping on the wrong button. So what you can do is that last toggle, that one right here, where they needs review to send. So if you have that, now they won't just go out to the customer immediately. Instead, it'll have to be reviewed by you from the dispatch board. All right, so on the dispatch board, there'll be a little handbag on their visit. And it'll say, hey, this person has an upsell. You can toggle over it and see who submitted that. And if you want it approved, then you can approve it. And then it would go out to them from there. If you're a solo operator, I would definitely just have that toggle, have this turned off, the needs review to send, because you know everyone's information. Like, you know you can send it immediately to the customer and they get it. Highly recommend this. Do not make your upsell messages super salesy. Like, dear customer, we have noticed on your property, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, hey, Bob, the crew at your property noticed the bushes were overgrown. Do you want an estimate? I can get it to you tomorrow. Make it really, really simple. We don't include pictures in our emails. We don't include links in those. We don't say signed off the Augusta lawn care team. We just leave it. Like, they know where it's coming from. Make it really, really personalized and they will respond at a higher rate. So that is the upsell feature inside Copilot. But I really don't care whether or not, like, the stance on upselling is what I'm looking for. Is every aspect of the business geared in a way to be able to sell the customer more stuff? If not, we are constantly going to spend money on onboarding new customers. We're going to constantly spend more and more money on onboarding more customers, and we're never going to be able to turn off the marketing funnel. We're never going to be able to start spending money on every single lead. You start making money in home services when leads start coming to you without you having to spend money on every single one. And so the number one way for me to do that is upsell and cross-sell services to my existing customers. And my job, my ultimate goal is I want to also turn every one-time job into a recurring revenue job. And so you're like, how in the world can I do that? All right, let's look at Cure 4 inside the book. So we have recurring revenue is another way to fix the off-season. So it says this on page 77. All right. Downsell big one-time jobs into reoccurring services. If someone can't pay for a $30,000 roof replacement, suggest regular repair visits for leaks instead. This is reoccurring service is cheaper than the one-time job. You could downsell further. So like, man, people are price sensitive. Great. This isn't the time to downsell. Instead of having a $30,000 roof replacement, I'm just like, okay, great. We're going to be coming and we'll do roof repairs. That's reoccurring. There's no schedule for it, but when there's a leak, you're going to come fix it. You could downsell further by offering a cheaper roof checkup. This recurring maintenance would prevent leaks before they cause damage. These monthly or quarterly inspections can help keep their roof in good shape. All right, so there's just so much opportunity to be able to take a one-time job and downsell it into a reoccurring job, like a repair usually. So usually I think about installs as one-time jobs, repairs as reoccurring, because when there's something broken, I have to fix it, and then maintenance as recurring, which means it happens on a weekly, monthly, bi-weekly, et cetera basis. And the reason this is so important, I keep pulling up the book, but this is what we talk about in the book. The reason it's so important, especially during times of economic recession, is recurring revenue is much more stable during economic turmoil. And people really noticed this back in 2022 when all of a sudden interest rates spiked up because all of a sudden massive projects just stalled out. The amount of people that were actually going forward with $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 jobs really slowed down when interest rates spiked up. But from a recurring perspective, in terms of maintenance, everything just stayed the same. Now, when it came back to, here it is, page 77. During the 2007-2009 financial crisis, new vehicle sales dropped by 42%. I think of that as like a one-time big purchase, like it's a one-time big install kind of thing. Meanwhile, the aftermarket sector, repairs and maintenance, experienced only a 1% decline. Again, I think of repairs as reoccurring and maintenance as recurring revenue. During tough times, people delay buying new cars, but they still take care of their current vehicles. This requires reoccurring repairs and recurring maintenance. Brake pads need to be swapped, oil changes need to be done. Another reason to focus on recurring revenue doesn't depend on having an exceptional salesperson present at all times. There are so many reasons to try to get someone into a recurring service. So the question is, how do I upsell them into that? And using the 11 strategies at the very beginning, you're going to create the packages. You're going to create warranties. You're going to create guarantees. You're going to create tiered levels of service. You're going to have a good, better, and best model and package that you sell people. And a great time to do that is once the job is done. Especially if you do one-time big projects, my goal is to upsell them into a recurring maintenance package. My goal is to upsell them into a warranty that I will come back and fix anything in the future. I want to upsell them on the initial estimate that, hey, if they spend an extra $5,000, I will guarantee this project for the next 15 years. And I'm simply, you're like, well, what happens if it breaks? That's what insurance is. And that's why insurance is such a great business model and has been around for many, many years, is because you're selling thin air. You're selling reassurance to customers. And when you can get away from being a commodity service in the home service industry, where you're just selling like everyone else is, and instead you're selling peace of mind, you're selling insurance, you're selling thin air, and that is the work that we do, we will stand behind. When you sell that and you're able to mark up for that and upsell customers into that higher level of value, that's when you'll make money. That's when you'll be profitable. Instead of always thinking about price and we got to discount, how can you actually increase the price and upsell customers by taking away all the things they're afraid of? They're afraid of you doing a lousy job. Okay, great. I'm going to charge them more and give them a guarantee or a warranty, and I'm going to bake that into the price. And so, for example, planting trees. A lot of times people don't water their plants. So what am I going to do? I'm going to upsell them. Hey, look, I will guarantee these plants as long as we install the irrigation for them. What did I just do? I just upsold them from a planting job into a irrigation job into a warranty. Oh, and by the way, we will replace them at no cost as long as we do maintenance on them on a monthly basis. This is how you upsell a one-time job into recurring revenue over and over and over again. All right, so that was upsells. And we do have a few more minutes here, but let me see what's next on the agenda for today's live stream. Again, if you have not already, MikeAndes.com/book. We're trying to get to 100 Amazon reviews because that is where Brianna said, I am able to get a cold plunge. And this guy needs a cold plunge. And if you can't afford the book, don't spend the money. It's free on podcast app. It's free on Spotify. It's free as a video training on mikeandes.com/workshop. But if you like Audible and audiobooks, if you like to have the physical copy hardcover and be able to actually like write on all this, fill in, and actually do the workbook stuff inside of these pages, then buy the book. But if I can get 100 Amazon reviews today, we will be able to get ourselves a cold plunge, which is the objective of this entire day. Might we forget? Okay, let me just stop this screen. And now I'm going to, let's see what's next on the, okay, so up next, we are doing a call-in and walk. So what that entails is me figuring out why the call-in show was not working. So let me try to hook it back up again and see if we can't figure this out, because it was working fantastically. And then all of a sudden, I switched cameras and no one could hear me. So let's see if we can't figure this out. Give me one moment. I'm going to start another show. I'm going to go ahead and host a show. All right. And start and save show. Okay, so we're going to open up the call again, and then that should work. But yeah, for some reason you were able to hear me, and I was not. No, I was able to hear you, but you were not able to hear me. 818. All right. See, I should be able to hear these buttons right now, and I'm not. That's so weird. Okay, let's keep trying. Okay, boom.
Thank you for calling Call-In
Okay, you
Studios
guys probably
host
can
and
hear
call
that. One
screener
second.
line. Please enter your show or
Okay,
meeting number
one
and
second.
press
I'm
pound.
putting in my codes. I got to put a couple codes in here, and hopefully this will be up and rolling. Okay.
Enter your 6-digit PIN number.
Okay, got to do my PIN. 3.
Welcome, host.
Okay.
You are now in the host room. and
Says
you
that I'm
manage your
rocking and
callers from the
rolling.
Call-In Studio web interface.
Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. So I'm going to let someone in, and hopefully it is working now. Give me one moment. All right, we are doing the call-in. Let's hope it works. And I'm going to start walking. And then on deck is the P&L review. If you would like me to look over your profit and loss statement and your balance sheet, you can go to mikeandes.com/send. Okay, it's mikeandes.com/send. I'm going to go ahead and put it up in the banner section here. So submit your financial statements for review at mikeandes.com/send. That is on deck. That is coming up in about 35 minutes. So if you submit now, put together your documents, I will review your financial statements, and we will go over some recommendations based on what I see. And so feel free to submit that. Again, that's mikeandes.com/send. And in about 30 minutes, I'll be doing P&L reviews. For now, let's go ahead and jump right into it. Let me see if we can get this thing to work. Okay, let's hope and pray. Let's hope and pray that this works. Can you hear me? Welcome to the show.
I can. Hello.
Fantastic. It worked. Are you come from North Carolina?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on. What can I do for you?
Yeah. So my name's Phil. We've spoken once before. We spoke back near Christmas a couple of years ago doing the business plan that you did. I can't remember when that was.
Very
But
cool.
I wanted to reach out. We are going through some training. We're trying to figure out, we're recognizing that training is our number one holdup right now. We have leads. We're okay liquidity wise, but training our techs is something that we're trying to figure out. So we do pool service down here in North Carolina, and trying to figure out how do we teach and how do you think about kind of more technical training and transferring skills from my brain into our technicians. So just trying to think through that and trying to get a better process for having a handbook, updating trainings, making sure the guys are kind of more have a certification path that they can grow into.
Yeah, what does that look like right now, Phil? Like in terms of what do you do for training? Do you have certification or benchmarks that they hit? Like what does that look like?
Yeah, so training currently, we have basically a 4-week training program that gets them from 0 to cleaning pools, taking care of things. And then we have 10 like secondary services that we do ongoing training. But I don't really have a good way to systematize that more complicated training. Like we have a pretty good system to go, like I said, go from 0 to basic understanding, but following and tracking and updating processes is the big thing. Like how do you, like tracking that and building out the training program, tracking, like following their progress through, making sure that they know where they are. That's what we're trying to solve right now, and that's what we're dealing with.
Got it. And so when they are doing these optional or like ancillary trainings, is this mostly in person? Do you have handbooks? Do you do videos? Like what's sort of the delivery mechanism?
So mostly what we've done in the past is in person. So I'm trying to build out a workbook that we can work through and have, but it's like trying to track all of that and keep it straight. And then who's responsible for their training. That's what we're trying to work through. And I'm just curious how you guys handle that, or do you handle that, or do you strictly stick to simple services for that exact reason?
Yeah, like before I even tackle the problem, I'm trying to think about how can I standardize or simplify it. That being said, once I've come to the conclusion, hey, these are the services I'm keeping, then I am going to create a training document that for the trainer and the trainee. I'm going to incentivize both of them. So for example, like for us, once someone's been trained, the trainer is incentivized that the trainee is efficient after they've been trained. So even if they sign off on someone, if that person goes out and gets yellow slips or callbacks, like it actually affects the trainer's pay. And so what you can do to kind of simplify this, like what do you use for payroll right now?
Augusta.
Yeah. So if you're using Augusta, like inside the employee profile, you could have, whether they've completed certain trainings, what their pay is. I would probably tie pay in some way. Compensation is a great form of incentive to be able to be like, hey, if you complete certain trainings, you get more incentive. If you train other people and they're efficient, you get more incentive. And so I would do money. You could also do recognition as a way just to make sure like that you are giving them a reason as to why they should do this training and complete it as you have stated. And so you could also do things like Google Forms or even like SurveyMonkey to test it. And you can make it relatively simple. It could be like, hey, at the end of this, you scan this QR code. Once you scan the QR code, it takes you through a quiz. That quiz, once you finalize it, you get a bonus or you get a pay increase. So you could have like, hey, after the first 4 weeks, you scan this QR code, you take this test. If you pass the test, you get bumped in pay. And then as you complete these 10 other ones and complete X amount of jobs in each of those disciplines, you also scan the QR code and do the same thing. So like I would probably tie it to a couple things. Number one, I'm trying to create a trainer-trainee mentality inside the business because there's a lot of hands-on stuff. And if you're doing it yourself, it could just lead to where you're only training ever. So creating a system for the trainer and then an incentive for the trainer and the trainee. And then this kind of gives you a nice way of being able to get a new employee scaled up over the course of like a year or 2 years to make more money in the business, maybe 6 months even. And be like, hey, you got 4 weeks. And then after that, you can keep bumping your pay up as you complete these trainings and unlock more incentive or bonus or whatever it might be.
Yeah. And that's so like our kind of framework that we're working with is basically these extra 10 jobs are just extra revenue that can go into their P4P. So that's kind of how we're thinking about incentivizing it. Like there's all this revenue that is coming into the business, the clients are asking for, opening them up to that. And it's like, I feel like we have the incentives aligned, but I just feel like the way that I envision it is I want my guys to want to do these things and to recognize that, hey, that this is available to you. But it's like getting them motivated and having them push up is not working. And that's what I'm trying to figure it out is like, how do you communicate the added value to them? Like they could increase their pay by 20, 30, 40% in a week if they could handle these extra tasks that are currently being handled by a separate repair technician or senior technician is what we call it.
Yeah, like I would make that clear to them because like yes, you could always say like we as business owners can run the math pretty quickly and tell them how hey, being more efficient or getting more revenue from this customer is gonna make you more money. I would probably tie it to base pay, or some form of something that makes very much tangible to them, or like unlocking a bonus so that like they know when I complete these 10 things, I get a bonus. Like if you really want to incentivize, you'd be like, hey, if you get the 4-week training, then your base pay kicks in. And then after you finish these 10 trainings, your base pay goes up, or just a flat bonus, like $1,000. Because you have incentive for them to do this, so you don't have to go get a senior tech. They have incentives because they will make more money on P4P, but also in the short term, which most of them are thinking this way, I would tie some sort of bonus or incentive to the short term, what they get today when they complete that work.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I like that.
Yeah, so I think like
What,
a
I would
one-time
say
bonus or a bump in base pay around that would be helpful. But yeah, the guys usually just think too short term in terms of you trying to convince them, hey, you're going to make more revenue for the company per job, therefore you will make more.
Right.
There's too many areas for them to fill in the gaps. But go ahead.
Too many you coulds, too many variables for them to follow. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm just like thinking through the training and formalizing it. That's kind of what I'm dealing with. And I know there's things out there like Trainual and stuff. It's just one of those things where I'm having a hard time seeing the value of a service like that. But maybe that is it, and just having a dedicated place where everybody can go to and find all the information they need.
Yeah, and if you really wanted to go analog with it, there's really nothing wrong with like laminating each of the 10 checklists, having the QR code on there, and like having a thing on the wall. Like we used to have this where they all had a packet with their name on it on the wall, like a little where we could put in papers and stuff like that. And you could literally just have like, hey, here's the 10. Once you've done it, you scan it, and then you bring it to the office and you say, I finished it. They check it off and they give you the bonus or whatever. Like you can make it analog without making it too complicated in terms of software. But then it's just like, recorded somewhere on their employee profile.
That's what I'm looking at right now. I have a corkboard in the office, everybody's name and X marks next to when they've done those certain tasks. But yeah.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thanks for
super helpful. I like that idea of making it a hard incentive as soon as they finish it, because that is definitely, I feel like that would help.
Awesome. Thanks for coming in,
awesome.
Phil.
Thanks for your time, Mike.
You got it. All right, next caller is coming in from, it looks like Locust, North Carolina, if I'm right. Go ahead.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Fantastic.
Perfect. I had a question. So I'm in a bit of two options. I'm trying to really grow the business, but I would also like to not live with my parents anymore. And so I'm trying to determine how to grow the business, I guess. My goal this year is 200K, and I want to move after that towards going towards $1 million incrementally. But I also am looking at land, and then that will be shop space, living space. I'm trying to figure out if I should put a timeline on that, or just kind of as I grow, try to move out.
Yeah, like the by you moving out, do you increase your revenue? Like, are you being held back by living with your parents, or is this a function of simply just kind of want to move out?
I'm definitely not held back. It's more of a space issue. I'm getting more and more equipment, and we just don't have a ton of space in the backyard. And I don't have like a storage unit or anything. So I mainly just keep stuff on the truck, and then I have stuff in the driveway and behind my dad's shed.
Yeah, like I would recommend, if you're trying to be as frugal as possible, to stay with your parents as long as possible and kind of baby step into better storage arrangements. So for example, you could start with a storage facility. You could do an enclosed trailer. You could eventually find some land to park things at. But like the overhead expense of a $2,000 or $3,000 shop right now that has office space, et cetera, is just not going to be the best use of your funds, especially given the fact that you can really reduce your personal living expenses by living with them. And so I would first be looking at things like storage spaces or land, or talking like a farmer and be like, hey, can I just park on your land? Because as soon as you move out, if you're like going to go out and get a house, we're talking about $3,000 to $4,000, depending on your area, but like a
Right.
significant
Yeah.
mortgage in order to be able to sustain that. And I think we can do it without that for now.
Right. My plan was to do more of a like buy land and then just have a storage unit or a shipping container on that and have like a really not even a house and I don't know, I don't need a ton. But kind of just live in a like a shed or something. But I think I could still stay with my parents for a while. I guess my question is, should I be putting money towards a shop space or like looking to move out, or should I just keep investing in the business? Because I do postcards weekly and I spend about $700 on marketing each week, but I'm just trying to figure out if I should be putting a certain amount towards that time or yeah, I guess that's my question.
Yeah, like if you're spending that much a week on marketing, you should be growing very quickly. And if you're not, your website, I would definitely take a look at your website. And so I just think that there's better use of the funds in the business than because, like, for example, if you go buy a land, like how much would a acre cost in your area? Like that would be ideal for, you know, shop space and like commercial / industrial.
Right. It varies. There's a one I'm looking at. It's $30K for 2 acres, but then there's one 10 minutes from a house. It's an acre for $100K.
Yeah. So let's.
So I would have to move out towards like about 20 minutes away from my current, like all my routes are.
Yeah. Like the trouble is this: you're gonna get, let's just call it 50, 60 grand to get land. The challenging part is getting financing on that without a house. Like you're not going to be able to get an FHA loan. You're not going to be able to get a traditional 30-year mortgage on just a piece of land. Usually, depending on where you live, but usually you're not going to get land and only have to put like 5% down, 10% down, 20% down. You're usually going to have to do some sort of creative financing, or usually you get a construction loan. But if you're not going to be building and you're just going to have land and storage, you're going to have to pay for that whole thing up front. And I happen to believe if you put 50 to 100 grand into your business over the next couple of years, we'd be waking up with a business that is much larger and can afford a mortgage or rent or something bigger to serve your needs down the road. And as soon as you get into the real estate game, you're in a different business. Like you're literally running a different business at this size. And in my opinion, focusing that capital on the service business allows you to grow that size of the revenue and the profits down the road to the point where you could afford more. I think if you put that much capital into a piece of land right now, you'd also be kind of depleting your capital reserves and starving the business of funds.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So I think the 700 is a bit much for every door direct mail. It's done well in the past, but y'all's website really brings in most of the leads. Do you think I should do just send out emails weekly to my customer base? I got about 1,000 people in there. I know upsells are huge and those really help. But if I'm not going to be spending, I guess I'd not like to spend 700 if there's not like a good ROI on it so far. So, I guess what do you think I should do for marketing if I'm not going to be saving that capital or moving out, but rather putting it to growing the business?
Yeah, like I'd be testing everything, right? So door hangers, Facebook, Google, I'd be testing your market, what actually works. With that kind of budget, you're basically at $3,000 a month. You could essentially almost hire someone full-time to be doing door hangers. You could be in a lot of yard signs. You could be in a lot of Facebook ads and Google ads. Like there's $100 a day. And so if you spent $20 a day on Google and $80 a day on Facebook, I would expect huge amounts of leads. And so if you're not getting very many leads from every door direct mail and, postcards or flyers, whatever you're sending out, I would definitely be trying to test out a different lead source and split testing that.
Perfect. Yeah, I know it had worked in the past, but it hasn't really worked this year. So I appreciate you telling me though. I think it just helps to get a different perspective on things. But that's all the questions I got, Mike. I appreciate your time.
You got it. Take care. Next caller is coming in, I believe, from Georgia. Welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on.
Oh, yep.
You Yeah, I can hear you, and I think you were the one that I could not hear before. So thank you for sticking with me.
Yeah, yep. And I was also the one who called in with the pressure washing company with the membership.
Oh, cool.
So I've got two questions.
Mhm.
I'll make them quick. So the first is with regards to like if I'm doing discounts. So let's say I sell them on a service plan and I discount them a certain amount. Would I like basically how would I let that affect the P for P? Would they get P for P based off the discounted number or the total? If there wasn't a discount, how would you handle a discount with P for P? Basically, is the question.
Yeah, so if I'm discounting, so in general, when I'm running P for P numbers, I'm actually looking at the budget hours multiplied by the hourly rate. And so if I discount the final dollar amount, I could technically just leave the budget hours as is and it not affect P for P. Alternatively, if you want it to affect P for P, you would have changed the budgeted hours.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So if,
okay, so
if
would you suggest?
Go ahead.
Would you suggest having it affect P for P?
If I'm closing a job and discounting, if I'm discounting a job in order to close it because I like need to fill the schedule, I feel like I should be taking the hit for that. And if it is a function of me communicating with my team saying, hey guys, I'm going to be going lower on budget hours so that way we can all stay busy, then I'm okay with it. But traditionally, I am trying my best to take the hit on my end and just avoid having to take the hit at all by staying booked out far enough to where I don't need to give discounts.
Okay. And so what if it's like a function of your business where it's like service plans and you get a lot, like a good portion of customers in at that discounted rate? Could you say take the hit or give it to the employee?
Well, typically if you're doing some sort of promo or like you're doing, let's say, like, back to what we talked before, like more package style. If you're doing more package style, it should also reduce the amount of time the crew has to take on the job because this is a job they've been to before. There's less work to be done. There's not initial service. They already have job notes, property notes, etc. And so it should take them less long in terms of after the first visit if they're doing packages. Now, if you're doing a promotion, like we're just trying to get a whole bunch of new customers and I'm discounting heavily, I am going to honor budget hours. Like I always want budget hours to be accurate, always. So if I'm discounting, I might change the price to the customer, but I'm not going to touch budget hours or their P for P. And I've always tried to do that. It's where the budget hours are realistic and they're accurate, and whether or not the price to the customer changes based on my promo, that's kind of on me.
Okay. Yeah, I that makes sense. I agree with that. And then in Copilot, if you like put a discount on a customer, that's not going to affect the budget hours.
Correct. Yeah, like inside Copilot, when what it's actually pulling is the budgeted hours from that item and service. That's why if you go to item and services, there's a rate for estimates and there's a rate for P for P. And if you change that rate, let's say it's $100, that rate, and then on that line item there's 4 budget hours, it knows there's $400 worth of labor being generated. Now, if you change the price to the customer, it doesn't really affect P for P at all.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, that makes sense. The other question was, so we've got 2 kind of cities that we service. One that we service more, but it's smaller. Another more populated that we service less. And down the road, I think the idea would be to break it into 2 separate companies, just because they're both like half an hour apart. So I guess that makes sense to me. And I'm wanting to set up a GMB in the other city. And I'm wondering, do you have any advice on how to, like what kind of address you would get, how you'd get that address, and then how you'd set that up for the long run to separate it into a second business like GMB was? Yeah,
so Google My Business is what you're talking about, having a different listing. First off, I would question the premise as to whether it needs to be 2 different businesses. I think at the beginning, I would certainly market in the new area and try to develop a good customer base before I move over there, just so you don't have like all of your eggs in the basket of I'm going to second location, because like second and third locations are very difficult. Like you have never done this before outside of one location, and many times people split their attention and then both things fail. And so I would be careful about doing 2 locations right off the rip. I would rather go market in that area, generate lead flow where it's coming in, and then think about, okay, do I get a general manager? Do I split this off? Do I do 2 different businesses, 2 different LLCs or whatever? And then in terms of Google listing, you can always do another Google listing over there and just start one And as long as you have an address that has a verifiable address, like there's no reason why you couldn't start another one.
Yep. What's a cheap way to get an address? Because I don't believe you can do like a ghost address like in an office or like a rental unit. So what would you advise?
Yeah, you can't do like a UPS store box. You can't do a USPS box typically. So there's a few things you could do. One, you could rent a space that does have a physical office. You could also talk to the owner and be like, hey, I'm not going to be here all the time, but I need a place to verify an address. Can I, do the property free services for you? Can I do something so I can just verify this address and get mail here? Right. And I can make my video, put my sign out front, etc. That's another way you could do it. Another way you can do it sometimes, depending on your area and depending on the verification process, is if your office is a co-working space. So there are some places you might pay like $100 or $200 a month for a co-working space, but it is a real address with a real office, and then you verify that address inside your market. That sometimes does work as well. And then it's just less expensive than going and find a shop space.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes sense. What's kind of a dollar amount that you wouldn't go above on like rent just to have an address? Do you have an idea?
Probably. That's tough. Probably a few $100 a month. Like if I really could not get it any other way, it's just a matter of like eventually down the road, let's say $300 when I'm paying someone else to kind of like just verify. Well, eventually if I have a shop space for like $700 or $800, it's starting to look a little bit better. But then it's like, do I actually have an address that I can verify? Maybe not, because that might be $2,000 or $3,000 a month, which I don't want to get into. So, but from like a straight value play, like, man, it's worth a lot because like you rank better on Google natively. You rank better on Google listing. As soon as you have a verifiable address, especially if it's inside that market. But I would say at first I would create a service area, maybe even a service page inside your current website that reaches out to this new area, develop some lead flow, and so that when you do go into that market, you have a lot of confidence in terms of the customers that are coming in.
Yep, and we've already got a home service web design killing it in that location, so we're getting leads from there already. So
cool.
That's set up.
Awesome.
All right, I appreciate it, man. Thanks.
You got it. Take care. All right. If you have a question, feel free to call in. I am going to switch to walking on this treadmill because my butt kills. All right. Let's see if this time we can make this work without it completely getting messed up. Let me switch over my camera to this one. So if you have a question, feel free to call in. Let me see here. I'm going to switch to this camera because last time we switched to the other camera, it did not like it. So hopefully it does not mess up our call-ins show. Boom. All right, that should be half decent there. Okay. All right. There's the number. All right. So if you have a question, call in 361-733-3332. I know that some people have already submitted their profit and loss statements, and so thank you for that. We got a question from Aiden saying, hey, Mike, what truck would you recommend for all-in-bed transport? I don't know what it means. Sorry. All-in-bed transport? You mean like you transport beds? Or do you mean like a truck where you have like all the built-out like the bed has all the drawers, etc.? So in terms of what truck, I really don't care, to be honest with you. Yeah, so to reduce churn, would it be better to focus on strategies to get better quality customers rather than focus on strategies to get larger quantities of customers? Yeah, so like this is the classic value proposition. It's like, do I want more customers or do I want higher value customers that pay me more? And the vast majority of us spend far too much time, energy, and money on trying to find new customers and getting more larger quantities of customers instead of just doing more and better, which is like better customer service, better response time, getting to the quote faster, getting the quote to the customer faster, higher levels of training, and higher quality job. These are all things that are like the basics that we skip over and jump to. Let's go spend a bunch of money on marketing. Do you recommend creating a logo? Yes, I do. And then build around, like when we do websites on home service web design and lawn care web design, we take the logo and from that take all the design elements, colors, etc., required to be able to build the website out. I'll get back to chat in a moment. We got another caller coming in, and it is from, I don't know where it's from. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey there. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. What can I do for you?
My question, my name is Kenny. I run Bellboy Home Services. You looked at the website a little bit ago. And based off of your feedback, my question would be, how would I change the website and what I do? Because I'm a general contractor, and all those services that we do, we have certified electricians, certified HVAC, all those contractors on our team. I don't actually do the work, most of it. I sub it out. So how would I market well enough to where it is communicated that we do everything, but it's not just one person doing
awesome
all those things?
Very, very well articulated. That makes so much more sense. And that's what I would be expressing on your website. So like general contractor serving these markets. As soon as you said I'm a general contractor, everything made sense to me. But until then, I thought you were doing all the work as a solo operator, trying to do all those services. So I would just put like right on that homepage, the very first thing as a customer, I'm like, do they solve my problem and do they serve my area? So general contractor serving city name, city name, city name, city name. And then when you list off all those services, it makes sense to me because you're a general contractor.
Makes sense.
But yeah, I think the website from a design perspective, you can move some of those things around, but ultimately that's the main question I have as a customer is like, is this one guy doing all of these things? And you can just say, hey, I'm a general contractor and these are all the services we provide. I think it just makes more sense to the customer.
Yeah, makes sense. I appreciate the insight.
You got it. Best of luck to you. Take care. All right, we got some other questions coming in. Feel free, as always, if you have a call, to call the number up above. Next caller is coming in from, I don't know where it's coming from. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, what's up, Mike? We're over here in New Jersey. So, Mike, I'm just in a really tough spot. I hired my wife to do the office, handling all the office and all that stuff. And my main reason for really doing it is just because we have 3 kids and 1 on the way. And it's really so that over the winter she gets like a big tax return and she gets unemployment, and that takes care of, my kids and her throughout the winter. And then I do like side jobs and a little bit of winter services just to just be able to pay my bills.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't know what other way I can go about this because the winter services is not bringing in enough to cover all the bills.
Got it.
So
what are the services you offer right now, Kenny?
I do snow removal. I do actual winter services like you preach, and then that's really it. Any odd jobs, anything really, just to pay the bills.
Got it. And right now, how are new leads coming in? Do you have a website? Like most people just call from word of mouth. Like what's your sort of lead acquisition?
Yeah, so I haven't really been able to track that. However, I do know I have a website. I do Google Ads, and I know some people, they take a picture of the truck or something like that. But yeah, that's really it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, like inside the book, you'll see I go through cure 1, 2, 3, and 4. And then the 5th cure is if all of these things you have tried and none of them work, use cure 5. And the reason I say that is because I do believe there's almost every single time someone says winter services doesn't work in their market, I will boil down like all the things that they could actually change in that system in terms of how do you convert people over? How are you running ads during that time? How are you pitching the price savings of fall cleanups and spring cleanups versus winter services? There's like a huge opportunity there. I'm going to, again, assume for a moment that you've done that all perfectly, which I think there's probably some juice to squeeze. If you look at cure 4 inside the book, there's probably a lot of juice to squeeze. Now, let's assume for a moment that has all been done perfectly. That's when we go to cure 5, and that's when you add another service. And so what service in your market can you do during the winter? I think you already are doing one of them, which is snow. And that's like the adjacent service, which is cure 3 that you're selling people. So why can't we do more snow?
Because I can't afford another truck, really, or the equipment.
And
as of right now, but
And is your
Mhm.
current one truck completely filled on snow when it does snow?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I would say so because it's only me and another helper. I feel I can only work like 15 hours before I just need to sleep.
So really, it's when there's not snow on the
You know?
ground during winter. That's when you like don't have a lot of work coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we do winter services, which is only like 10 clients out of like 50 that
Mhm.
we do regular service for.
Mhm.
And yeah, that's basically it.
So about 20% of your mowing customers are converting over to winter services. I do believe that can be
Yeah, so,
improved to about 60 to 80% simply by following a more stringent path of how you convert them over. And so definitely like check that part. It's Cure 4 in the book. The way that you do the conversion, the way you pitch it to each customer. With 50 customers, if I'm selling winter services, I'm going to go in person to every single customer and sell winter services. I'm going to show them what it costs per month versus if they do a spring cleanup and a fall cleanup. I'm going to pitch them in person. And if anyone opts out or is not home, I'm going to send a personalized video looking at their property. And I show this in the book, like looking at their property, walking over the cost with them. I genuinely believe you will convert 70 to 80% of people.
And I agree. So my one concern with, I'm sorry, did you have more to say?
Go ahead. You're fine.
Go ahead. Oh, yeah. So my main concern being here in northern Jersey is that the ground is so frozen. Even though there's not much snow, it's so frozen. I can't even create an edge or I can't dethatch the lawn to like actually really clean the property like some of these clients really want it to be. Like they don't want one leaf on the property sometimes. So it's hard to do that when some of it is frozen.
Yep.
So how do I tell them, hey, this property is going to look just as good as it does in the spring, all winter, like when I can't even clean it that well or something like that?
Yeah, so in the verbiage of what winter services entails, you're going to clarify some of these things. So for example, you could say, if it's below freezing, here's the services that we're going to do. And so that would be like, if snow is present, we will shovel. If not, we will spread salt. The other thing that's really important is like checking their downspouts. If they're like, where can there be frozen pipes? Or do you put on the styrofoam caps over their spigots for their hose? Like these are all things that are value add when the temperature is really low. And then if the temperature is higher, then okay, well then we're looking at leaves. We're going to make sure that we pick up branches. We're going to edge the lawn. Like there's so many ways just getting creative around this and just figuring out how do we stay busy and provide value. Because like the last thing the customer wants is to have to pay a plumber $800 to come fix their thing because it blew a pipe, right? Or like their irrigation isn't set up correctly. Or there's a laundry list. It's just a matter of getting creative and then selling them, hey, look at you, all of these things. And especially in New Jersey, like if you're in nice markets, there's a lot of snowbirds. So like they're down in Florida. They are absolutely someone that you could actually sell winter service to that doesn't even do mowing with you. They're about to leave in October or November, and you sell them, hey, you're going to spend $600-700 over the entire winter. I'm going to be doing this laundry list of things and making sure there's not broken windows, the pipes aren't breaking, the gutters are flowing well, there's no branches falling down your property, it doesn't look deserted, it's well kept. That's a huge value add. And so it will just require changing your mindset that like when it's frozen, there's still so much to be done on a property. And if the name of your company was XYZ Winter Services, you would completely change your mindset to instead of thinking like, hey, this is the off season. This is October, November is the time for you to get started. It's the time to start promoting your service to these snowbirds. Like this would be the go time. And so if you actually just think of like you have two different businesses, you have your mowing season and then you have your winter service season. And during winter services, it's actually your busiest season for that business. And thinking of it like that will allow you to actually go into the offensive instead of just being like, oh, whatever people convert over. Like, I think there's a lot of juice to squeeze there. I think we can go from 20% to 80% by doing the conversion mechanism better. But I also think that just the mindset that, like, this is slow season is wrong. Like, in general, we can defeat the off season if you just go in a more aggressive approach. And we go aggressive by saying, what problems can we solve for these customers, even if it is frozen?
So I can't do the whole like no spring or fall cleanup because it's frozen. I can't do that pitch. So you're saying to do something, figure something else out, right?
Yeah, it's like if it's frozen, here's the things that we do. If it's not frozen, here's the things we do. And that's gonna be a long list on both of them, like probably 5 to 8 things on both.
Yeah.
And you're saying you're gonna get all of this, and it's gonna be $50 a visit or whatever it might be. I think it's a really great sell.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Mike.
Awesome, you got it. All right, next caller is coming in from, I don't know where it's from. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, what's going on, Mike?
Not much. What can I do for you?
Hey, so my question pertains to marketing, basically. So, I've been in business for 5 years. This is my 5th spring rush, and so just all of a sudden it feels like leads have just fallen flat, right? And so I've upped my marketing spend on my Google ads. Lawn care web design takes care of my website, so I've got great SEO and good exposure here in my market. But I'm spending a lot on my Google ads to try to make up for what I'm not receiving organically, basically. And I don't really understand what's going on. I signed on about the same amount of clients as I did last year at this time. But being that this is my 5th year, I really thought that things would be just much more than they are.
Yeah.
And I'm just not really sure what the issue is.
Yeah. What services do you offer now?
Weed control, fertilization.
Got it. Okay. And yeah, like in the past few months, across home services, we've seen a lot of areas very demographically based. And certain areas of the country are affected more, but like a big drop in new leads. And whether it be the tariff scares or stock market going down, like people are a little more freaked out. Interest rates are back up really high. So, couple things. First off, your Google listing, how many Google reviews do you have right now?
I've got 85-star reviews.
Okay. And compared to your competition, like, do you rank well on Google listing, or like, do they have like 500 and 1,000 reviews in your area?
I mean, there's True Green. There's the big name guys. There's another company here, Heroes. That's another large company, but they've got like 180s or something like that. But I rank right up there with these guys. I've been in this market for quite some time, and I've created a good name. And it just seems the lead flow has been just so much less qualified. And I know that's partially due to upping my Google ads and really magnifying my visibility in the market. But again, it's just that lead flow has just been just crap. Because I can close anybody. If I've got a qualified lead that comes through, I can close anybody on the sale.
Yeah. For your contact list, how many people are currently in that? Like, just you have their email and their phone number.
I mean, 1,000 plus.
And do we have some sort of cadence, like monthly, where we're sending out texts and emails to them?
I do not. No.
Yeah. So that would be the lowest hanging fruit. Like, I generally believe out of 1,000 people, especially in weed control, fertilizing, etc. Like, which, whether even if you started doing grubs, like, which time of year every single one of your services are most relevant. And I would be making a monthly text and email for every single month. And I genuinely believe you will absolutely make up for your lead flow. And it's not going to be coming from cheap leads. It's going to be coming from people already inside your system that you've already done service for, or at least they raised their hand and said, I need an estimate. And so you also get people that left to come back to you after they realize some other provider didn't live up to what they hoped. And so I genuinely believe that would be the first thing I do. Like, I genuinely believe an email and a text message. And let's just assume to get the text side of things, you're going to have to, bump up the subscription on software or something like that. I genuinely believe it'll outperform an extra couple $100 a month on Google. And like, how much are you spending on Google right now?
Man, I'm spending $3,000 a month. I spent $3,000 last month.
Mercy. So that means we have some juice to work with, right? So I'd be doing two things. First off, like within 24 hours, I'd be doing an email campaign. As soon as I can get software set up, I'd be doing it with text. That's going to cost me maybe $200 to $500 max per month to get text messages sent out to everybody. Sure. And then I would be taking the rest of that money and I'd be thinking, okay, can I split that in half, do do 1,000 to Google, but I'm going to take the other 1,500. I'm going to go test with something that is instant pricing, like a door hanger, or like have you ever done instant pricing with door hangers before?
I have not, no.
So I would test it. Do I think it's going to work in your market? I don't know. I would get at least 1,000. Anything less than 1,000 is not a test in my mind.
Okay.
In Augusta, we usually say 5,000 as a test. But let's do 1,000 just so you can get some confidence. If you just get a few customers, even 1, 2, it's something you can scale that's going to be a whole lot cheaper than $3,000 a month on Google. And furthermore, you get to put them on in the neighborhoods that you want customers.
Sure.
So I would focus on, first off, upselling my customers using text and email. Secondly, I would be looking at doing a door hanger strategy. I would be, first off, equipping my crews every single time they do a job. They're doing the 9 rounds, so 9 houses closest to that person. We do that on a quarterly basis. And then I'm going to be making sure I actually can figure out the math behind door hangers and doing an instant price on there for the services that you know are most prevalent and needed at that time of year. And then I'm going to put those door hangers out with a minimum of 1,000. Like I really want to say 3,000, but I know 1,000 is probably going to take you 3 to 5 days to put them out. At least do that many if you can.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah. So I am the crew. I'm owner operator of this business, man, and I'm at the point, like I'm almost to capacity here. I can probably take on another 30 clients or something like that, and I'm like, just hurriedly trying to reach that capacity.
Yep.
To either bump my prices or to just go ahead and take that next step and hire an employee. So
no, 100%.
But like before,
we just need 30 customers, right?
That employee,
right. Go
right.
ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, before I get that employee, I just wanted to make sure that I had enough lead flow coming in that I can sustain, basically, pay, obviously all the things that come with an employee, that are going to come with that, and then there's going to be lots of my time that is free to do other things, but I also need to begin filling up a second route so I can, already be working on that third truck in the business. So that's just kind of where I'm trying to get this from. But, I have been tossing around the idea of door hangers for sure, because that is super low hanging fruit and definitely, what I should be doing, the 5 rounds, 9 rounds, whatever, but, just being a one man show, it's hard to wear all those hats. So
totally. Cool. Yeah. And the nice thing is with door hangers, spending $3,000 a month, you have so much there. You could literally hire someone almost full time at $3,000 a month to put out door hangers. So that's why I'm saying, like, let's go ahead and test it, make sure it works, and then scale it using the $3,000 budget we're already spending and giving to Google and not getting a lot of results for, or getting a bunch of cheap tire kicker leads. And so it is not a function of door hangers or work. It is a function of, let's test it, and if it works, I have plenty of ammunition to throw at it because I'm spending $3,000 a month right now on Google. So best of luck to you. Fantastic. There are some callers in the queue. Stay on there. I will get to you. But first, we are going to do some P&L, profit and loss statement reviews. We got quite a few actually now, have submitted in. So let me go ahead and pull these up. Let's see here. Let's see who is in here. Boom. Okay. Let me just make sure. All right. I am going to switch my camera back over and sit down and get back onto here. Boom. All right. Let me pause this. We're going to jump into profit and loss reviews. Thank you to those who have left a Amazon. A few of them have stuck. Some of the Amazon reviews have stuck. We need to get to 100 reviews. We're going to give it till Wednesday, since sometimes Amazon does take a day to get the review up on to their website. We need 100 because then I can get a cold plunge. And so that is the goal for today. 100 Amazon reviews. If you could help me do that, I would greatly appreciate it. Let's see here. If you want to get to the book, mikeandy.com/book, that will take you there. Again, that's right here. Let's go ahead and switch on over. I'm going to download this. Profit and loss statement. Aha. Okay. We got several people have submitted their P&Ls. Let's go ahead and jump into those. Those of you that are on the call queue, I will 100% get to you. Just stick around for a moment. All right. Perfect. I'm going to take down the call-in show. All right. So P&L, This again, if you want to submit, mikeandy.com/send. Thank you to those who've already submitted. We'll go ahead and pull the first one up. See who it is. Present P&L. All right, we got Wise Hands Native Nursery. Looks like this year, first 4 months of the year is $51,000 in revenue. All right, we have a $17,000 in profit, the bottom line. Okay, and then I start diving in. Here we go. So let's see what we got. So first off, you got your wages right here. I don't know if that might be for you, but yeah, like if you're doing the work, you should probably consider that cost of goods sold, which would go up here above your gross profit. I'm not super worried about that, by the way, but like I'm just saying in terms of organization, so that way your gross profit doesn't look like it's 92%. Because you are doing the direct labor yourself, the wages should be up here. Okay. All right, let's see here. I'm just going to assume you're solo. It looks like you might have some employees, though. Taxes, licensing, payroll taxes. Okay. Property insurance. Okay. Yeah, so this looks like very much to me like a solo operator that's very efficient. And if assuming you're a solo operator and you're doing the work yourself and this $20,000 is coming to you, I like this a lot. I'm not a huge fan if this is you have employees already, because that means that you're probably doing $120,000 in annual revenue, and with an employee that's eating 40% of the revenue right off the top. And then I look at this and be like, okay, if that's all you're taking home, $17,000, then we got a problem, because then you're probably only taking on 30 grand for the whole year, maybe 35, 40 grand. And so this is where when people start talking about their profit margins, like I have 34% profit margins, like yes, but if that doesn't include your pay and or it doesn't, like you're just not going to cover much if you're paying an employee. Now, if you are the employee and you're paying yourself the $20,000, this is a good little business. Good little business. You'll probably take almost 80 to 90 grand home on $130,000 in revenue. If you're a solo operator paying yourself this, these wages are coming to you. So let me see if in the comments this person's with us and if they want to give any more feedback. How tall am I? Not tall enough. I think like 5'5" on a good day. Let's see here. 1 second. I'm going to 10. Okay. There we go. All right. So that was the first one. I like it. I like the P&L. Thank you for submitting it. I really do appreciate it. But I do believe that if this is a solo operator and you are doing the work yourself, you're making a good little business, $80,000 to $100,000 a year. If you are paying someone out and only making 17 grand in the first half of the year almost, I would be really, really looking at your route density. I would be looking at your pricing, because we got to make more revenue if we have an employee in addition to you doing the work. So thank you for submitting, though. I really, really appreciate it. I know it's a vulnerable thing to do, and I genuinely do appreciate you doing that on behalf of everyone. We got another one coming in. Looks like this is also a smaller company, Vantage Landscaping. Let's go ahead and show this one. Again, if you want to submit your financial statements for me to look at, mikeandy.com/send is going to give you the link to be able to fill all of that out. This next one is Vantage Landscaping. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so everyone else can see. All right, so again, I always do top line and bottom line. So $44,000 in total income, $6,000 is our net income. Again, same exact thing here. If these wages are going to someone besides you, I have a problem with this, because this is, June, you're basically doing around probably $100,000 in revenue this year. Awesome. For a solo operator business, that's great. If you're paying yourself out 10 grand and still having 7 grand at the end of the day, and you're doing this like on the side or something like that, that's not so bad. I get a little concerned. This is a lot. Job supplies, that is a big chunk of your revenue. So this cost of goods sold, do you have materials separated out? Job supplies. Yeah, like, so typically on materials, let's assume these are materials. You're saying job supplies. I'm assuming that materials. I want to usually mark up by like 50%. What that means though is that I really got to take that out of my revenue to come up with how much labor revenue you're making up. And then if I take that out and how many wages you're spending, again, I think this is the same situation. I would be looking at your pricing. I'd be looking at your route density. I'd be looking at your efficiency. Like if this is a full-time gig, we can really improve this. There's a lot of juice to be squeezed. You're making around $100,000 a year. As a solo operator, you can absolutely make more than that. If you just do the math and say, let's just call it 2,000 hours a year. If you're working full time, if you're able to do $80 an hour, like right there, we're at what? 8 times 2. That's 160,000. Like you can absolutely crush it if you're just staying solo and then marginally raising your prices each year. You are you never have callbacks as a solo operator, and just constantly raising prices every time you hit capacity. We got insurance, 3,000. That seems a little high for 5 months as a solo operator. That's about 7% of revenue. That's quite a bit. So your insurance seems a little high to me. Your job supplies, once I take that out of revenue to come up with labor revenue, seems like you might have inefficiencies or your prices are too low. And so again, I just don't know the context of it is even a full-time business, et cetera. But those would be the first places I would be looking. Again, thank you so much for sharing your financials with us all. All right, next one. Oh, this is actually the breakdown, I think, from the original one. 1 second. This is Stefan sent more in from the original one. Okay, so this is like a better breakdown of all the income, gross profit. Okay, this one's a little bigger here. 1 second, let's share this. Camera, boom. Okay. Present, share screen. Okay, so this one is from Wise Hands. Let's see here. So this is year to date. Looks like we got year to date here. This is your breakdown of revenue. So you got mostly maintenance, about 76% of revenues coming from maintenance, 15% from installation, and a bunch of other little things. Okay, so mostly maintenance. Very good. And then we got payroll for the crew. Okay. And we got plant purchase. Whoa, that's a lot of plant purchases. Okay. Okay, gross profits 225,000, and then we got all our overhead. We got travel expenses. We got rental. We got equipment. Okay. Total payrolls 150. You got admin wages in here. Okay, that's a lot of admin. I'm guessing your pay is wrapped up in this. I'm gonna go out on a limb and guess that. You're probably I'm going to assume you're not paying 33% of revenue out the door to your admin. I'm going to guess that you're probably paying yourself, $70,000 to $100,000 as your pay. Okay, this is nice. This is good. Assuming you were taking $80,000 paycheck and you are wrapped up in admin, 80 to 100 grand there. This is a good little business. You're making 13% net income after paying yourself. Not bad. I'd take that 100%. Good for you. Super awesome. I'm just making sure there's nothing fishy here. That's good. Yeah. So I'm going to guess you're putting your pay into admin. As long as that is true, and as long as you are taking a salary of 80 to 100 grand, then I'm a big fan of this. Big fan. What's the revenue here again? Where's salary? There it is. 375. So you're on pace for almost $1 million this year. So good for you. Let's go. That's super awesome. So you'll probably do $800 to $1 million in revenue. Oh, that's perfect. It's right where I like these business sizes. Let's go. Mostly maintenance. You're an 800, probably 900,000 in revenue. I'm gonna go ahead and guess that you have an office person. So if you take 80, they take 40. I like it. I like it a lot. Good job. Congrats. I wish I could see a balance sheet because that would give me the full picture. Oh, I see. This is Wise Hands. He said the previous report was our nursery. This is the right one. Okay, got it. So this is the full one. Very good. Yeah, good for you. Excellent work. Very proud of you. You got yourself a good little business here. And I think, you get good lead flow. You're able to raise your prices one time. And all of a sudden this business looks like 15% distributions and a decent paycheck for you. So excellent. I'm in love with $800,000 and $900,000 $1 million businesses right in that little range there, with 4 to 8 employees. I love it. Great work. Thank you so much for sharing these to everyone that did that. I really appreciate it. If you want me to look at yours, we will do another review of P&Ls. Just go to mikeandys.com/send, and we will look at, again, those later this afternoon. We're going to take a caller. Next one is coming in from Colorado Springs. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hello, this is Balakai. So I'm just to let you know, I'm just getting started, and like I don't even have a business yet, really. But I'm trying to learn all that I can before I kind of go out and start doing things. And I have some time to do that right now because I'm actually employed by my local city. I am in Arkansas, and my city that I'm working for, I'm actually the grounds maintenance for all of the city. It's like a 420 person town, very small, northeast Arkansas. So, I mean, the income in this area isn't very high. In other parts of Arkansas, like maybe up closer to Bentonville, it's higher. But just to give you kind of background of where I'm coming from when I asked my question. But so as I get started, like I'm fully employed by my city right now, but I still am looking to pick up jobs in the evening, like right after work, like after 5 o'clock, maybe after 5:30, just to fill up my time. Like I have things that I'm looking to get. Like I need a car. I just got my license. I'm driving my parents' car right now. But eventually, starting out my own business, I'm going to need some sort of a small truck to haul around my mower in the back of. And so, like going forward, when I'm it's a small community, and the houses in this area, like I'm not looking to maybe work in this community long term. Maybe go south, maybe drive south a little farther, and be that my service area. But just starting out, like, what would you recommend about like taking jobs that are kind of onesie twosie, kind of far away? Not far away, but like not all in town.
Yeah, like this, when you're building a business that is for the short-term cash grab, which is not a bad thing to say. It's like, look, I'm not here forever. I just need to make money. I need to get my feet wet. I need to figure out how marketing works and how business works. I would just say that like the value of recurring jobs is less, right? The value of what we talk about with getting people on the schedule and selling them into a weekly or bi-weekly is less important if you know you're going to be leaving in a year or two or even less. And so I would be going for, my goal here is to learn my marketing, learn how to do customer service, learn how to do the service itself. And if jobs are coming in as one-time jobs, that's totally fine. I will take them knowing this is not a long-term gig. So excellent job. No shame in being brand new. Also, you knowing that you're going to move eventually, just build the business away where in the short term, I'm trying to make as much money now. And that means that I will probably focus a little bit more on one-time jobs because, as we talk about inside the book, when it comes to one-time jobs, you collect a lot more money up front. Whereas with recurring jobs, it takes a long time to actually make more money. And so right here, inside cure number 4, which is recurring revenue, we have this graphic right here. Upfront cash collected is higher when you do one-time jobs, but the enterprise value is lower on one-time jobs. But you don't care about enterprise value because you're going to be leaving. And so just focus on the money, get more cash. And if that means doing one-time jobs instead, that's totally fine. Next caller's coming in. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Can you hear me? Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. All right. Dropping you in 3. Oh, we have life. Signs of life. Can you hear me? No. Oh, no. You have to figure out your yep, we're in the car situation right now. We are in the car. We dropped the phone. We're leaning over. Can we get it? Can we get it? Nope. All right, next caller. Sorry, you're going to have to call in after. Next caller's coming in. I think this is from Georgia again. Welcome. Thanks for coming on.
Hey, sorry, I'm bothering you again. Yeah, this is John, the pressure washing company.
You're good.
Hey, so my question was, I'm going to be a little quiet because I'm in the library, but my question was in regards to budgeted hours. Currently, we call it by linear foot and square foot, and obviously I'd like to move to budgeted hours because it works better with P for P, but it's a lot of convenience having an office lady being able to just measure a property and then quote it that way versus her having to look at it and guess how long it would take.
Mm-hmm.
So the question is, do you think that the convenience of quoting really quickly is better than the convenience of having budgeted hours?
Yeah, so like we do the similar thing with mowing, right? Like we actually charge by the square foot. When someone calls in, we measure their property over the phone, we give them the price. So we are still doing it by the square foot. I'm just going to convert the dollars into budgeted hours, right? So you just got to take it one more step, which is still measure over the phone, do the square footage, get the job sold, and then take the dollar amount of labor and divide that out by your hourly rate. So if it's $160 for the pressure washing, you're like, okay, my hourly rate's 80. Great, 160 divided by 80, 2 budgeted hours, right? So just work backwards to get the budget hours instead of thinking that you got to come up with the budget hours and work forwards towards the price. Does that make sense?
Yep, no, that does. That's kind of what I was thinking. I didn't realize you guys did that. So that's saves a lot of time. Is that something you can automate in Copilot?
You can do price matrix. So definitely watch the video inside Copilot University on price matrix, because what your office person will probably do is like type in the square footage. It'll pop out, hey, this is the price that it should be. And then when they're putting together the job, then they just need to divide it by the hourly rate. So it's like, oh, that's 2 budget hours. And that can all be done in rate matrix. So just look up rate matrix inside Copilot University and you should be good.
Okay. Super quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So follow-up question. We have a 40% close ratio right now, and we are trying to grow. Should I lower price?
So that's like last resort. I'm going to be looking at a lot of other factors before I think about lowering price as the reason to close more jobs. And so the first thing I'd be looking for is like, do I answer the phone immediately? Do I get to the estimate immediately? Do I get the estimate to the customer immediately? Like you probably don't do a lot of in-person estimates, mostly over the phone. Is that right?
That's correct. Yep. And then I will also say I would say I'm very on top of most all calls. And then we're also doing a lot of follow-up, and we're not just asking them if they have any questions, and it's still pretty low.
Got it. And when you tell them, you ask them like, hey, like, why are you not, like, what's their reason for not accepting since you're following up so well?
Yeah, it's almost always price.
Got it. And so when they say that, what's your retort?
So what we do is we have a really slow season in July, so I'll offer them a discount to schedule them in July, and that's worked pretty well. But it still hasn't gotten our close ratio up above. And now the 40 is a dip. The 40 is not what it's been. It's a dip, but it's been never above 50.
What I would recommend doing, like when you give a price for usually pressure washing for I guess there's driveways, there's house, etc. Do you usually it's over the phone, so you're just giving them a straight price and it's like yes or no kind of thing?
So when they call, I will take their information and then I set up the quote and then I call them back. Sometimes I don't call them back. I try to call them back and I give them the price over the phone, and then we'll kind of quote every service we do on that quote.
Got it. Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to anchor them at a higher price. And so if you're doing a pressure washing for $400, I want to give them the deluxe package option for $1,000. I'm going to give them that price first, so they're literally shocked out of their mind, like $1,000. Then all of a sudden the $400 don't seem so bad. And so I would really encourage you trying to create a premium version of your service to anchor them on price. And then guess what? Some people are going to accept it. They're like, they want the full out sealant, whole 9 yards. They want the same thing sanded or whatever you're doing. And then at least price anchors them, so that way when you give the lower option, it doesn't seem as bad.
Okay, that does make sense. Right now what we're doing for that is with just any service that I can quote over the phone, I'll put it on the estimate, kind of itemize it, and then currently we have them all unselected though. We sometimes I used to select most of them at the start, then I started unselecting them all because I had people complaining because they'd accidentally accept the service they didn't want to.
Yeah, like if I was you, I would spend more of my time trying to get them as customers and then down the road sell them the other services. Because right now that real estate on that estimate, I think, is better served with us getting that close ratio from 40% to 70% by simply price anchoring them and using that strategy. Because once they're a customer, then I can upsell them the other stuff instead of confusing them. And, let's say out of the 40%, let's say 20, 30% of them accept some other service. That's realistically around 10% increase in revenue. So I would rather let's just try to get the service they're asking for, but give them a secondary package that price anchors them to increase the close ratios from 40% to hopefully 60 or 70%. And then by getting more customers in, I have more opportunities and more swings at the plate and shots on goal to be able to sell them those other services down the road.
Okay. And just to make sure that I'm hearing you clear, is it you're saying make like almost kind of like the good, better, and best, but one is like really expensive that I pitch them first?
Exactly. And so, like, for example, if right now you have a pressure washing for $400, I'm going to be trying to make a $199 version, and I'm also going to be doing a $999 version. So I'm going to price anchor them with $999. I'm going to give them the service they asked for. It's kind of like the most common, the $399. And then if they say price is still a problem, it's too expensive, give them a $199 for something. And that $199 could be, hey, if we do it in July, it could be if we do it in the off season, it could be whatever thing that would work best for you to try to move in terms of scheduling or scope of work. For example, like, hey, the pressure isn't as high, or we don't seal it, or you know what to come up with, kind of how to reduce the scope of work. But I'm just trying to get my foot in the door, and I'm going to give them all three options.
Okay, cool. And then in Copilot, is there a good way to do good, better, and best models?
I would have different items and services named whatever packages you want to call it. So you can just tap that. It just preloads all the information about each of those. Just make sure that it's not too much verbiage. So for example, I would also say if you're doing this over the phone, it's going to be easier because then you're going to say, all right, Mr. Jones, so that we have three different options for you. I'm going to give you the good, the better, and the best. What's what you're saying in your head. What you're going to do is you're going to say, okay, it's $1,000. Here's what you get. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Here's another option. It's $399. Boom, 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 boom. And then get their feedback. They might just go for the $399. Someone might go for the $1,000. If they say after the middle option, hey, that's too expensive, out of our budget, you want to have something that you can downsell them into. And so figure out what that low budget kind of friendly service is going to be. And I think then you close almost everyone.
Okay. Yep, that makes sense.
And then it might even be if you start split testing your like sending the estimate versus on the phone with this model, you might end up making where you just call every person and get them on the phone to present the pricing.
Yeah, it closes better when I do that.
Yep. Awesome. Good luck to you.
Cool. All right, sounds good. Thanks, man.
Yep. Bye-bye. All right. Let's see here, folks. To those in the call queue, we will absolutely get to you. Stay there. We got you. I think we're actually going back into another call because we did the P&L review. Let's see here. Let's see what the schedule's looking like today. Boom. All right, so let's see here. We got, this is Pacific Standard Time, so it's technically 2 o'clock. All right, we got call-in Q&A coming up right now. And then after that, we're going to do the estimate follow-up automations. We're going to talk about how to build a sequence for your follow-up on estimates. I'm going to show you what we've built out inside Copilot so you get some good ideas. But we are staying in the call-in show. So let me just bounce right back out of this. And I am going to also add in, if you would like to call in the description or in the comments, in the description of the video, there is the call-in number, so feel free to jump on that. Let's go ahead and go to the next caller. Is coming from New Jersey. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Can you hear me?
Hi. How's it going?
Fantastic. What's up?
Yeah, I can hear you. So I own brick and mortar quick lubes, and I'm starting to do my commercial customers on site with some box trucks. I was just wondering, how do you keep track of all your fleet maintenance with all these vehicles? Was there an app you used, or how do you keep track of all that?
Yeah, so specifically in your case, you're doing a lot more. Is it on call that you're usually doing? Or do you go out to...
There are going to be service contracts. I'm going to get a schedule. I'm going to get them doing.
Yeah, so like any CRM, that as long as you can track the equipment, like are you mostly concerned about tracking their equipment, I'm assuming?
Yeah, like when they call in about a truck, I want to be able to say, okay, we serviced this truck on this date.
Yep.
And know all the history on the truck. I mean, I have the computers at my stores that have that, but I was wondering like how you guys in the landscape business kept track of all your vehicles and the maintenance and everything like that.
Yeah, like I would say I would be looking specifically for a mobile mechanic CRM where you are going to be able to be tracking the equipment of the customer. Because see, for like us in lawn care and most service businesses, we're not really concerned with the equipment of the customer. We'll track our own equipment inside of our CRM and our software, but it's rare that we're keeping track of a customer's equipment. So there's several options out there. Like there's Octopus Pro, there's there's not Shop Monkey. There's another one that is made for mobile mechanics. And that way your customers, you keep track of their equipment for them.
Yeah. Any you recommend? Octopus Pro you recommend, or which one?
Shop Monkey. I think it's shopmonkey.io is the one I've seen. But there's a bunch. Like just basically use a software meant for mobile mechanics. Yep.
And the last question I was, now I do a lot of pest control companies, but I'm also starting to do landscaping companies now too. Some of them will ask me if I should change their oil in their lawnmowers and weed whackers and also like that when I'm also doing their trucks. How often do you usually change oil and weed whackers, lawnmowers, and things like that?
Yeah, like every single manufacturer is going to have a different perspective on this. So like what you're going to want to do is look up each of their models, serial numbers, etc., or even just talk to their local dealers. So if a landscaper has a mower, almost every single one of them has a local dealer. So you can just call the dealer and be like, hey, I'm a mechanic.
Most of them want them changed ahead of manufacturer specification just because they use them so much. They were telling me.
Yeah, and usually the manufacturers will give it based upon hours. And then the landscaper will work it backwards, like, hey, every month or every whatever, I want you to come do it. That's fine, right? So any of those softwares that allow you to be a mobile mechanic and track the equipment of the customer, I think will work fine.
Okay, great. Also, last thing, guys, go leave a review on Amazon. I mean, we know we live and die by these reviews. I did it. I encourage everyone here, 100 people or more doing this. You should have 100 reviews in the next 30 minutes.
I appreciate it, brother. You have a good one. Take care. That's right.
Bye. Do
a man a favor. Get yourself an Amazon review. I appreciate it. If we can get 100 of these today, I'm able to get a cold plunge. That is, if we don't, I'm not getting a cold plunge. Like, that's not good. And, a man needs a cold plunge. And if I get a cold plunge, I'll probably come up with another book inside the cold plunge just thinking about stuff. So it'll be great. All right, let's go to the next caller. Next caller is coming from, I think it's Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Go ahead. Oh, is this the same person before? We got problems. We're still dropping our phone. Bluetooth, what are we doing? Oh no. All right, we're gonna have to drop you. I'm sorry. All right.
Hey, Mike.
Oh, we're live.
Mike, you there?
Yeah, I got you. What's up?
Hey, can you give me just a second? I want to tell my part-time guy I'll be on a call.
Okay, that's totally fine. You got it. I'm gonna turn on my treadmill.
Thank you.
I'm going to try actually switch to a different camera because it didn't work before, but it was working before that. So here, I'm going to switch my camera, and then we'll see if it worked this time. All right, let's see if this time the microphone doesn't mess up and cause all sorts of problems. Okay. Let's see here. All right, we're telling our part-time guy that we're going on a phone call. Let's see how this goes. All right. We're waiting.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Sorry, just wanted to hop in the truck quick.
You're good.
Okay, so I was kind of writing down today. I don't want to take up too much of people's time, but I wrote down two things that I really want to ask. Maybe, hopefully, this will help other people too. I think it's some of the biggest problems I have. So, real quick, I run a landscaping company here in Liddis, PA. Once one of the smallest pool town in America. It's very competitive here, very competitive. But yeah, I started it last year, kind of started part-time 2023, full-time last year, did 50K. This year I'm trying to aim for 80K. And I just got a part-time guy, which is my brother on. One of the biggest
problems I think I have, and I think I've had this, it's a personal problem, is I think big, but I have like what I call a lazy mentality. So this is like more of a therapeutic question, but like, what would you do about that,
Okay, so let's boil this down. So you feel like you have a laziness problem and the business is not growing. And what evidence do you have that this is a laziness problem? Like, what leads you to believe that?
So I feel like I'm a slow riser in the morning, I feel like I just got jobs, so now I'm getting more organized with that. But I just feel like if I see someone, I'll start talking with them, right? And it becomes a distraction. I get distracted very easily, I guess is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
I guess another thing that might kind of play into this a little bit too is the second thing I had on is I'm still living with my parents, which is great because, it's so expensive to be living outside right now. And they let me keep a truck, trailer, and some equipment on site. But it's starting to become very testy, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
My mom is she's supportive of me, but she's not supportive of she does not. She basically says she wishes I'd work in a warehouse at Amazon or something, not doing this own business thing. So I guess, that I think also kind of sometimes it wears me down. It's like, you go out days and it's like, I don't even want to do this, but you do. And then I feel like I work slower. Is there anything that, any just advice you have on working past that, or is it just suck at buttercup and move on,
Do you have any employees right now, or are you just getting started on your own solo?
Just getting started my own solo. I have my brother who helps me in the morning from 7 to 2.
Got it. And why would you not want to take a job at Amazon or do that corporate route that she wants? Why do you not want that?
I've never liked those. So I used to be a foreman actually for a company out here, company that recently just got sold for $8 million. But I was a foreman and I liked the craft. I liked what I did, but I always felt like I wanted to always run my own, business. Dude, I don't know. You as an entrepreneur, maybe you know the feeling, but I feel satisfied. I feel like I feel the most satisfied that I've ever had with this. Well, also, this is the most challenging thing. I also wonder if I'm just doing the wrong thing,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I think action, like taking action here is in my opinion the recipe to fix this. Like if you are feeling like there's a whole bunch of friction between you doing what you need to do to get ahead and reach your goals, like eventually you are going to, and potentially like the quote unquote testy relationship is likely a function of you resenting her for trying to hold you back from your goals. And so either A, you split off and you move away from being under your parents' house, because as soon as they're providing for you and you're living in their house, they kind of have a say and a prerogative as to what you're doing. And they have a say in terms of what you should and should not do and what they like and what they don't like. As soon as you're living on your own, you now have the prerogative to achieve what you want and do what you want without them having a lien on the fact that they provide your housing. And so, like, how much of the revenue?
Well, and
go ahead.
Oh, didn't want to interrupt you. And that's another thing I think might help, which is there's actually something that came up a day or two ago where a space came up at a client that I was working at. Next door, there's a garage space that looks pretty big, decent. Looks like I can keep a truck or so out there, trailers, all that. And I think that would help. I think having my stuff off, because we have like 8 other cars, because we have 7 different drivers, in the house. So it's already a crazy situation. I think that would help. But yeah, I totally get that, they're my parents. And believe me, they're very supportive they are more supportive than some people will be because they're letting me do this, but also it's like, I know knowing that my mom is not happy with this and that it makes her feel upset. I think it kind of weighs me down in a way I don't know how to deal with yet,
And you're not a therapist, but I just wondering because if hopefully there's someone else that's listening that has a problem similar to this, and we can help them out in that type of way.
Totally. Like, how much revenue does the business make now in terms of monthly?
Monthly, last month in May, I just closed out at $12K gross.
Very cool.
So about $10K at least.
Yeah, so like
$10K, and here in Linus, actually, it's pretty decent. We work from about March till December, so it's only 2 months that's like completely nothing.
Yeah. Yeah, so like I genuinely believe like getting out from underneath your family's house is the thing. And as much as that hurts, it's a matter of I consistently see when there is some level of friction that once you move out, you actually get to have a better relationship with them. Because no longer do you resent them for the fact that you feel like they hold you back. No longer do they resent you for the fact that every single day they see you, they are thinking that you should be doing something else with your life. And so I consistently see people that are running a business or just in that early 20s stage that if they just moved out, they have a better relationship with their family simply because when they see each other now, you're happy to see them and they're happy to see you. And the daily constant, I don't agree with you situation kind of gets pushed to the wayside once you move out. And so at $12,000 a month in revenue, and if you're doing all the work yourself, I believe you can afford to move out and get a space where you're able to store the stuff separately, stay out of their business. And then when you see them, you don't talk about business. They don't need to talk about your business. It's just a function of like, now you appreciate them as parents instead of people that are like monitoring what you're doing. And then they don't feel like you're quote unquote disappointing them at every single junction. And then you just quote unquote prove them wrong. If the chip on your shoulder is you need to prove them wrong, use it while you can. I think it's a function of you love them as parents, but they're probably not great business partners. And it's likely they're not entrepreneurial either. And so if you want something different than what they got, you're going to have to take a different path. And so of course it's going to deter, it's going to look odd and strange to someone who's not an entrepreneur, never done that before. The risks associated with that are obviously high. So go prove them wrong. Like put in the work to be able to show them. And the thing that should motivate you is the fact that, hey, I got to go move out. By moving out, I have more expenses. I'm going to have to go get more jobs. I'm going to have to improve the amount of work that gets done. And to do that means I can't scroll on social media. I'm not going to be able to get distracted. I can't have low energy. But if that low energy is being caused by someone at your house, get out of the house. Next call's coming from 630. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Hello. Hey, how's it going?
Yes, it's going good. My name is Willie. I just had a couple questions, really just like one or two. It's about the startup of like a tree service company, and I was just wondering if it was possible to like lease a pickup truck, buy the chainsaw, and then I just pay the dump fee, and then I just put everything back into storage.
Yeah, like I'm assuming you're trying to just kind of start off with minimal have to spend too much.
Yeah, just until I look at local yards and see, because mostly I usually be working like warehouse, like forklift or something like that, second shift. So I always use the morning. That way I can like call better jobs, or I can canvas the neighborhood sometimes because I do sometimes door to door. So I was just trying to leave myself room in the morning to create my own business while I still make money in the second shift. And then I'm just like, I've already worked for a tree service company for like 3 years, like five summers, sometimes working into the winter. And I was just, I felt like I wasn't getting the pay that I deserved. So I just figured I'd just take it on. Well, the future, plus he's an older guy, he's getting older. He's like the owner and the climber. And I just do like I do the heavy lifting. I do the, just inventory check. I run the rope, make sure the guys who run the rope, I'm the anchor. I usually just tell them I'm the guy lifting all the heavy stuff and making sure they line it up to the wood chipper.
Yeah, totally. Like if you're just getting started a business, many times the cheapest way to actually facilitate that is an enclosed trailer. So like when I first started, I got a 6x12 enclosed trailer. I bought it for $2,100 used, but I was able to put everything in the business in that trailer. So it's cheaper than going and renting a storage space for a few $100 a month, or even I didn't have a garage at the time. So like I needed to do that. And then what's cool is I can just park it at a storage facility, usually for like $50. I paid $40 back in the day, like $50 to $100, depending where you're at in the country, to just park it there. That's all I had to do is just park the thing there and put a little security ball lock on it in the front, and we're good to go. And so anyone that's thinking about getting started and you're constrained by space in terms of a storage facility or a shop or a garage, look at enclosed trailers. And if you're really capital constrained, go for used ones. You can get them much cheaper. You literally just need to keep the stuff out of the rain, and you need to be able to lock the thing up and know it's going to be safe. And then what's nice is when you do take it to a storage facility, you can just park it instead of having to get indoor facility where it could be double, triple, or quadruple the cost of the parking spot. All right, next caller is coming in. Go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, good, Mike. How you doing?
Good.
Good. So I own a small landscape company in Long Island, New York.
Mhm.
And I just recently bought a dump trailer, and I was wondering what your advice would be. I'm trying to solve the off-season care, like you know, and I'm wondering if I should maybe go towards putting decals for the junk removal side of things on the trailer, or should I just keep it with my main lawn and landscape side?
Totally. Okay, so what you're considering is Cure 5, which is a completely new brand. So if you're doing mowing and then, okay, I'm going to do junk removals to solve my off season, you're talking about Cure 5. Now, the thing that I question on this one is junk removal going to get busier when mowing is slow, and does it get less busy when mowing is fast? And from what I have seen in junk removal, and correct me if I'm wrong, during the spring, it gets very busy for junk removal because everyone is doing spring cleanups and moving out, etc. Is that the case, or am I incorrect there?
I did just start it last year, so I really haven't seen too many season cycles. But another thing is I do also do like firewood and just material delivery. That was kind of my second part of the question. But wondering if you would create like a whole website or just a separate landing page for like these separate, totally different services like junk removal or firewood delivery or.
Yeah, so like if I go to Cure number 5, which is the 5th way to solve the off season, I'll read you a part of this, and that is, let's see here. It clearly defines whether or not we start a new website, etc. Let's see here. Let's see. Here we go. All right. You still need to start a new brand. So the bottom line is, here he goes. Do you need to start a new website to start a new brand? Yes. If a service page on your current site works, it counts as Cure 3, which is an adjacent service. And so if you feel like you could do an adjacent service, i.e. Cure 3, on your website by just putting, hey, this is junk removal, or we do material delivery, and just put that as a service page on your website, that's going to be Cure 3. Cure 5 is we start a whole new brand. That whole new brand is a website, is a different Google page, many times a different entity structure, just depending on how you do it. But I would be very careful with adding any new service, whether it be an adjacent service that you pop on your existing website and or a completely new brand, if it has a different demand curve than your existing main service. So for example, we did Christmas lights because when there's snow on the ground, or i.e. when it's October, November, December, we're not mowing grass. There's Christmas lights going up. So the demand for it goes up when mowing goes down. And then during the spring rush, March, April, May, June, no one's installing Christmas lights. So we can focus on mowing. So I would really encourage you to ensure that if you're going to start a new brand, a new website, etc., that the service demand for that new company is high when your existing demand is low for your core service. And so I don't know, based on what I have seen in both of those markets, junk removal and material delivery, they follow a similar, if not exactly the same, demand curve as mowing and landscaping, which is the spring is your go time. And so what you want to be careful of is that all you do is add revenue and compound your spring rush, even more so by adding these services. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Like,
so,
what I think,
all right.
Thank
you so much.
Totally. What I think would be a more beneficial thing to think about is how do we take our existing core service and really focus on doing winter services, upselling other services that we already offer our customers. So if you're doing mowing and landscaping, in Long Island, you're not going to get tons of snow. It might happen occasionally. So maybe, doing an adjacent service of snow plowing, maybe that would offer some benefit. Then maybe do a little bit of Cure 4, which is recurring revenue, and try to do winter services. So we get our mowing customers, our landscaping customers to commit to biweekly services throughout the entire off season. So I think there are other cures that we could potentially use instead of starting a whole new brand. And that's why Cure 5 is a last resort. Next caller is coming in. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike. How's it going? This is Walter in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
Hey, Walter. How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right. So I have a couple things with you, the website and Copilot and things like that. So it's going really well. What I've noticed, I have a couple questions. One of the things is right now in a couple of days. So right now I have 4 guys working full time, and they're the mowing crew. And then whenever there's days, like let's say Thursday or Friday, that they don't have full days of budget hours for mowing, it gets filled in with landscaping. So what we do is, it gets filled in with that. But would you say right now, I don't know if you've done this with Dope Marketing or Send Jim, about sending the fiber around your customers? I don't know if that's something that you've done. I know right now, I got 2 teenagers, they're 15 and 16. They're riding with the guys with scooters and door hangers hitting the streets, right, as the mowing crews, as they are mowing. So I don't know if you think that's a good idea to go ahead and sign up for that as well, to hit them again, like as a kind of like a follow-up thing for the neighbors, create more route density to fill in some of those days that our budgeted hours aren't, we're not meeting that for the 4 guys, or like the revenue isn't getting met for the 4 guys. What do you think about that?
Yeah, like what's the cost per hour of those 2 teenagers kind of tagging along?
Yeah, I'm paying them $10 an hour. They're just doing it. Well, actually, they $10 an hour, so it's not a lot.
Mm-hmm. And have you seen decent returns so far from it? Like if they're following the crew and they're just putting those out throughout the whole day?
So right now we got 6 calls in and 3 leads and they just started this last Tuesday. That was from
So I would just really track, okay, hey, how many do we put out? I would be tracking how many hours did I have to pay them for. So like if they worked 20 hours last week, that's 40 combined. Let's just call it $10 now. It's $400. If we got 3 leads, that's $133 cost per lead. Like, so I would just work backwards to what's my cost per lead and is it sustainable and is it beating out my other channels, right? And then I would also say is like, usually that strategy you talk about is not a super efficient one. We're like tagging along with the crew because they might get 40 to 50 door hangers out per hour, versus if they just did door hangers, they might double or triple that capacity and therefore take what looks like not great, like $130 cost per lead, down to 30 or 40 bucks if they're just doing that only.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we were tracking. So last year, whenever I was out there doing it with one of the teenagers, we were putting anywhere from 90 up to 100 door hangers on a really tight neighborhood. Like they were like 5,000 square foot and lower yards. So that's why we were able to put out so many per hour on those scooters. But the thing is right now, so I'm doing that to try to create the route density. And then I switched over from Google LSA, I think. I was doing that, and then I was doing $500 on that, and then I was doing $1,000 on the Google sponsorship on the website, and my cost per click was $12.36 for the Google sponsor, but we weren't really closing too many of those compared to the LSA ones, so I switched that money to go to LSA, and now we're getting a lot more phone calls this week. Do you think I should be running both of those at the same time, maybe just a little bit on the Google sponsor and more on the LSA, or completely get rid of the Google sponsor?
Yeah, it's really a function of knowing what your customer acquisition cost is for each of these channels, right? So like we've established the fact that we dump money on Google ads, or what you're calling Google sponsored, like that we're not getting a huge return. Okay, great. Let's test the door hangers and say, okay, what is our actual cost per lead when we scale this? The same way that right now, it's actually what's nice about Google Local Services, or LSA as you're calling it, is a function of it's very easy to know what your cost per lead is because it literally charges you by the lead and it's pretty straightforward. The problem is going to be you can't scale it. Like if you spend way more on Google Local Services, you can't necessarily get more leads. You can increase your budget. Like I've never hit my budget on Google Local Services because I have a budget like $1,000 a week. I only have ever spent more than a few hundred. And so the reason for that is because like there's only a limited number of people that will actually they have to distribute between contractors of the Google Local Services and who they show there. So I would just be simply looking all the time. Like if you can get a lead from Google Local Services at $30 or $40, great. If it's costing you $60 or $70 on Google Ads, okay, probably gonna nix that one and put more money towards local services. And then if I try this door hanger thing and I can get customers for $25 or $30 cost per lead, then I'm switching to that one. More of my money will go that direction. And so it's more a function of testing. It's not right and wrong or what you should or should not do. It's just a function of if you have a source where you can get customers for cheaper, I would spend my money there.
Okay, definitely. I just wanted to make sure I tried different avenues, right, of doing all that before I just said, oh, we're only doing this or we're only doing that while we're doing trying to get more route density.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have a marketing budget, I'd just be allocating more towards one that's working. I wouldn't jump completely away from the thing that's been, sustaining you in the past until you do have a replacement. So I might not replace Google Ads until I've established that my door hanger strategy beats it out. Then I'll switch to it knowing that now I have two channels, which is LSA and door hanger. So I'm just trying to prevent single channel risk there. All right, we're going to be hopping over now into P&L review. So if you have a profit and loss statement that you would like me to review, go ahead and send it over to mikeandys.com/send. I'm going to go ahead and put that as a banner for you. If you want to submit your financial statements for review, go to mikeandys.com/ wait, I think I'm off. We are off. My bad. You can still submit them if you want, but we are off by an hour. I apologize. It is 2:30. We're talking about estimate follow-up automations. Okay, so let me go ahead and pause my treadmill here, and we are going to switch over to talking about estimate follow-up automations. I'm going to show you some of the estimate follow-up automations that we do inside of Copilot and what you can use for text, email, etc. Let me go ahead and open this up. While we are doing that, if you have not already, go check it out. It's now available on Amazon, on Audible, if you like that. It is free on my podcast. For those of you in the call queue, stick around. I'll definitely get to you on the next segment. So don't. Sorry about that. Let's see here. We are hopping on over into estimate follow-up sequences. Boom. Okay, let's see here. Perfect. Let me see if I can't swap this over into this one here. Very good, very good. Okay, I'll sit down for this one, and we're going to talk about estimate follow-ups. So I know we already talked about a little bit this morning, and that is the amount of jobs that get closed simply because someone follows up on it. So we did this study a couple years back at Augusta, and it was the close ratio went from 34% to 67%. Sorry, I flipped it around. 37% to 64% when they simply followed up on the estimate 3 times or more. And so if you're not doing any follow-up, I would prefer you do something like text or email and letting the customer know, hey, just making sure you got the estimate. Something is better than nothing. And the vast majority of people don't even do that. I want to talk about how to set that up, though. We talk about follow-up phone calls, also extremely valuable, especially if you're the estimator. I highly recommend you being the one that does the follow-up phone call. So, for example, at Augusta, we have the command center do follow-up phone calls. But the first one, the day one follow-up phone call, is going to be from the estimator. Because the estimator is going to have the most context, especially on project-based work. They can, on the fly, do work order changes Like, oh, we want to take that off. Oh, a little too expensive here. Okay, great. We'll move 3 yards of material off here. Like, they're the one that can on the fly change the job. So if you're doing estimates, I do recommend you doing at least the follow-up phone calls. But today we want to talk about estimate follow-up sequence, what that should be looking like. So in home services, roughly 70 to 85% of accepted estimates are approved within the first 7 days after being sent. And so if you look at the kind of general industry average and some of the CRM benchmarks, in the first day, so from 0 to day 1, 40 to 50% of accepted estimates come within those first 24 hours. This is especially if sent at the time of the visit or immediately after. All right, so assuming that customer asks for estimate, I give them estimate. Within the first 24 hours, about 40 to 50% of your accepted estimates are being accepted within the first 24 hours. Then another 20 to 35% of accepted estimates get accepted in day 2 through 7. So you can do the math on this, but that is essentially 70 to 85% of accepted estimates get accepted within the first 7 days. So I don't think it's a great strategy to be spreading out emails like once a week for a month, because I know that the vast majority, 70 to 85% of estimates, are going to get accepted in the first 7 days. So I really want to stack that first week to 10 days with my estimate follow-up sequence. Text, emails, phone calls, etc. So this is why timely follow-up automations are so important. And I really think it's like nudging them, right? So when it comes to following up via phone call, I'm going to be much more direct. I'm usually going to have offers in my back pocket. And we've talked about some of the ways that you can use follow-up phone calls beyond just like, hey, do you have questions? When it comes to text and when it comes to email, I can be a little bit more, hey, did you get the quote? Did you have any questions? I can say that comment and that language. It's when I give them a phone call, I'm not going to use that language. And so the text and emails that go out, I'm going to do on an automated basis. The phone calls are also going to be, I'm going to have texts and emails coming back to me, reminding me to make those phone calls. All right. So let me actually show you here. This is on book. So on page 52. I think we talked about this earlier today. We talked about all the different ways that we can actually use on an estimate follow-up phone call beyond just, hey, I'm calling to see if you have questions. If they say no, you simply cannot follow up again. If they say no, we'll call you if we have any questions. What are you going to do now? I want to make sure that I stay in the driver's seat of the conversation by saying something along the lines of, hey, I'm calling because tomorrow we have a spot available. I'm calling because we have 2 more spots available in that area and they're filling up fast. I'm calling because next Thursday we have a spot came available. Like, these are abilities for them. If they say no, I can still call them back again. I'm actually going to show you. Let me show this to you real quick. I'm going to show you the follow-up sequence that we use. Let me share my screen here. So this is inside of Copilot, but again, you can follow this type of sequence regardless. But the objective is that I hit them with phone call, email, and text messages throughout that first 7 to 10 days a lot. As much as possible, that is really what I'm focused on, is those first 7 to 10 days. So let me share my screen. Hopping on over into... Okay. So inside Copilot, I'm just going to show you what these sequences look like. So I'm going to go to my sequence automations. This is the 7 day to close, estimate follow-up. So this one here, wait for 1 day, and we text the customer. Wait for 2 days, then we email the customer. 3 days, 4 days. And on the 4th day, I'm going to email and text the customer. You're like, this is too much follow-up. Look, the customer asked for an estimate. I took the time to go out to their property, visit with them, do a walkthrough, make a video, or my admin at the office, they've reached out to them and they've taken the time to measure their property and give them a quote. I am going to get a yes or no. I am not going to settle for it staying as pending inside of my CRM. A quick sanity check. Go to your estimate section inside of your CRM. Look at how many have been sent in the past 30 days. Look how many have been accepted. Look how many have been rejected. I can almost guarantee you 20 to 30% of your estimates are still left as pending. They've just been sent. They have not been rejected, and they have not been accepted. I do not want to be spending 20 to 30% of my admin's time, 20 to 30% of my estimator's time on estimates that I don't even get a response. And so it is so imperative to follow up with the customer and push them to giving you a response. And if they say no, that's fine. I just want to know why. So in Copilot recently, we made it where like we actually can, that when they click decline, they have to give a reason why. So that way I can just push them constantly to, hey, here's the estimate, and they can go in there and they can click decline. I know there's some softwares out there, and there's a big discussion, was should we allow customers decline estimates, or should they always just stay open? The problem with that is it doesn't allow me to constantly follow up without coming across like I'm harassing them. If I give them the option to be able to opt out or decline the estimate and not get any more follow-ups, then I'm okay with consistently following up relentlessly until I get an answer. And that's the objective of us giving people the option to reject or decline the estimate, because until then, I will constantly follow up. I will call you. I will send you text messages. I will email you until I get an answer. And I'm not going to put up with being ghosted as an entrepreneur. I'm not going to put all the time and energy of my admin, my estimator, all this time and giving a free estimate and then never hearing back from you. It's not happening. And so to ensure that doesn't happen, and ensure I don't waste tons of time giving out estimates to people who never respond to me, that my admins spend time measuring properties and giving out quotes to people that never get back to me, I am going to follow up religiously until I get an answer. I don't need it to be yes. I just need it accepted or rejected. And so you can see here, this is the sequence for 7 days close. Yes, you could do this over the course of 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 months, and follow up with the estimate. I know that 70 to 85% of estimates are going to accept in the first week. So I'm just going to pound that first 7 days. Day 1, I'm sending them a text message. Day 2, I'm sending them an email. Day 3, I'm sending a text. Day 4, I'm sending a text and an email. Day 5, it's texting me, telling them, hey, let's call this person again. I'm going to email customer. I'm going to email the company owner again. Here's where I'm also calling them, making a last-ditch effort there. And then, again, this automation will automatically stop if they decline. So if the customer like, stop harassment, no worries, just mark decline. I just need to know why. Or if the estimate changes are requested. So also if the customer just clicks like, hey, I want to change something on the estimate, I'll stop this automation. The automation will stop going out if the customer asks for changes, or if they decline, or if they accept. Fantastic. That's until that point, I am going to keep, for lack of better word, harassing them, because they have asked for the quote. I have done my part as the estimator to ensure that the estimate was created, and I'm going to follow up for an answer. This is the equivalent of being ghosted, and that is, on like dating apps and stuff they do where people like show up and they look totally different. Like they don't show up at all. They don't show up at all. It's like, this is the date, and then they don't show up at all. The problem here is the fact that we are doing all the effort required to get a customer, and the customer just not showing up. They're not giving us an answer. I need to know why estimates are being declined. Is it because of price? Is it because the schedule's messed up? Is it because something was wrong with the estimate? Because you not opened something up? Did you not get the estimate? I need to know why. And it is baffling to me how we as entrepreneurs, we get the estimate, and it is as if the whole reason they called us for an estimate. You did not serve the customer until you have completed the job and you have solved their problem. And until that point, you have not done anything for them. They don't call you wanting an estimate. They call you wanting you to solve their problem. And until you have done that, you have not served them. So just from like a moral perspective, figure out a way to make sure you actually solve the problem. Otherwise, you're wasting their time and they're wasting your time. And so this is why I am so confident following up via text and email automated, as well as phone calls. And I like that 24-hour phone call being an estimator. And I like the day 3, 5, and 7 being my admin and office person, because they're going to be cheaper. It's cheaper for my office and admin to call because they don't have as much skill or experience maybe as an estimator. It has 5, 10 years in the industry, depending on your service, depending on what you're doing in the home service industry. But like typically your estimator is your most expensive person. But I will still put them on the phone to do a follow-up phone call, because I know the likelihood of them closing that on that sale, on that phone call, is like 20 to 30%. 20 to 30% time when you get on the phone and you talk to a customer, you will close a job. And it takes 2 minutes versus taking an hour to go visit another estimate, drop the proposal, put together the pricing, and we'll spend an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours putting together a new proposal when there's someone in our system that we've sent the estimate to, we have not heard back from, and who knows why they're going to decline the estimate. We need to know that. That's why, like, couple months ago at Copilot, we made it where like if you're going to click decline, you're going to give us a reason why. And you can filter down on the estimates page as terms of why were these declined. Because if everyone is saying pricing, every single person, and you're following up religiously to get every person to either accept, decline, or ask for changes on the quote, and everyone is saying pricing, then maybe I will pay attention. Maybe we've talked about with some of the Q&A folks, is maybe I'll have better packaging. I'll have a downsell. I'll have an option that's cheaper for them to be able to move into if they really think pricing is of that concern. Or is it a function of, I'm also tracking my time to lead. How long is it taking me to actually get the estimate sent from the time that they actually requested the estimate? On the top of every single estimate inside of Copilot, we're asking you, when did the customer request this estimate? Because I know for a fact, without a shadow of doubt, if you add time to the equation, you will reduce your close ratio. So like I have seen it where the average time to send the estimate is 4 to 5 days, and I will take a very similar location. I will take the exact same pricing, and all of a sudden their close ratio goes up 15, 20, 25% simply because one person is taking 4 to 5 days. The other person is getting done within 6 to 12 hours. So I highly recommend following up on estimates. I highly recommend not assuming that every single estimate that you don't hear from is about price. It is crazy how often the times you will call a customer and they have been emailed. You can tell inside Copilot that they're opening up the emails like, okay, they're not responding. And then you call them on day 7 and they're like, oh yeah, thanks for reminding me. I really appreciate it. I just haven't got around to going in there and accepting. Let's go ahead and get that job on the schedule. And you're just like, but if you're not calling them, if you're not reaching out to them, if you don't have these automations set up, you will never get those jobs. And you will continue spending more and more money, more and more time on getting new customers that are cold, that have never heard about you, versus the people that have already asked for an estimate and are sitting inside of your CRM, ready to accept as soon as they get followed up with. So I encourage you, make it a policy. We do not have pending estimates. We do not have estimates that ghost us. We get a yes or a no. And like, this is why we have the decline and the reject button inside of Copilot. Like, everyone's like, oh, we don't want to have that button because we don't want people that, one day they might accept. It's like, no, I need that button so that until they click it, I can religiously follow up with them. I can call them, I can text them, and I can email, and I'm giving them a way to turn all of that off by clicking reject or decline. And then when they do, I need to know why. All right, very good, very good. Let's see what's next on today's marathon episode. Let's do a little bit of a recap, okay? Today, we have talked about upsells. We've talked about text messages. We've talked about the off seasons and the book that has recently been launched as of today. If you have not already, go into Amazon, check it out. Thank you to those leaving a review. I think a couple actually have already hit. They usually take like up to 24 hours, but 5 reviews are already on there. Let's go. All right, so we're rolling in the reviews. We need 100 reviews in order to be able to get a cold plunge for Michael. And Michael wants a cold plunge very badly. He went and used one in Texas, and it was very nice. And so the policy is we need 100 Amazon reviews, and by getting those, we will be able to get a cold plunge. I will post it on my stories. Hold me accountable. No cold plunge if we don't get a whole 100 Amazon reviews today. Now, I'm going to give it till Wednesday because sometimes it does take a day or two for them to stick. But please, do a man a favor. Check it out. If you don't want to spend money, totally fine. Go on to mikeandrews.com/workshop. The video files are there. The PDF version of the workbook is there. Check that out. If you want to get it for free on Audible, like audio book, go on a podcast. Home Service Millionaire is the name of my podcast. Every single chapter is a different episode. You can listen to the whole thing for free. But if you want to give Jeff Bezos some money, if you want to go buy the hardcover book, which, by the way, super duper, it looks more like a magazine. It is very cool. It has all the workbook in here, different fonts, highlights. It reads much more with pictures. It's very cool. Highly recommend. Then go do a man a favor. Leave yourself an Amazon review, and I will certainly appreciate it. All right, let's see what's next on the docket today. Let me see here. Boom. Right now, it is coming up on 12 o'clock my time. That's 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We have Num Nums coming up. I'm getting hungry. That's going to be good. So in about 30, 40 minutes, we're going to do some Num Nums. And Brianna will have to cover for the show, so I can go eat a little bit. But we are going to do a call-in and chat. So I'm going to be in the chat. If you have questions, hit me up in the chat. We do have calls that are in the call queue, so I'm going to get to those right now as well. But I'll do a little bit of chat also. So let's go ahead and move forward. Welcome to the show. Let's get the next caller coming in. I think this is from Missouri. Montana. Go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Yes, this is Samuel from Missouri. Yes, so I run Albert's Plumbing Electric. I am having some issues with profit margin on jobs, even though we're charging top dollar in the area. I think actually in our specific area, we're a little higher than the others. But just a local area, I matched, a little bigger city, I matched their pricing. And we don't get a lot of complaints about pricing. We do some, that's to be expected. We're just having some issues with profit margin, having enough, I guess, making enough profits to cover for, either, some warranty work, a little bit of callback, just having some issues with profit margin. And it may have to do some with having a lot of smaller jobs, because those have more travel. I should know if you have any tips for that profit margin issue.
Yeah, so the two things I'm really looking for when I hear this is, number one, I'm looking at labor efficiency, and two, I'm looking at my overhead, typically admin. And so the first thing I'm looking at is, okay, I might be highest price per hour, but how many hours per day is my crew actually doing work that's billable? And so do you have any sort of idea of like budget hours versus actual hours? So like on an 8-hour day, are they usually billing out 7 hours, or is that more like 4 because there's all this drive time between these smaller jobs?
I would say it's on the slower days it is about 50% billable hours, and on the days of smaller jobs, the days that we don't make as much, and then some days obviously we have big jobs like new construction, or we're out and there's not much drive time, and then it's more like probably 80% or maybe a little better.
Yeah.
And so I guess it would be mostly those days where it's those days of smaller jobs that we're not doing as well on the profit margin.
Yeah, so a couple things you could do in addition to, the broader discussion has to be like, do we even want those smaller jobs? Do we just focus on the big stuff? That's a different discussion. Let's assume that we're not going to change the business model. I would think about incentives for your crew around this number, which is labor efficiency, because there's so much. As soon as guys start getting in and out of the truck between jobs, that's when huge amounts of labor inefficiency creeps in, because it's just so easy for them to stop and start, be on their phones, stop at gas stations, etc. And so I would just start tracking this. And I'd just say, look, like, so for example, I kind of look at it as like anything under 50% efficiency, I know we're going to lose money. Almost all home services, when it's under 50, I know we're losing. 70%, I kind of see it as like average, decent, okay? Anything above 90, we're winning the game. That's like a very broad stroke, but I've seen this when you take budget hours divided by clocked hours, that kind of works out. So what you could do is you could incent on this, right? Like there could be some sort of bonus that, hey, if your weekly average is above 70%, there's just a bonus. Now, is it going to be easier for the crews that are on the big jobs? Yes. But you have more money on those too. So, do you have crews dedicated for the smaller jobs versus the big ones?
No, there's actually just two of us lead technicians that, been several years of experience plumbing and electrical. One of them is myself, and then I have one other lead technician, and he has some experience managing a previous company that was a little bit smaller.
Okay.
But no, there's not a separate crew.
Okay, so then, making incentives isn't going to drive the needle as much. I was assuming there's a lot of employees. So, because I'm assuming like you're going to be efficient. Sounds like you know this person enough. They've been around for a while. They're going to be efficient.
Yeah.
Do you have an admin person or an office or anything like that?
My wife does answer the phone, but she's at home all the time, and she just does that kind of as a favor for the business. She's already at home, kind of doesn't have a lot to do, and so she just does that. So that's a excellent, I guess, a savings that she and I are able to do with the business is she just answers the phone, and I don't have to anymore.
Yeah, like I see the real opportunity being the fact that there's days where we have 50% efficiency, and the question becomes, well, is it a matter of like, I don't believe it's a lack of effort. right? So like incentive is not necessarily the thing we need to look at here. It is a function of like, okay, if we're driving a ton between jobs, do we need to reduce our service area? Do we need to group our service area? So for example, you might still serve a large, like what's your current service area mix, like a radius, do you think? Do you drive like 30, 40 minutes away? Like what's kind of your max drive time?
Our max drive time has been like an hour and a half, but that's really rare. And that would be for like a bigger job only. So for the smaller jobs, I would say our max service area is 45 minutes the max, but generally we keep around 30 minutes.
Okay. So one thing that you could potentially do is simply split up your service area for smaller jobs into like a quadrant and be like, hey, on this quadrant, we're doing Mondays. This one's Tuesdays. This one's Wednesdays. This one's Thursdays, which means if someone calls in on a Tuesday, you might have to reschedule them for next Monday, but you fall inside the quadrant. So you're not driving 45 minutes here, then 45 minutes here, then 45 minutes over here, and you stay more efficient inside of those areas. That would be one thing. Because right now I don't believe it's a lack of effort because you and then one other person. And I don't believe it's a huge amount of admin overspend because it sounds like your wife is like, that's a perfect match. Let's go. It's more a function of you are spending a lot of time driving between these smaller jobs. And if we're not going to cut them out completely and just focus on the larger ones, which is an option, but assuming that we don't have enough of those leads to actually keep us busy and you're going to keep doing the smaller jobs, I would really focus on how do we cut down drive time. And I'm going to first look at my service area and see if I can't cut it up into smaller sections so that the drive time between jobs like 5, 10, 15 minutes, not 30, 40, 60 minutes between jobs.
That makes total sense. I will say one thing on this plumbing and electrical, there's a really big tendency on probably almost 80, at least 70, if not 80% of the jobs, they want them done within the next, few days, or they're going to go down the list. Now we do have an advantage in the, in our market, which is very small, in that most of the other plumbers don't answer their phone. And so we do have an advantage in that way. I don't know how they stay in business personally, but, so we do have an advantage in that way, but a lot of our customers want to be done within the next few days that they're going to be dissatisfied for some reason. They're just really, with the plumbing and electrical, they're really urgent.
What do you think your average like close ratio is generally of customers that call in wanting service? Like what percentage of them does your wife or you guys close?
I would say, well, there's bid jobs and there's service calls. So
of
on
the service calls,
yeah. Well, service calls we build by the hour. So we just arrive, see what the problem is. We just build them for the hours there and the materials. So it's just it's not pre-bid. It's just by the hour and materials.
And do but once you get the job, did almost everyone convert into a job? Like once you're there?
Most of them do. I would say on the service calls, sometimes they'll ask us the hourly rate, which it is higher than everybody else in their area. We'll say that. But we provide such excellent customer service that they ask our other customers. Most of them will go ahead with that service call. Of course, sometimes the problem is worse than they expect and they don't have the budget for that. But I would say if they had a reasonable idea of what was wrong, probably 90% of those customers decide to go ahead with that service call. Now, the quote, it is slightly lower. I would say it's more like 70 to 80% decide to go ahead with those quotes. Oftentimes that may be due to the fact that they didn't realize how big the job was going to be or how hard it was, and therefore what the price would be. But I would say it's more like 70, 80% on the quoted job.
Okay. So I'm a big fan of saying whatever my close ratio is determining whether or not I'm quote unquote higher price. To me, when I hear 70, 80% of the estimates and 90% of people, they do take us up on the service calls, that, as much as our per hour rate might be high in the market, I still believe that our customers telling us you are not super highly priced to the customer. Because again, they're doing it based on value. Because you ask for more value in the way of answering the phone, et cetera, there is a margin for you to charge this premium. Oop, I think it dropped you somehow. I didn't do that. Oh, no, you're still there. Someone else dropped. I don't know. Oh, I got dropped. The whole thing got dropped. Oh, man. The call-ins, my software. Oh, man. Okay, I'll have to. My phone has a max amount of calls, and I think I hit 6 hours. So supposedly you can't take 6-hour calls. Okay, everyone in the call queue, I will be right back to you. I just have to open up this show thing again, and I'll be right back. Let me see here. I will call in. I will come right back to you. But let me finish this question, and I'll take the next caller. 1 second here. Can you return? Okay, you're still live. Okay, I can connect back to you. So I generally believe that the close ratio determines whether or not customers think you are high in relation to in relation to your value. You're offering more value. Your close ratio is telling me that they believe that your prices are fair. Okay, I'm just calling back in.
Thank you for calling Call-In Studios host and call screener line. Please enter
I never
your
knew
show
that there
or
was
meeting number and press pound.
I never knew there was a 6-hour call
Enter
limit.
your 6-digit PIN number.
I guess they don't believe that there's going to be a lot of people doing 6-hour
Welcome,
phone
host.
calls.
You are now in the host room and can manage your callers
Okay.
from the
All
Call-In
right.
Studio web interface.
We got you back. All right, we're good. We're good. Okay.
Okay, I hear you, Dan.
Okay. So, sorry, let me just get back in here. So, when someone calls into your wife and she gives the hourly rate, does she get a lot of pushback there?
Not usually. The ones that we get pushback from are usually customers we do not want to work for, and so it's actually an excellent filter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I would be interested with playing.
Okay.
I'd be interested in playing with like your hourly rate if you really thought it was a concern. I don't think it is, but if you thought price was being a concern, sometimes playing with your hourly rate and then like your service fee. So, for example, you could bring your hourly rate down to be quote unquote more competitive / lower in the market, but then have some sort of flat fee that, hey, once we're there, there's just a flat dollar amount that we charge. So, for example, because these smaller jobs, let's say they take 2 or 3 hours. If I can charge a $100 service fee, which doesn't sound like a lot, but then reduce my hourly rate by like $40 an hour, I make the same amount or even more. And if it's an hour-long job, I'll make really good per hour. And so do you just charge flat hourly or do you have like a minimum of anything like that?
Well, we try to have a minimum of an hour, so a $100 minimum. But sometimes we do make exceptions. For example, if trying to think of an example.
If it's just like a really small, short little thing.
Like really small. Like sometimes we show up and it's not usually, plugging a lamp in, but that kind of idea. We just show up, fix it, and it's like 10, 15 minutes after you show up.
Yeah. But that's what kills you throughout the day, right?
Like a 30 minutes, which would be $50.
Right. But those are the things that kill you throughout the day in terms of efficiency and like getting more jobs done. So like my thought is like if we have a higher minimum and because like what you're doing is you're basically filtering out the jobs that are super small. If you say, hey, we have a $199 minimum. And then if you do that, you could probably reduce your hourly rate slightly, knowing that you're covered for at least 2 hours.
I have an idea. I agree with you. I don't think that the hourly rate's necessarily too high. I think it kind of filters out the customers that we don't want to do work for because of a number of different things.
Yep.
I'm thinking maybe I don't know what you said, $199.
Mm-hmm.
If we do $199 for the first hour and then $100 for every hour after that, that may be an idea to filter out the, I guess the smallest jobs.
That's brilliant. And then there's not like a minimum. It's like, hey, look, the first hour is $199, and then after that, it's $100. I like that. And it's just a function of you're going to get some people that will bounce because they think it's a 15-minute job, but we already know we're not going to make money on them because we're charging like 100 or less. And so I think it's a way to, what really doing, you're indexing towards larger jobs, but you're just not saying no to people. You're just making a little more friction for them to join. But to your point, first off, I don't think you have too low of prices because people are accepting. And secondly, it does filter out the people that you don't really want anyways.
Right. And we've definitely noticed that. And we've been really happy with our rate being what it is. We don't really feel the need to lower it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a big fan. I like the $199 for your first hour. Then after that, the $99. But just keep in mind, like your close ratio determines whether or not you are too high or low of price. And I think to me, when I hear 70, 80, 85+% people accepting, that screams to me that there's plenty of margin to raise these prices. And how you do that, I think you could like just do with violence. Like any of these will work. Whether it's like, hey, the first hour is more, we have a show up fee. You could say, hey, this is the equivalent of saying, hey, we have a $99 service fee, and then after that, it's a $99 an hour. Like it's the exact same thing. How you do it, you could play with the wording on it to make it most comfortable for your wife to increase her, like making sure people still book with you. But I genuinely believe, based upon your close ratio, you have plenty of room to move up in terms of pricing.
Yeah, actually, I think that might work better. That $99 service fee in additional to our hourly, I think that might work excellently, actually.
Because most people, when it comes to plumbers, electricians, they get the service fee part. I think the $199 per hour might freak them out a bit. So I'd just be like, hey, it's a $99. We show up, and it's $99 per hour. Like that makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
And then if it is a 20 or 30 minute thing, it might be a $150 charge. But now you're not like, oh man, I'm only gonna charge them $50. You get the extra 100 because of the show up fee.
Awesome. And then the other question, I think that one, we have that pretty well answered, I guess, now. The second question I had was the best ways to get recurring revenue in the plumbing and electric service. Like I'm thinking subscription, because, I watch a lot of your videos. I'm thinking I see these mowing subscriptions or other type of subscriptions. I'm just trying to think of any way we can get that kind of subscription recurring revenue in that plumbing and electrical field.
Absolutely. So like, it's really, you're trying to figure out how do we, so like I'm reading on page 78 of the book. It says the cost of prevention through recurring maintenance is far cheaper than emergency repairs. And so what you're trying to do is highlight the pain to the customer of a pipe breaking or something getting messed up. So for example, I was actually at a plumbing company the other day, and I said, the way that we need to market to customers is not that we are going to have tankless water heaters, because most people don't even know what that is. Most people don't even know what a plumber does, by the way, if you run surveys on this. Some people don't even know what a water heater is. They don't know a tankless versus a tank water heater. They don't know any of this. The language that we use in our industry, we just constantly get wrapped up in it. And so one thing that I mentioned to them was like, what we need to be talking about is the ticking time bomb that's sitting in their basement that is going to cause $50,000 worth of damage if they don't replace the water heater and either A, make it tankless, or B, replace it. And so what I think is like using their language, but on page 78, I specifically have some ideas in terms of recurring services for plumbers. It says, plumbers provide various services, including drain cleaning, pipe insulation, water heater flushes, filtration system replacements, backflow testing, sump pump tune-ups. Like, just basically think everything is maintenance. How do I prevent damage? How do I prevent failure of the mechanical device? How do I check up on these devices? And then what I would do is I'd do it on an annual subscription or annual membership and just say like, look, if you do this on an annual basis, the money is just going to go towards your next repair or your next installation. So the nice thing about plumbing is you could just set this up to where during your off season, you're going to do all these checkups. On these checkups, you just say, hey, look, it's X amount per year. Make up a number. You could test this, $299. It's $300 a year. I'm going to come out. I do an inspection. By the way, that $300 goes towards your next water heater, or goes towards your next repair, or if a toilet's backed up, will come out. That goes towards that. So you're not actually spending anything. It just goes towards the next. So what you're doing there is you're creating the recurring revenue for you, but you're also making sure that when they have their next need or there's an emergency, they're going to contact you. And so you're locking the customer in. And so for every single visit that's
a great idea.
For every single visit I'd be going to, I'd be trying to sell them on this idea that, hey, our goal here is to make sure you're taken care of, and we give priority to the people on this membership. The membership doesn't cost you anything because every dollar you put towards it is simply going to be stacked on your account as a credit until you need a service done. And so in 3-4 years, if this water heater goes out and you need a new one, you might have, $1,500, $2,000 set aside, ready to do that replacement already, and it's not going to cost you anything. So I think that would be the way I would go, is like, instead of having a cost structure, because maintenance is not as big a deal depending on what services you offer, I would go the way of you are putting money aside towards future services in exchange for value today.
That sounds great. It's almost like a home warranty.
Exactly. It's almost like it's in the book. Awesome. I hope that was helpful.
Yeah, that sounds great. So like $299 a year, plumbing or electrical inspection goes to your next repair. I'm guessing that's going to end up giving people sell warranties. I'm guessing that's good that, we might have to adjust the price slightly, but I'm guessing that's going to end up being better for us in the long run.
Oh yeah, because the people will sell their house and they paid you $299 and now you just made $300 for free because the membership. Also, there's going to be people that have $10,000 worth of damage and you're going to apply $300 towards it, but they're definitely calling you because they have that money set aside. So what you're doing is you're actually just locking in customers. And you give them priority, and like what the value to them is you're going to warranty whatever you installed. You got to build the value up for that. It's hey, you're in this membership. What do they get for that, right? Because they could just say, well, I'll just call you if I need you. Well, if you're on this program, you get X discount. You also get priority service. So if we have a whole bunch, we will be within 24 hours, as well as the fact that whatever you put towards a subscription, I'm just going to put that towards your, your next project. And that subscription is really covering a service visit. And that's why you tie it to like $299. It's like our service visit in 2 hours. We're going to do a full inspection. This is all the things that we cover. And what we're trying to do is take this $300 visit and prevent a $50,000 damage.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, priority service, and it goes towards their next repair. And so that would, and with our warranty on our work, that sounds like it would be an excellent value. I mean, if I was a homeowner, it sounds like something I would buy.
Mm-hmm. You're simply saying like, hey, I'm going to check. It's like the equivalent of like, I will change your oil. I'll check your tire pressure. I'll check your brakes. I'll check your lights. Like you're doing all the things that they do at the gas station. And then that you're going to upsell them based upon those things. You're like, oh, you do need a new water here. Oh, this electrical panel is old. Like you're going to have all these upsell opportunities throughout that checklist. And then you're just going to say, why don't you join the membership and just apply the first $300 to this big ticket?
Absolutely. That sounds great.
Awesome. You got it. Anything else for me?
I think that's all for now. Thanks so much, Mike.
You got it. Take care. All right. Next caller is coming in. I believe it is from Florida. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, thanks for having me. This is Tim from Central Florida. Hey, question about pricing. I know you guys charge per cut up in the northern states. And here in my area, in my market, it's predominantly monthly flat level billing throughout the year. Typically in my market, we cut about 40 times a year. I feel like it drives the price down, and some of the higher end guys in my area are only charging, $120, $125 a month. And I just feel like it's incredibly low. I trialed a per cut service last year and it went really well. My acquisition rate went up. I was able to charge an average of about $45 a cut, where the monthly subscription that I've done in the past, I'm averaging about $35 a cut when I break that down per cut. So my question is, what are your thoughts on that? And is it worth it to kind of switch to a per cut model in a market that 90% of other companies are charging a flat rate?
Yeah, and so like during your quote off season, do you mow like once a month or every other week? That slow down a little bit.
Yeah, so in November we go down to biweekly, and that typically lasts to about May. We get really dry here in May, and that's kind of one of the concerns with the per cut. It just started raining here a couple weeks ago, and it turns on like towards the end of May is when it kind of turns on for us. And here's the thing too, what other companies have kind of started doing is instead of raising their prices, they're trying to extend their off season to kind of artificially increase their profit margin, I guess. Like the less they cut, the more their per cut rate is, if that makes sense.
Totally. Yeah. So like what you're doing.
So instead of,
go ahead.
Yeah. So instead of me saying like, hey, I'm going to charge $40 a cut. If I cut 40 to 42 times a year, I'm sitting right about $140 a month. But what other companies are doing is they're like when you go get a bag of ice, it used to be 10 pounds, now it's 7 pounds. They're kind of taking that approach, and they're saying, well, we're going to charge this low monthly rate, but instead of, 40, 42 cuts, we're going to try to do 36 to 38 cuts. And that makes their quote unquote per cut price higher, but that overall, that customer price for the year doesn't go up at all.
Yep. Yeah. So this is simply a pricing strategy. And, what they're doing is essentially, they make their money when they do less services. And so when you're taking a monthly subscription that doesn't change, their goal is simply to mow the lawn as little as possible. That's when they make all their profit. And so if I was you, I would capitalize on the time of the year when they do mow less. I'd be advertising to everyone, are you tired of spending, of paying 100% when there's only 50% of the services being done? And then you pitch it against their weak spot, right? And so the good thing is you have tested the fact that charging by the cut works. So first off, that's great because usually I would have been like, hey, I don't know that in your market, etc. So the fact that you already know you can sell it and you can sell it at a higher price, great. There's two things we're doing. Number one, we're going to market when everyone else is on the defense and they are mowing less frequently because we know that their customers are price sensitive to the fact that they are paying the same amount as when they come 4 or 5 times a month. Now they're coming twice. And so we're going to market to that. The second thing is we're going to figure out how to still fill our slower season with other services. So you're going to pitch to customers, yes, you're still $45 a cut or whatever it might be is your average. But then when it gets closer to October, November, we're going to pitch them on winter services. And we're going to say, hey, look, during the, we're still going to come weekly. Here's the other thing that we're going to be able to do in addition to the mowing. And it's going to be the exact same price as your mowing. And so getting really good at that value prop, because they've accepted the 45. It's in the budget. That there is $180 to $200 in the budget every month. Our goal is so that it doesn't drop down to 2 visits a month and go down to $100 to coming to us. We want to keep it at 200. And so the only thing you'll have to get creative with is what are the services that you can still provide during the winter, but it's 100% possible using winter services.
Okay. So what you're saying is say for example, I sell a $45 a cut yard. When I go bi-weekly, I say, hey, we're still going to come out weekly, but instead of mowing, we're going to trim your bushes. I could even upsell them and say, hey, we're going to do mulch. We're going to include mulch. Maybe somehow work that into the price. If they have palm trees, we can take care of their palm trees and include all of that for that $45 per cut price.
Exactly. And then how you pitch this to them is, hey, we've now come up with a budget-friendly way to keep your property looking good throughout the slower season without you having to do a fall cleanup, without you having to do a spring cleanup, and here's the cost savings. And you just show them the numbers. And so we go through all of that in Cure 4, which is recurring maintenance, inside of the book.
Okay, that makes sense. So one of the concerns I have with doing the per cut is I feel like there might be a little more risk. So, we get hurricanes here in Florida. We get a lot of rain. I've done a really good job in my company to be very consistent and show up, which is definitely not normal in my area. We just don't miss days. But we have had, a hurricane come through where we can't mow, or we've had some really, really bad rainy weeks where it's just wet. You can't mow. And then so one of the benefits of the level billing is you're getting paid no matter what. Yeah. When you're charging per cut, I always get kind of this anxiety around the weather, or if something happens, I'm not charging that customer that week. With the level billing, it's kind of in the agreement, it's kind of everybody knows hey, this is a subscription price. You're saving a little money, but hey, if we get a hurricane, if something happens, and we can't make it to your property, that's kind of built into that subscription. So I guess there's a little bit of a lower risk, but kind of a lower reward side of that. And so I always get kind of anxious, during those times when I have my per cut customers.
Yeah, and I think the way around this is figuring out what services can you provide when there is a hurricane and a ton of rain. And that's what, for us, what you're saying with rain, for us is just freezing. And so what services we can do during the off season, in addition to mowing, is going to be things like checking the gutters because they're frozen. We're going to be, looking for frozen pipes. We're going to be cutting styrofoam things on the hose bibs. That's all the things we do because it freezes. For you, when there's a hurricane, it doesn't need grass mowed, but you're still going to have other services that you need to provide for them, whether it be branch removal, cleanup, storm, checking the downspouts, making sure nothing's blocked. Like, you can still show up on that frequency, and it's just a function of explaining to the customer, we show up weekly, and these are all the things we're going to do for you. And I think, especially in that market where you don't actually have ever a time where there's nothing needed, you can absolutely sell this. It's just a matter of like working into the winter services verbiage of what value they get when you're not mowing.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. And upsells here in our market are pretty. It's pretty standard. It's pretty easy. There's always stuff growing. So the off season is there's definitely still work to be had. So it can definitely work out that way. So overall, would you say that do you kind of lean more towards charging per cut is better over like a flat rate, just overall in general?
Depends. It just depends on the market. Like if you would have told me, hey, I tried doing mowing per visit and it was just no one bid on it because they're just not used to it. I have heard that in some markets. So like I would have adapted my answer, but the fact that you tried it and you were able to sell just as many, if not more, at a higher price just tells me the fact that all we need to figure out is how do we make sure that the off season, when there's less work to be done in mowing, that we just keep the number of visits the same by offering other services that we can do on the property. That's all we need to do is get creative with those service offerings.
Perfect. Perfect, man. I have one other question. So when I started my business, we chose a name. I started it in 2015. It was kind of a part-time thing. I was working a full-time job. I didn't do anything in the service industry, no green industry, anything like that. So the name we picked is True Lawns, TRU Lawns. And I wanted to ask what you thought of the name because I never really loved it. It sounds like True Green, and it just it's plain. And just what do you think about the name?
Yeah, like I don't think a name is super important. True Lawn, True Green. Yes, it's gonna get some people confused. And depending on how your local branch operates, sometimes people I would say definitely change it because if there's a lot of negative perception around them, you don't want that rubbing off on you. That being said, I don't think a name is going to make or break you. If you're ranking well on Google, if you have a great website, if your trucks look great. But if you're like, hey, I don't have the trucks wrapped, I don't have uniforms, and I'm redoing my website, I would probably go ahead and change the name to something that would be a little more unique to you.
Okay, yeah. So we've got lettering on the truck, we've got uniforms, we've got door hangers, we've got a website, we've got it all. So based on that, just roll with it. You think? I
think still roll with it. And then if it becomes a pain point where negative reviews are showing up in your thing, people are always saying they're consistently calling the wrong company, that's when I'd start to make a move on it. But it sounds like, hey, if the business is profitable, making money, the last thing I'm probably going to do is let's change the name for no reason whatsoever. I'm a big fan of name changes and brand changes if there's a really good reason.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's not an avenue I want to go down. I've always just wondered if it's been kind of, if people are looking up lawn care and they see True Lawns and they're like, oh, that's that pest control company. We're not looking for them, and they just kind of pass me over and I don't get the call. So that's always been in the back of my mind. It's always been a little unsettling, but we tend to do pretty good with leads, so it may just be something I'm overthinking.
Cool. Yeah, if I started getting a ton of feedback, then maybe I'd make a move on it. But honestly, I think higher leverage activity is figuring out winter services and crushing that during the off season. Next caller is coming in. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. What's up?
Awesome. Hey, so I was calling because I am definitely highly considering doing the holiday light installs. And so I don't have any professional experience with that, but I'm also looking at thinking about doing Halloween as well. And so basically, I know with these big decorations, you definitely need storage and stuff. So how would you try and kick this off and how to include storage for pricing for the storage of everything?
Yeah, and you don't necessarily have to do storage. You can sell them the lights, right? So that's always an option if storage was completely off the table. But typically, you have better margins if you're able to lease the lights to the customer, take them down and store them for the winter. And so, in terms of where you store that, could be like a storage facility, your garage, your shop space, whatever. But it simply comes down to a matter of if it's so hard or so expensive to get that storage space, you could technically sell the lights to the customer.
Got it. So yeah, I was just trying to figure out. Okay, so if you guys start off with like, I don't know, like 3 or 4, like just services to test it out and kind of like get my feet wet with it. I know like, some of these decorations are also like massive and nobody's actually like putting them up like professionally, but there's a lot of homeowners that go out and buy all these massive Halloween decorations as well. So, I'm just trying to like figure out how to balance how not to like lose your butt on the storage prices, because like I have a pretty large storage unit already, but I'm paying $225 a month for it.
Yeah, and
so I also don't want to like clutter it, but lose your butt. Kind of like lose your butt on that.
Yeah, like it just simply comes down to the fact that if someone's doing a ton of Halloween, decorations, and they're massive, we're talking like 4 feet by 4 feet, these big blow up things, or like they probably have the money to be able to pay you to store it. And if you're paying $250 a month for a storage facility, you might get that back in storing one big, large decoration that someone paid $1,000 for in that facility, and some skeletons or whatever else for if you're able to sell it for Halloween. And so I would focus probably on Christmas lights if you're getting into it first, and then upsell, use Halloween and other holidays like July the 4th, etc. as upsells. It's certainly possible, but just from a search engine optimization and like keyword search, Christmas lights is just massively outranks a lot of these other holidays. I would look at holiday lighting. When you look at holiday lighting, Christmas lights is the biggest chunk. So I'd go after that low-hanging fruit that everyone needs service for. And then knowing that you have the lights and you're storing for them, you could be like, hey, look, do you want to have an like this is an upsell. You'd be upselling them into, hey, what about Easter? What about a July 4th? What about Halloween? And you could sell other stuff into it and create packages around that. All right, next caller is coming in live. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, how are you?
Good.
So I called earlier and had no questions. I called back. So I'm ranked number 1 in Google in my areas where my stores are located. Do you think even though I'm ranked number 1, would it be? Should I do any? I never did any Google advertisement. I want to start getting more into breaks and get more break jobs and stuff. You think even though I'm number 1, you think it is a waste of money or no?
Well, it's just a function of you're number 1, you're ranking first on native search. You're getting a lot of leads already from search. Now, if you were slightly above that, that's basically where the ad is going to show up, right? So I see a lot of people spending the money on the ads and then all of a sudden realizing that most of that traffic was coming their way anyways because they were ranking high on native search organically. And so I'd be careful about that. I would test though. So I would start running some ads, tracking how many clicks you're getting, tracking how many leads. I would also benchmark it against you not spending anything, knowing that you've already been getting leads in the past. So what can sometimes happen is you're running Google ads and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I got 20 clicks and I got 5 leads. When in reality, 4 of those leads would have already came to your site because you were just right below it. Go ahead.
I don't know if this is true or is BS, but someone said, some people online were saying that once you start spending money on Google ads, when you stop, then they'll drop you your native search to get you to spend more money on Google ads again. So don't start because it's like a slippery slope.
Yeah,
is there any truth to that or no?
Most people that are saying that probably have not built a big business. They are probably thinking about them in their tinfoil hat and probably will never take a risk.
Yeah.
And so
okay, good.
I would follow,
All right.
if you ask me,
Good.
what are the big businesses and what are they doing? They are absolutely spending money on marketing, and many have spent money on Google. And so to think that by doing that, you're going to somehow penalize yourself or hurt yourself, I think is nearsighted. Next caller is Antonio, last one of the hour. Go ahead.
Hello, my name's Antonio, and I was interested in knowing how to use Copilot for my business.
Absolutely. What service, what industry are you in?
I do a firewood company out in California, and the thing is that I haven't been able to gain leads as I what's it called, You know how your business evolves more on like the summertime for more traction, more customers and stuff like that. And like for me, it's for the winter time. I make more of my money during the winter time.
Yep.
So I've been having trouble with that lately. For the Q4, what can I do to gain more clients and stuff like that?
Totally. So like your off season is, is the flip opposite of like lawn care, landscaping. A lot of home services where spring is our busy season. And so really it just comes matter like when you read the book, just think in terms of like, okay, my slow season is spring, summer. What other services could I offer? Ultimately, the service you're providing now is transportation and it's providing fuel. Could you clean the furnaces? Like, are you selling firewood?
Yes, I sell firewood, but we don't do home services and stuff. We mostly just focus on just selling product and delivering product to our customers.
So that's when it's like a matter of, do we add an adjacent service? Like that's Cure 3 inside the book. And that is, for example, do we clean out the chimney fumes, or fumes, whatever they're called, fumes? Or do we clean up do something about the grout on mantles? Or, yeah, it could potentially be a service business, but you add it during your off season, which for you is the summer, when they're not burning wood, they're not buying from you, but also they're not having fire in there, which means you could potentially clean it. Has something you ever done, like the cleaning of the chimneys?
No, mostly because there's mostly in my area what's called chimney cleaners. That's mostly what they do. For me, mostly is I sell for the camp season, but I've been having trouble trying to gain traction, but because of that, I've been I can't get more camping people to come in and with their RVs and load up and go camping, just because people are being very conservative with their money. I believe so.
Got it. So you sell the firewood mostly to people camping, not actual homeowners with a chimney.
Yeah, homeowners with a chimney as well, but only during the winter time. But right now we have like 90-degree weather and stuff like that. I mean, 90-degree to 100 weather, like heat and stuff, and nobody wants to burn wood at that time.
So what other services could you offer during the spring and summer that your ideal customer needs? So like, people aren't camping. Go ahead.
I was thinking maybe offering like barbecues or rentals and stuff to get into that market, but I don't know if it would be a good idea for my business.
Well, you could certainly test it. It's just a function of, is demand high when your demand for wood burning is low, right? So what you want to be careful of is like if everyone's camping during the time when you're selling camping firewood, you will probably also sell and rent more barbecues during that time. But if you're like, hey, during the summer and the spring, we're not allowed to do campfires, but people would definitely do a barbecue, then that makes a lot of sense. So what we're trying to look for is an inverse demand curve. So like when firewood buying season is low and no one needs firewood, great. Can I sell them something else? And if barbecues is the answer, then I'd be giving you green lights on that. But if they're going to follow the same demand curve, which means more barbecues when there's also more firewood needed, then I don't want anything to do with it because I'm simply going to compound my busy season and make my off season even worse. All right, we are wrapping up here on this hour. Let's go ahead and see what's next on the schedule. So we are now, it's time for Num Nums. Oh, Brandon said it's coming. So supposedly on my Instagram, you guys have voted on what we're supposed to be eating for lunch here. So I'm looking forward to that. Thank you to everyone that's called in, been on the show. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for leaving a 5-star review or 1-star review, just a review on the book inside of Amazon. I truly do appreciate it. Our goal is to get to 100. And so I am going to go eat and go to the bathroom, and Brianna will take over for a second. You can ask her the hard-hitting questions. But in the meantime, thank you to everyone that supported the book. If you do not have money to buy the book on Amazon, and you do not, that's fine. I have created audible and video versions of the book for you to be able to get for free. So if you like videos and you like that aspect of training, go to mikeandys.com/workshop. It's completely free. All the videos are there for you, 100% free, as well as a 26-page workbook for you to work through all the different diagrams, charts, and things that are inside of the book. If you like the audio version, you can buy it on Audible. If you're like me, I have an Audible account. I get a credit every month. I buy it there. You can also, though, if you like the audible audio, get it for free on my podcast, Home Service Millionaire. Just look it up on Spotify, look it up on Apple Podcasts, and you can get it for free. Every chapter is a different episode, and you can listen to the whole thing for free. But if you would like to help a man, help a guy out, and get himself a cold plunge, we got to get to 100 Amazon reviews today. All right, so we're going to give it till Wednesday because sometimes Amazon takes 24 to 48 hours for your review to show up. So I am hoping that today we can get to 100. So if you've been watching, lurking in the shadows, right now there's over 110 people listening to this live. And so far we've had like 600 or 700 people come on. So if everyone could just do me a favor while I'm eating my lunch, write me an Amazon review, convince Brianna that we need a cold plunge. Because right now we have a beautiful sauna. I paid $800 or $900 at Lowe's. It's not great. It gets up to about 135, 140 degrees, but it's beautiful. And I think Brianna uses it more often than I. At first, she was a little bit shy about bringing it to the house when we first moved in together, but we made it happen, and now she uses it more often than me. And right next to it is this beautiful spot where a cold plunge would just be perfect. And so a good one is around $3,000. So that's the budget, but we got to get 100 Amazon reviews. If we don't get 100 Amazon reviews by Wednesday, Michael does not get a cold plunge, and that would be very, very sad. And so I can promise you that if we get the cold plunge, it will be used to write the next book. Between the sauna and the ice cold plunge, it'll be great. So, yeah, if you can leave me a review, I'd really appreciate it. That way, Brianna will be convinced that we need to have a cold plunge, and then I can have a sauna, and then I can have a cold plunge, and then life will be better. So we're going to have a quick nums. I'm going to eat. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll jump back in here for chat. So I know there's a bunch of chats coming in, and I will get to those momentarily. Let me see here. Let me see. I was back to like here, I think. Okay, cool. So yeah, I will get to the chat. Feel free to chat in there. And answer your questions. But Brianna's going to take over for a few minutes while I go to the bathroom. I stuff some food in my mouth, but we are across the halfway mark. Folks, we're doing a 12-hour live stream today. It's been almost 7 hours so far, and so we are going to have the greatest live stream ever. I have now found out that after 6 hours, your phone, if you're on a phone call, turns off, which means we are probably going to get turned off right at 12 hours this evening at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And so yeah, we're gonna have some nums, at least Michael is, and then I'm gonna do the call-in show and keep walking on this treadmill so that my back doesn't keep breaking as I sit on this stool. What are we having for lunch? Carnivore nachos. Oh, let me see this. I gotta show the live stream. Oh yeah. All right. So supposedly I'm eating. Oh, here 1 second. Let me move this to here. Carnivore nachos. So what is it, pork rinds?
Yes, so the chips are pork rinds, and then there's ground beef, and I made like a... Yeah.
How do you make the cheese?
I use cheddar, white American. Raw cheese is incredible. Cheese, butter, salt, garlic powder. Do you want any like red pepper flakes or extra salt?
I don't know. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm dying to go to the bathroom. Okay, so if you have questions for Brianna, you can ask her questions. I'm going to go eat. I'll be right back. Feel free to put things in the chat. Do you have any stories you want to tell? Like how to break your mirror?
Yeah, I can give that story.
More details?
Yep.
Okay.
Tutorial time.
All right. You can confess to them how much you use the sauna. Since
There's
first you're against it.
There's more pork rinds in the kitchen if you don't want those to sog up. Yep. What's up, guys? Again. Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry, guys. Question for Bree. Have you ever seen Mike doom scrolling on stuff unrelated to business on the phone, or is he strictly business? Let's get that cold plunge. Listen, I want that cold plunge to happen too now. Yes. So he'll just send me just like couple posts that we can both relate to. And apparently he's been getting like recipes and fitness content on his feed now because that's what I consume. So I don't know. I guess because we share stuff with each other, we both get each other's algorithms now. So, I don't think this question is for me. How did the Indian guys think? Yeah, couldn't tell you. How hard is it to support Mike Andes? It's actually very, very easy. When you have someone as incredible as he is, you just kind of want to support him. So, okay, story time. Can I think of any story times? Let me think. I'm not going to go into grave detail about that mirror. We're past that, hopefully insurance covers it. We'll see. I checked Amazon, and I know that he said that it takes a while for some reviews to come in, but there's like 9 reviews. Come on, guys. We're only a tenth of the way there. We got to get it to 100. Let's go. Okay. Let me see. Story time. Let me think of the turnarounds. This trip actually went very smoothly, thankfully, the Texas trip. Last trip, though, we almost were stuck in Dayton, Ohio, which is like the worst state to be stuck in. If you're from Ohio, sorry. But like, I think there was bad weather that was happening in this city where we had our connection. So we almost got stranded there, but we didn't. By the way, that turnaround that we did in Ohio, that Mike did in Ohio, I think that video is coming out this Friday. It's going to be so good. It's going to be so good. There's a lot of components. There's a lot of moving parts for this video. I almost fell off the chair. There's a lot of moving parts for this video, so it's going to be awesome. When is the last time Mike was wrong and said sorry? Mike is never wrong. Man, let me try to be Mike right now. How many leads does an average Augusta lawn care company get per month? How many leads does an average Augusta lawn care company get per month? Yes. 70. Around there. Okay. Why do Indian guys at the gas station have super long phone calls? What? Hey, they have business to attend to. They have a lot of 7-Elevens to run and all that jazz, and they do a killer job at it. We've been live for 6 hours and 43 minutes. Crazy. After what happened this morning with the rear view mirror, Mike let me drive his car, and I was like checking I was like swiveling my head 180 the whole time. I was scared I'd wreck something. How is it?
Amazing. I had
Good.
2. I went
Really?
to the bathroom and I checked Slack.
Okay. I can put more stuff on. I felt so bad because I was like doing stuff in the kitchen. Today's my, chore day, since I'm hanging out to make sure he has everything. And so I lost track of time. So literally at 12:30, I was like, it's lunchtime. So I whipped that up in like 2 minutes.
It probably gets super hot in here.
I know. I walked in and I felt it because of all the cameras and stuff. Okay. How do you solve the snow removal capacity issue? How do I solve the snow removal capacity issue? If I had to fix this problem, I would get a shovel and I would shovel it. Is the name Augusta from the golf course? Or yes, it is. Right? From the golf? Yeah. We're not in Georgia, you guys. But there is an Augusta, Georgia location, isn't there?
That's where Sinless Sweets come from.
I love Sinless Sweets. Okay, so there's you know what? Shout out to them right now. There's a Augusta owner that has a wife who owns this company called Sinless Sweets. We've showcased them in the vlog, so if you haven't seen it, go watch it. And she makes like keto, low-calorie desserts, and they're actually incredible.
Low calorie, no sugar.
For what it is, it's low calorie. Okay. For a brownie, like 220 calories, it's not too bad. Not too bad. What do you like most about being involved in the landscape industry? This is for either of you. I'm super involved. So involved. What do I like most about being involved?
Hey, you got to pitch joining the turnaround.
Yeah. Guys, okay, here's the thing. Can you imagine putting me out of a job? Imagine that for a second. Okay. Because not applying for the turnaround puts me out of a job. Do you want me to be jobless?
The emotional angle.
Apply for a turnaround at mycandies.com /testimonial. mycandies.com/turnaround. Please apply or else I won't have a job. I planned those, so it would be great to come out and see all of you guys. While you have made a wonderful, wonderful meal for Mike for lunch, what is your favorite meal that Mike makes for you? Well,
yeah, I want to hear this.
Of all the meals Mike has made, how do I decide? You've made me a spinach omelet.
That's right.
And a T-bone steak. Whenever we first met, the first day we met, he grilled a steak. So actually, I would say the steak.
Mm-hmm. And at the time, you were like plant-based, or like more.
Yeah.
You were into eating red meat.
Correct. I used to not eat red meat, and now I'm full-blown carnivore. Mm-hmm. Crazy how that works. Advice? Oh, I like this question. Advice for wives of small business owners and the stress that goes with it. Man, I feel like I need a lot of time to think about this one. This is a very good question. I like this. Okay. Advice. Try to work on being more understanding, right? So here's my perspective on it. Recently, I set a goal for myself to reach. It's like just a fitness goal to reach a certain body fat percentage, scale weight, etc. And Mike, bless his heart, has been very, very supportive and has tracked calories and has gotten macro factor with me, etc. So if you put yourself in their shoes and you're like, okay, I have this big goal that I want to reach and like I'm giving a lot of my time and energy into it, imagine wanting to have that support from the person you love the most and like spend the most time with. Because if they were like, you shouldn't do that, you shouldn't try to reach your goals or whatever, then it's kind of hard because you're passionate about something, but then the person you love most is against it, right? Basically, short answer is put yourself in their shoes and you would want to be supported just as much. So, in turn, just be supportive and see the goal, see the vision. Even if that's not exactly your personal goal, you should love the person enough to want to see them succeed and be happy. So, thanks. What is that is for you? How did you meet Mike? Another plug. We made a video about this, telling the entire story on the Mike and Bree vlogs on YouTube.
I probably didn't hear it.
Hmm?
I probably didn't hear it. Give them the short synopsis.
Okay, so basically, I came up here I was a personal trainer at the time. There's more pork rinds in the kitchen if you want. Okay, back up. Last year, I was a personal trainer working at my gym, and Mike's mom heard about me from a mutual friend, and so she flew me out here to be her personal trainer, but in reality, Mike had her fly me out because he saw me on social media, and I had no idea. So then we met, went on a few dates. Then he told me, I actually had you fly out here because I saw your Instagram, and I thought that maybe we could work something out. And here we are, married for 4 months. That's a very, very short, watered-down version of it. Long version is on our YouTube channel. How long have you been on carnivore diet? I myself lost over 100 pounds in a year on it, down to my high school weight. That's so awesome. Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. I've been on it since November. I'm going to be honest, when we got married and then went on our honeymoon in March, so like March and April, I kind of fell off of it a little. I was still doing it, but incorporated more carbs. So I kind of reversed the progress, unfortunately. So now we're getting back on it. So strictly, I was on it for 5-6 months. Now we're back on the train. So, but congratulations. That's so awesome. I've heard so many testimonials about people, either losing weight or just improving their overall health. So I'm all about that. As he said earlier, I was kind of plant-based. Back in 2020, I went strictly plant-based, basically vegetarian, with some fish, I think, anyways. And I felt good then, but long-term was not super great. And I didn't honestly feel as energized as I do on carnivore. With carnivore, it's like top tier. But I'm not also one of those people who think vegetables are evil. I don't believe that, to each their own. But for me, I just know that works, and I love it. So how can you see how many people are on here? How many of you guys are there? Okay. Anyways, okay, so we're kind of trying to get back on it, on carnivore, is what I mean. Because Mike also, he was keto before we met. And then I kind of roped him into doing it with me. He willingly did it because he was supportive. And now we both just feel really great on it. So if you guys want to see recipes or something, let me know. Because I kind of have posted a few on my Instagram. But I just enjoy seeing that from other people. So, yeah. Hey, Mike. I want to see how good we're doing on the reviews. Do you know? What? The reviews, do you know what the progress is? I checked earlier and it was like 9. Okay, I remember you saying that. Okay. How was it?
Good. Are you ready?
Ready? Yes.
Okay, I'm going to sit down my chair.
You're good. What's the next segment?
I'm walking and talking.
Walking and talking. How many steps do you have? We have a step tracker right here. Xiaomi. Let's go. And, okay. I don't know what to say anymore. Okay. Oh, fun fact, you guys. This sign is crooked in real life, but you can't really tell. It's actually very well aligned with the frame, but in real life it's very crooked. So, are these going to stay up after the live stream? Oh, I guess I'll have to ask her. Okay. How can you see how many people are? Oh, I see. 100. Got it. Okay, guys. Mike's going to take over. Guess I'll see you for dinner or whatever. Okay, bye.
I'll have an element. All right, we're back. Your AirPods are in here. Okay. Next on the docket. All right, we're going to do some chat. So if you have questions in the chat, feel free to hit those up. What are you looking for? Oh, no. And I'm going to do some walking. We are on 7 hours now of the live stream. Oh, we finished early. Let's go. All right, let me switch this camera out. Boom. That one. There we go. Oh, yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, someone said I left a review earlier and it still hasn't shown up yet, so I'm sure that, yeah, there's a bunch of, Amazon takes forever. That's why we're giving till Wednesday. So leave a review on the book, and hopefully it shows up in the next couple days. Yeah, and I'm a bad influencer on her. I'm sorry. They're saying you say let's go like me all the time now. Yeah. You know, we try to influence people. Okay. Let's get this party started. It's been 7 hours. I already sprayed 8 houses. Yeah, I know. You're out here making money. I'm out here trying to walk steps here on the treadmill. Turn this thing on here. Okay. All right. I am ready to go. I probably missed a bunch of people's questions from up above because I skipped a bunch. Let me try to get some of them, and then I'll jump back below. Give me 1 second. Okay, here. Jesse, we do $1.5 million per year, but winter killed us. With $40,000 per month overhead, we need $80,000 in labor revenue just to break even. How do we pivot? I don't think we can sell enough winter services. Okay. So the trouble that you're having is if you need $80,000 in labor revenue just to break even, your overhead's really, really high. Because labor is a variable expense. So I would really recommend going through Cure 1, where you, inside the book, where you're actually going to break down what is the actual break even that you need to hit. So I'll walk you through the math on it, and you'll be able to write it all through yourself. Because many times the issue is that your overhead is too high, and overhead being things that are fixed expenses. Fixed expenses being things like debt, rent, leases, insurance. These are things that are fixed expenses. They do not change when your revenue goes up or down. And so I would really recommend narrowing that down, saying, can we actually be more skinny? Do we need as big of shop space? Do we need certain people on payroll? Do we need an admin assistant or two? Can we narrow this down? And so that would be my number one recommendation. Because if you have $40,000 a month in overhead being fixed expenses, then we have a problem. I would also then ask yourself, okay, if we have seasonal demand, can we switch to seasonal labor? Like, for example, can you get your office person or estimator to only work 8 months of the year or be part-time during the off season? I would be looking at trying to structure even rent and other things in a way that would be advantageous to fitting within my 8 months of the year that I'm busy. I do believe that you potentially could be where Cure number 5, adding another service, i.e. another brand completely, might be in the cards for you at that size. It might be something you might want to look at. So I would just highly recommend reading the book from cover to cover, Cure 1 is actually most important, though, because we're going to go over the fixed expenses and variable expenses you will need and what your break-even point is. I don't believe your break-even point is 80,000. The reason I don't believe that is unless you have no profit, because at 80,000 a month in revenue, like, or let's just call it 100,000 a month in revenue, you're at like 1.2 million for the year. So your margins would be super low. And so this is what you're trying to get to. So there we go. End of Cure 1, we talk about your COGS, and it comes down to what your monthly break-even revenue is. I don't believe that's going to be 80,000, but this will walk you through that. I do recommend going through it, running the numbers, and checking that out. Okay. I'm trying to go back up. We got another business that is 1.5 million in revenue. Okay. $400,000 in maintenance and $1.1 million in one-time cleanups. Wow. Okay. We generate $60 to $75 per hour, yet profit is only 3%. Whew, goodness gracious. Overhead is $40,000. AR stays under $10,000. Accounts receivable. Employees are paid fairly. Okay. So I would rather run $800,000 to $900,000 business that is 20% profitable than this business. This is a very stressful business. All right. And nothing against you. You build a $1.5 million business. You've done great at sales. I would really, really look at what happens if you're doing $60 to $75 per hour. What happens if I raise that to 85 or 90? And yes, you might lose some customers. You might not do 1.5 million in revenue. You might do 1.2. By the time you lose 30 or 40% of your customers, but then you have a price increase, you might actually make 1.2, but be 15 to 20% profitable. And so the only reason I would not do that is if you're like, hey, look, I have the infrastructure. Like that's the part where you have the $40,000 overhead. I'm assuming that's like an estimator, an office manager, an operations manager, and they're all on salary. And so you have to sustain a certain amount of revenue. I would just tell my operations manager, I would tell my estimator, hey, during the off season, you're in the field. I would talk about to my crew, like, hey, we lay people off for 3 to 4 months out of the off season. And I talk about their come back to work bonus inside the book, getting them to come back after an off season of 3, 4, 5 months of being laid off. And I was shocked the first time I did that. We were doing right around 1.5 to 1.8 million when we instituted for the first time, and every single person showed up. Every single person showed back up during the spring. So, all right. What is the best way to get accounts for a small lawn care business when just starting? Really, it's a matter of, there is no wrong way. It's a matter of, do you have time or do you have money? If you have time, I'm going to be looking for free spaces to do that. Things like Facebook groups. I'm going to be trying to make a website myself. I'm going to be trying to post on Facebook groups and next door to my local area. I'm not going to become salesy. I'm just going to pitch before and after, or show before and after pictures. If there's a conversation around landscaping, I'm going to contribute to it. That would be my objective if I have no money. If I have money, I'm going to be testing my different marketing channels. Window cleaning companies that specialize in only window cleaning with only in-person upsells, yes or no? Window cleaning companies that specialize in only window cleaning with only in-person upsells, yes or no? I'm not opposed to this. I would be looking at my website and over-the-phone pricing as a way to be able to get my foot in the door, and then I would be training all of my people, yes, on upsells. I'd also be trying to get people into some sort of recurring schedule, whether it be quarterly. And so one plan that I really like, it was on Homey window cleaning on the main YouTube channel a couple weeks ago for a turnaround. And they do 4 times a year. 3 of them are in outdoors. And then the one during the off season, the part that we were working with him on, is that 4th one should just be indoors. And that's just how you sell the package. You 3 outdoors and 1 indoors. That's a quarterly package for the year round. So I'd be really incentivizing my crew on, hey, let's get in the door, let's clean the windows, let's go. It's $200, but can I sell them on a $600 for a year's worth of quarterly cleanings after? I can upsell them at. How do you feel about combat sports? Are you a fan of any? I don't really watch them, but I think they're cool. I was here at 8 a.m. Good job, Recon. You the man. Oops, skip one. There you go. Thanks for answering that first question. Just one more for now. When just starting lawn care, really only mowing, how much should someone charge per hour? Go on to YouTube, just put in Mike Andy's lawn care pricing. There'll be a whole bunch of stuff. Also, check out landscapebusinesscourse.com. It's completely free. It's a course I made. It'll walk you through all of this from start to finish. Alex asks, Mike, what should you do if your close ratio is only 20% after having an okay website, instant pricing, follow-ups, etc.? Hourly rate is €50. Revenue is $200,000 a year. Window cleaning business in the UK. What should you do if you only have 20% close ratio? Well, if you're making the $200,000 by yourself, that would assume you're making over $100 per hour. Let's assume like 1,500 hours a year, you're actually doing billable hours. That would mean that you're making like $130 an hour, which is really good. But it might mean that you're not going to grow. You're not gonna have as high a close ratio. That's what's gonna happen. So you might just be the highest in the market, and that's not a bad thing. You might be at $130 an hour and generating $200,000 in revenue a year by yourself, and that's excellent. Now, if your hourly is $50 an hour, okay, so I was completely wrong. So you must have like an employee, at least, maybe two. You probably have 2 employees. So, I'd have to see your website. Like, does it oh yeah, three employees. Mercy. Yeah. So, if you're making $200,000 a year, or 200,000 euros, 50,000. That's 50. So it's 4,000. So 4,000 divided by 3. So it's about 1,300 hours each for each of you at $50 an hour. So, yeah, like I would be looking at other parts of the value equation. Like you're fast, you do follow-ups, great. But like even your website, the way you answer the phone, do you answer the phone? Like there's a lot of layers as to why someone also does not, accept the close ratio. And by the way, we assume it's price. That's why you gave me this information about pricing. But like it's just interesting to me how like it's so we know our hourly rate, we know our pricing, and we assume that as the reason that they did not accept. When in reality, like maybe you instant pricing follow-ups. Like, for example, with instant pricing, technically, you should actually have a near 100% close ratio. So something's weird here. Because if you're doing instant pricing, every single estimate that comes in through instant pricing is an accepted estimate. Almost no one will submit information to you if they're declining. So there'd be a few things I have to kind of dive into on that. Okay. Jesse, if you wanted to target a particular new housing development, what's the best way? Old-fashioned door hangers, or is there a way to geofence an online campaign for particular development? Yeah, so probably door hangers. Then the next behind that would probably be something like every door direct mail, where I can do individual mail routes. That would be my next thing. And then the next thing you could do online is like Nextdoor. You can do by the neighborhood. And then Facebook, you could do a 1 mile radius and then do an exclusionary area around and like really zero it in. Sometimes you won't get anything from that because there's just not enough traffic once you cut out so much area. How do you solve the snow removal capacity issues? You can only do snow removal for a small percentage of your summer customers since you have to get snow cleared in 1 day. Yeah, so I would create a secondary service that is lower tier. So it's like, hey, we have X amount of spots available in our priority service. I would ramp up those prices like significantly. You probably move up 50%. I'd move up my prices 50% and say, hey, the first 80 customers that join, it's 50% more. Or here's the price, and then here's your price if you're willing within 48 hours. So you have a 24-hour trigger and you have 48-hour limit. 24-hour limit. Within 24 hours, we will get your property done. Here's the price for that. 48 hours. Here's the secondary price. So it's just a function of like, hey, if you want snow down and we're there within a matter of less than 1 day, here's your price. If you're willing to go less than that, here's a lower price. And then let the chips fall where they may. At the very worst, you get the same customers for 50% more because they're like, yep, I really am willing to pay that extra. Are you looking at websites? Mine got deleted when we did it earlier around 12 p.m. and I've been waiting. Okay, 1 second. We might get to that in a second. I know there's a whole bunch of people. But we are overtime. So 1 second. Let me see what's next on the agenda. I think we have a lecture. Give me 1 second. We'll come back. We will come back to the questions. All right, let's see what we got here. We got... Boom. Okay, so we ate. We did a call and walk. And so now let's see what's next up on the agenda. We already did the call in and walk. That was what we've been doing. All right, it is time. No, wait, sorry. Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We're doing the call in and walk right now. So I'll take some calls. We got a couple people in the call queue. And then in 25 minutes, we're going to talk about off-season hacks for recurring. It's going to be great. Okay, 1 second here. Let me make sure I have everything ready to go. Off seasons. Okay, so we'll be talking about off seasons momentarily. Let me just check in on Amazon reviews are finally starting to come in from this morning. Thank you very much to everyone. We need 100 so we can get to the cold plunge. Okay, let's go ahead and take a caller. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike, how you doing today?
Good. How you doing?
Good, good. I called a little bit earlier today. So this is Kyle. I run a pool cleaning service. So I'm currently running ads, Google ads to get customers. And I remember that you said in a video that it is good to post at least once a week on the social media to make sure that you have a presence there. But I was wondering if you think it's worth it to spend like some time to post also on YouTube or like to have a blog on your website.
So blogs are becoming less relevant, mostly because of things like ChatGPT and other search around AI. It's being much less about, keywords and a whole lot of other things around speed, the contextuality of your demographic, your area, as well as, do you actually have enough domain authority? Like, are there lots of traffic coming to your site? These are the type of things that are a little bit more prevalent now and more important, even on Google. And so in terms of, search, like right now, if someone searches your business name, do you show up first?
No, actually, I don't know if you remember. So I just have like 20 reviews, but that's why I want to boost the amount of reviews. But I was wondering, like, if I start to write blog posts, if that would also boost my ranking on Google.
Yeah, it's not going to hurt. But the thing is this, like, let's assume that page ranks well, the blog. I don't want them at the blog. I want them to submit an estimate request form, right? So we just see consistently the value of a blog diminishing. And most of the time, because people write the blog and they never even touch it, it's not optimized. It doesn't have the right keywords. It's not talking about their city name, their county, etc. So am I against blogs? No, it works to some extent. It's meaning less and less as AI and Google search starts to evolve and change. And things like load speed is much more important. The way you actually design things is important. So I would just say, like, it's not the most important thing, but if you gave me the option of, like, do I have it or do I not? Sure, great, yes. But I think there are higher leverage things like the reviews, like dialing your Google listing, like feeding the pictures and the content on your Google listing on a consistent basis. To me, that's going to be a much higher leverage activity than writing a blog.
Got it. And how would you go about like getting backlinks to your website? Do you have any tactics for that you use for Augusta to be featured in other websites or something like this?
Well, this is a function of like reputable ones, right? So like making sure your Facebook actually ties back to your website. Like we were at Turnaround the other week, and when they clicked on the Facebook link, it just had a broken link because they misspelled the word landscaping in the URL. And so making sure, like, just first and foremost, that all your social media ties back to your website is a good thing. And then it's also a function of, if you're like, well, I'm going to go pay for these random article builders to like link to my site. Do you really think that's going to bring any credibility in the mind of search engine like Google or OpenAI or anything? No, like you want credible links, and that's going to come from like news sources. So like you could literally write the local newspaper, and that has been around for 20, 30 years, has plenty of domain authority, has tons of links, and you could get any sort of article that just links to your website or links to your business name. And I would not go on a hunt for backlinks. Many times the people that are doing backlink hunting and backlink arbitrage, they're tying you to websites that you do not want to be affiliated with. These are trash sites that just are all over the internet. And Google can see that. That's why you don't see them on a search. And those articles don't show up because they know it's trash. And so the search engine algorithms and they're getting smarter and smarter. I think people have used hacky ways of getting ranked well in the past, and they're not going to work anymore. In the past, like way back, you could have a white page background, then do white text on top of it and do a whole bunch of like keywords like city names and zip codes and service names, and it would somehow help you because of the keywords. That's not the case anymore. Now that would be picked up. That would be a matter of like, hey, this is against policy, as well as the fact that it looks horrible and makes the page load slow. So there's so much into it now. I just think that the hacky way of trying to get your website to build to rank is those are outdated forms. That's why if you look at websites that rank well in your area, they're clean websites. They don't have pop-ups. They don't have pictures and videos that take forever to load. They have well-designed structure on mobile, and when you go mobile-friendly, it changes the entire structure of the menu. And so this is very much more what these website crawlers and search engines are looking for. Next caller is coming in. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hi, Mike. This is Wesley. How are you doing?
Fantastic. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. Hey, so currently I'm working let's just say H5 job, and I'm thinking about starting a lawn care business like next spring. Maybe get a few yards this summer yet, but mostly hit it next spring. And I was just wondering I'd probably just start out by myself, maybe several months, hire another fellow. I was just wondering, like, would I need to hit it like full time, or would you should I keep working where I'm at for several days, like maybe 2 days a week, and then just do lawn care for like 3 days or something like that?
Well, it comes down to somewhat your risk profile. Like right now, do you have any dependents or people that you have to provide for?
No, I'm 17.
Yeah, so like you have plenty of tolerance for risk. I would say I would still recommend on a part-time basis, like on your weekends and your evenings, to really figure out, okay, can you actually figure out a customer acquisition strategy? Whether it be door hangers, whether it be ads online, can we figure out a way to actually get customers so that when you do go full-time, you can dump gasoline on it and grow much faster? And the level of confidence you have in that is going to be the thing that determines whether or not I'd be like, yeah, go full-time. Like, I'm not going to tell you that if someone like has never proven that they've been able to do the service, they're never able to find new customers. But if you prove that you can find customers and you can make profit on them, then your confidence level is much higher. Next caller coming in. Welcome to the show.
What's up, Mike? Hey, Ziggy.
How's it going?
Hello.
Yep.
Hey, I got a quick question about Copilot. I use Copilot. The problem is sometimes, like for example, in February, I found out that I had underbilled about $8,000 worth of mowing. Is there a way to download a CSV file to compare, okay, who's paid for February or May and who's actually been serviced? Because sometimes you can like make mistakes when you're billing, don't create a level billing, and you're still mowing them. And
Yeah.
do it kind of like a bulk way.
Yep. So there's several ways to do that in exporting PDF or CSV. What I would recommend you do is just book a call with the support team. So in the bottom right-hand corner, just book a Zoom call and just be like, hey, here's what happened. I messed up on a couple things. How would I find this in a report? Because you can do it several ways, like whether it be through reporting or filtering inside of invoices and level billing too. So I would just book a call with them and just talk. They'll just show you the entire thing.
Yeah, they told me they don't know. That's why I was asking you.
Okay, so is that in the chat though, or did you book a Zoom call? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Oh, we dropped our phone. Hello, check 1, 2, testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Earth. Hello. 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 Oh, we lost them. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, the answer, if you're still listening, is book the Zoom call. If you're just talking to the chat, it's not going to know what happened in the past on your account and be able to guide you kind of in the right direction. So I would recommend book a Zoom call so they can actually watch your account and see exactly what you're doing. All right. Next caller's coming in. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hello?
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Can they not hear me? That'd be horrible. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Oh man, I guess I have to like reset this. This is annoying. So it sounds like what it's looking like is my call-in studio situation after 3 hours is just resetting. So I'm going to drop this call. So sorry to everyone in the wait room. I'm going to be right back. Give me 1 second. I'll answer some questions in the chat and then I'll hop right back in. So just stay in the queue. But I'll have to reset this. So let's see here. Let's go through some questions in the chat. Let's see here. We ask for the customer details before instant price is given. Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I'd have to see, Alex, if you could show me your website, that'd be great, because if you have a 20% close ratio, you have low pricing and low margins, there's something else that's there. And so I know you said that you had instant pricing. I know you said you follow up with people, et cetera, but there's a reason why people are not accepting. 20% is screaming to me that like something's wrong. Either A, pricing, which could be a reason, assuming in your market everyone's like 25 or 30 euros per hour. But if you're at 50, I don't think that's too high. Based on my knowledge, I don't know your market though. So like if I can see your website, it'd be probably helpful. What should your payroll percentage be of revenue? Lawn maintenance and fertilization services. So lawn maintenance is going to be significantly more than chemical and treatments. And so just be careful, because like a lot of times people will be like, oh, you should go definitely do chemicals. You also run into other areas where there are large players that are willing to outspend you in terms of customer acquisition costs, so be careful with that. Also certification and finding employees that actually have those certification and are not going to walk out and start their own thing once they have your customer list. So like there's pros and cons. But in terms of general revenue payroll percentage, I'm trying to get under 40% for my direct labor, ideally under 30%. That's usually when I have a pretty good winning formula, assuming that I am not in the field. If you're in the field, like it should be way lower. But if you're not in the field and you're simply managing the business at a larger scale, I'm trying to keep that under 30%. Ideally, 40% is great. I want under 50% for including all admin, all my employees, estimators, etc. It's very general rule of thumb, but just hopefully it's helpful. Let's see here. Okay, I'm going to take away this for just a moment. Boom. All right. I have a handyman business, but I want to transition into an interior specialty like remodeling. But some specialists, like painters, are heavily oversaturated. How do we grow without adding services? So I don't know how large your business is, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that there are businesses in your market that are handyman that are bigger than yours and that you could grow much larger just using handyman. It's very easy to think that we always need to add more services in order to be able to grow. And so what you're trying to do as a handyman, I see this a lot of times, handyman, they're doing a whole bunch of different services and they say it's handyman, but like really like they're doing painting, they're doing plumbing, they're doing all of these different things. And so I'm not against that. I'm just saying if you're going to scale that, that's going to get difficult. If you're trying to stay as a solo operator, which I have nothing against, you can absolutely do that. Just know you are doing custom and complex services. Like you're doing something like painting and then plumbing and then you're going to do electrical and you're going to do all these other things, remodeling and structural stuff. That's very complex. It's also custom because every single job is different. And so scaling this type of handyman service, if you're actually going to try to do everything, is difficult. I don't think adding more services is necessarily going to be the move. To your point, how do I grow without adding services? I would do the opposite. I would remove services and I'd standardize the ones that I do offer. So simplification is like, hey, let's make this simple. Like, what are the 5 to 8 services you can do that generate a most of your revenue, most people contact you, you're known for, and that you feel you could pass along to someone else. They're simple. And then what are the things that are standardized? What things could you do that it's not custom on every single job? Those are the things I'd be looking at. My Google listing has been suspended for my window cleaning company. I have a website and all socials up. Am I screwed because Google business profile is down? I would definitely be in contact with them. There's services that you can pay to get this reinstated. I know it's a pain in the butt. It seems like you should just be able to do it, but it's just annoying. So I do recommend. In Copilot, is there a CSV way check if all recurring customers paid last month? For February 2025, I found 8K unbilled in job where you can download CSV files and compare who got service versus who got paid. This is likely a report. So again, I think this is probably the person I was just talking to. Book a Zoom call. Don't just ask the chat. Book a Zoom call with Copilot and they can help you out. 48 is too long to plow. Mike, it's got to be within 12 hours max. I agree with you. I would just say tier your pricing so that way you can make more margin on the people who really do care. Because there's probably people who are like, I went within 6 hours. Great, you're going to be the highest tier. Then there's people who are 12 hours. Then there are people like 24. I could do 48. Because there are going to be the occasional person that's price sensitive. They're like, sure, 48 hours, just as long as I don't have to endure 3 weeks of ice on my lawn or on my driveway, then I'm okay. But then there's also going to be people that are willing to pay twice as much if you get there within 6 hours. And I want to capitalize on that. So, given capitalism, there are people with degrees and levels of pain. And if you can adjust your pricing, it'll allow the person with the most pain to pay the most premium price. And you can stand out from the competition, even though you're more expensive, because you're being able to do a service that, hey, we're within 6 hours. Like if you're a hospital or something like that, we will, but it's going to charge you. Like we're going to cost you. If you're a doctor, like I got to get out. Okay, great. You're within that top tier. It's a higher price, but you get off first on dibs. And then you would just have like, how many people can we sell into these more premium packages that are lower hour thresholds? But then you're capitalizing on the fact that right now you're just selling everyone into one package where some of them are willing to pay more for premium, faster service, and others, they're like, I don't care. And so I would recommend just tiering it. I know to you it seems like, hey, like I got everyone and no one wants to be more than 48 hours. Agreed. Let's do 6, 12, 18, and 24 then. I genuinely believe there are people that will pay double for that first category, so we want them to pay a premium, but then also be able to capitalize on everyone else that's willing to wait a little bit longer. That would be the goal. How long have you been a fan of Alex Ramosi? Have you ever thought of opening a school community? I've been a fan of Alex since he was in the gym world. That's how I found out him, because I own Anytime Fitness. So way back in the day. And then have I ever thought about opening a school community? Yeah, we were probably going to put landscape business course in there for free. It's already free though. So like, I don't know if we'll get around to it or not, but, yeah. I'm doing $55K month recurring mowing and turf care. I only keep $8,000 in the business bank account. Yeah. So in my opinion, when it comes to the 4L framework and, liquidity, leads, labor, and leadership being the constraints, we talk all about that inside the book here. Let me see if I can find it really quick. These being the constraints to growth of a business. When I look at that, I see the liquidity as anything less than 1 month of revenue. I see that as a problem. And so, on page 20, we talk about the 4L framework and how off seasons affect this. But $8,000 in the bank is really, really, really tight. That's like one payroll. Not even like in one payroll, this is the difference between in business and zero. And so either A, you're gonna have to have lines of credit cards to tap into, but you're like one car accident away from it being tough. And nothing against you. You built a $55,000 a month recurring business. Let's go. Super excited about that. It's a function of now, as you put your roots down in the business, I would recommend building up more cash reserves so that what you have built does not go to waste. That would be my recommendation. Okay. No line of credit. How much cash to keep in non-growth mode? If you're not in growth mode, I want over a month of revenue. So if you're in growth mode and you have high risk, I will see people go down a week, 2 weeks worth of revenue in the bank account. But if you have no line of credit, you don't have any backstop, I'm going to try, and you're going to be in profit mode, I would be going above a month of worth of revenue. When we do distributions, what I consider distributable cash is over 1 month of revenue. So when I look at what I pay out for owner distributions or for the owner distributions percentage that goes to my general managers, I'm looking at stuff over 1 month of revenue because I want to retain at least that amount in the bank as working capital. Jacob, I'm a mobile detailer and I was looking at the different options to fight the winter season. I was looking into just marketing more in the time we can and work when it's not freezing. Is this right? All right, so that's Cure 2. So Cure 2, right, is more and better. More is you sell more jobs using things like advertising. And then better is upselling. But the first function is more. And the reason I included this one is because when I first started, I'm trying to find this example. When I first started Augusta in the first few years during my off season, I would burn $100,000 of my cash every off season because I had not solved Q4 collapse. I had not solved the off season problem. And so it would have been I would have been better off I would have been better off, this is page 40. I would have been better off spending $500 per day in advertising. That's $45,000 over 90 days. If this advertising had kept my crew busy with real work, I would have broken even. That would have been better than spending $70,000 to $100,000 on pointless tasks. And so there's absolutely something to be said for, even though your customer acquisition cost might be higher, your cost per lead might be higher, your cost per click might be higher, there might be really good math that proves that if you just keep spending during the off season, assuming you can take that customer and upsell them into a higher lifetime value, that's the more and better model. So we get more accepted jobs via advertising during the off season, but it's a really bad customer acquisition cost. We're probably breaking even at best, maybe even losing money. But if I can also sell more and better being upselling customers, improving their lifetime value with the 11 strategies we talk about in the book, then I'm able to afford being able to stay on that trajectory, which is spending money when all the rest of the competition is not spending money because of the off season. Mobile detailing, doing ceramic interior coating is really good for winter. Good stuff. Luke, I'm getting more landscaping than mowing. Should I focus on landscaping? I think it's a function of what do you want the business to do in the future? If you want the business to run without you, if you want it to operate with lower level skill employees and finding lower level skilled team members, I'm probably going to be simplifying. I'm probably going to be standardizing towards more mowing stuff. But you could also do landscaping and just standardize things. Like, this is the type of block we use. These are the 3 types of trees we install. This is the type of paver patio. Like, this is the only design, color, and brand we will install. And you just stick to it. And when we did that, we standardized our landscaping offerings. We were able to train people in one day on the 3 or 4 items that we would do because they just stuck to the same thing every single time. That's standardization. Been listening to this as I drive around looking at jobs. Just scored a 3,500 job. Let's go. We got a Watalanian. I started my business in 2018. I have never advertised, and most of my business comes from word of mouth. I have 200 plus customers in one neighborhood. I am struggling to scale. Any advice? So what got you here won't get you there. And so what you're likely have hit now is a plateau where you've been in business for 7 years, and the amount of new recurring customers that you've been acquiring is now equal to the number of churning customers every month. So you might have been getting 15 new customers a month, and then as you grow, though, you have a churn. Some of them are falling out. And now what's happened is you have an equal number of customers joining as the ones that are falling out. That's when you start plateauing. And so either A, at that size, you just go into profit mode, you raise prices, make more money, you reduce your close ratio. That's one option. That's profit mode. If you want to scale and continue to grow, that's when you're going to have to change what you're doing. And that was likely coming to the fact you're probably not going to continue growing this business on the back of word of mouth. It's probably going to be investing some of this into Google ads or local services or Facebook ads or a better website. I'd probably be starting with the website before I spend any money on any of these other platforms. So it's going to be what got you here? Word of mouth, people just talking. Great. You can't control that though. You can do a good job, but you can't tell Susie to talk to Susan on her street. And you can try to incentivize, you can create programs. Great, yes, I agree. But ultimately, I want a switch that I can hit when I need jobs, I can go get more jobs. And that's going to come through marketing. It's going to come through you controlling marketing channels. It's going to come through you selling through upsells like text and email through your website or through your CRM to be able to generate leads when you need them most. Alex, what bonuses did Augusta use for employees? Would you recommend a bonus if an employee generates over a certain amount of revenue a month or for reaching 85% efficiency score, for example? Okay, so we use a whole bunch of different bonuses in addition to pay for performance. Things like them getting reviews. If they bring other team members on, there's a bonus. If they have perfect attendance for a month, they get a bonus. We have a bunch of bonuses, like how they can make more money. In terms of, do I recommend giving a bonus if they generate over a certain number of revenue in the month? I would say yes and no. Yes, I generally like this idea of giving people more incentive to work more efficiently. We use P for P, which doesn't directly tie to the amount of revenue they make in a month. It's simply a function of every single day how much revenue you earn and you get a percentage of it. The reason we use P for P is because it's a more comprehensive solution. It has yellow slips where if they have callbacks, it's going to penalize them. There's manual adjustments to remove money for damage cases. There's just a lot more comprehensiveness around P for P because we had to like throw everything at it and make sure it still worked. And the reason people don't do pay for performance, or like this, for example, what if you ask someone to start doing a whole bunch of shop work or maintenance and you need that done, but like, no, I don't want to do that because I'm not going to hit my revenue goal for the month. So you don't want to have perverse incentives. And same thing with 85% efficiency score. What if they're 80 and they're coming the last week? You're like, okay, I'm just going to like run through these jobs so that this month I make a big bonus. And then next month, the first week, I'll just spend the entire time doing callbacks. So you don't want that. You don't want to create perverse incentives. So I'd be careful with very limited variations in scope. And this is why sometimes people are like, I tried P for P. And then I actually go into their account like, no, you didn't. Like you did not do it based upon budget hours. You did not do it. You did not have yellow slip system implemented where people go back to do the visit themselves. If there's a callback, there was no structure in terms of the holistic system. So if you have no idea what I'm talking about, there is a book around this. It's also a free course I have. You can go and check it out on p4psoftware.com. You can also book a call with Lael and the support team to be able to help you get it set up in your business for free. Hey, car rental business. 5 months in, I have 1.5 months of revenue saved from only one car. Would it be safe to purchase another car cash? Depends the size of the car, right? You're saying from personal capital investment. So if you have 1.5 times month revenue, that's great for working capital. But if you're going to go buy, use this for capital expenditures, I would, this is likely going to put you underneath the 1 month of revenue in the bank for working capital. So, this just is this an $80,000 car? Is it $50,000? Is it $30,000? I don't know. So I would just be careful with what your cash position is going to look like after you take that much out of the cash account and put it towards, a capital expenditure like a car. All right, folks, we are going to switch back over. We are going to be going over to the lecture. Let me jump in here. So we have just finished the call in and walk. We are headed to talk about off seasons, and I'm going to mix it up a little bit here. Give me 16. Very good. Boom. All right. I'm going to open up my Remarkable, and we're going to recap a little bit about what the 5 cures are to the off season. So let me go ahead and pause this. We have so far been 7.5 hours on the live stream. Crushing it. We're going to be 12 hours today, so we still have 4.5 hours to go. I'm hoping that YouTube doesn't have some crazy limits on live streams. I think it's 12 hours, though, so I think it might just cut off right at 12. But we'll see. All right. I am going to change a couple things over. Hey, Bree, could you close this door? All right. Feel free in the chat to leave questions. I will get to those, but for now, we are going to jump into my Remarkable, and I am going to show you all. Boom. Let me see here. Remarkable. Fantastic. Screen share. All right. We're going to be recapping kind of the core element of the book. So again, the book, The Off-Season, Why Home Services Are a Terrible Business, is now available on Amazon. It's available on Audible. We're shooting for 100 Amazon reviews a day so that I can get my code plunge. But I want to recap kind of the core element of the entire book. Present with share screen. Connect the app. There you go. Accept. Okie dokie artichoke. So you've been hearing me talk about this cure and that cure. I want to like break it down in more simple terms and just kind of summarize the core premise of the book, which is we have an off season and we need to fix it. And we have 5 ways to do so. So let me switch over my screen. Boom. All right. And now I'm going to show my... Boom. I think that's it. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Beautiful. Okay. So this is kind of a brief summary of the entire book. And what I mean by that is like the core elements of what makes up the off season, what is defined as having a bad off season, and what to do about it. So I look at the off season at any time that a business does less than 50% of revenue compared to their best month. So, for example, by the way, I call this the disease of Seasonitis as the name we use. So you have contracted this disease of Seasonitis if you, 1, have half or less revenue in any one month compared to your best month. So if your best month of the year do 100,000 in revenue, but then in your off season you do 30,000 a month in revenue, you have contracted Seasonitis. All right. The second thing that defines Seasonitis is if you have any month with negative cash flow. Okay. So if any of these 2 things happen at any point in the year, any one month has less than half the revenue of your best month, and any month where you lose money. So yeah, man, I lost $5,000, I lost $10,000 because what X, Y, and Z. You have Seasonitis. That is what we define in the book as the off season. And the reason I call it this is that I noticed that the average home service business, when I removed 1 quarter out of their profit and loss statement, they were making 72% more profit. Why? Because most of us lose money for 1 quarter of the year, sometimes 2. And so I call this Q4 collapse. Everything's going good. You're making money. Hit Q4, leads drop off, new sales drop off, and usually in Q1 you go negative, and it takes you to April, May, June, sometimes July, August to just hit profitability. And so this is the problem with home service business. This is why home service business stink. They're terrible. No one wants to buy a business that has negative cash flow for any month of the year. No one wants to buy a business that for some period of the year makes less money than 50% of their best months. Like, that is crazy. That's why home service businesses just aren't great to get into. But you can build a business that does not have Seasonitis, that is profitable every month of the year, and also has relatively consistent revenue, at least to the point where you're not dipping by 50%. All right, so this is the whole goal and objective of the book, is to solve this problem. Because I have seen time and time again home service business owners that fix this, improve their profitability massively. In fact, 72% when I did all the numbers. So the off season, that's what it is. There are 5 different ways to cure it. So this Seasonitis, we have cure number 1, and that is going to be lockdown mode. So in lockdown mode, we are going to shut everything down. We are going to lay off our employees. We're going to tell them, hey, you can come back during the spring and have a come back to work bonus. In order to do that, we have to understand what our cost of goods sold are, what our break-even point is, what our fixed costs are, and all of that we calculate inside of the book. So if you haven't seen inside of the book yet, it's not like it is a regular book. It has text, it has charts, it has graphs, it has places for you to write in and fill out the numbers for yourself. And so in lockdown mode, cure number 1, we're going to determine whether or not it's even possible for you to close down for 3 to 4 months a year because of your fixed expenses. If you have a whole bunch of debt, if you have a whole bunch of fixed expenses because you have a big fancy shop space and a bunch of people on salary, lockdown mode will not work for you. Also, very difficult to build a business outside of a lifestyle business where it just provides for you. It's very difficult to build any sort of enterprise value in a business that locks down and shuts down for 3 to 4 months out of the year. Why? Because if someone's going to buy your business, they're going to buy it with debt. And if they go out and get an SBA loan to buy your business, or they take out debt to buy your business, the number one thing they're looking at is, can we pay off the loan every single month from the cash flow? And so if for 3 to 4 months of the year, you literally close down, it makes it almost impossible to buy your business using debt. All right, so lockdown mode, not a fan. It works for some people though, like if teachers, people that work in the oil fields, they like to have several months off, it works just fine for a lifestyle business. All right, cure number 2. This is going to be more and better. I don't have any notes on this because this has just becomes such a core element to the way that I think when it comes to home services. I'm constantly thinking when I look at profit and loss statements, does this person have seasonitis? Are they experiencing Q4 collapse? And then which of these cures is going to be the thing that fixes it for them? More and better. I'm going to sell more jobs and I'm going to sell better jobs. What does that mean? I'm going to get more jobs by advertising in the teeth of my off season, knowing that it might be 2 to 5 times more customer acquisition cost, but I am going to do so knowing that if I just break even, or if I can even just get the customer on the schedule, I will be able to then upsell them. That's the better part. I will be able to upsell them into a higher lifetime value. There are 11 ways to improve the lifetime value of a customer. All right, we go over every one of these cures in a ton of depth inside of the book. And I outline 11 different ways for you to sell more and better. Again, this is not a book that's boring to read. There's a lot of highlight portions, areas for you to write in, and here are the 11 ways. All right, starting off with, let's see here. We're going to increase, where is it? Where's the first one? Number 1. Okay, increasing the frequency of your recurring services. So instead of monthly, I'm going to try to go to weekly. And I'm willing to give a discount. I'm willing to cut down the price if they're willing to switch to weekly versus monthly. Why? Because I can turn, so for example, if the annual churn for this cleaning service is 33%, let's see here. Let's go back here. Okay. Instead of charging $150 per month, you might charge $80 per week. This increases the annual customer value, ACV, from $1,800 every year to $4,160. Yes, you offer them a discount that reduced the cleaning price by almost 50%, but you also increase the service frequency a lot. All right. So who do you think is going to be able to spend more on ads? Someone who makes $1,500 a year from a customer, or the company that is able to make $4,500 per year from the customer? So Cure 2 is all about selling more jobs using advertising, even though our customer acquisition cost is higher, and then taking that customer that otherwise would be a loss, but turning them into being profitable because we sell them better. We do upsell. We actually figure out scripts and procedures to be able to take a customer that gives us $1,000 a year and turn it into a customer that gives you $2,000. Yes, you can double your business by increasing the number of leads you get by going out and doing more marketing and advertising. You can also take the existing customers you have and just sell better to them. And instead of getting $1,000 per year from your customers, if you get $2,000 from all your customers, simply because you upsell them into better versions of what they're already getting, you can double the size of your business without a single new customer. Cure number 3. Adjacent. Whoa, Michael, learn how to spell. Adjacent service. All right, an adjacent service is a service that I can tack on to my existing website, my existing service offering, that does not require me to go buy a bunch of trucks, buy a bunch of equipment, or retrain my team. So at Augusta Lawn Care, for more and better, that's cure number 2, we just did more and better job of selling mowing. That's our core service, and landscaping services. So what do? We advertise when no one else is to get more accepted jobs. And then we do a better job of upselling those customers throughout the year to increase the lifetime value of the customer. Cure number 3, adjacent service for Augusta Lawn Care, is snow plowing. Why? We already have the trucks. We don't have to go get new trucks. We don't have to do a whole bunch of restructure the whole business and get new facilities and change our software. We don't have to. Adjacent services is something I can plug into without a whole bunch of rejiggering of the entire business framework. Now, the key part with the adjacent service, because it's a slippery slope to keep adding more services, like, if they like this, I can also add this and this and this. And people go crazy in this adjacent service thing. You only add an adjacent service if it has an inverse or opposite demand curve of your primary service. So we do mowing. So snow happens to only fall when the grass is not growing. And when there's a bunch of snow on the ground, the grass is not growing. So it's binary. I am not going to take an adjacent service and have that for my off season if it is simply tacking on more services on when during the spring rush, I get even more busy, more leads pour in. I want to be opposite demand. So when I'm busy doing mowing, I want no revenue coming in from snow plowing. And when I'm doing snow plowing, I want no revenue coming in from grass mowing because it's inverse. It's opposite demand curves. That is the key frame because otherwise people are like, oh, let's add an adjacent service. That's tier 3. No, you're simply adding another service. You're adding a completely different business that has the exact same demand curve. And for the vast majority of home services, because spring rush is busy for you, you will always be able to sell more services. So what do? You tack on another one and it also gets busy during the spring rush. So what happens? We eventually burn out. We eventually give up because of the overwhelming amount of leads that come pouring in during one specific time of the year. And instead of fixing the off season, you exacerbate the off season. And you cause more trouble because more leads pour in during the spring rush and during the busy season and even compounds the pain of the off season. Cure 4 is recurring revenue. At Augusta, we use winter services. Every single one-time job can be turned into a recurring service. One-time visits, then you have reoccurring visits, and then you have recurring visits. One time makes sense. It's one time. Reoccurring means it happens more than once, but not on any schedule. Recurring means it happens weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, quarterly, or some sort of time basis on a consistent and predictable schedule, even if that's annually. But it's on a predictable schedule and repeated. I like to think of this like one-time jobs is like buying a car. Reoccurring is repairs. So if something breaks, I will need to get fixed. That's reoccurring. It happens more than once, but it's not on set schedule. It's not like I'm planning to dent my bumper today. I'm planning to break down my engine. No, those are repairs. That's reoccurring work. And then we have recurring work. Happens on a weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, quarterly, or annual schedule. That, in this case, in the car example, would be like, I'm going to make sure that I do my oil change, and I'm going to change out my brake pads. I'm going to change out my tires. This is maintenance. This is maintenance on the car. And the same thing is true when it comes to home services. I install, that's a one-time job. I repair when things are broken. That is a reoccurring job. And then there is maintenance, and that is going to be a recurring job. For example, one-time jobs could be installing a landscaping job. Fantastic. Reoccurring could be that when there is drainage problems, I get called to fix the drainage problems. Or when there's a leak in the irrigation system, I get called. That is a reoccurring job. Recurring would be that I mow the lawn. I trim the bushes. I pull the weeds. I make sure that the irrigation system is turned on and operable. These are recurring services. So we have one time, we have reoccurring, and we have recurring work. And inside of the book, I have I really try to explain my position on why recurring is something that you should focus on. And on the, the left-hand side for you, you see those charts? I'm explaining from the perspective of enterprise value and how not all revenue is created equal. Recurring revenue has a higher enterprise value than one-time jobs. There's a reason why companies that have consistent, predictable revenue without off-seasons and constant subscription revenue have a higher multiple and valuation in the market. Stock market, private equity, you name it. So what do we want to do if we want to have a business that has high enterprise value is build more recurring revenue. And you're like, well, I do projects. I can't do recurring. You can absolutely build a recurring model into your one-time project-based work. You can absolutely downsell customers from one-time jobs into recurring work. For example, if you install roofs, it's $30,000 to install the roof. That's a one-time job. There's also a reoccurring job that you could downsell them into, which is, hey, every time I show up and there's a leak, I will fix it. That's a reoccurring job. It's cheaper than installing. Someone might not be able to afford the $30,000. And then you could even downsell further into a recurring where it's like $99. And that's simply going to be a check. You're going to come, hop on the roof, you're going to look at the vents, you're going to check a couple things, and that is a lower ticket item. And just because it's a lower ticket item does not mean it's worse. This is why so many people can grow their business so fast as using one-time jobs. Because it's easier to get the big project, the big job, and immediately grow revenue. And top-line revenue goes fastest with one-time jobs. Recurring is a much, much slower build, much, much slower burn. Also higher enterprise value. Because it has a higher, the likelihood of it showing up tomorrow is higher than the one-time job. I don't know if you're going to get another job tomorrow. I don't know if the economy is going to hit the fan and all of a sudden all your projects cancel. I don't know that. Recurring revenue has a higher predictability and therefore a higher enterprise value or valuation on the business. Why do I care about enterprise value? Like, I don't really care. I'm not going to the stock market. I don't need a high enterprise value. The reason you want a high enterprise value is because if you want to sell your business, your valuation will be tied to how much recurring revenue you have and how predictable it is. Whether you have contracts and contacts inside your system, it will be determined whether or not you're able to hand the business off to someone else. The value of it is higher because it is able to be passed to someone else. Someone else could run it because it's simplified and standardized services. All right, that's recurring. We talk about winter services inside of here. In Augusta Lawn Care, that's what we use. Cure number 5. The 5th way to solve seasonitis and have no off-season is creating a new brand. A completely new business that you start in order to be able to solve your off-season. For Augusta Lawn Care, that is Christmas lights. And you can go to augustalights.com. And we spent months building that system out for all of our owners inside of Augusta Nation. Start a new brand, all right? There's Max with the Christmas. Let's go. So we did door hangers, we did postcards, we built an entire new website. We had copyrights and we had trademarks, everything that we did last summer in order to blitz the market by July 1st to be able to get all of our owners in. And about 76, 77, 78, somewhere like that, owners did do Augusta Lights last year. More to come this coming year. And the reason they did Cure number 5 is because for some reason in some of their markets, they could not solve all of Q4 collapse. They could not solve all of seasonitis and their off-season using Cures 1, 2, 3, or 4. So they would have to go to Cure number 5, which is starting a new brand, a new website, a new domain, the whole 9 yards. And those are the 5 ways to solve Q4 collapse, also known as seasonitis. And that is what this whole book is about. We dive deep on these 5 cures, and then I run the math on every single one for you and your business to see which one's going to work for you. That's what it all is. That's the off-season, and why home services are a terrible business, because they have an off-season. And the secret is there are 5 ways to fix it, and choosing 1, 2, 3, as many as you need to fix that problem is the key unlock to turning your business from the thing that controls you to the thing that you can control inside of your business. All right, let's see what's next on the docket today. We're just cruising right along here in this live stream. I think we're a few minutes early. Let's see what we got next on the docket. Oh, whoa, Michael. Whoa. Okay, so we did the 4 o'clock, then we did the off season. Let's go. So that means we are on to website review. This is always a popular segment. So we have a few minutes till that. Feel free if you want to drop in the chat. We will jump in on website review. So I know there's a whole bunch before. I'm not going to go all the way up because it's so many comments ago. But if you are still live and you would like me to review your website, I know there's a bunch I did not get to on the last website review. Go ahead and put that down below. Okay. Let's jump back into here. Boom. Okay. Very good. Okay, cool. All right, let's check in before we get any further, get any more ambitious. Okay, we got Amazon reviews coming in for the book. I really appreciate it. We need 100 of these by Wednesday in order for Brianna to allow Michael to have a cold plunge. And Michael would really like a cold plunge. He really, really would. And I do believe that the next book, which is already in progress, will be much expedited if Michael has a cold plunge. So, as I do with all my content, including the books, I give it away for free. But I do have a small tariff, a small tax a small fee, a small toll that we charge. And that's an Amazon review so that I can get a cold plunge. I would really like a cold plunge, but I need 100 reviews. So by this Wednesday, so that's like 48 hours from now, making sure that Amazon reviews actually show up. I need 100 reviews. So if you can share this, if you can get this to other people, I need 100 reviews. I will get a cold plunge, and I promise you the next book will be the best one ever. It'll be phenomenal if I can just have a cold plunge. So I need 100 reviews. Just go to mikeandy.com/book. Leave yourself a Google review, or not Google review, an Amazon review, and I would appreciate it tremendously. We got reviews coming in. Oh, we got some reviews. They're starting to stick. Let's go. They're starting to go. Hey, we got reviews coming in. Why you should buy the off-season. Mike Andy delivers clarity. Hey, we got some Amazon reviews coming in. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, cool. All right, we got reviews. So if you can leave me a review, I would really, 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 really appreciate it. And we will continue on in this episode. Boom. Okay. Let's see here. Let's start off with some of these. Hey, Mike, thanks a lot for your videos. Oh, okay, very good. Oh, I think I missed these ones. Thank you, Mike. Really appreciate it. We use P4P and love it. Very good. Iggy, I have a system. 4 yellow slips, you are fired. Do you do anything like how to decide when to fire? I took too long to fire before the system. Yeah, like I think a lot of times with P4P, high performers don't want to work with the person if they're slacking. If they're making a bunch of mistakes, it also affects everyone's profit sharing, so that's not good. So eventually they'll usually get kicked out from the team. Like it's just like a self-purging system almost. But ultimately, what I really draw the line is customers start leaving over their yellow slips, because it's a yellow slip. I'm going to take money out of their P4P if it starts becoming habitual, and I ramp that up. But yeah, if there's like so many yellow slips coming in, eventually you got to let the person go because it's damaging the reputation of the business. Hey, Mike, thanks a lot for your videos. I really mean it. I own a landscaping company here in Portugal. Oh, I want to go to Portugal. And there are many things different from US, but we tried P4P and worked really well here. Good stuff. Moman Lawn Care Services for door hangers and postcards. Do you think we should have a QR code pointing people to the website? I know an instant quote door hanger, you have a price there. Yeah, like you could do a QR code if you have a website, especially if your website is hard to spell. Might not be a bad idea. Just keep in mind your target audience is 60, 70, 80 years old, and you might use QR codes and know what they mean. They don't always know that. So just be aware of that, and that's why even sometimes using things like email, phone number, or your URL is still the thing to do. Yeah. Will Copa ever integrate with Go Cardless? It's a direct debit payment processor. We really want to switch to Copa, but 90% of our customers pay by Go Cardless. So we don't have any plans of offering a different processor besides Stripe. With Stripe, we're able to offer a lot of really cool stuff. Like we recently added in the deposit features, the pay in full feature. There's going to be some cool stuff coming out next month. Really cool stuff around payments, and it's because we're directly with Stripe and we can build on top of one platform. As soon as you start adding in a whole bunch of different card processors, it's difficult to start like doing deposits in all of them, card on file for all of them. So we're really going deep with the one. Also because just kind of like industry standard, it's like the best in terms of security, et cetera, and just even integrations, et cetera. But down the road, if it was ever served the needs of the members the most, we'd certainly take that feedback. Okay, let's see here. Steve, hey Mike, where have you had the best luck finding strong crew members? Also, what does your training look like once they're hired? Lastly, any flyer postcard recommend for teams to hand out? Okay, so best luck for finding strong crew leaders is they hear about our P4P system and profit sharing, and they hear that people become general managers instead of just pushing a lawnmower forever. So that's what we do. Focus on like their career development, their upside in terms of pay for performance and profit sharing, and that word gets around. What does training look like? 2 weeks. We have 5 days each week, so 10 days. Each of those days, they have to learn a specific task. They have a trainer that is assigned to them, and both of them have to sign off on each task that is complete each of those days. We start them off with very basic things, like I think it's like the blower and the trimmer. for the first couple days, and then it goes like eventually down to where like they're driving the truck or backing up the trailer, etc. So they learn those tasks. The trainer has to sign off on it, and they're responsible even on their first paycheck. If they don't make P for P and they're not efficient, it does affect the trainer's pay. The trainer also gets a bonus if they do well. So they get training bonuses. Lastly, any flyer postcard you recommend for teams to hand out? Yeah, like I think a business card with a QR code on it for like Google reviews for the team would be helpful. For like $8 on Vistaprint, you get like 100 business cards, so your team could have those in their pocket. Also, I think your truck is your moving billboard and what most people are going to refer to instead of talking to your team. But if they are going to talk to the team, having those business cards is sometimes helpful. Mike, how do I successfully complete a hostile takeover and steal the company? This is a joke. This has got to be a joke. It is a joke. Yeah, it is. All right, Mike, how do I successfully complete a hostile takeover and steal the company from Scott? That's hilarious. Maybe slip an operating agreement adjustment into a file of paperwork and need to sign. Oh, man, that's hilarious. Love you, Brandon. Is there any value in generating official estimates on our job CRM and sending a text link versus just saying the price on the call? Yeah, 100%. So you might not have been here earlier on the show, but I would highly, highly recommend texting the link. There's several different layers of texting I recommend. First off is that you can just text the link of an estimate and invoice. That's transactional. The next level is, can you bulk message via text message? And so I don't know of a lot of other CRMs besides Copilot that do the bulk inside of the CRM, but I know a lot of them might integrate with like MailChimp, for example. So it can get a little bit pricey, but trust me, it's worth it if you have to even get another integration because the texting of the marketing side when you mass message is just so elite in terms of the response rate, the quality of the leads that come back, etc. Mike, I run a mobile brake repair company. Your content has been amazing and relatable for my kind of business. Mobile mechanics would be great for you to target your courses. Thank you, Mike. You're welcome. Baker County Trash Pickup. Mike just ordered the book. Thank you very much, Brad. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sorry about your tires. I saw that video the other day. Champions Landscaping. Thank you. I appreciate it. Power Safe. Okay, we got website review. Oh, we got a website review. Okay, let's jump into it. So, oh yeah, by the way, if you're submitting your URL to be reviewed, YouTube is taking out links. It just will for comments. So put in like Power Safe Wash, even if it's .com, just leave the .com out. I will figure it out. Just be like website, Pro Safe Power Washing, and I will know what's going on. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that Pro Safe Power Washing. Let's see if it's .com. Where'd it go? There it is. Power Safe powerwashing.com. Let me make sure this. Yes, it is. Very good, very good, very good. Ooh, I like it. I like it very much. Okay, we have tons of websites coming in. I will try my best to get through some of these. Okay. Let's see. Share my screen. I do not want the screen anymore. Again, for those of you I can't get to, there's a free, you can go to lawncarewebdesign.com/call, and our team will spend 15 minutes with you. It's free. Same thing with anyone outside the green industry, homeservicewebdesign.com/call. We have built hundreds, if not, I need to do the math, it's probably thousands now, of home service businesses' websites. And I appreciate everyone's support. That's really what funds a lot of the media, like the travel that we do on the turnaround show. It's expensive, and it really helps us from a funding perspective of the entire media team. So I do appreciate the support there tremendously. But let's go ahead and jump into the pressure washing business. What do we got here? Things I like. I see a truck. I would like to see this truck logo if possible. I know it's probably this, but the truck just is like iconic to what people are seeing out in the street. And so I would like to see the logo maybe, but this is just great. I'm glad you're showing your face, your picture, your brand. Here's my problem. If I don't see this word right here, power washing, I don't know what you do. Okay, there it is. There it is. Okay. It's not so bad. Not so bad. We're making, okay. So there's a lot of dead space right here. I would optimize this. So what I would do, first off, I would not put wide choose. I think these might be mixed up. So I would put pressure washing and soft washing in Statesboro, Georgia, etc. I would put that right here. I would put why choose ProSafe down here. I think you meant to do that. I think this is just a mistake. Maybe it's a sizing thing. Yeah, no. So switch these texts. So the why choose ProSafe should just go down below. Let me turn that off. There you go, much better. So, okay. Yeah, so just switch those texts. That'd be a huge step in the right direction because then you know what you do and where you do it. Put why choose down here. Ooh, I love it. Oh, that is beautiful. Gorgeous. Very good, very good. That's great. Showing your uniforms, etc. Wait a second. Is this one of our sites? I think this is one of our sites. Unless... This looks like one of our sites. Yeah, I would switch your text around. Switch these two things. I would cut out some of this dead space here. You might be working on this like right now or it's being built. This looks like a home service web design. This looks very much like a home. Like I love this site. Minus this form. I would try to get away from this dead design. You're probably trying to force this in. So it's probably a spacing thing. I would try to get rid of this dead space. I would move these text, flip these flop back and forth. But yeah, like this is... We use this, so like I'm pretty sure this is a home service web design site because it has service pages, and I recommend that. And it says pressure washing up top. Yeah, this is probably ours. So very cool. I love it. I love it. Yeah, this is one of our sites. I'm gonna guess. I could be wrong. Could be wrong. Someone could be doing a very good job of imitating it, but this is quintessential home service web design. Oh, I love all the uniform pictures. Let's go. Oh yes, yes. Oh. Yes. Oh, yes. See, it's good times. Good times. Okay, yeah. Overall, really good. I would switch these text around. I'd put who you're serving and what services you offer at the top, and I'd switch why choose ProSafe down to the bottom. I would consider your design of this form and try to reduce this white space here and here. But other than that, I like it. What's the next one? Where are we going next? Okay, 1 second. Whoa. Let's try to do... Stop sharing. Summer marketing. I started my business beginning at May and I'm really starting to get recurring clients. I've got a few one-time projects next door, but that's it. All right, James, check out... I don't know what services you offer. I'm guessing it's mowing. Either landscapebusinesscourse.com or mbaforentrepreneurs.com. Free courses. It'll walk you through a lot of this stuff. All right, we got Bjorn's Snow. Let's see if I can spell this. Snow. I'm guessing it's .com. Please be right. Hey, we out here hustling. Okay, so let me share this screen. Again, for everyone out there, feel free at all times, go to lawncarewebdesign.com, look at our work. There's a tab there. You can see some of the pages that we build. Even if you don't use our services, just to get ideas and see how I kind of think about websites. We are always thinking about SEO. We're constantly making improvements and things like with AI and the way it's going. So yeah, snow services. You deserve a worry-free winter. I like it. Northeast Winnipeg and Steinbach driveway snow removal. Yeah, we have a couple of locations up in Ottawa area for Augusta that do these same things with the tractors and the snow blower. Intense stuff. Good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so the only thing that I want to change. Only thing that I want to change. Yeah. Okay, so go to your analytics on your website. Look at how many people are coming to your homepage. I would believe that less than 30% of people get off the homepage. Maybe 40% tops. But the reason I say this is because I would like to see an estimate request form here. It would work just fine if it's like right here. It's not blocking anything that's major on this video. And it'd be just consolidate your contact page essentially to that. Like, do you really need a coupon code? No. So yeah, I would try to get it here. I just know that you will improve your number of leads by like almost 30% simply because people don't get off the homepage. So either here or like you could do it like right here too, like where it kind of is half over the video, half below. But I want above the fold and right when they get to the homepage because the whole objective of this website is to get more leads. So let's make it really easy for them to do that. But other than that, I like it a lot. Whoa, too many numbers. Whoa. What are we doing? 2-car driveway, 4-car, 6-car, 2-way shared. Whoa, there's a lot. I would make this into like some sort of form or picture, but like this is a lot of information. You have 6 different packages. If you can cut that down to 3 and or just have it where it's like options. So for example, you could have the 2-car driveway and then the 2-car shared. So it'd be like 2-car driveway. They click on it. It's like, is it shared? Yes. Add whatever. Like, so yeah, I would just try to consolidate these packages. It's not really a website thing as much as just a sales thing. I would try to consolidate those. I also think that you could create some service pages around things like snow blowing, snow removal, ice management, etc. Other search terms. You might have it somewhere in here. But you don't. I would create service pages around the keywords of snow removal, driveway snow removal, ice management, snow plowing, etc. I would try to create service pages around that, if that's because this is your primary thing. So I would really try to focus on that. Okay, good stuff though. Very good. These are great looking websites, honestly. Overall, very impressed. Very, very impressed. All right, I think we already did Vantage Landscape, didn't we? I thought we already did this one. 1 second. Vantage Landscape.com. Oh, we did not. Ooh, man, everyone is stepping up their game. Look at this thing. This is beautiful. 1 second. Let me share. Present, share screen. Okay. Wait a minute. Is this a lawn care web design one? I think this is a lawn care web design one. I think so. Yeah, this is good. So what you do and who you serve. So I'm guessing Paramus is the name of your city. I love the videos, by the way, everyone. Great job. I would consolidate this pricing overview into like less than half the text. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so different. So again, the positive things on this one are the quintessential things I talk about. You have different service pages for SEO perspective. So very good. Yeah, this is a quintessential website from home service web design or lawn care web design. So showing your brand, your trucks, etc. I would personally move this form up a little bit, just so that people can see it when they come to this page. I might be zoomed in. 1 second. I'm not zoomed in a lot. I would move it up. Just like have it like just kind of over the top of this video, because then they'll see the get an estimate right off the rip. I would also consider making this white instead of black. Black against that red is kind of hard to see. I might change that to white. I like the fact that the video shows your logo, your trucks, your employees' uniforms, since that's your differentiator. So very good. I would recommend everyone go get like an Osmo little gimbal, DJI's little gimbal for your phone, and you'll immediately have a better looking video. So this one's not horrible, but I do believe if you spend $120 or whatever it is to get a gimbal, your video quality will go from a 5 to a 9. It'll literally look just almost as good as a professionally done video that you'd pay thousands of dollars for if you were to do that. I've got equipment for weed control, but not enough clients. I have 10 mowing jobs with a push mower. Should I market weed control now or mowing? I would focus all my attention on one service. Like 10 mowing customers is fine, but let's go ahead and try to get that to 50. Focusing on that one service, all your marketing attention on it. Hi, Mike. Quick question. Due to the fact that when someone calls your Copilot phone number, it won't go through, how do you get around it? Is there a way to reroute calls to another number? So this is the thing. I thought this would be a problem. I created this whole system around it, and it turned out to not be a problem because no one did it. And so if someone texts you, you text them back. And then in the text, you could have your phone number for the office. So this has not been an issue. We thought it was going to be, but I have not seen this be a problem. And if they try to call, it's not obvious. Like, you can put the phone number to your office if you really want them to call. But again, if you're texting someone, they respond back with text. That's why knowing the source in which a lead comes in is helpful, because that's usually the communication mechanism they like to use. So if they call in, they usually want an estimate over the phone. If they submit an estimate request form, they want that message, email, and text back to them. If they text you, they want you to text you. So like they use a stay in channel. Very cool. Thank you. All on. All right, let's see here. Allon.com. Okay, we got ourselves another site to look at. Expert Lawn Care and Landscaping in Edmond, Oklahoma. Transferring your outdoor space with tailored lawn care and landscaping services in Edmond, Oklahoma. From weed control to design and maintenance, we deliver lush, beautiful yards year-round. Okay. The name of the question, American Western Lawn and Landscape. Okay. This lawn and landscape font is a little bit small for my liking. Right there. On the things like uniform, etc., you're not going to see the lawn and landscape. Is it so small? I like this, though. This is cool. Very unique blue-orange combo. Lots of words here. Lots of words. I tend to not like lots of words. Get a free quote. Oh, no. We have a one-page website. We were doing so good. Oh, man. Okay, so first off, site looks great, by the way. I just want to make that very clear. This is a solid 8 out of 10. I'm happy. A few things. This is a one-page website, which means as I click on the menu, all it's doing is going to these different tabs on the page. I want to see a page for every single one of these services. So that way it says awlawn.com/landscaping, awlawn.com/lawn/pest control, /etc. Because those are the terms that people are actually looking up. They're not looking up AW Lawn. They're looking up the keywords of these services. Also, I would rather this be pulled in from an integration directly with Google. So that way they know it's true. Because otherwise, if this is just like a formatted text box like you have it here, people are pretty smart. They're like, oh, they could have just made that up. And they could have, because you literally just put Perfection Lawns, Jacob, Brooke, Andrew. Like, actually showing their whole name, their profile name from Google, very valuable. I know you are, you're probably honest. Copying this directly from Google, awesome. I would like to use a schema that will actually pull it in from Google and show it. Okay. I would be careful with showing the massive tractor. It might confuse some people. I don't mind, I get it's probably you're coming from the farm, etc. But you don't reference it. And it could be confusing to people like, oh, I don't need that. I have a little tiny lawn. Or I don't need a huge, massive tractor thing. So I would be careful with that picture. But overall, again, very happy. You all are very impressive today. Very good. This video, also like it. I would love to see this in clear image, though. Like this whole background, I get what you're trying to do. Let me see how it looks on your old screen. It doesn't look so bad. I just think that if this was clear and like maybe just move this bannered down or up even, but I would just love to see it because this is a really good video. You spent some really good time. The trucks look really solid. You got uniforms. Like I want to see them. The blurry situation, I think it could be improved if you just showed what you're actually doing because it looks so good. But overall, I am happy. I am very, very happy. Okay, we got what's next. Potomac Lawns. Michael, learn how to spell PotomacLawns.com. All right, folks, we are past 8 hours now. Not gonna lie, the first 6 hours went like a breeze. Now I'm starting to feel it. All right. I've had enough words for the day. Professional lawn care services. Expert lawn care services in La Plata, Maryland, and surrounding areas. Very good. I personally would take out expert right here. Use either professional or expert. Adding both of them makes you kind of sound like you're tooting your own horn. I'd take one of those out if I was you. Again, I would like the estimate request form on the front. This looks like a lawn care web design site, just the way this is structured. Yeah, this is all the hallmarks of a lawn care web design site. So I like it. It's very good. I would still see how we pull in like the schema from Google. We change it. Like we make it look like your brand. I love this box truck, by the way. This is so good. Oh, the red is so consistent throughout your brand. Great job. Excellent work. I almost wonder if putting this as green, that leaf green would be cool. I don't know. A little splash of green. I prefer personally to have a review or a estimate form that they can actually fill out here. So I would be really interested to see what happens when you actually make an estimate request, like right here, thing right here. Just ask for their name, phone number, email address, and what services they need, instead of having to go to a different site or a different page, I should say. So, see, that's what it is. You're trying to get them into the Jobber form. Again, I have nothing against Jobber. Copilot also has an estimate request form that looks very similar to this. I do not recommend people put it on their website. Eventually, we will have custom forms where you can build out your own inside of Copilot, but we don't have that right now. And so I just recommend putting it on your homepage so people can fill it out. Because the whole objective of this estimate or of this website is to get more estimates. And you're like, well, if they put it here, it goes directly into Copilot, or it goes directly into Jobber, or directly into Service Autopilot, or you fill in the blank. I agree, but it takes you 15 to 20 seconds to copy and paste it. And what is further is like, well, I get scammed. Like I have still seen people inside their CRM have 10 to 15% of contacts are from scam people filling out their form incorrectly, like scammy sites. So I would rather have it where I catch it and I don't copy it into my website than have them going directly into my CRM because it's integrated with faulty information. So I don't, as much as I love integration and I like saving 15 seconds, it is not worth the drop off in your number of leads you will get if you just put that estimate request form on the front and make it small. Doesn't need to be big. Do not put the big long form from Jobber or Copilot or anyone else on the homepage. Make it 4, 5 tops fields that they fill in and make it very, very quick. All right, we got Moran Cleaning. Let's see here, Moran Cleaning.com. I'm getting sore. I'm sore. Yesterday I benched a bunch. Oh, all right. We are Norfolk's #1 window cleaning. Whoa, we have a lot of stuff happening in the menu. Buena, another one? Wow. Another Jocko? Yeah. Okay. Can you leave the door open? It's like a bazillion degrees in here. Thank you. Okay. What are we doing? Am I sharing? No, I'm not. Share screen. Moran Cleaning. All right, let me switch this out. Moran Cleaning. There we go. Okay. So don't like the menu. Let's keep it real. Don't like the menu. Oh, I need the water. Okay. Let's see here. The menu is just tough to read. There's a lot of different things. I would take this into a service drop down. So under services, you don't need this secondary gray banner. Terms and condition, put at the very bottom of your page in the footer. You're the best. Thank you, Dalt. And then contact us. Like, not all this needs to be the top here. So first off, all this gray should go underneath services like you have it. You do not need this gray secondary banner. What's payments? What does that mean? It's probably taking, whoa. There's a lot of text. Okay, so I would put this in the chat to VT and ask it to reduce it by 80% in terms of text. Click here, you get an instant quote and sign up. Okay, let's do that. Get a quote. This is a loading. Oh, this is a long form. Okay. This looks like it's going to take me forever. Okay. Yeah, like if you say instant pricing, give them the pricing as soon as possible. Ideally, before you have to switch pages, it'll increase your conversion. Ooh, see our prices on our pricing page. Join our 6 to 12 week schedule. Okay. All right, let's do that. Pricing. Boom. I want to see pricing. euros. Okay. Yeah, I'm confused. There's a lot of information. Whoa. 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 Oh my goodness. Okay, we got a lot of information. Like, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. All right. I'm not saying you're doing a bad job. Just me reacting. Okay. So how can we improve this? First off, your logo's overlapping, your menu. There's way too much information here. Take each of these and at least put them on the different service pages. So when you, by the way, this menu is not clickable. That's a problem. Okay, so that's a problem. But take each of these pricing and put it on the correct service page. You don't want to have all your pricing for every service in one page. It's completely, like, people are going to get lost. They're not going to scroll to the bottom and find their pricing, etc. So if this was the gentleman talking about like why his close ratio is so low, this is why. This is exactly why. Yeah, this is too much. Oh, man, it's too much. So split all of this into 4 different pages, each with the different offers in terms of discounts, in terms of different pricing. No one's going to see that page. No one's going to click on that page. But yeah, definitely check out homeservicewebdesign.com and see the kind of sites we build. Like, this pop-up is going to slow your site down. It's going to reduce your ranking. There's way too much text here. No one's going to read all of this. All of this can be consolidated down into 1 cent, like less than half the amount of text. These big buttons should not have text on them, in my opinion. Show the picture. People know what gutters are. There's way too much text. Yeah, just consolidate everything massively on your text by at least 50%. I'd be shooting for 80%. I'd be making these like one-liners, like, click here to get an instant quote and sign up. Just put like, get a quote. Number 2, we will confirm date of service. Number 3, we clean your windows. Boom. There it is. Like, keep it simple. We just want people to give us money. And so adding complexity will always hurt your close ratio. All right. Jose, Champions Landscaping. Let's go over to Champions Landscaping.com. All right, drink some water, Michael. All right, this looks like another home service web design. Similar, at least. Okay, let's see here. So I like this because, like, see, even though, this is like not the best, but it's better than, it's like, I like it. And that is at least right there, I see get estimate. That's where my eye goes next. So I like that. That is good. I would personally make this a call button. Unless you like are trying to get away from all phone calls for whatever reason, I would encourage this to be a call button. Because there's still a ton of people that call. Tons. So I'd probably have my phone number here. Call now with the phone number as a button. Because they get an estimate here. That's fine. So, and I don't even think you need our services button here because you have services right here. You can see that right away. So I don't think you need to have the services button. I think you could make this a call button and you will close more people. Ooh, that's cool. I like that. Yeah, see, this is the reason I can always pick out a lawn care web design or home service web design website is because we push so hard for people to put their logo inside these pictures and video behind us. Your uniform, your trucks is what makes you different. Not some random landscaping or random project or a house that's off of AI. I want to see your crew. That's what makes you different. That's what customers are seeing out in the field. That's what attracting them to you. All right, we're going to do one more. I know there's so many. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Let's see here. Ooh, I actually really want to see this one. Baker County trash pickup. Okay. I remember seeing this ages ago. Maybe I think when we made the postcard. Baker County trash pickup.com. Okay. I wish Baker trash pickup was available. Okay, so you built this. We got a big form. Okay. Let's see here. Cool. All right, that goes to Facebook. Sorry, just making sure that was connected. Okay. Brad, I think you can do better. I know you have the skills to make this better. I would do a couple things. Numero uno. If the media team did not send the design that they made for you on this, ask them to, so you can pull these gradients out. So if they have like a Adobe Illustrator file or whatever, you could pull this out and use it throughout the site, so that it's like nice cohesive design. You want to call to action. So ultimately, when customers come here, we want them to call us, or we want them to get an estimate request form. So we just have this misaligned. Like, Google reviews are good, but like I would put that lower. I want to have a call button, so I can't click on this and call you. So I'd have a call button. I would have your form, consolidate this down into something that is like a third of the size, like this size. So consolidate it in terms of size, put that up here, right next to serving Baker County with trash pickup, and making it very clear. It's like, oh, it's in the name. You know, people sometimes just miss out on these things. But yeah, I don't know where you built this. Let me see if I can see the metadata. Like, I'm guessing Squarespace, Wix, something like that. Just I almost said do better, but it's because I love Brad and we're friends. So, spend some time in Squarespace. Do it if you're gonna do it yourself, and spend a weekend, and you can absolutely improve it. Ask the media team for the design that we gave you in terms of Adobe Illustrator. You should be able to pull those out, make them into PNGs, and then put them throughout the site. And I think if you spend 2 to 3 days on this, it will more than 5x the conversion of people that get to the site and actually do something about it. Right now, I have to scroll down. I have to fill this very long form. These are great. I would put that on the About Us page, these pictures. That's cool. But not on the home page. And then I would have a services drop down. So, like, do you just do pickup? I'm assuming so. With this $36 per month, you could have instant sign up. That'd be pretty cool. These look like clickable links with the underline. I would avoid that. Avoid the underlining thing, because it's all underlined. So as soon as you underline everything, it all just becomes a blur. I would do banners of things like, if you're trying to make an offer, like sign up today and get 1 month free, sign up now. In the perfect world, Brad, I would have a credit card where you actually run $36 and put them on. That'd be in the perfect world. But even if you can't, that's fine. I just think that putting the form up, consolidating up top here with a call now button, make it very clear who you serve and what you do in the text, not just your logo. I think that would be huge improvement to this. And then I would get take their thing, and like you can just use a lot of these gradients. This orange and gray. Brad, if you can find it in your heart to get an extra 10 to 15 customers and get home service web design, we would build you a pretty phenomenal site. Not gonna lie, because that gray and that orange that they kind of designed up for you would just look so sick. I almost want to just give it to you. I'm on the verge. I'm on the verge. Okay, that's gonna be it for website review. I apologize for everyone that has submitted and we're not gonna be able to get to. I do apologize. There's a whole bunch of them. I'm very sorry. Yeah, sorry. If you put a URL, that's probably why. Okay, we will come back to questions. Let's see what's next on the docket for today. Stop screen. Present. Boom. Okay, let's see what we got. So we did 4 o'clock, that's 1 o'clock. We already passed that. Website review, we just finished that. We are now, okay, all right. So I already did the 5 cures of the off season. I did it early. I made a mistake. So because of that, what the good news is, we now have the next 27 minutes to continue doing website reviews. That's it. Let's go. Okay, let's jump back in and we'll do some more. Hey, doll, can I have some chapstick, please? Folks, yesterday I got this stinking cold sore and canker sore in my mouth. Ugh. Now it's like wanting to blow up. Okay. Let's see. We're going back to comments. And we are seeing, oh, there's a bunch of questions coming in. Very good, very good. All right, here we go. I'm just trying to get to where we were at. Sorry, I accidentally skipped down to the bottom. Okay, we got endurance lawn care. Oh, whoa, what? What did I just... Okay. Wait, no, my chapstick. I don't want that stuff. Where's my chapstick? It's right there in my backpack. Sorry, I didn't even think about it. The one in front, the white. Yeah, there you go. Sorry about that. Okay. Endurance dash lawn care. That's the next one up. Endurance dash lawn care. Now, folks, if you haven't already, just in case you have no idea why we are now 8.5 hours into this live stream, this is because, that's good stuff. For the past year, I've been working on this book, right? The Offseason. Boom. Why home services are a terrible business. And if you can say why it's a terrible business, it means if you fix it, it makes it a great business. I am so pro home services. It's insane. But a home service business built in a poor way that has a really crazy off season where they have negative cash flow and months of the year where they don't make enough revenue, horrible business. Horrible business. And everyone lumps us all together and says it's bad business. No, if you built it incorrectly, it is a bad business. I agree. All right. We got endurance dash lawn care. Let's show this one. Let's see here. Present, share screen. Okay, what do we got? Ooh, we got a little flash with the, what's it called? Whoa, we got a spinny action. Whoa, we got people jumping up. Whoa. Okay, post falls and CDA premium lawn service. Okay, we got some animation. Okay, wow. Okay, all right, we gotta hold moment of silence. Oh yes, that sounds so good. Okay, there's a lot of moving stuff happening here. Okay. Ooh, yeah. Okay, this is just design. A lot of these things in design. Okay. It's okay. It's not bad, but this phone number is not clickable. So if I click on it, not going there. I can't call on a mobile device. It's not going to do anything. So it's not mobile friendly. Whoa, now I messed myself up. There we go. So it's not mobile friendly. And you know how I feel about that because the vast majority of your traffic is going to come from mobile. So let's go ahead and click on Get Instant Quote. Share this tab. Okay. Where's my instant price? I don't see it. Okay. I have to give you my information? I don't think so. Okay. Get a quote in 30 seconds. That's fine. Yeah, so I'm confused because this color, the blue yellow, doesn't match your logo, which is that orange green thing. But there's a different logo here. So I'm a little confused on your logos. This doesn't this font. I would just change up this background. This is a one-page website, so certainly would try to create service pages. So you have services. But I would create a service page for mowing, for aeration, for dethatching. I'd create service pages for each of these. I would half the amount of text that you have on these. Your LinkedIn goes to Wix right now. Your Instagram goes to Wix. Your Twitter goes to Wix. And your Facebook link goes to Wix. So you built this on Wix. I'm going to go out on a limb and say you built this on Wix. Now, also, I can't get back to the homepage. You don't have a logo here to click for me to get back. I can't, there's no way for me to get back to your homepage. So, room for improvement. I would try to look at Wix if you're going to spend more time on it and maybe take a course on it or something in terms of some of the things I've mentioned. Service pages, a logo in the top left that you can click on to get back to your homepage. The integration of your logo and your colors, I think, could be really improved. Your text is overwhelming. There's just too much of it. Again, I'm not saying this because I think you're a horrible person. I think you're great. I really appreciate you sharing this with us. I think I did Vantage Landscape already. Lawn Care Up website review. Lawn Care Up. I think I've seen this before. LawnCareUp.com. All electric. Dun dun dun. Lawn care and curb appeal improvement services. Okay. What is curb appeal? Okay, flexible communication for every step of the project, insured and protected for all your project needs. Okay. Fill out the form for a quick. Oh, this is from Deep One. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. 5-4. Let's see here. Okay. Put a random address in. Get an instant quote. Out of my service area. Oh, come on. What are we doing? Okay, let's see here. What area do you service? Sacramento. All right, well, we're going to look in Sacramento. Sacramento, California. I just need to make something up. Sacramento. Let's do street. Let's see if there's anything in Sacramento. There. Let's see here. Tennis. Some tennis place. Let's see if it's in your service area. Oh. But okay. I'm not going to get nothing. Okay, let me go back. Let's see here. Zero emission. Okay, in Sacramento, something like this might work. This whole zero emission thing, and they're pushing it pretty hard down there. Always fair, always guaranteed, no more waiting around. Okay. Why doesn't this slide? Uh-oh. I can't go to the next one. This hurts my head. Yeah, we don't want this. See, I can't get to this next review. I don't know why. Okay, it doesn't let me slide, and there's no next button that I can see. So things like that, I would just kind of iron those little things out. Get my quote. That's going to go to a lead form. Oh, that just takes me to the top. Oh, no. Okay, we do have a different page for lawn care. Very good. Yeah, I don't know what's up with this widget you got in here pulling in reviews. There's a lot of text. Honestly, I would lean into your pictures and your videos. This is also a very generic photo. All these behind here, show your trucks, your uniform, etc. I'd make this whole button, the call now button. I make that whole thing a button instead of just this green thing, because I was inclined to tap over here, but this is unclickable. The button is here, but yeah. Ideally, I just want to see your trucks, your logo, your employees, all of these pictures. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say aren't yours, and if they are, I don't know that. You probably did not take those photos, and if you did, you're amazing at photography. I'm just not gonna give you credit as a customer because I don't see your logo. So if I can see this on a truck, if I can see that on an employee's uniform, I would be thrilled out of my mind. All right, the turnaround show is gold. Thank you. I apply so much for that. Very good, very good. There's a really great one coming out end of this week. It's going to be awesome. Kavanaugh Services, LLC. That is tough for me to spell, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Kavanaugh. And then how do let me go back. Kavanaugh Services, LLC. Kavanaugh Services. LLC.com. Whoa. Com. Okay, let's see if this works. It worked. All right, let's see what we got. Okay. Video. Okay. I don't see your logo. I believe this is you. I will give you credit for that. I just don't know if it adds any value because I do not see your logo. And I don't know if this is your logo or not. Whoa, you're hidden. Where'd you go? Okay. Okay. Oh, no, it's a one-page website. Oh. Hurts me. Client login. Where does that go? What happened? Okay, so this is a Copilot thing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Lots of room for improvement, though. We can absolutely make this more. We can make you more money on this bad boy. Okay, so estimate request form. We definitely can put that in here. Change the video. Go get yourself. Hey, let me pull it up right now. Let's do this. Amazon. Michael, learn how to spell first. Thank you. We're gonna go to a DJI. I think it's Osmo. I could be wrong. Give me a second. Osmo. Yeah, look at this, folks. Oh, it's Osmo Mobile. Okay. Here it is. It's $150 for the newest one. You don't even need that one, though. This one's $69. Folks, look at this. Check this out. Share this tab. Okay, this is $70. This will take your video on your website from a 5 out of 10 shaky thing to like a 9 out of 10. It'll be so smooth. Smooth as butter. Melted on a wonderful T-bone steak. There you go. Website, AW Lawn, we did that one. C&I Garage Doors. Brianna, we can see you mopping. You're fine. CNIGarageDoors.com. CNIGarageDoors.com. You can close my door, babe. All right, this is looking cool. All right, let's see what we got here. Thank you. Present. Share screen. Boom. All right, we're in here in the garage doors. Your go-to garage door company serving the Greenville and Greer, South Carolina area. Contact C&I Garage Doors to get started. All right, I would take that line out. This is filler. Of course, they're going to contact you. I'm not being harsh. I am just giving my opinion. This pop-up, I don't think you need this. You have so many different ways to contact us. Like, we get it. Like, they're going to contact you. They will, I promise. We got Deloitte Installations, Reliable Solutions, your trusted experts for all things. Okay, we do have different pages. Good. We have different service pages. I like that. Okay, is this clickable? It is. We have a clickable phone number. All right. Let's just get started now. Where does that go? Oh, your contact page. Okay, so this is good. See this little thing right here? This is all you need. I just want to see that right here. Boom. Take this part out. Put the form right here. I also would really like if you want extra brownie points from Mike, you would put a video or pictures of your truck and your employees with showing your logo while they're working. Also, these 3 images, completely stock. Maybe they're not, but they look stock, and they don't show any of your brand. So what difference is this image compared to every other garage door repair company? None. Zilch. Nada. Zero. Including this image here. But what's different is your pictures of your trucks, your equipment, your employees, your uniforms, and I don't see any of that. So one thing I would do here is there a Facebook link here anywhere? Home Advisor, Thumbtack. Like I don't even know. Like, see, here's the thing. Most of your leads are gonna see your trucks out in the wild. They're gonna see them like, okay, let me go check that out. And they're gonna get here like, oh, I'm not really sure if this is the correct company. Like, this is gonna be any garage door company. It could be literally any garage door company. So I'm gonna make sure I show my trucks. I'm gonna show my uniforms as much as possible because that's the thing that makes you different. It's being built. Okay, good. Whew. All right, John. So they're probably gonna swap the text around. Good stuff. See here, we have been working on some changes on the homepage and can't say enough good about the help you have done to update the changes we are making. Very good. Fantastic. Shout out to the team. The Alvarez Brothers Landscaping. All right, the Alvarez, this is a long one. The Alvarez Brothers Landscaping.com. Whoa, the site cannot be reached. Michael did not spell Alvarez correct. Shame. Michael Alvarez. Z. There it is. Ooh, I like this. Ooh, this is a cool little page. Wow, it's taking a long time to load. Oh, that video needs to be rastered. Okay, all right. Oh, one second. There it is. Okay, cool. All right. Let me see here. I'm watching. Okay. All right. This can be improved. Okay. So, I don't recommend putting this image of the tree on top of a video. Immediately makes it look cheap. I like a lot of things, just not the picture on top of a video without a border. If you're going to do this, I would do a border. I would then make this a block of color, whether it be black or white, and then your text on top of it. This video is blurry, and so I'm guessing you compressed it a bunch, and it's moving very quickly, mostly because it's very close to the subject. So I know I'm getting in the weeds here, but like get further away so you can see what's going on in here. I know you wear yellow uniforms, great, but if I could just see a little bit more of what's going on in these videos, that would be nice. And I can quickly see the yellow truck. Like stay there for a second. This would be a great example of a video that really could use DJI's little Osmo thing. Ooh, that's just like, ooh, that hurt my head. Yeah, this can be all nicer and better, and just have a, wow, my back is sore. Oh, this morning I worked out back. Yesterday I worked out chest. I'm sore over here. We got 3 more hours to go. Okay, so I would spend almost all my time just on design up the top here. This text is pretty small and hard to read, but see, as soon as I have a back color, this is what I would do. I would make this as a yellow cube instead of this tree, and then I would make the black, the text black, just like I have it here, like just like that. Like yellow background, black text would pop nicely, and look much better. This form is big. This is hard to read. This font is very difficult to read, especially with a map behind it like this. This makes it difficult to read. Okay, a lot of text. I like the fact that you take your own pictures. I'm a fan. Okay. FAQs. Love the mascot. Yeah, like this is good. Like I'm not. It's good. It's so close. Let's see here, your customer portal page. Okay. Yeah, like, oh, there's the guy's face. Let's go. Can't read what's on his. I just probably scrapped the logo on his chest just so you can read it better, so you don't have to try to read it. Yeah, a lot of this text could be like, this is designs. A lot of this stuff, I know what you're trying to do. I love so many elements of you showing the designs of your truck and your logos and your uniforms. I'm a big fan. Man, I'm like, I had too much caffeine today. My second Jocko. But I would, just fix some of these text elements and design elements. Okay, okay. So not bad. I think just lots of room for improvement on design. Look at some of the sites we have at Lawn Care Web Design. Maybe book a call with lawncarewebdesign.com/call. And then we can give you some feedback on that. Okay. We got a ton of comments coming in. Mercy. Okay, we're going to be done for now on website stuff. We will come back to it. It seems like it's a popular segment. We will come back to it. So I'm going to wait there. Okay. I need to go to the bathroom. So hopefully Brandon can hear me and she can come over, take over for a second, because I need to go to the bathroom very badly. Why? Whoa, I'm so far behind on these comments. I'm so sorry. All right. Let's see what's next on the docket. We will continue through these questions. I have a bunch of questions coming in and a whole bunch of reviews. Sorry, I just don't have time for all the website reviews. I do apologize. We will do another segment before the end of the day for sure. So be ready on the trigger. But I'm just not going to be able to get to all these. These are a lot. But thank you. Thank you to everyone. I really appreciate it. Let's see here. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything too crazy. Okay, so I'm currently running a pressure washing business generating about $20,000 per month. However, during the winter months, specifically November through February, revenue dropped significantly to around $4,000. Even with gutter cleaning services, my overhead required at least $15,000 per month to stay afloat. To solve this, I'm working on creating a recurring revenue stream through gutter maintenance packages. My initial idea is to offer a $65 per month subscription That includes gutter cleanings, priority scheduling during storms, emergency gutter service at no extra cost, seasonal roof and downspout inspections, minor debris removal around gutter. The goal is to offer so valuable it feels like a no-brainer. Client would be protecting their home, preventing costly damage, and saving all for just a few couple dollars a day. I'm open to ideas on how to enhance the offer further to increase conversions and make it feel irresistible. Suggestions. I'm getting around 3 leads a day and closing 1 each day for power washing just with signs. Okay, so keep in mind, if your break even's 15,000 and you're making 4,000 right now, I mean, you have a gap, you have a revenue gap of 11,000. So we go over this in the book. We define what your revenue gap is, how many jobs you need to get, etc. You need $11,000. You take $11,000, we divide it by 65. Let's just do the math directly. If Michael can figure out how to open up the calculator. 11,000 divided by 65. You need to get 170 customers. So if that sounds impossible, we go a different direction. I feel like that's very doable. Now, can you do that in one season? Maybe not. I also would need to know, is it actually plausible that people want this package? Like, are people, like, I would go try to sample this. Like, go try to sell this to 100 doors or sell it to your existing customers using a text message blast or email blast and see what happens. Because it might be a bit of a stretch for people to think that for 65, like, people generally avoid monthly subscriptions. And it might be a bit of a stretch for them to think that their gutters need a monthly subscription. What I usually do in this case is I wrap the recurring revenue into their next service. The challenging part is, again, people don't think about their gutters even every 5 or 10 years. It's very difficult to make this into recurring. I'm not saying it's impossible. I love your idea. I think you should 100% do it. I'm putting this asterisk next to it, being that I have seen when services are not required more than like at least once a year, sometimes people don't think about it. Or when the cost of failure is very high. So for example, if someone is willing to pay a subscription if there's a cost of a $50,000 if like their water heater blows up. They're more inclined because like an insurance or real liability. So that's when I see people more inclined to do memberships, subscriptions, etc. Not opposed to it. Test it out with your existing customers. See what the response is. You'll get a lot of feedback, and then just act on that feedback. All right. We are a parking lot maintenance company with 100% being B2B, business to business. Most work is from property managers and facility directors. Oh, this is your website. Okay, we aren't doing a website review. Sorry. 1 second. I need to get Brianna here. Bathroom break. I need to go potty. Okay. Cool. All right, we are going to take a quick bathroom break. Brandon will hop on here, and then we're going to open it up for the call-in show. I do believe. Let me triple check that because we have finished this segment. Let me go ahead and move this down. We're going to hop on over into here and drop this. Okay, so what's the time right now? It is 6. It's almost over. Oh, there it is. So it's 6 o'clock. Okay, we're going to do the call-in show in a few minutes while I'm walking on the treadmill. It's going to be great. I will also say that I need to open up the call line. So give me a second. We're doing currently 200 gutter clients per a year. Okay, so you're doing 200 gutter clients a year. It's a matter of can I get 170 of them to convert. It might take you 2 or 3 years. So read Cure 4 of the book. It goes all over this recurring and different ways to package this to customers. I'm a fan of what you're doing. It might take you 2 or 3 years. And you'll see, I give some examples of business owners that have to stick to it for 2 or 3 years to actually fully solve Q4 collapse and Seasonitis. That might be the case for you, but hey, it's better than having $11,000 gap. So I recommend sticking to it. If you can sell it, this year you can get 20, 30, 40 people. The next year you get to 80 or 90. The year after that you get 115, 120. The year after that maybe you get to 170. You solve Q4 collapse. You solve Seasonitis. All right. I don't know if Brianna's home. You home? Because otherwise we're going to have to go onto my phone and have to like put you at the bathroom door and I'll just yell or something like that. Okay. I'm going to open up this. So if you have not if you're just joining me after your day's worth of work, this is the live stream that we've been doing for now 9 hours. 9 hours straight without stopping. And Banna's coming. Very good. Okay. I'm gonna start this show. I'm gonna call this in so you all can start joining something smells really good. What are you making? Bone broth. Oh, it smells so good. Okay.
Actually,
What?
the dinner menu is like neck and neck.
Dinner menu is neck and neck on the Instagram stories, right?
Yeah.
So they have to vote. Oh, it smells so good. Okay, one second. Let me set this up so they can join the call queue, and then I'll jump into the bathroom. One of these days, I gotta show you how to set this thing up, and then while I'm gone, you could do call-in show. Yeah, that'd be great.
We can stick to comments for now.
Okay.
Thank you for calling Call-In Studios host and call screener.
One second, I got this set up.
Please enter your show or meeting number.
All
and
right,
press
there's my
pound.
meeting number. Oh, it smells so good.
Enter your 6-digit PIN number.
You got a new recipe? Bone. How do you get a new recipe for bone broth?
Welcome, host.
Okay.
You are now in the host room and can manage your callers from
Fantastic.
the
We have
call-in
2
studio
people
web
in the
interface.
call queue. We are going to be moving to the call-in show here momentarily after I use the restroom. Until then, you missed an hour of the live stream. Shame. We gotta be here for the whole 12 hours. Gotta be committed. Just joking. Okay, cool. Call like in busy. Oh no. Okay. So feel free if you want to join the call-in show. In the description of this video is the phone number, and you can join there. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I gotta go bathroom, and then I'm gonna go walk on the treadmill while we do the call-in show. So join the call queue. There's 2 people there now, and I will. Now it's 3, so there'll be a few. You might be a bit of a wait, but we'll get through those. And then while we are doing that, also, if you want to have your P&L reviewed, your profit and loss statement, just go to mikeandys.com/send and put in your financial statements. That's your profit and loss statement and your balance sheet. Do you know what you're going to talk about? Kind of. Oh, you do? Look at you. I love it. Okay. All right. Handing it off to Brianna so Michael can go to the bathroom. Oh, it's getting choppy. Is it okay? Yep. Okay.
Hello, everybody. I'm back.
We're back.
We're back. Okay, I'm trying to keep the dinner options a surprise, so you can't hear this. Okay. So, ooh, I'm excited to get to that comment. Okay, one second. So, on Mike's Instagram, we have come to dinner time in like an hour and a half. And I'm probably going to cut off the vote time by 3:30, so in like 30 minutes, 30 minutes, just because I need time to prep this. So right now, option 1 and option 3 are neck and neck, literally 27 votes each. And I need you guys to break this tie. So go to Mike's Instagram, at MikeAndys, right? Yeah. And put your votes in so we can decide if we want to do barbecue ribs or rack of lamb plus pork belly. Option 2 is ribeye with side salad, but that's the least popular vote right now. So anyways, if you could vote, that would help me out. Okay, let's see. Hi, Bree. My wife does personal training as well, and she has a NASM Master Trainer cert. That is so cool. That's awesome. I went through ISSA to get my certification. I believe I need to take the test again to renew it, but that's really cool. How does she like it? I would love to know more about that. I've heard some mixed things about NASM, honestly. Let's have Brianna review the profit and loss statement. Listen, all I know is that if you're not in the negatives, you're doing good, so keep that up. Oh, hi, this is David Gentle. Hi, Brie, you came to our business turnout. I do remember this. Yes, I am vlogging. Love the vlog. Hello. I believe you were in the clip at the very end of that vlog, or in the middle of it somewhere. But yeah, nice to hear from you, David. Hope you and your wife are doing well. Congratulations on the new baby. Okay, barbecue ribs. All right, gotta put your vote in on Instagram. It's actually at the Mike Andys on Instagram. You might be able to vote on Facebook too. Not really sure, but yeah. So let's see. Oh, some votes are coming in. All right, option 3 is ahead by 2. You guys Any sneak peeks on future turnarounds? Yes. So I'm actually planning the June trip right now. And we are going to be going to Wisconsin. We're going everywhere. Like, so 4 businesses in 4 states in 5 days. It's going to be crazy. Wisconsin, Kansas, San Diego, California, and Montana. So it's going to be a crazy trip. Flights and everything are booked for that. Are you ready to go?
No, you keep
going. Oh, okay. Flights are booked and everything. So it's going to happen we're going to fly there on June 22nd. So in 20 more days. Okay, comments are coming in. Do you also work with Mike, or do you mostly do your own personal training? So I do not personal train right now. I quit back in January. Yeah. So I work with Mike now on the media team, and I love it very, very much. I kind of see myself doing personal training again eventually, but I would probably only do it for like close family and friends. I enjoyed it for the time that I did it, but it was kind of time to just move on to other things. I don't think it's actually gained her anything but some items, LOL. I think it's more of a self-accomplishment. No, that's awesome. It definitely does feel very rewarding to finish the course. Get the certification, looks pretty on the wall. And that's about it. And it feels nice to, help other people out, watch their goals. Watching from Australia, let's go. Since you're on the media team, do you recommend going live on Facebook every day for your lawn care business, or posting YouTube videos on YouTube every other day for your lawn care business? Well, I'm in a little bit of a different department on the media team. I plan the trips. But hey, do what you want. I mean, you got to get the reps in, right? As Alex and Mike says. So the more you do, the more content you push out, the more recognition you can get. So go for it. I am fully in favor of making content and, just putting yourself out there. So
All right, I'll see you.
Okay.
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys. Please put your votes in, because I'm probably going to start making the food in like 20 minutes. So, watching from Jersey, thinking of starting and cleaning the business in the Northeast. Let's go.
All right, we are starting the call-in show. I'm going to move this over. Cool. All right. So, again, if you would like me to review your profit and loss statement, MikeAndy.com/send. 1 second here. Let me see. Boom. I think some people have already submitted. Nope, there's plenty of room. Good, good, good. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. Yeah, so if you would like me to review your profit and loss statement, right here, MikeAndy.com/send. That'll be the next segment. So for now, though, we're going to do the call in and walk, which means I'm going to change my camera over to this one. And we're going to start walking. I'm going to stand up here. Boom. Time this up. Boom. All right. We are live. Let's go ahead and bring in the first caller. If I can get this all set up, we are good. That is good. Boom. All right. First caller, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good, good. So you came and did our business turnaround back in March. This is Dave with Thrive Lawn Care.
Oh, cool.
And one of the things you had mentioned was
did your baby
sort of
come?
like,
Did the baby
go ahead.
come along fine? Everything was good.
Yes, she is chunky and healthy. She's
Let's go.
like 5 weeks old now.
Let's
so,
go.
Yeah.
Good for you. Congrats.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. But yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned to sort of keep winter revenue coming in, and I'm sure you talked about in the live stream already, it's been hours now, but was like for us, we're in Illinois where it snows and it gets cold and leaves fall and whatnot. And you had mentioned sort of like keeping them on sort of like a bi-weekly payment plan even into the winter. And then, like show up to the property for 30 minutes or whatever and clean up some leaves or clean some gutters. And I guess I want some like elaboration on that almost, like, let's say every 2 weeks or every week I came and cleaned some leaves up. Like, I guess my question is like, how many leaves can I really get picked up in 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and then next week or 2 weeks later, I feel like those leaves are going to be spread over the lawn again. And then I'm kind of be like redoing my work. I know, it wouldn't be going for perfection, I suppose, but same thing with gutters, like if it's a big 2-story house, sometimes it takes more than 30 minutes, or I don't know if you're super strict on hitting your hourly for things like that, or I guess just a little bit more elaboration on that, on those winter services like that.
Yeah, like it's about setting the expectation of the customer. Like we make it very clear we are going to check the downspouts for flow. I am not guaranteeing that I'm going to clean out the entire gutters if they are blocked up. And I would only get to that if down the road I have nothing else to do on the property. Then that would be lower down on my checklist. And I would get to that eventually, but not if I haven't first done the leaves or picking up the branches, etc. And so it's a prioritization of services and being very clear to the customer, hey, look, this means that it might take me 3, 4, 5 services to get all these leaves done. It might take me a few weeks to get caught up on if there's a massive windstorm and things are all over the place. And if someone doesn't like that, then they might be better equipped to do a cleanup. And that's fine. I'm going to make more money. They're going to pay me more money. It just, I would rather the recurrence of the revenue. Is that bone broth? You're the best. Sorry, David. I would rather the recurrence of the revenue, and being able to get it from the lower price. It's really about being very clear that we start from the top, we work our way to the bottom of these services. We only spend the same amount of time that we would if we were mowing your lawn. And we stop after that. And really, I'd say it's maybe 1 out of 10, 1 out of 15 of our customers are like, hey, they didn't get to everything. And then we say, hey, look, we can do a one-time cleanup and get it to everything and then just maintain. And some people actually will do that. They'll do their fall leaf cleanup. And then we say, hey, we maintain this the rest of the year. So that way they don't feel like the whole season, because there's always a few straggler of leaves and a branch or whatever. So we can maintain that. It's very cheap. But if someone wants perfection, then sometimes we can sell them a fall cleanup in addition to our regular winter services.
Gotcha. Love it. Yeah. Okay. I guess that answers my question. Just set expectations.
Absolutely. And then definitely check out the Cure 4 inside the book. That is going to talk all about what we just talked about in terms of like the checklist, making sure the expectation of the customer is around, hey, we spend the same amount of time and then we're going to move on. But then really, how do I even pitch that from a price perspective to the customer to increase that conversion? Next caller is coming in. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike, can you hear me?
I can. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. What's up?
Good. So I got a weed control and fertilization business that I started last year, and we do a little bit of mowing as well. So I have all the licenses. I have all the equipment you could think of to be efficient and to get the job done well with the weed control and fertilization. We have about 50 customers, and then typically that only takes me about 2 days to take care of. It's very profitable. However, like I said, it only keeps me busy for 2 days. As far as the mowing goes, I don't have many clients, maybe about 10 clients. And that keeps me busy for maybe a day and a half. And so my question to you is the weed control and fertilization season, in my opinion, is pretty much over. Here in Oklahoma, it only lasts until about May. So should I dump marketing into the weed control and fertilization side and just grow that? Or should I put money into the mowing side of things?
Yeah, so this is really a question of, do I use Cure 2 or Cure 3 inside the book? So Cure 2 being more and better, go in and get more customers by advertising, even though it's the off season and it's not as busy, and then upsell them down the road and acquire customers when everyone else is not marketing because it's not the quote busy season. That's Cure 2. Cure 3 is, do I do an adjacent service, which in your case is mowing? And so it simply comes down to the math on your customer acquisition costs for Cure 2, which is, do you know how much you have to spend now to get an acquire customer versus 2 months ago in the middle of spring rush?
I haven't tracked that. I've been trying to narrow it down, but really the only form of marketing that I did this year was the SEO optimization for my website and Google Business.
Got it. So I think before you go to start a new service, so that would be adjacent service or Cure number 3, before you do that, I would personally want to know what's the customer acquisition cost right now of acquiring a customer for our core service, which in your case is fertilization weed control. I'd be focused on trying to figure that out first before I go switch to a different service like mowing. Because it might be that, hey,
Gotcha.
if you
Awesome,
start
man.
marketing and for every $40 you spend, you get a new customer, well, let's just go ahead and keep doing that. But if you start marketing, doing some door hangers, Facebook ads, Google ads, you start testing a little bit, and it's costing you $150 or $200 to acquire a new customer, you might say, okay, you know, I'm not going to do that. It's cheaper if I just do the mowing. And by the way, the first thing I'm doing when I start Cure 3 or an adjacent service is I'm going to upsell my existing customers cross-sell them into that adjacent service as quickly as possible. So I'd be going to your 50, weed and feed customers or your fertilization weed control and immediately trying to get them all on mowing. That'd be my first step.
Gotcha. Thank you very much. So it's really just a matter of, after figuring out that customer acquisition cost, it's more of a matter of time and money from that point and growing from there.
If you use Cure 2, yes, where you basically are outspending the problem, then it's a matter of what's my customer acquisition cost for getting more fertilization weed control customers now? And if that seems too high to be able to actually do that, and I'm talking like significantly more than what you are comfortable paying to get a new customer, then I look at Cure 3, which is adjacent service, and that's going to be mowing. And the first thing I would do in that case is go to your existing customers for weed control and try to cross-sell them into that mowing service. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate it.
You got it. All right, and if you guys are watching, you just tuned in, and you have no idea what I'm talking about when I'm talking about Cure 1, Cure 2, Q3, etc., there's 5 different ways to cure the off-season. We call it Seasonitis inside the book. Go check it out, mikeandys.com/book. It's going to take you to Amazon, and I need 100 Amazon reviews today. If you haven't noticed, we need 100 because that's when I'm able to get a cold plunge. I made an agreement with Brianna, no cold plunge unless we get 100 Amazon reviews. Now, my last book took like 3 to 4 months to get 100 Google reviews, or Amazon reviews. Sorry, it's been a long day. I've been live streaming for 9.5 hours. But if I can get 100 Amazon reviews today, which I'm going to give it 48 hours in case the reviews take a while to stick, then I get to have a cold plunge. And I would love to have a cold plunge because we have a one-person, very small, it's like 3 feet by 3 feet, sauna that I got years ago while I was living in the office. It was great. I got it from Lowe's for like $800 or $900, and now I just need a man needs a simple cold plunge. And if I could have one, I'd be very happy. So I would appreciate that. And if you don't want to spend money on Amazon, I get it. Jeff Bezos has plenty of money. We don't need to be contributing to none of that. And if that's the case for you, then you can go to mikeandy.com/workshop, get the video training completely free, as well as the workbook. Or you can go onto my podcast, Home Service Millionaire, and get the audio for free. Otherwise, if you like to spend money and you want to make sure that Jeff Bezos has more fuel in his yacht, then you go to Amazon and buy the book, or you go to Audible and get the audiobook. Very good, very good. Someone's got to pay for that fuel. All right, next caller coming in 3, 2, 1. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, Mike, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
I'm doing well. This is Phelps with Moment. I called in earlier and totally didn't say my name, but I was asking about moving out of my parents' house and doing the whole marketing versus growing business.
Mm-hmm.
So I had a follow-up on that. So how much of weekly revenue should I be spending on marketing, like maybe percentage of that? What do you think a good ballpark for that is?
Well, it really comes down to how fast are you trying to grow. Like how many customers do you have right now?
I believe between 40 and 45. A couple have come in today. So
okay. And how many customers could you serve without having to buy more trucks or hire more people?
The goal would be, I think the first goal is 60, but I could probably do 70.
Okay.
Because I only have Monday through Wednesday right now.
Got it. So you need like 15 to 20 new customers. And so in terms of percent, right. I'm not a huge fan of like percentages on marketing. Because if I give you a number, then it's like, okay, if you spend half of that and it's really efficient, but then the next half is extremely inefficient because like you tap out on Google and you're just dumping money in there. Like as soon as someone says, I'm going to dump money on Facebook, I'm going to dump money on Google, I'm like, do we really want to dump money? And so I really only want to spend the money if I can make sense of it from a customer acquisition perspective. And so right now, I'd be thinking about is like, can I go test doing door hangers? Okay, if I put 1,000, how many leads do I get? How many do I close? If I spend $1,000 on Facebook, what happens? If I spend $1,000 on Google, local services, like I would just start testing, and then each year you'll get better and better at knowing what time of year certain platforms are working, and then you can actually apply a budget towards it because you're confident in how that math works out. Does it make sense?
Yes, sir, it does. I have a follow-up on that.
Go ahead.
How much should I be keeping in the bank?
In terms of like your working capital?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, like I'm a little bit more conservative in this approach. I recommend having at least 1 month of revenue in the bank. And a lot of people will use like some amount of their expenses, like 2 or 3 months worth of expenses. Great, awesome. Most people don't know their expenses. Most people do know how much money they make in an average month. And so I want to have at least 1 month of revenue in the bank account. And then anything in excess of that, I feel a little more comfortable, spending on advertising, marketing, equipment, etc. But that's like perfect world. If you are in hyper growth, if you have low amount or high amount of risk tolerance because you don't have a dependence, etc., you're young, then you could go lower than that. I'm okay with that. As long as you're profitable. But in terms of cash reserves, I'm always trying to shoot for that 1 month of revenue.
Okay, perfect. So if I don't have that currently, should I try to get to there or just keep on?
It just depends on your risk tolerance. Like, you're single, right?
Yes, sir. I'm 22, still living at home.
Yeah, so like you have a higher risk tolerance. You also don't have any employees. You don't have any overhead. So like, do you need 1 month of revenue? No. Is that ideal? Yes. But if it hampers your growth, like I would more rather you go a little bit lower than a month worth of revenue in the bank and be able to get to 70 customers. Like that would be way better. And so if you think you can do that in a month, if you just extend a little bit and just kind of push a bit, I'm okay with it because of your age and your risk profile. And so it'd be hypocritical of me to say you have to have a month of revenue and nothing below that, because when I was your age, I was pushing the envelope. I was going, trying to hit payroll, just gunning it, like trying to grow the business every single dollar, pushing it back in. So if you're wanting to grow, I'm not opposed to it, and I think your risk tolerance allows.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mike.
You got it. All right, next caller is coming in. There you go. Welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on.
I'm Mike. This is Wesley, and I called in earlier this afternoon, and then very soon I got cut off. And I was just wondering about the starting up a long tail business, hopefully next summer, and I was just wondering if I should do that like full time, or if it'd be good to like just do it like maybe 3 days a week or so, and then keep my regular job several days.
I did answer your question. Sometimes when I drop, and simply because there's background noise, and I got to move on. So yeah, it's essentially like your highest risk is going to be if you just stopped right now, went full time. But I do believe that there's a world in which weekends and evenings you can fit in 20, 30 mowing customers a week and still be able to do it in a lower risk manner. Now, if you have no kids, you have no dependents, you don't have a lot of burn, in other words, personal expenses, then you might be more risk prone and be able to just jump right into it. But I think the lowest risk is keep your current job, work evenings, weekends, a day or two a week, trying to get to where you can even replace your current income at your job before you make the jump.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I get it.
Cool.
All right. Thanks a lot.
You got it. All right. Next caller is coming in. Let's see here. Here we go. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Hello? 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 Uh-oh. We're going to have to drop it. Oh, it's coming back. I hear audio. We're dropped the phone inside the crack inside. Oh, nope. Okay, we're dropping. Sorry. All right, next call is coming in hot from Maryland, I think. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, how you doing, Mike?
Good. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good. So I was the one that asked about the subscription for gutter cleaning and all that.
Okay.
You answered my question earlier in the chat. I just wanted to like ask about a few details about it. How how will I go run it? Do I create like different like landing pages for to send it? Like I was thinking to start sending messages to every client I have in the list right now before the gutter season starts. So because I always listen to your shows and everything, and you do speak. Once they don't see you that much, they stop the subscription. So that was my main question.
Yeah, so like in terms of the timing of it, I think that if you pitch this to your existing customers, you'd have a pretty decent idea as to whether or not a subscription around gutter cleanouts and gutter repair and service is something that people are even interested in. So I would pitch it first to your existing customers, and you could do that anytime. But if you're going into the teeth of the season, that would probably be a great option because like they actually have a demand and a need for the service. So that's what we do when we sell our recurring maintenance, which is winter services. We also do that as we go into the winter.
Okay, so never stop selling them.
Yeah, like I think the main thing that my biggest concern is that we might be offering a product that no one is willing to pay for. But you can validate that and disqualify that very quickly if you pitch this to 150 of your gutter cleaning or 200 gutter customers and 50 of them sign up. Like that'd be fantastic. And so I just want to test it before I say, yes, green thumb, let's go. Let's start marketing this and pitching it to everyone else. Let's go pitch it to your existing customers and see what kind of response you get.
Okay, perfect. Because the other question I also have is that before starting the pressure washing business, we were used to do a lot of carpet cleaning. Well, the business is my dad's business, but I came in the business 4 years ago. So before I came in, he was doing a lot of carpet cleaning, but we stopped doing it because people didn't want to pay much in our area. So, and then we were spending more marketing than what we were getting on job values. So do you think if I redo the marketing and focus more in jar signs and like I did in the pressure washing, do you think I can offer that as a package too, and like Facebook ads and SEO ads too, to like get a package for winter time regarding carpet cleaning?
Are you talking about like trying to merge both the services like to existing customers? Like
yeah.
It seems like a bit of a reach. Like, hey, I'm going to do your gutters and I'm also going to do your carpets. And so what I'm looking for in an adjacent service is a crossover of my target audience. And so you'll see that the main thing I'm looking for when it comes to adjacent services are an inverse demand curve, and I'm serving the same customer. Now, if someone has their carpets cleaned, are they also going to have their gutters fixed for them? Yes. But the question is, when they need their gutters cleaned, will they also want their carpets cleaned? I don't believe there's going to be a great correlation there. And so it would very much seem separate unless you combine it underneath the same brand. So if it's Bob's gutters and then it's Bob's carpet cleaning, then the transfer of trust from Bob's gutters can transfer over to Bob's carpet cleaning when the need for carpet cleaning arises. And so there is some marginal benefit to it if you keep the brand the same. And you mentioned the exact same brand name and identity.
Okay, yeah, because I do that in my website. I have like Gap Wash for the pressure washing side, and then I have the other page that's just for gutter cleaning and talks about gutter cleaning, just Gap gutter cleaning. But the company is registered as a Gap company, but we kind of branded a little bit on that side of things.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to it. I don't think there's going to be a huge amount of crossover. As soon as you go from outdoor to indoor, a lot of times people will not be able to connect the two. So even when we started doing Christmas lights, so what you're talking about now is Cure 5 of the book, which is a new brand. Now, there's suggestions on how to roll that out inside the book. You're starting a new company. And if you want the crossover to be there, you're getting off of the house, you're going inside. So like there's a little bit of disconnect there, but it's possible if you keep the brand the same. So the name of the business, etc. It is possible, but I would double down more on the gutters than trying to start a whole new thing. There's 4 different cures inside the book. Before we talk about Cure 5, and the reason is because Cure 5 is a last resort, and like adding in that other service and combining them and like when you get a new website and all that, that's last resort. I would much rather you focus on how do I take this gutter thing, solve the off season using a recurring service and or other things that can be sold during the off season that are on the roof. Anything on that roof, like I would say, and another adjacent service that I would do over carpet cleaning is roof cleaning. Roof cleaning makes a lot more sense because you're already on the roof to do the gutters. So I would look for more crossover and where customers are solving the same problem at the same time.
Gotcha. Yeah, like moss removal and all that kind of stuff.
100%.
Awesome. Perfect. Thank you so much, Mike. You inspire me. I started watching your videos since like 3 years ago, and that was the only way to systemize the business with your videos. So thank you, man.
You're the man. Thank you. Take care. You have a good one. Next caller is coming in hot from, I believe it's Wyoming. Next caller. Go ahead. Uh-oh. Check, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Coming in hot from Wyoming. Oh, no. We have another dud caller. All right. Next caller is coming in 3, 2, and 1. Welcome to the show. Thanks for coming on.
How much we need in the future, but we'll be constantly ordering. Yeah.
Okay, can you hear me? Hello? Oh, someone's talking to someone else. Yep.
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me? You're talking to someone else.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Mike, I got a quick question. So I have 4 employees. And I'm the manager currently right now. And I'm currently at like I said, it was about 55,000. And then is there a time where I can like step away from the business?
So you have 4 employees, you're doing 55,000 a month in revenue, and your question is, how do you kind of step away from the business?
Yeah, right now with P4P, I'm almost there because they're managing themselves. But then I'm starting to add like one-time little projects, and that adds a little more complexity. Mostly it's recurring right now, but I'm starting to add one time.
Yeah, like I think you're getting really close at that size. If you're simplified services, standardized things, you standardize procedures, the next thing I'd be looking at is like, what are the other admin and sales things that you're doing inside the business that you could create checklists and procedures for? Because that's the next thing that would really have to be handed off for you to actually be able to move away from the business or get away or take a vacation or whatever that might be. It's going to be a lot of the admin and the sales functions, because it sounds like operations with P4P you kind of dialed in. It's those other 2 aspects, sales and admin, that you'll have to start kind of creating systems for in order to really step away from the business.
Yeah, I mean like estimates and things like that. So admin's already done in the office. I have 2 admins in the office right now. Full time. So like more like mulch install, like, I need the 2 plants installed here or whatever. Things like that.
And then
so
it might
get
become
an estimator.
Well, it might become a matter, like the business is not going to be able to afford 2 people in the office and an estimator and be profitable. Like 3 overhead people in addition to all your team members. At that size, 50, 60,000, it's not going to be profitable. But what you could do is grow the recurring to the point where it makes up all the revenue and you don't need that salesperson. And therefore, you don't even do those services. And so it might be just a function of another season of you growing the recurring revenue just a little bit more in order to be able to cut loose of any one-time jobs.
That'd be like 85 to 85,000.
It's not so much a function of revenue as much as a function of percentage of the revenue that is recurring. So like right now, do you think it's like 70, 75% of it's recurring?
More like 95.
Okay, great. Then you just cut out the other 5%. Because like we're talking about a couple $1,000s a month if you're talking about 5% of revenue. And so if your goal of the business is stepping away, you cut those other services out, and immediately you don't need an estimator. There's no sense in paying someone $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a month to be an estimator when we're talking about literally $2,000 to $3,000 a month in little random projects that are likely causing all sorts of operational headache and scheduling. So I would just cut them out.
Perfect. So, but then I got Copilot because I was going to do upsell. Okay.
Yeah, but the upsells can also be other things that you're already offering. Like, do you only mow, or do you do like weeding, bush trimming, fertilization, like other things besides just mowing?
It's all contracts that includes mowing, bush trimming, and it's already in the monthly rate.
Got it. And so then there's other ways to upsell. For example, like even frequency. So if someone has bi-weekly, can we get them on weekly? There's other ways to upsell. There's better versions of what they're already getting. There's extra things. There's even during the off season, like can we add additional thing that they're only doing every 2 weeks? Can we do every one? Like you could add to the number of, like, let's say they do quarterly. Can we get to monthly? So there's several ways you could still increase the value. And so I would be focused on those then.
Perfect. I'm going to go door knocking right now. Thank you.
You got it. All right. I am going to switch over to this camera because this one seems to be a little jerky on me today. Boom. All right. Next caller's coming in hot. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, what's up, Mike?
Hey,
this is Gabriel. Hey. So the first question I got for you is taxes. I hear a lot that 30% is a good rule of thumb, 30% of profit to put back for taxes. Do you agree?
Okay, so let's get some numbers first. So how much do you expect to be in profit this year?
So we're pretty much brand new. I owned a landscape business prior from 2018.
Okay.
And then we had a partnership last April, started Focal Point Lawn and Landscape, and we lasted from April to January. We split off. I took ownership. So I'm basically starting over again with just my customers that I brought in and new customers. And we had a lot of fraud stuff happen with our QuickBooks in October. So I'm basically starting fresh. So I'm hoping between like 80 and 100 gross revenue for the season.
Okay. And in terms of bottom line net profit, out of that 80, 100 income, like revenue, what do you think is going to hit the bottom line? Like 20, 30,000? What are you thinking?
Give me 1 second.
As just a kind of a wild.
Yeah, I'd say between 30 and 50.
Okay. Yeah. Like, and are you married right now?
No.
Okay. And so I think you're probably going to be more around 10% in terms of actually what your taxes are going to look like. 30%, if you started making like 120, 130, 140,000, yeah, set aside 30% of profit is probably a good idea for taxes. And you're going to have to do quarterly installments anyway. So like your accountant should be saying, hey, based upon last year and based upon your projected revenues and profits, here's what you should be paying at the end of each quarter. So it shouldn't be like you have to wait till the end of the year either. Otherwise, you're going to get penalties for not paying quarterlies. So I would recommend talking to your accountant, figuring out what are my quarterly payments going to be. And I happen to believe it's going to be a lot less than you think. By the time you take your standard deduction out, by the time if you're just getting started, you probably have trucks and equipment that are going to be depreciated. So it's probably going to be significantly less than you think.
Okay. And that does not include sales tax either, right?
Yeah, sales tax I look at totally separate because sales tax is, you're charging to the customer and it's going out the door right away.
Right.
Whether it be monthly or quarterly, typically it's not annually, but if it is, then you definitely want to make sure you're keeping that money set aside if you're charging sales tax too.
Okay. And then another question I had was, what would be a good average amount of revenue before I hire somebody? I always went with like 80 to 100,000 revenue, hire somebody. Hit another 80 or 100,000, hire somebody. What would be a good average amount before I should look to hire somebody?
Yeah, the reason I don't like using that number is because it can get inflated by materials and subcontractors. So if you're doing a bunch of projects, you know, $150,000, $200,000 per employee is very normal. But if you're doing only maintenance and there's no materials, there's no subcontractors, $80,000 to $100,000 might be more realistic to be able to hire an employee, especially if they're only working 7 or 8 months of the year, and then you lay them off during the off season, and maybe you paid them $40,000 and you got $100,000 out of them. That hits my 40% marker. I like to be at where I'm able to pay them less than 40% of what they earn at the end of the day, like everything all included. And so, you know, everyone's probably like, well, 33% on P4P. Yeah, but I'm also, I think there's payroll taxes, there's workers' comp, etc. So that would be my blended kind of thought is like, I want to maybe, like, just to give you a more specific answer, I would be shooting for $100,000 in labor revenue, not just total revenue. Because again, if projects get involved and I have materials and material markup and estimate fees and dump fees, that can inflate the revenue number. I'm looking at labor revenue. Does that make sense?
Okay, right. Yeah, I'm about 75, 85% projects right now.
Okay.
And the rest maintenance. I am looking to grow the maintenance side because I prefer the stability. I feel more comfortable somebody relying on me to have them hours and a weekly check. So another question I had, I don't know if you want to do this. If you can, I used to watch you do this a lot. I haven't seen you do it for a little while. Is there any way you can pull up my website and give me some recommendations?
Yeah, what's the website
besides
URL?
Employee pictures. It is Landscapes by Focal Point.
.com?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see here. All right. So yeah, we did do this on the chat. Like if you go back later, you can watch the live stream. I did a whole bunch of these, like tons of them. But let me go ahead and share my screen. I'm going to drop your call, but I'll go ahead and review this and then you'll be able to see it. So let's see here. We got Landscape by Focal Point. Let me share this screen. Share screen. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Let me go ahead and clean this up a little bit. Take this out. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Creating focal points for life. Over 40 years of experience in Central Ohio landscape services. Yeah, it's looking cool. I like it. Reach out. Where does that go? Okay, so this is this pop-up. You have some sort of integrated form here. It's taking a long time to load. It's going to slow your site down. I would be careful with that. I think I would recommend oh, I see. It's kind of like grass and a paver patio. I got you. Okay, this is a list of a whole bunch of different services. I would not put it here. I like to see an estimate request form up top here. I like to see, instead of call us, it actually has a clickable button that when I click on it, it does call you. It doesn't just swap to a different number. It actually just shows the number, and then you click on it, it calls, especially on a mobile device. Ideally, this picture is a picture of you, your employees, your truck. Same thing here. These are great pictures, but I don't see anything to your brand here. So I want more personalization. But overall, like I like the overall feel of the site. It's very professional. I think there's a lot of photos here, though, that don't really do anything besides just show your landscaping business. Like this picture, these pictures, like this is beautiful. I like these pictures, like your truck, your employees, your uniforms. And then my other thing is this a one-page website? It is. So see how as I click through the services, like ideally you'd have a different page for each of these. And that way too, this page doesn't become so long. Like your home page is extremely long. So as you scroll down, like this is just one page. I want really, really clear that, hey, this home page is where you land and you give me your information and I get an estimate. And then I have service pages separate, and it's not just a one-page website. That would be my 2 cents on that one. All right, let's see here. Got someone watching from Australia. Let's go. Let's see here. Okay. What kind of walking treadmill do you have? Let me see. Urevo? I don't know. They're like $120 on Amazon. I got one for Lee too, and then I got one at the office. Just done working and missed most of the show. No, what are we doing? All right. Let's see. Of course we're still going. We got 2 hours and 15 minutes remaining in this 12-hour live stream. We got more to come. We got lectures. It's going to be great. If you need the number, the title of the video, and it'll be on there. Yes, very good. When I was listening earlier, while I'm watching, there were 5 reviews on it. Now there's almost 400. No way. There is no way there's 400 on Amazon. I do not believe that. There's no way. Where are you seeing that? I do not see 400. What? I don't know where you're seeing 400. If that's true, that'd be sick. I am not seeing that. Nope, not seeing it. Unless this is just not loading on my side. If we got 400 reviews, that'd be sick. I don't know where you're looking at that though. I don't think that's true. Everyone needs to leave a review. I don't see 400 reviews. Where are you seeing that? Patriot. I am not seeing that. I don't know where you're seeing that, but I'm not seeing that. All right, I'm going to go check Amazon now. I see 13. Yeah, I do too. I see 13 as well, and usually it takes several hours from the pop-up, so I still think we're seeing ones from this morning. Yeah, 13 on them. See, folks, we got to get more Amazon reviews, okay? So let's do another little pitch here for the book. Okay, I don't know where 400. If there was 400, I would have lost my mind. If you haven't, the book needs a review, and if we get 100 by Wednesday, then we'll be able to get a cold plunge. Yes, I was looking at Amazon. What? Oh, yeah, on Amazon, yeah, cool. Yeah, so the off-season, why home services are a terrible business. Go check it out. Leave me an Amazon review. We need 100 to be able to get a cold plunge. That is the stipulation. We got to get them by Wednesday. So if you left one, thank you. I know sometimes they take like half a day to just show up. So we'll leave it till Wednesday, but we got to leave an Amazon review, okay? I wouldn't be in the position if I am in if I didn't watch your content for the past 3 years. You're welcome. It says 392 global ratings. Where? How? You know what? I wonder if it's not showing people that just don't buy it. 1 second. That could be a problem. Maybe it's because they don't buy it. Man, 392? Oh my goodness. That'd be sick, but none of them are showing up. I only got 14. I wonder if it only shows the one that has like a verified purchase. Let me see if I can run a report real quick. I think I can see in my back end here inside of their thing. Because I can see how many people actually bought it. Let's see. Where can I pull? I don't think these aren't live, though. It's only the day before. Yeah, that ain't going to work. Oh, that's what it's doing. It's only showing the reviews of people that purchased. Oh, man. Folks. Well, I guess I should revise my ask. Do I understand that wrong? I don't know. It must be where it is showing only the people who have verified purchased, I'm guessing, and then maybe the other ones come on later. But we got to get 100 Amazon reviews, and that's a must. So you're going to see me doing some shilling tomorrow, because if we're at close to 100, I'm going to need some help. So check it out on Amazon. I appreciate everyone. I really do. And if you don't want to buy it, that's fine. It's free. MikeAndes.com/workshop is video. And if you like the audio, you can also just go on the podcast. But it is available as a hardcover. I do recommend the hardcover because we have spent so much time on like redesigning it all to be integrated. And this is pretty cool. So I do recommend like this one, for example. You flip this over and you do your cross-sell tree. And we walk through like how to set this up. So it's all in here. Very good. Okay, let's see here. A different book loaded. I didn't know this. Oh, man. Patriot Lawn and Landscaping. Oh, You're out here getting my expectations all high, and you're looking at the wrong book. You're looking at the wrong book, folks. Okay, got my expectations so high. I thought I basically was just getting cooled off in here. It's super hot because of all these lights. But I was just getting cooled off thinking about my cold plunge, and now you're here dropping the mic like that. Okay, we have 2 more hours on the live stream, so we got a lot of work to cut out for us. We got to get more Amazon reviews. There's right now, let me see here. I think there's been here, I can check. Let's see how many people, let's see here, reduce the price for 1 day to boost reviews. That's hilarious. You can only go so far, and because it's hardcover and printed and larger, it's I think I make $4. So I can't really take it down very much, honestly. Let's see here. I can see how many people have been on the live stream today. Let's see here. Content. Let's see. All right, so far today, there's been 2,700 people that have been on the live stream. All right. I just want to make clear, I just need 100 Amazon reviews. And we can't have the bystander effect, which is well, there's thousands of other people. They're going to leave a review. No, I need you to leave a review so we get to 100 and I can get a cold plunge. That's all that matters today. I'm out here for 12 hours. Well, it's been 10 hours. 10 hours so far trying to get ourselves a Amazon review, and we got 2,700 people and we haven't got no 100 reviews. So I would really appreciate the 100 reviews and we can get the cold plunge. All right, question. How to combat procrastination and stay motivated? In my opinion, the same way that your customers are voting on your pricing every single time they accept or deny a quote, every time you are making a decision to do anything in your day, every single moment, every single hour, you are voting on what is the most important thing to you in that moment. And if your goals aren't big enough and your goals don't mean enough to you, you will simply vote time and time again for things that are easier, things that are more comfortable, and things that do not push you. And so, in my opinion, the way to combat procrastination and stay motivated is get goals worth fighting for, goals that are worth sacrificing for, and goals that to you seem more important than the temporary pleasures that come along with doing things that are easy. And so, to combat procrastination, I do a run or exercise. Yes, those things will all help. Those will be, but ultimately, if you don't have any goal worth fighting for, then when the going gets tough, you'll put the sword down. And that would be my 2 cents. Okay. Maybe ask for 1,000 reviews instead. Now we're talking. Hey, if we can just get 100, that's all I need. Hey, we have made the deal with Brand, and Brand has agreed to the fact that if we get 100, then we get the cold plunge. So that is the move. We are going for 100. And yes, thanks, Mike. I need to hear this. Very good. All right, let's go ahead and take the next caller. Next caller has been waiting for a while. I do apologize. I think this might have been one that we had earlier. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Let me just jump in this truck. I had to run and help my crew out.
You're good. This is the one call-in show where we understand if you need to run into your truck. So we're good.
I run a tree service. I like what you're doing with Copilot. Just wonder if that's a good fit. We don't do much reoccurring, or maybe reoccurring, but not much on a monthly basis.
Yeah, I think there are certainly tree-only CRMs that you might want to look at. I think that the advantage on Copilot on a service like yours is going to be the ability to upsell customers using mass texting. So for example, yes, you have mostly one-time projects or reoccurring jobs, but I would imagine inside your database, you probably have hundreds, if not thousands of contacts. And those are the people that I'd be trying to keep warm via email and then trying to convert them with an offer every single month. So do you have any sort of go ahead.
Right now we're using Jobber.
Okay.
I don't know if they offer that or not. But another question I have, because I guess, how to phrase that, but
go ahead.
Yeah, I was just seeing if
Copilot's a good fit, and then the follow up to that would be, does it merge with Jobber or anything to get the client list?
Yeah, so it's not going to merge, but like you could definitely export the customers, etc. over. So what I would do if I was you is just literally book a call with Christian, and you can just do that right from the website. And by doing that, he can like look at what you currently got and see what your current setup is and see if it would be a good fit. So I would recommend that. Just go to copilotserum.com, book a call with him. He can look, and we tell plenty of people like, hey, here's a better option for you, a different software, or wait a little while until we have like the waiting list or the mobile app done or something like that. And so just book a call with him. He'll give you his honest feedback on whether or not he thinks you'd be a good fit now or if you should wait a while.
Yeah, and I liked what you were saying this morning about the way that it does the follow-up, or you have the scheduled follow-ups to get a response from the customer, whether it's a yes or a no. And if it's a no, why they aren't choosing it, or if they want a better valued option. I really like that idea.
Awesome. And once you do sign up, definitely go to the marketplace, download what we call the Power Pack. It has all those templates in there with all the emails, all the texts, and all the automations. So definitely, like, if you do get set up, just make sure you download it. It's all free, and it'll be helpful just like have it all out of the box, and then you can customize it however you want.
Okay. Sweet.
Awesome.
Well, thank you very much, Mike. I appreciate your time and everything you do for us in this community.
My pleasure, brother. You take care. All right. Let's see here. We got some more questions. We got a couple more minutes. We got Joaquin Clark. He's like, I'm 16 years old and owning a landscaping company. We did $85,000 last year and are hopeful going to do $150,000 this year. I can't do snow. What other services could I offer during the winter? Okay, so this is going to be, Joaquin, the book for you, all right? If you don't have the money for it right now, but you know what? You're making $150,000 this year. You can get the book. But if you don't, feel free on the podcast. You can listen to it for free. You can also get the course, mikeandes.com/workshop. That's free video training. But if you do get the book or watch any of that material, what you're talking about snow is the adjacent service to fill the off season. And if you're not going to do that, that's fine. You have 3 other options. Tier number 2, which is going to be more and better. And we'll talk all about that, figuring out what your customer acquisition cost is, etc. Option number 4, Cure 4, which is going to be your recurring revenue, adding winter services, for example, adding some sort of recurring revenue throughout the offseason. And then Cure number 5 is a whole new brand. If you actually did a completely different brand altogether in addition to landscaping. So it'll go over each of those steps. You'll be able to run the numbers of which one would be best for your business. So I do highly recommend to do that. It says you also had, we don't really have snow to remove. We mostly do landscaping work, no mowing yet, but I want to start a mowing side of the business next year. I think one low-hanging fruit would be on every single install that you do for landscaping, try to sell the customer when you're doing the walkthrough, try to sell them on a recurring maintenance package of the landscaping. You don't even have to do mowing. It's just a function of, can you get them to commit to services that would maintain their landscaping that you've already given them. So I do recommend that very highly, and I think that would serve you well. Even if you don't add mowing, there's still so many options you can do in terms of recurring maintenance. All right, I'm going to switch cameras. We're going to do a profit and loss analysis, and we're going to analyze a P&L. All right, so let me go ahead, pause my treadmill. I'm going to switch cameras out, and we are going to go into analyzing P&L. If you would like me to analyze your profit and loss statement, go to mikeandes.com/send, and then you will be able to submit your profit and loss statement. That's not the camera I want. That is the camera I want. Thank you. And we'll jump right into this first one. But if you have a question or a P&L, profit and loss statement, and or your balance sheet, and you want to submit that, go to mikeandes.com/send. I will put that here. Let's go ahead and show this one. Let's see here. We got, who is it today? We got one coming from Albert's Plumbing and Electric. All right, let's see here. It looks like H&R Block is doing your taxes, and that is what we got here. So let me go ahead and share this screen. So thank you, Albert. If you would like to share your P&L and your balance sheet, I will give you some analysis if possible and hopefully help. Let's jump into it. Share screen. All right, this is 2024's profit and loss statement. Looks like it's coming from H&R Block. Just a one-pager. Okay, all right. Let me see here. See if I can't make this any better for you guys to view. It's not so bad. Let's just keep it there. Okay. Let me make this wider, and I'll just zoom in. That'll be the trick. Okay. All right, so 2024, 2023. So it looks like you basically started in 2024, first year. Good job. Did $357,000 in gross revenue. Very good. Your cost of goods sold is $140,000. Gross income's $208,000. Okay. Advertising, really not spending much in advertising. Oh, I see. Whoa, I'm a little confused now. 115 net sales. Whoa, what happened here? You went 0 to 357,000, but then why is there profit here? Something's off. 2023, something's messed up. I'm not going to look at that. I'm not going to look at 2023 because I think something's off. So let's just look at this one. Okay. So we got net income of $41,000 on a business that does $357,000. So we're running about a 9% profit margin. Let's look into some of these numbers. So supplies. Oh, let me make sure you guys can see on top. Okay, good. All right, contract labor. So there's $37,000, not bad. Okay, cost. What's this cost of goods sold? So it's just not broken down very much for me. I would like to see what this 140 is. I'm guessing, like if you're considering this your pay, like a bunch of this cost of goods sold is yours, then it's not bad at all. But you also have supplies down here. So, all right. Renting a bunch of stuff. Okay. Yeah, so I would just want to see what this 140 is. That cost of goods sold is usually your direct labor, it is your materials, and it is your contractors. But then down here, you have contract labor. So I just don't know if this 140,000 includes your pay. If it does, and like $100,000 of that is going to you, then I'm not like so bad. Like this is so bad. But if we're running a 9% profit margin and you're not taking any money out, it starts to get a little bit alarming. That being said, you're growing the business, right? Like you just started. It looks like, at least from what I can see here, you just got started, and you, again, from what I can see, grew the business by $400,000 almost in 1 year. And if that's incorrect, there's a number missing here, if that's the case. But yeah, anyways. So it looks like you're growing very quickly. You just got the business off the ground. Even at 9% profit, I'm not going to get mad about that. Depreciation and Section 179, you're also taking that. So this is after depreciation. Repairs and maintenance, that's quite a bit. Okay, yeah. Looks like what looks like something on your tax return. Not so much necessarily like a detailed profit and loss statement. I would definitely recommend, if you can, to be able to get a more detailed insight of your profit and loss statement. So ideally in QuickBooks would be my recommendation. Here's your website. Let me see this. 1 second. Okay, this is one of the jobber sites. Okie dokie, let's see here. Okay, so this is your website. So these websites from Jobber, and I'm not knocking on Jobber, I would update from this as soon as you possibly can. These are very much copy and paste code, and they're not going to be great for your website. Like, it's better than nothing. Like, it's awesome, cool. But like, I want service pages. I want each of the services that you offer to have a different page. I want an estimate request form up top. So this is not, and I want to see your truck. I want to see your branding. I want to see videos and pictures. Like, yeah. And even in the URL, the fact that it says jobbersites.com, Again, this is entry level. I think you can do better at 400,000 annual revenue, and you're probably growing very quickly to probably 800,000 next year. I think it's time to update to a custom site. Whether you build that or you get someone else to build it, I don't really care. Just I would recommend trying to update that as when you can. Is there water? I need to drink this. Yeah. All right. I think we got another site come in, or another P&L. Something. Thank you. That was really good. No, I'm good. Thank you, though. All right, we got another profit and loss statement submitted. Let's see where it's coming from. 1 second. Let me go ahead and take that down. Okay. Let's see here. We got here we go. Pierre Olivier Herbert. Okay, let's see what we got here. This looks like a European company. Let's see here. So it might not follow GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, but we will find out. Yeah, it looks like a different language. Okay, this will be fun. All right, prevent, share. All right, so this is a different country, so this might not follow conventions in the U.S., so I can't read this. This is French. Oh, this is French. Okay, I'll try to read this, though. All right. Okay, so products, total receipts. So you did 580,000 revenue last year. Very good. All right, there's contract labor, then there's salaries. Okay. All right, there's total expenses. So your total profit. Okay, and then you got revenue, benefit, net. So $89,000 net. Oh, is it 2023? Oh, wow, this is 2023. Where's 2024? It was like from a while back. Okay, yeah, this is French, so I'm not getting everything, but I know some of this stuff. So like taxes. So you're at $89,000 on a $58,000 business. So it's like you're running like a 15% profit margin. Not horrible. 115, 220, 230. So you're running under 50% of your revenue going to labor. So not horrible either. You're spending 10% on marketing. That's quite a bit. But I'm assuming you're growing a lot. Yeah, like you went from 258 to 582. Great. I give a lot of grace to people who are doubling in revenue every year because growth sucks cash. Also, you're inefficient because like you've just made it now past what I consider the wilderness of profitability from 200,000 to 500,000. So now, like if you needed to, you could raise prices, stabilize, and like not spend $20,000. Or where does it go? Where'd it go? Where's advertising? That was amortization. Oh, I might have been wrong. I apologize. It wasn't that though. It was some. Where was it? I had it. Okay, I might have been wrong on the. This is amortization. This is not marketing. Oh, where did it go? Sorry, I'm trying to like get French. Like goodness gracious, what are we doing here? I saw it. There's your trucks. That's all your trucks total. Okay, folks, look, I do not know French. So instead of me trying to blindly stab at that, I'm going to say, go talk to someone who knows how to talk French or speak French. I could probably drop that in ChatGPT and figure it out, but it doesn't follow generally accepted accounting principles. Therefore, I don't know what I'm talking about. So let's not do that. We got someone else submitted their, here. Oh, here you go. Pierre just submitted his 2024. Let's check this out. All right, so let's go ahead and share this screen. French profit and loss statements. You gotta love it. Okay, this is 2024. That's what we got here. 1 million. Bravo. All right, we went, look at this growth. This is great. 187, 258, 582, $1 million. Like we said, he's growing quickly. So when I look at the profitability, yeah, is it a little bit low? We're talking like 10%, but hey, we're growing quickly. And there's your salaries, 400. And it looks like you're getting away from contract labor. So that's not bad. 447. Yeah, you're right at 40%. Great stuff. Good for you. Revenue, it's import. So 115. Yeah, that's not bad. Great job. Fantastic work. There's your trucks. Those are getting depreciated. There's your assets. So this is how they kind of break this down. It looks like. Interesting. Yeah, it's a little different in terms of how they do the financial statements. So there's your assets and liabilities. So you have $9,000 on a MasterCard. Looks like you. I think that might be payables. Capital actions, benefit. Yeah, I don't know how to read this. Okay, this is French, folks. Give me a little slack here. We're not doing no French classes. I apologize, Pierre, for not being able to dig into it as much as I would like, but I would be taking a stab in the dark because it is French. So we're going to let that one fly. Okay, let's see here. I think I'm a few minutes over time. Let's see what's next on the agenda for today. We have 2 more hours left in the live stream. Let's see here. We got... Boom. All right, what's the time? 6:30. So we just did the P&L review. We're now doing the call-in and chat. So I'll do chat and or the call-in show. So let's do that for the next 7 o'clock. 7. Yeah. So we're in the call-in chat. And then next up is dinner. We're ready for dinner. Okay. Man, I'm so sore. I don't know if it's from sitting all day or what. Okay. So let's jump back into the chat. And let's see here. Very thankful. You're so helpful. I bought the book on Amazon. I left a review. Thank you, Joaquin. I appreciate the review very, very much. All right. We got to get to 100. We got to, because that's when I can get a cold plunge. And so I know that sometimes they take a while to stick. I know they don't go right away. It looks like we got 3 in the past hour. All right. We're trickling up. If you have an Amazon account, we got to do this. Congratulations on your book launch. Thank you. C-suite, is this guy about to give some not financial advice on these P&Ls? Yes. Non-financial advice using French. Don't expect to be first. Okay. Started March 2022. Don't know how they did the P&L. Okay. The net income at the bottom is how much I pay myself approximately. Okay, this is from the previous. This is from I think the plumbing site. Believe yes, Billion works on. Very good. Sent a new one from a less professional accountant. I wasn't sure to trust it or not. Okay, I'm guessing that's from the H&R Block situation. Okay, here it is. Let's see here. Let's see what we got. So this is back to the profit and loss from last year from Albert's Plumbing and Electric. Share this screen. There we go. Okay, this looks a little bit more detailed. Net income is $100,000 on 350. Okay, so we're running right around a 28% margin, give or take. Contract labor's in there. Okay, cool. So the question I really had was this contract labor. Okay, so you're paying those out, and then you're taking distributions out of this. Got it. Okay, yeah, nice business. I like it. 28% profit. You're going to take a chunk of that, right? So my goal is eventually to be able to take a salary and then there still be profit. So if you're paying yourself $80,000, there's still some profit there. You got some contract labor, equipment rental, repairs in there, materials. Whoa, that's a lot of materials. Wow, that's a lot of materials. Cause see, like on materials, I'm trying to get like a 50% markup on that. So if 140. I'm really trying to get like 210 worth of materials in revenue. So if I take 210 out, then there'd only be 210, like $140,000 of labor revenue. Because this is a big chunk of materials, which, in plumbing and electric, you always have a lot of materials. But when I take that out of your revenue here, like this is what, 40% of your revenue is material cost. Whew. Like I'd be looking at your material markup. I'm wondering if you're, I think there's definitely some pricing I would be looking at with if you actually spent $140,000 on materials, that's literally 40% of revenue is material cost. Yeah, I would be looking at this a little bit. Installation deposit, refunds, deposits. Yeah. I think if 40% of your revenue is going to materials, that's a lot. It means you might not be marking your materials up very much because such a small percentage of your revenue comparatively is labor revenue. So it looks like it's mostly you, and then you have like a helper with contract labor, like part-time, which is totally fine. So it's not horrible. I just think that 40% of your revenue on a plumbing and electric business going to materials, assuming this is correct, that's a lot. But it also might mean that you're lumping it in with something else or something like that. So I'm not holding against you. Let's go. Suggestions on letting go of legacy customers. We've been raising their prices. Oh, by the way, if you want to call in, you can absolutely do that. I will get to your calls in just a minute. Let me go ahead and put the number up on the screen here. Boom. So feel free to call in. I will get to this. There's someone in the queue there. I'll get to you all in a second. Suggestions on letting go of legacy customers. We've been raising their prices incrementally, but still way below current prices. Some are very loyal that have been with us for years. So like the real thing that you're trying to get here is getting above capacity, getting to the point where you have to lose customers because you have so many jobs on the schedule that if you don't lose customers, you're not going to be able to take new customers on. Once you hit that point, you will have the confidence to raise prices on these customers because you have to get rid of them in order to make room for people that are new and higher paying. So I do recommend simply this: get as many leads as possible, blitz to capacity, which is like, okay, if right now we have 50 customers and we could serve 80 without buying more trucks or hiring more people, great. Get 30 customers as soon as possible. As when you get 80, you'll have so much pressure to raise prices because if you don't, you would have to turn away new customers. So that would be my recommendation. So yeah. Sam said, I think they rolled equipment and investments into materials or cost of goods sold. Okay, so they did lump some stuff together in that last P&L. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and get some. Hey, Mike, will you do something like this again? It has been very informative and fun to listen to. You know, if we get a cold plunge and we get another book out, then we'll do another one of these live streams. I promise you, 100%. But right now, we do not have enough Amazon reviews. So let's see here. We got Amazon reviews is currently at, it's like 16. I know it's like several hours behind. I know if you just left a review, I'm not seeing you. I know that. But we got to get 100 because then we get a cold plunge. And if we get a cold plunge, I can guarantee you we'll have another live stream because another book will get produced if we have a cold plunge. So highly recommend leaving a review on Amazon. Okay, next caller. Thank you for waiting. Come on into the show. Welcome. Thank you for coming on.
Hello? Is that me?
That's you. How's it going?
Oh, hey, Mike. My name is Carter. I own Sea Dog Lawn and Landscape. My question is, so I kind of shot you an Instagram DM. I want to join Augusta Lawn Care next year. I see the benefits and everything for joining it. My biggest issue is it's just convincing my family, like my parents and some of my uncles and stuff, that it's like, you know what I mean? It'd be good for me. Just to give you a quick explanation, I'm 19 years old. I graduated high school 3 years ago. I'm currently in my third year of business. My business is currently in growth mode. I'm running one landscape crew a day, one maintenance crew a day. And for reoccurring properties, we currently maintain 130 a week.
Okay. And so what's your main question? What can I help with?
So, I guess my main question is, you know what? How do I, convince my family that joining you guys would be good? It's kind of hard to win them over.
Do they own a piece of the business? Do you guys own it together?
No, I own all of it 100% myself. They've seen how good I'm doing right now, and when they hear franchise, you know what I mean? They think it's another bad franchise or something, but I've watched you for the past 3 years. I know how everything is. And my biggest reason why I want to join is for that full-time office staff for the numbers that I'm pushing right now.
Yeah, first off, their approval doesn't mean anything because they don't own any equity. Secondly, if you're really concerned about them, let them talk to other owners. Go visit with other owners. Go bring them around. The best way to be able to learn how Augusta rolls is go volunteer for a day or two for an owner and just say, hey, I'll work for you for free. And if you brought along your family, they might see that. If you take that owner out for dinner, and they might see, okay, like these are good people, and I actually see the value, not so much, command center, which is valuable, but I see actually more as you as a 19-year-old being able to be around other entrepreneurs that are using the same systems as you. And so whether or not you join or not, you'll be successful. You're going to be great. I think if you really care that your family supports that decision, just let them see evidence. So talk to other owners and let them talk to other owners. And there's been plenty of owners that have been in a similar situation where their family was, like wondering or questioning, and they have every right to, because there are plenty of predatory franchises out there. And so let them talk to other owners. That's like really all I would say.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Dad.
You got it. All right. Next caller is coming in from, I think, Minneapolis. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on.
Hey, yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. So I have a moving company in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and I did about $300,000 last year, but the market's just super, super competitive. We have about 7 employees right now. Our profit margins are great. We have about 40% profit margins, somewhere in there, between 30 and 40%. So the profit margins are great. It's just not getting enough work. We have 335 reviews on Google, but even then we're still just hanging in there. Do you have any ideas of just like how to grow the business organically, where I should maybe prioritize just spending money?
Okay. So let's first off go to this, Ray. So from your perspective, why do you think the lead flow has diminished? Just like the market, the economy, like, has that been a recurring theme this time of year in the past or not?
Yeah, right now we should be in the busiest season. June through end of the year pretty much is our busy season. I would say the economy for sure has definitely slowed things down. Even after tariffs, things took kind of a drop. But definitely the interest rates in the housing market for sure.
Got it. Okay. And when you say moving, you're talking about like moving houses for residential customers that are moving from one house to another?
Yep, that's correct. Yep, exactly.
So ultimately, you want to ask yourself, like, what are the services you actually are providing? And in my mind, you actually provide hauling, and you provide physical labor to move things. And so I would be correct. I would be heavily looking at Cure 3 inside of the book, and that is adjacent services. And so I would really start thinking about what can we offer that provides similar benefit to the customer with the existing equipment that we got. So for example, can we set up partnerships where we install things for people? For example, from Home Depot, they get new furniture. Can we have a vendor relationship with some of these providers like a furniture store, et cetera, that we install things for people? We go pick it up, we bring it to their house, and we install it. These are the type of things that you can do with your existing equipment, and it'll be a matter of building the relationships with the vendors, the businesses, as well as then potentially marketing that service using SEO for people that are searching it on a one-time basis. Do you do anything like that now?
Yeah. So we just expanded into packing. So we're doing a lot more packing jobs right now, and that has increased definitely like the amount of income and revenue coming in right now. I haven't thought about assembly or disassembly. That's a really good idea. I should look into that. I also have a business partner that's a little bit hesitant to do any new verticals. So, for instance, we get a lot of piano moves, but because of the risk with pianos, we usually turn a lot of those down.
Forgive my
because
ignorance.
there is a lot of risk to injury to our guys.
Forgive my ignorance. What's piano? I don't know what that is.
Piano movers, like piano moving.
Oh yeah, that's tough, man.
Sorry.
Yeah. When we were a kid,
Yeah.
we had this piano that someone gave us, and bless their heart, it was free. But when we moved every single time as a kid, and we moved a bunch, that thing was a beast. So,
yeah, it is.
I think it's a matter of this. Look, in order to be able to offer these quote other services, I don't believe there's a large deviation from what you're currently doing. Because what you currently do is you show up to an address that you've never been to before. Your crew shows up, drops everything in the truck, drives it somewhere, and drops it off and places it somewhere. I think any version of that is a service that you can provide. And I would look into things like assembly because it can be something where if you build the relationship, that revenue, although it is not recurring, it is reoccurring because they're just going to keep constantly giving you more and more and more customers. Because if you can go in and provide way better service to a furniture company, every day they have 3, 4, 5 different customers, they are referring companies like you.
Yeah, that's smart because right now I would say most people move apartments or houses once every 5 to 7 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we get a lot of referrals, even though we've only been in business for about 5 years, but the turnaround is just so slow for getting that repeat customer, right?
100%.
So that actually is a really good idea to get faster repeat business. I really like that idea a lot. I really appreciate your advice.
Absolutely. Best of luck to you. All right.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. All right, next caller is coming in from Indiana. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Testing, testing. Earth to Evansville. Oh. We got someone? Are we live?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Not much. How can I help?
Me and my brother started a business about 4 or 5 months ago. We're doing pretty well, but just seeing where we can get better at.
Fantastic.
We bought a fencing company, fencing franchise.
Oh, a what franchise? Sorry, say it again.
A fencing, like a fence company.
Very cool. Very cool. How's it been going? What can I help with?
It's pretty good so far. But I guess one thing I'm interested in is how direct mail works. We've been doing a lot of, Google advertising spends, and I'm wondering if direct mail would be another way for us to go and if it's worth the money.
Okay. Right now, what kind of fencing jobs are you getting? Are we talking installation? Are we talking renovation? Are we talking painting and staining? What kind of fencing are you doing?
We are fully, so we just do focus on installation. That's what we prioritize. We don't do any staining, don't do anything else. We just want to be the very best at fencing. So that's all we do. We do tear out and disposal and then new installations. We do not do repairs or anything like that. Usually just full on installations.
Okay. And are you trying, what's revenue projected for this year?
Right now we're projected 1.2 million.
Awesome. Good for you guys. And so right now is your goal, hey, we got to get more leads. We got to go into a new vertical. What's your path forward, you think, for growth?
Yeah, right now our only thing holding us back, I guess, is we need another crew going. So that's our only thing holding us back now is actual production.
Okay. And so
which we think we can solve within the next few weeks.
Okay. And so once you solve that, you then predict that there's going to be a leads constraint and you're going to need more customers. Therefore, you're thinking about every door direct mail. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. With the season, I see a small slowdown, and with the momentum we have, I want to figure out how we can stay on top of it.
Got it. All right. What are you doing right now for is it just Google you're mostly doing for your getting leads?
Yeah. Google is our main lead source. I've cut out pretty much everything else, and I do some Facebook here and there, but it doesn't generate like the perfect leads, or it's very hard for us to generate, decent leads with Facebook.
And what's your cost per lead right now from Google?
Google, I believe it's like $34, $35. It might be a little higher this month.
Okay. And what's your conversion on that? Is like 20% close ratio, or like what percentage of those leads do you convert into paying customers?
Right now, I don't know just for Google. I know like what our close ratio is for all leads.
That's fine.
I don't really know our KPI for just Google,
That's
but
fine.
that's right now we're 48% for the month.
Okay.
46%.
Okay. So we can go on a limb and say you're getting customers for under $100 from Google. What's your budget right now per month?
$3,500.
Okay. So you're paying a significant amount there. So are you getting around 100 leads a month then?
Let me check. Actually, I have that number offhand. I think last month it was 81.
Okay.
Let me see. I believe we had A total of 87. It was total of 87.
And how many of those do you attribute to Google? Do you actually track that?
That's the one KPI we are not tracking. I'm going to say it's about 65.
Okay, and
I think we probably had a decent amount of referrals or whatever else.
okay, but we're not tracking that at all. Like you're not tracking on Google, Google Analytics or anything of how many of those leads are coming from.
They might be tracked on Google. I guess I have a marketing team, so I should probably get with them and ask them.
That's fine.
On that specifically.
You're fine.
I just see the total number of leads.
Because I'm going to go on a limb and say it's more like 40 or 50. Because I think that you're getting probably leads from referrals, other people just calling in.
Yeah.
But people actually coming from your
Yep.
ads is maybe 40 or 50. And if I run the math on that, then I'm looking more like $80 to $100 cost per lead. And then if I'm running a 40% close ratio, I'm more like $150 to $200 customer acquisition cost, which for fencing, not bad. What's your average ticket typically on those jobs? Like how much revenue?
It's right now it's $6,624.
Perfect. Okay. And right now, okay, so 6,000. Okay. When you talk to your marketing team, if you told them, I want to spend more money on Google, can they do that? Or are they like, hey, if we spend any more, we're just wasting money?
I've asked them, basically, they said I could put more money to ad spends, but they suggested for now to keep it the same as they work on making it more efficient, or however you want to call it, making it more optimized.
Dilating it.
With the money I'm spending now.
Okay. All right. So you're spending $3,500 currently on Google. We are thinking we're getting around a $200 cost per lead, assuming that 50, 60 of those are coming in each month. Okay. And when you did Facebook, did you track that one at all? Like what would that cost per lead? Facebook, when you ran Facebook ads?
My cost for Facebook was crazy. It was $17 a lead, and I was converting to appointment about 80%. The only issue with those is that I was not doing enough pre-qualification, so a lot of them I was going to were very iffy. Now, I did make a few sales off Facebook, but I shut it off after I had a pretty bad week of just terrible leads. I was wasting my time trying to go to them and all that stuff.
Yeah, I would really encourage you to run the numbers on that though, because if you're able to get a customer for $200 and then get a $6,000 ticket on them, and let's just assume that you're 20% profitable net on that, that's $1,200. You basically take $200 and turn it into $1,200, and you're doing it on one-time jobs, assuming you have decent cash flow. You're doing a 6x on your marketing. Not great, but even if we got if we can improve that, I generally believe if you ran your Facebook ads and you did a better job of pre-qualifying, yes, it might not be $15 or $17 per lead. It might be $30, but it might be $40. But if we can close, 50% of that, we'd be fine. And so you might just want to work on the Facebook side and just work on the pre-qualification, because getting leads for $17 tells me, hey, there's plenty of demand. I just got to do a better job of making sure that the lousy leads don't get through. And so this could be a function of cure 2, which is more and better, which is essentially you keep spending money on this marketing machine that you predictably know what your customer acquisition cost is. I would really encourage you to talk to your marketing team about getting a Facebook pixel, getting the Google tracking. So you specifically, when you say, hey, I have X amount of leads this month, you're able to say X amount came from Google, X amount came from Facebook, X amount came from just I don't know where, but probably referrals and people seeing my trucks, etc. Then I have a clearer picture of where do I spend my next dollar? Because right now, as it currently stands, if almost all of your leads are coming from Google, let's assume that for a moment, then I would be inclined to say we should spend more money on Google unless you hit saturation point in your market. And then the next thing is, if I think that Facebook is half decent where I can get a lead for under $20, let's say I move it to 30 or 40 by qualifying them better and then closing a higher percentage of them, that would also be something I could dump money on, quote unquote, if I know the math. So I would just really encourage you to try to get insights on the Facebook pixel and the Google tracking code to know how many of these are actually coming from these ads. Because I believe if you turned off your Google ads, you would still get 50 to 80% of your leads coming through, because They see your trucks, they see there's referrals coming through, and we need to know the distinction of those versus ones that are actually coming from the ads. Does that make sense? Oh, did I lose you? I think I lost you.
Hello?
Oh, I got you now. We're back. Can you hear me? Uh-oh. I think I lost you. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. All right, I'm sorry. I'm going to drop you. Great call, though. Congrats on 1.2 million in fencing. Knowing what your cost per lead is, knowing your customer acquisition cost gives you the confidence to be able to scale up the marketing channel once you know what you're actually spending for lead, how many of them convert, and it's simply a math game as to whether or not you can afford that return on investment. Hey, okay, I think we have now hit, it is time for dinner. What do we got for dinner? Lamb chops? Pork belly. What's this? Lemon mint yogurt. Folks, we have, I just don't want to dump it on my laptop. Okay, we got lamb chops, pork belly. Do you make it in the air fryer?
Yes.
Oh my
I have
goodness.
to preface this. If you guys look at the story, right now the ribeye inside salad is the winner. But I had called the 3:30 at cutoff time, and this was the winner at that time.
Got it. All right, so, all right, sorry. Okay, so technically we did not get the winner as a function of you called it earlier.
Because I had to make it.
That's true. That we had to go kill the lamb.
Right,
And
and
the
go
pig.
butcher it.
That's right.
You know, gut it, all that jazz.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Okay. Did you have anything you wanted to share? Not really.
Not in particular.
Oh, that's from this. Okay, good. All right, I'll try to eat and talk this time.
Okay, just let me know if you need me to come in.
Be smacking away on here.
ASMR.
All right, thank you. All right, easy breezy movers. Hey, do you have any idea of the best referral programs and software to use? One thing I think in general with referrals that people forget is that people rarely refer. Like, think of all the referrals that come through that you don't incentivize. Okay, the reason that happens is the main objective, or the main thing that someone who is referring, the main benefit they get is they get the social star, the little credit, star on their chest that, hey, I made the right decision. Every time I tell you where you should go eat because it's such a great restaurant, really what it's doing is validating the decision I made to go eat there. And so, one second, I gotta say a word prayer. And we're back. Okay. So every single time that someone's giving a referral, really the reason they do it is it gives social proof that I made the right decision, and I'm telling you should make the same decision as me. And the reason I say that, because sometimes gaming that takes away that from the relationship. What I mean by that is as soon as you say, hey, I'll give you $50 to go talk to someone, immediately dilutes that exchange of value socially. And so I only say that because I see so oftentimes people like, I'll give them a discount, I'll give them money, and like that might work. I believe though that you are discounting the biggest reason people give referrals and tell other people which services they should use, and that is it gives them social credibility. And as soon as the person that they just referred realizes that they got $50 off their back, or they got some sort of discount or something, they're going to feel like, doesn't feel the same. And so I'm not saying that you shouldn't do referral programs. I'm just saying keep that in mind and make sure that the party that's coming in is also winning. So if you have $50 you give the person referred, make sure you give $50 to the person coming in. Because I have seen those work the best. Give them some sort of perk or reason to join. All right, next caller's coming in. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Oh, whoops. It's connecting. I think it's from North Carolina. Welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. Hello? Check 1 2. 1 2 3. Check. Hello?
Hello?
Okay. Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. All right. Can you hear me? Like, are you good to go?
Feeling good.
All right. I think we have a
I'm
huge
trying.
delay. We have a huge delay here. Okay. You go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us where you're coming from, the name of your business, and go ahead and ask your question. Uh-oh. I can't hear you. I think you might be talking, but something's messed up with your audio.
Okay,
So,
will do. Sorry for the huge delay. First off, thank you for everything. And my question is, how important would you say social media is for small businesses? Like building a community, does it actually bring in clients, or is that something that's kind of a side piece that isn't as important?
awesome. I'm going to drop your call simply because you have massive delay. It's going to mess us up. But I'm going to answer your question because I did hear it 100%. In my opinion, if you are a small business owner and you're serving a local market, it is not in your best interest to make of content that is appealing to the general masses. All right. If you're trying to help the industry, for example, yes, make content about your business and what you're doing, etc. But if you're wanting to make more money in your home service business, which is every one of us can make more money using social media in our home service business, every single one of us. What I see, though, is everyone trying to be an influencer in their industry and speaking to business owners in the industry when there's very little chance you will make money doing that. Like, it took me years, probably 4 years before I first made a first dollar on content. And so the idea that you're going to become that 1 out of 10,000 or 100,000 that actually make money making content for your industry, I recommend not going that direction. I know that seems hypocritical because I make content, etc. But if your goal is not to help the industry, but it is rather to make more money in your business, make the content differently. Remember your target audience. It is not other landscapers if you're in the landscaping industry. It is not other roofers if you're in the roofing industry. It is the customers that are in your local area. So in my opinion, every small business owner should be making social media content. It should not be about the business that you are doing. It should be about your local area, because that's the thing that differentiates you from everyone else on the internet, is that you serve your city name. And in the words of Gary Vaynerchuk, you become the mayor of your city. So whenever there's something in the news, you give your spin on it. If you're a roofer and the rain's been horrible, you're going to make a piece of content about how crazy the rain is, and you're going to report the worst spot in town where you know it looks really, really bad. And at the exact same time, you're going to talk about the roofs and how many people's roofs have been draining and people are calling us left and right. This is the type of content that people start to know, like, and trust you, and you will start to rank well in your local area. And that's the goal, to get more leads. It is not to get famous. The likelihood of getting famous online is low compared to the chances of making more money if you just market to your existing customer base, if you just market to your local area. And so getting followers is not going to serve your business well, because if they're not in your area, you'll never make money from them. You want to get followers. You want to get people following you only inside of your service area. That's the only thing that matters. And so to do that, I'm going to make my content extremely contextual to my local market. I'm going to mention city names. I'm going to mention local news. Everything that's relevant in my local area, I'm going to give my spin on it as a landscaper, roofer, fencing, whatever company. I'm going to give my spin on it, and I'm going to speak to my local audience, not to the whole industry. I do not recommend that. You have such a low chance of making money. You might get a sponsor deal if you spend a few years. Someone might give you a piece of equipment to try out, etc. Trust me, the return on that is so low compared to the time if you just spent that on your business and marketing to your existing area and demographic and the people in your local market. So if your goal is to become famous, that's fine. I have no judgment. Then you can go and market and make content that is broad and to the entire nation, to the whole country. But that's the challenging part. When you post something on social media, the total addressable market is the whole world. But you can't get anyone from the whole world to buy your stuff. you can only get people in your local area to buy your stuff. So make it really, really relevant and contextual to them if you want to make more money. High Tide Content. Thanks, Mike. We do real estate media, and your information is so helpful even outside the world of landscaping. Very good. You know what's crazy? I had someone contact me the other day. They got this on Amazon yesterday because technically it came out yesterday. And they were in a restaurant business. And they said it really, really helped them too. So that's good. To the last caller's point, I need to get on a call with Lee, but how does the franchise fee work when our company is already bringing roughly $250,000 to $300,000? Is the franchise fee variable based on current company revenue? No, it's not. It's a flat monthly fee. We started running some ads last month, and some people have really big misconceptions about how it works. And so I started making some videos, kind of, saying, hey, look, that's not true. That we don't even take a percentage of revenue. So I don't care if we have locations doing over $2 million in revenue, and they pay the exact same monthly fee as a person doing $200,000 to $300,000 in monthly revenue. So how big you build your business is up to you. I just want you to be profitable, stay in business, and I'll give you back your franchise fee if you just stay in business. The initial fee that you pay. So, yeah, it's not variable, and it's just a flat monthly fee, and that's it. Dude, I want to destroy that. Oh, looks great. Yeah, this food is fantastic. I'm not going to lie. It's incredible. Look at this. Pork belly. Before I met Brianna, I never had pork belly in the air fryer. This is like bacon on steroids. It is so good. All right. Oh, yeah, we're going to do it. Where's your dinner? Where's my dinner? Sorry, Green Empire. It's a long way shipping. I think it may not be working. Okay. All right. Mike, I respect so much what you do. I'm not in the lawn care business. I'm in the water damage restoration business for 25 years, looking to start my own business. Much love and respect from San Diego. Let's go. I'm the one who called for this question. Sorry for the delay. I don't know why what happened, but thank you for the answer. That's gold. Very good. Very good. All right. I'm running a little bit behind, but I got to finish dinner. Let's do this. Let me see what's next on the agenda. See if I can't fit in some more website reviews. I feel bad I didn't get to all of those today. There's a whole bunch of them. Thank you to everyone that has left an Amazon review. We are getting slowly but surely, very slowly but surely getting more reviews on Amazon, which means closer, slowly but surely, to getting a cold plunge. Again, we need 100 by the end of the day. If you have not left one, you are going to be part of the 3,000 people that have been on this live stream without leaving an Amazon review. Shame on you. I would really appreciate it. Even if you get the free version on the course, or you get the free version on my on what's it called, podcast, still leave an Amazon review. Let's see here. What do we got here? I'm changing to weekly billing tomorrow. I know not to send the invoice every time. I asked Mike AI to write the email. Anything else comes to mind. That's fantastic. MikeAndes.com/AI. You can talk to me anytime. All right. The way I've got it playing, Mike, is my wife and I are going to be going to the November training, and I'm going to be paying my franchise fee here in the next month or so. Oh, very cool. That means I'm going to get to see you. Let's go. Greetings. Enjoy your meal in Vancouver, Washington. Very cool. This is so good. This lamb chop, incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right. We're going to do two things. Right now, you can call in to the show if you like, or submit your website in the chat and I'll do a review, or just even questions in the chat. Either one. I am here for the next 15 minutes while I'm doing eating. These are fantastic. Oscar Hernandez, what's your max bench? Okay, so I can confidently say 260. I think it was 260. Was it 260 or 250? Bree. When we bench last together, did I do 250 or 260 as my max? Yeah, that's what I thought. 250. I think I failed on the second rep for 260. Or I don't even know if I got one. So just 250. I rarely ever max out though. Like usually I try to do at least 4 to 6 reps. I can't find the book. Where is it on the Amazon? Oh, folks, it's MikeAndes.com/book. That is where the book is at. MikeAndes.com/book. And furthermore, if you just search Mike Andes Offseason on Amazon, you will find it. MikeAndes.com/book. Any advice on how to find an amazing business partner wife? You can ask her that later, maybe. Yeah. It's worth the wait. Lonely Wolf, thanks. I'm starting out with landscape maintenance here in Phoenix, Arizona. It's a lot more bush trimming than lawn care compared to other parts of the country. Do you have any locations in Phoenix? I think our closest one is in Tucson. So for Tucson area and other locations, we do have several, even like El Paso, Texas, that do not do mowing. They do mostly like just maintenance on a bi-weekly or monthly basis. So good. I hope you all are eating. It's like 7:50 Eastern Standard Time. So if you're eating, this isn't so bad. I hope you're not hungry watching this, because that would be sad. Pork chop. What do we got? Lamb chops. So good. All right. calmerpools.com. Let's go ahead. Again, if you are submitting your website to be reviewed, do not put your URL. It'll remove it. Calmer Pools. I'm trying to type with just my pinkies. It will remove your comment. You use a URL. So in order to be able to share it, just type in your business name and leave out the .com, and I'll know what's going on. All right, so this is the one we're going to do. I'm going to go ahead and drop that. You can still call in. The description of the video, there is the phone number. I'm going to present, share screen. I have to touch this. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Lighthouse Point Pool Service. Okay, why is it called Calmer? Oh, okay. Calmerpools.com. Okay. Lighthouse Point is your city name, I'm guessing. And repairs, get high quality pool service every week. All right, so $149 per month. If you're doing every week, it wouldn't be a bad idea to put them on, like, saying weekly, because that's like $30 a week, $35. Seems a little more palatable, just in terms of dollar amount, just as a consideration. Okay. Why Calmer Pools? Okay. Request pool service. Wow, you have the same form like 4 times. Okay. What services we got? Very good. You have a different service page. I like that. Okay. There's quite a bit of text. I would like pictures of you on here doing this if possible. Pricing. Ooh, this is nice. $149 a month for a hot tub. Let's go. In my area, I cannot find someone to do a pool for anything. They were all just booked out. Almost wanted to make me do a pool service. I was like, seriously? I'll pay anything. I just want the thing cleaned out once in a blue moon. But for the Airbnb, down at the tiny house, I could not get anyone to clean that hot tub. Anyone. All right, 1 second. I need to remove this. Sorry. Okay, so, all right. General feedback. Do I actually able to schedule service if I click on this? Where does this go? Where does this go? It doesn't go anywhere. Oh, it just goes down to here. Okay, so request pool service. I don't know if I'm a fan of when I click schedule service, it doesn't do anything, or it just takes me here. I guess I don't know what happens after this. Okay. I like the fact that you give your pricing. It's basically like, hey, it's $149. Sign up. I like that. Very simple. I think I would make your logo a little bigger here. I would make this image behind here clearer. Ideally seeing your logo and like I know that's you, but like if it can be closer, that'd be most ideal. If your wife was able to spend half a day taking some really good photos of you at each of these services that you have listed here, that would be really ideal compared to just showing this like, mechanical equipment. And there's a lot of text. I would consolidate this text down to far less and the main points and maybe banners or better. Like people just are not going to read this whole thing. Like pool light repair, salt system repair, heat water. Yeah, like look, it fixed everything in a pool. Let's go. I would make this picture include you, if possible. But honestly, not bad, not bad. Let's see if it's mobile friendly. Yes, mobile friendly. Very good. I like that. Okay. All right. I give it a 7.5 out of 10. I think we can improve pictures. I think when it says if you can make it where the form when they click say like request service, if you can have it where it actually goes to them scheduling service, that would be ideal. All right, let's see what else we got here. Okay, 1 second. We got a bunch of websites coming in. Mike, will the timer in Copilot be a countdown timer instead? So I'm going to be sharing some stuff here shortly. We're coming to the last hour of the upcoming release at Copilot. And when the mobile app comes out, I would recommend giving feedback on this because we will listen to all the feedback. So if it's not in there right from the get, if you want it to be a countdown versus a count up, just give that feedback. We can't act on every single thing, but we will certainly listen and see if it's something we can do. Yards by DeFrance. Oh, wow. Okay. Let's do it. Yardsbydefrance.com. Yards by DeFrance.com. All right. Let's see what we got here. Boom. Alrighty. All right. So very hard to read this text against this background image. I'm not a huge fan of having zip codes right at the top here. So it takes you off website if they click get quote. Not a huge fan. I'd rather have a form here, copy and paste that information in, have a well-integrated form. But like this is very difficult to read. Actually, I didn't even notice your logo up here. Okay, I'm not picking people apart. I just want you to win. I want you to make more money. And yeah, a lot of this is just design work that could be improved. So I think this is something you got started by yourself and built yourself. It's better than nothing, but I'm gonna give this a 5 out of 10. Because a good test is to stand about 4 yards, maybe 3 to 4 yards away from your computer and try to read stuff. That's kind of what your target audience of 70, 80-year-olds, that's kind of the equivalent of what they're doing. Sorry to age people, like ageism or what it's called, but that's just the truth. So if I am having a hard time reading this, an unparalleled, premium, and professional, 3 descriptive words, unparalleled, premium, and professional approach to the lawn care landscaping. Okay. I think all this text could simply say professional lawn care landscaping serving West Winston, Sherwood Forest, and Pafton. That's it. I'd have an estimate request form. I would have a picture that shows your brand, i.e. your uniforms and or truck. That would be my 2 cents. Okay, what else do we got today? I should have been more specific asking about the initial fee. I emailed Lee about scheduling a call to clear any mishaps and understandings I have. Thanks. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, book a call with Lee. Excellent. He'll make sure you get taken care of. All right. Hey, Bree. Whenever you have something to talk about for 5 minutes so I can finish dinner. It's very slow going trying to do this and talk at the same time. Okay. All right, everyone. This is Brianna. I keep assuming you've watched the entire day, but you haven't. She was here for breakfast and for lunch, and now she's here for dinner. And so if you have any questions for Brianna, feel free to ask away. She's my wife. We just got married a few months ago. So we have tons of advice. No, I'm just joking. But she did make this incredible food. So I'm going to go eat this as fast as I possibly can. And she'll keep you entertained.
Take your time. I can talk about nothing for 15 minutes. Just enjoy it. Okay. Also, I was going to have the cutoff time. You end at 6 in an hour. This is the last hour. I have dessert planned, and people have already voted for it. But it's pretty close, between 2 again. So I'll probably make the cutoff time in like 20 minutes or once he's done eating. So if you guys want to put your vote in, go for it. It is the 3 runners-up are carnivore ice cream, yogurt bowl, and chocolate protein shake. Just gave you a little bit of ASMR right there. Oh, do you need your fork? Do you need your fork? Oh, okay. Wow. Isn't that pork belly good? I heard you telling them about it. If y'all have not had pork belly before, and if you have a Costco membership, you can get it literally anywhere probably. I get it from Costco. And the big thing, I chop it up in cubes and I air fry it. Air frying it is the only way to go. Okay, y'all have been quiet for 2 minutes, and you're going to make me uncomfortable just sitting here in silence by myself. So, if y'all could please talk for me. Anyways, guys, I brought Mike chapstick earlier, and he rejected it because he's a Burt's Bee boy through and through. If y'all, let's showcase some Mike Andy's favorites. Here we go. Okay, Burt's Bees. Beeswax lip balm with vitamin E and peppermint. Is your ring 3 carats? I'm going to be completely honest with you. I have no idea. You know, he asked me what ring I wanted, and I sent him like 3 options on a website, and he chose my favorite, and he did good. I know nothing about it, though. I just know it's a ring. He could have given me something from a vending machine for all I cared. Where do we vote? You guys can vote on his Instagram at the Mike Andes on his story, the most recent story. How am I going to make it in the sewer cleaning business? Sounds like a messy business. Hit us with a pork belly recipe. Yeah, I just get it from Costco in bulk, and it comes in like very long strips, so I chop it up in about like inch slices and air fry it. Just salt, honestly. You don't need anything else. How'd you know Mike was the one? This is, I never, and I still am not really a believer in love at first sight, but it was kind of one of those situations. I had a very negative, I'm going to be honest, I had a pretty negative idea about him before officially meeting him, just because of things. Yeah. Anyways, I didn't know him, and I only saw him on social media, so I was like, he only talks about money and business. And then whenever he walked through the door and we officially met, I was like, okay, there's much more to this guy. Back to showcasing his favorites. Yellow Awala, that was actually gifted by Lee. So thank you, Lee. Shout out. I think this was from him. Or maybe it's a gift from somebody. So thank you. Actually, this is a gift from Lee. Thank you, Lee. Okay, what else? I wonder how many reviews. Do you know how many reviews we're at? I guess it's too soon to tell. But we already have the space picked out for the cold plunge. Right now, a big bean bag that we don't use is in place of it. And it's right across from the sauna, so we can just switch. Is there a Cooking with Brie episode coming up? Would y'all watch that? If I did a 12-hour live stream of just cooking, would y'all watch that? I should have been live streaming this whole time because I've been in the kitchen like all day. So, maybe I'd do it. No, I wouldn't. Not for 12 hours. Just kidding. I could probably handle an hour. I get tired talking for 10 minutes. I don't know how Mike is doing this. Okay, what is carnivore ice cream? Good question. So, if y'all know what a Ninja Creamy is, then you're blessed because that thing is like the greatest invention ever. So, a while back, I froze cream, milk, allulose, and vanilla extract. I put it in the freezer. That's how you freeze things, believe it or not. And then you just put it in the Ninja Creamy, spin it, and it turns into ice cream. And then I'll add some special toppings on top if that's what you guys vote for. Okay, what do you miss most about Alabama? My family, and that's it. Because the weather down there is It's terrible. Of South Salem, Augusta Lawn Care. Are you in Alabama? Because I know there's Salem, Alabama. Maybe Salem was prettier than Mobile. That's where I'm from, and there was nothing to it. The humidity was bad, but I do miss my parents. How many push-ups can you do? I probably cap it at 10 or 11, unfortunately. I'm a weak little gal. Might gonna get sued. I sure hope not. Yes, I'd watch for some time, but that wouldn't be good. Bree, what are your long-term goals? This is a very good question. Hello, Connor. And hello. So, long-term goals. Let's see. Like, in what category? Because there's quite a few in a lot of categories. I guess I can do top 3. Okay, top 3. I would love to get to a point, like, how do I word this? I'd love to get to a point in my physique where I could basically bodybuild, but I wouldn't actually do the competition. I'm very much in the fitness aspect of it. Another goal that we are actually going to do in September is do the Beast Spartan, which is like the 21K. What else? Definitely want to move up in the media team, if you will. Might, like, move into a producer role. So just kind of helping Mike anyway in that aspect in the turnaround show. Top 3 for now. Okay. Also, my wife stole my coffee mug that you sent me, so I might need another one. Did you send someone a coffee mug?
I don't know.
I don't think
yeah, the Augusta one. We sent out packages to them.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe we can resend that out to Lawn Care Monster. I was showcasing some of your favorite things, like your chapstick. Oh, yes. Did Lee get you this? Someone else got you this.
One of the owners got it.
Okay. Training. Shout out.
I think Lee got this one, actually.
He
got
this
one.
Okay, I knew that. I knew that for a fact. Okay. What else? What else is in here? Mike's wig. Where's your wig? Your Karen wig?
I should wear it for the rest of the show.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, yeah. I can wear it.
This is the wig. This is the infamous wig from the shorts.
Yeah.
Here, I'll put it on.
Did you finish your food?
No, I didn't finish it all, but I ate enough. I'm plenty finished.
Okay, I'll make dessert in a little bit. Looking forward to our coaching call. I'll see you there. I'll give you all the business advice you want to hear.
Who?
I don't. Christian Wilson.
Oh, ours? Okay.
Ours, of course.
I think it's probably like a coaching call thing.
Mike, get her.
Bigger ring. 3 carats?
Bro,
we're on a budget.
We need to afford these turnarounds, you guys. Ain't nobody got time for that. Also, he can afford 3 carats.
3 carats, that's right.
I actually have carrots in the fridge. All right, you ready?
All right, thank you for dinner.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate it. Here's your cellular.
Thank you.
All right.
Please go vote so I can make him dessert.
We have 1 more hour, folks. 1 more hour. We have to crack open the wig. Ugh. What is your snacks for eating when you are mowing all day long instead of going to the gas station if you're doing the carnivore diet? Honestly, there's some really good beef jerky and meat sticks that don't have any sugar added. Okay, this looks really weird. Gonna take that off. Okay, we're gonna replace it with a hat. Oh, much better. Okay. Let's see here. There were some images. Thank you. Need to. Okay. Let's see here. There is several up top here. I search. Okay, very good. Clean cut lawn and landscaping, Smith Mountain on Google-ish. Website is okay. Clean. I need an actual, like, if you type in like this, for example, this works perfect. Leaf Green Lawn Care. We're gonna do a website review. Leaf Green Lawn Care. I think I've done. Whoa. I don't want that. Leaf Green Lawn Care. Sorry, that was the gym's, literally the gym's security cameras. I think I've reviewed this site before. Oh, this is a lawn care web design website. That's what this is. Professional lawn care and landscaping services in Garfield Ridge, Illinois. Cool. I'm gonna struggle on getting information to fix this because we built this. Ooh, that is a cool video. Dude, I like this video being vertical. It looks kind of cool. Okay, I like this. I like your little leaf thing. That looks beautiful. Yeah, it looks great. I love it. The only thing I would say that I would consider changing this to a phone number up top here and changing down here this into actually collecting their information. So if you click on this, it's taking you to the contact us page. and then it's loading your Copilot form. Again, I don't have a problem with that, but it's only saving you 15 seconds of copying and pasting. Get their email, their phone number, what services they need right here, and then be able to, you can copy and paste that into Copilot. It'll take you 15 seconds, but you'll be able to get way more leads if you do that. So I highly recommend making this form into actual fillable information. Okay. All right. We have 50 minutes remaining here on the show. And so we are going to be doing a demo today of something that's going to be released to Copilot members here shortly that no one has seen. Not a single person has seen this. Not a single person. And so it's going to be very, very fun. Let's see what we got here. I'm down here. Thank you very much. I appreciate the compliment. 109 clients fire me. It is my fault or my client, or are my clients delusional? I think this is hypothetical. If 109 clients fire you, I think that I would hope it would have been like a price increase, but it sounds like this is a hypothetical. But yes, if 109 clients fire all at the same time, it's probably your fault. Something is going wrong with the business. I would also assume that you would lose 109 clients over the course. If you have like 500 clients, you could lose 100 clients every year. And that would just be regular churn, 20, 30%. Very normal. When was the last time you were working in your business? Like in the field. Mercy. Well, 2 years ago, I went this day, 2 years ago, I was in North Carolina starting a location. I did that for 30 days. That was probably the closest thing to being in the field every day for like a month. But I've been very blessed to have great general managers at my locations, and they run without me, so I don't visit them at all. There's 2 general managers and then a regional manager that do a great job. And as they have grown, I give more and more of the profits to them. And so the majority of the profits of my locations go back to my team now, because I have general manager, regional manager, and then the team out in the field makes a cut of the profits. But I never show up. I never go there. It's pretty much passive, but there's always obviously a level of risk of having locations, and if someone dropped out, there would be more involvement for myself. But as the team members have evolved and been more mature in those locations, I would rather just give more of it to them, and that's what I've done. So my GM started out like the larger location at like 5%. I think it's up to 25% of distributions, and then regional manager, team out in the field gets around 50% or more. What has been the 3 biggest challenges of adjusting to married life? I would say you're accountable to someone else all the time, and I think that's not a bad thing. It's just a matter of managing that, and then being aware of someone else and their needs all the time in addition to your own, and putting them first. And when you're single, you just don't have to think about that as much. And then, yeah, that would be the main things. But very positive, very positive. All right, we get Desert Service Pros. We got 20 more minutes until the unveiling of something new and exciting. Desert Service Pros is where we're going. DesertServicePros.com. So I'm going to do what you're not supposed to do in technology, and that, we got a website expired. Okay, I don't know if I'm putting the wrong URL. I put DesertServicePros.com, and we are getting this page. So on Squarespace, it looked like something went wrong. Mike, I started watching your videos 4 years ago and implementing your strategies and tips. My business has been doubling every year since. Thank you so much, my man. Eric, that is 100% your fault for growing your business every year. It's your credit. Congrats on doing the work. When I say stuff, it is up to you to implement. The saying of things is not difficult. I can make all sorts of stuff up, but until you actually execute on it and do the hard work, it is 100% your responsibility for the success of the business. And so I'm grateful that you would say nice things, but ultimately it is your doing. Because there are plenty of people that listen to the content and do not take action. And for that reason, they will not win like you are. So congrats. Love you too, Antom. Are you going to share the video? What video? What video am I going to share? Oh, I think you're talking about... Did I not share something? Oh, I'm sorry. If I wasn't sharing the screen, I apologize. Your screen isn't shared. My bad. Oh, no. Can't see the mirror screen. Oh, no. But thank you. Oh, the site, was I not sharing it the entire time on the site? Okay, I'll go back to the page that I was analyzing. My bad. Sorry about that. So this is the site I was just analyzing. It looks beautiful. Great job. I love it. Love this. See, so a time lapse works well if you don't move the camera. If you move the camera and have a time lapse, it looks jerky and janky. Just FYI. So great. Yeah, this is great. I love seeing your crew in here. So the more you put, like this image, I would try to get your truck. Your truck looks great. These yard signs, your brand is so strong. Your crews have that green color on them. I would be trying to make that the image in the background here too. And like I said, making this a contact form that they can fill out, and this a button that they can click to call. Because a lot, like you would be surprised how many calls you still get for leads. And the reason is because you're serving a clientele that still operates on phone calls a lot. And so just be careful of taking your buying behavior and think, oh, I buy everything with text. I would never call. But your target audience is 70, 80 years old. So just keep that in mind. All right. What's this one? Clean cut lawn and landscaping. Review again. Did we already do it? Clean cut lawn and landscaping. Okay. Clean cut lawn is a long landscaping.com. Okay. In the description of this video, if you'd like to call in and ask a question, this gave me a 404 situation. It's not showing up. I did clean cut lawn and landscaping.com, and it's a 404. It doesn't show up. Sorry. Do you like the idea of the cold plunge? I love the idea of the cold plunge. I need 100 Amazon reviews from the book, though, in order to be able to get it. So if you can go to mycandies.com/book and leave me a review, I would really appreciate it. There's going to be about 4,000 people that have watched this live stream, and I just need 100, just 100. And right now, as we're speaking, there are 90 people. If everyone here just paused, we had a moment of silence. We all, like, if you swipe up, don't leave YouTube, just you swipe it up, and then you go to Amazon, go to mycandies.com/book if you're on a web browser. If we just all left a review right now, if everyone listening left a review, we would be able to get a cold plunge. And I will post about, I will keep myself accountable. I will buy the cold plunge if we hit 100 reviews. And you say, what do I get if we do it? Well, I will write another book. And as always, I will make all of the content for free on video and on the podcast, etc. So even if you don't buy the book, you can leave an Amazon review. I don't think Amazon weights it as much in terms of verified purchase, but I don't really care. I just need 100 reviews because that's what I told Brianna we have to get in order to get the cold plunge. Brianna was at first very opposed to the sauna. Now Brianna uses sauna more than Michael. I believe that if we get the cold plunge, Brianna will also use the cold plunge more than Michael. But if, yes, we got food? We got food. Carnivore ice cream? And then what's on top? How do you make the chocolate?
Just
Melted chocolate and coconut oil?
Turn into a shell.
Oh my goodness. Did you mean it to turn into a shell?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, folks, this is amazing. No. This is really good. Thank you. Appreciate it. I don't know if I'll be able to finish all this. There's a lot. Okay, so back to our originally scheduled programming. We need reviews. On Amazon, we need 100 today, and we'll be able to get the cold plunge. And if I get the cold plunge, I will promise you all a Christmas present that you will never forget. And I promise you, it'll take me longer to make the present for Christmas for you than it takes to leave an Amazon review. So if you could do a man a favor, because this man needs a cold plunge, leave a review. I would really appreciate it. Is there any way to send invoices in French in Copilot? You can use the, when you're making the email, you could convert it using the AI, or just use ChatGPT if you really wanted to. You could also just inside of Google Chrome, switch over your language preferences, and it'll take all of it and convert it from English to French. Are you going to do lives in the future from the cold plunge? Hey, if we can convert on this, I will do lives from the cold plunge if needs be. Right now, actually, it'll be a really short live because you shouldn't really be in a cold plunge longer than like 5 minutes. What's that? More chocolate? Oh, folks. Okay. But yes, I will do that. But right now, we are falling short. We are falling short on Amazon reviews. We need some serious help. So yes, we need all go to Amazon and leave a review. I think you can, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can just straight up leave a review on any website or any book without having to buy it. So how do you keep yourself going during the Rocky cutscene that seems never ending? Let's see. Well, first off, I empathize with anyone going through it. When you're going through it, it always seems like it'll never end. Because you have no promise that it will end, and there is no evidence to indicate that it will end. Because if it was, it wouldn't be as hard. The reason it is hard is because you can't see the finish line. That's why when people get to the end of a marathon, that last like half mile, they're in the stadium, they see the finish line, they all get a second win. Like if you've ever run a race before, it's so true. As soon as you see the finish line, it's like, we got this. All right, like right now, we're 40 minutes away from the end of a 12-hour live stream. I got this. This is easy peasy lemon squeezy. 6 hours ago, when my back was hurting, not so much. So even like today, for example, like a live stream, like I have it's a finite game I'm playing because I have a cutoff at the end. Wait, I'll come back to you. I'm just answering this question right now. So the hardest part is the fact that you have no evidence that will end. You have no evidence that it will get better. Usually it's getting worse. So the trajectory is getting worse and worse and worse. And there is no timeline for when it's going to end. The reason the race analogy falls apart is because even in a race at mile 1 of a marathon, I still know I have 21 miles left. I know it will eventually end as long as I keep going. In business, you actually don't have that guarantee because people fail. And you don't know how long the pain is going to be. This is the most difficult part, is when it's getting worse, you cannot see the finish line, and you have no evidence that it's getting better. When you have all three of those things against you, that's when you quit. And the people that don't quit during that time are the ones that eventually win. And the vast majority of home service businesses fail because they check all three of those boxes and they quit. Also, in my opinion, hey baby, can I have a paper towel, please? Getting messy. The vast majority of home service businesses will quit when they hit those three things. And in my opinion, until you have done 5 years, can I have a paper towel? Until you've done 5 years, you don't give yourself enough evidence that you will get through it. And so thank you, babe. If you're in year 1, 2, or 3 and you're feeling that way, the only thing I can tell you is, you have no evidence that you will ever make it through anything hard. And so, as you grow as an entrepreneur, what you are facing today will eventually become your warm up. Like it would be nothing. Like what you're going through now and the pain that you're going through, eventually you will look back on and be like, this is easy in comparison to the things that you will face in the future. And so, the question is, how do you keep yourself going? You ask yourself whether or not getting through the pain you're currently facing is worth the finish line, i.e. the thing that you were trying to accomplish. So whether it be to provide for your family, whether it be build a business, whether it be provide jobs for the community, whether it be give back to your church, whatever the thing is that you are trying to achieve, if it is big enough, it is worth the pain you're currently facing. And if it's not, then you readjust your goals, because that's why most people quit. They quantify the pain they're going through, the trajectory that it's on, and the fact they have no evidence it will get better, and they triangulate that to I should quit simply because I do not have evidence that I've ever overcome this in the past. And if you did have evidence that you would overcome this, it would mean that you were taking on things that are smaller and of less difficulty than the past, in which case you would be regressing back to things that are easier. And I don't believe that's the way that most entrepreneurs want to. You constantly are going bigger. That's why when you do look back in time, the things you've gone through seem easy because you're constantly leveling up. You're getting harder and harder things. And so for anyone to say that what I'm going through now is hard, but I'll get through it no problem, you are absolutely taking on smaller and smaller challenges. And so to me, when you face these things, just remember this is the PR that gets that builds the muscle. And most people are unwilling to bench this type of weight. And that's why they give up. Okay. I skipped someone's. Colby said I skipped my message. I am very sorry. You have streamed it all day. I am very thankful. I'm your biggest supporter, and you messaged me with guidance since May 11th. Awesome. Very good. Where did I miss your thing? I'm sorry. I'm missing a lot of comments. I apologize. I'm going back. I'm trying to find it. I'm so sorry. I can't find it. I'm sorry. I'm just scanning. Oh, there it is. Here it is. Okay. I just left you a review on Amazon for your book. I wanted to thank you for talking to me the last few weeks and giving me pointers. You're most welcome, Colby. I appreciate it. All right. Where are we going? What's the next one? Oh, we got ourselves a review. Let's go. We just need 99 more of these folks. Like Countryside Organic Spraying, executing. People that actually take action instead of sitting down and doing nothing. All right? We just need a review. It'll take you all of 60 seconds, but it'll get me closer to getting a cold plunge. I would so appreciate it. I need a cold plunge. Oh, what do we got? We got people giving me money. Your book comes up if you use the direct link, not if you search it on Amazon. That's probably why, just FYI, because I want your book to succeed. You should be able to find it on Amazon if you type in Mike Andy's Turnaround. It did just come out, so it won't like rank for like home services probably. But when you first launch, sometimes it takes a while to like follow. But if you chirp, let's see, Amazon Mike Andy's, what's it called? Offseason. Boom. All right. Yeah, it showed up. It's here. Let's go. We have, so far, 14 reviews have stuck. Now, I do know that is hours behind. So I'm hoping that in the last hour of this, we are just cranking on the Amazon reviews. We also have just 5 to 10 more minutes before we are doing a demo. So this is, just in case you're like, what does Amazon look like? This is what it should look like when you get to the page. 1 second, I'll share this with y'all. Present, share screen. I want to say thank you to everyone that's been in. There have been people on this entire stream the entire day. I appreciate that tremendously. This is the book. So here's the deal. All right, we had to go with a higher cost because we did print, and we did all of the color, and we have images, and we have diagrams. It's not like your regular black and white textbook or text in general, so it's a lot more expensive. It's also 8.5 by 12, or 8.5 by 11 instead of like the regular size. So it is a little more expensive of a book. I try to keep it as affordable as possible, but it's just a nicer piece. It's like a textbook essentially. So we got $29, and you'll notice it's like, why is the paperback $1 less? Don't buy the paperback. I want you to buy the hardcover. So I actually make money on the paperback, but it's because I want you to buy the hardcover. So I brought that price, even though it costs way less to print it. I brought it right up against hardcover. Like, I want you to buy the hardcover. The hardcover, I don't make as much money. I'm like, not even like 20%. Like, it's a few dollars I'm making on these per book, I promise. And it's not about the money, because I give it away for free on mikeandys.com/workshop, as well as on the podcast. But I truly believe this is my best work ever, and it's consolidated into the most refined form. Because when I'm writing a book, I go through every word, every sentence. My coach and I, Dr. Cashy, we spend a lot of time on like, how do we make these frameworks actually make sense? And this is by far and away, my best work. And I believe there's stuff I'm working on now for the next book that is even better. But like, this is my best work to date. And I believe that if every home service business owner did this, this would change our industry. It would change the trajectory of your business, your profitability. I really do believe that. And again, if you can't afford this and you don't want to give money to Jeff Bezos, then hey, go on the podcast. It's free on audio. If you want to get it for free, you can go to MikeAndes.com/workshop and get all the video completely for free. But please, we have a tariff, we have a tax, all right? And we're gonna make the off-season book great again by getting enough Amazon reviews, and that is the only tariff and tax that we are paying here today. All right, we are coming down to the wire for the final presentation of the live stream. Best software for adding instant quotes on website that communicate with your CRM for lawn maintenance. I recommend Jotform and Paperform. Those would be my recommendations. If you really wanted to integrate it with your CRM, most of the time you can use it through Zapier. That's what we do. But Brianna's doing the vlog for the Mike and Bree vlogs. Gotta go check it out. Hey, Mike, I see there's 2 franchise locations of Augusta in Northern California. Is there any reason why none have been established in the SoCal, like the LA area, or any hurdles in that opportunity? Honestly, franchising in California is tough. They have so many legislation. It's brutal. Brutal. Same thing with Quebec up in Canada. I don't think we have any locations there because it's just like literally a different set of laws. But California is like the worst. I've been recently thinking about implementing instant quotes on my website. I've been checking out Augusta recently and realized that instant quote for lawn mowing doesn't exist anymore. Why? It does exist. You just have to fill out the first 4 fields and it unfolds. You don't have to click submit, but if you fill in the information, it'll unfold. Unless a location is opted out of it. But I think almost all the locations are opted in. Hey, Mike, you're amazing. This is Chris from Chat Town Lawn Care in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Let's go, Chris. Thank you. Would you do a Spartan race? Yes. We did the Spartan race a few weeks ago, and we're doing the largest one, the 21-kilometer one, in just a few more weeks or months. On my birthday, we're going to do it. It's going to be great. David, thank you for your review. I appreciate it very, very much. It means the world to me. Thank you for leaving another Amazon review. Very good. I really don't know how many reviews we're going to have at the end of the day because I think right now we're at 14 or 15. We have momentum. Val left a review. Metal left a review. Desert left a review. Oh, we have momentum, folks. All right. HHS contracting. Need to search Mike Andes off-season. Comes up easily. Okay, very good. We have momentum. John Rowlett left a 5-star review. Thank you. Your mods are diversity hires. I'll buy your book once you fix this. Who's mods? Who's my mods? I don't know what you're talking about, mods. We're not moderators. I'm the only person on this. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know if maybe there's some comments that are getting banned. I don't know. I'm not banning anything. I can see everything. It's all public here. I don't have anyone banned. Oh, Hunter left a review. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. When bringing on a new hire, how lenient are you with them in the first 2 weeks? Example, cursing, talking bad about previous boss, bad attitude, etc. Well, if they're talking bad about their previous boss, I would ideally have smoked that out during the interview process because I want to know why they left. I should be knowing about that in the applicant process, the interviews, etc. But honestly, bad attitudes usually don't get a whole lot better. If someone in their first 2 weeks of work is having bad attitude, I have a pretty good inclination it's not going to get any better. It's like when someone shows up at their very first interview and they're late. I just don't believe they're going to show up on time in the future. I'm an optimistic person, but it ain't going to happen. If their best foot forward smells that bad, I can only imagine what the other foot smells like. And so, if you consider cursing bad enough to actually, not let them in the business and talking about the previous boss is, okay. Bad attitude, though, it ain't going to fix that. So I try to give people, benefit of the doubt, like people are going through stuff. But anytime I've ever been trying to be super nice to people in the first week or two, and there's serious indications of poor performance or bad attitudes or bad culture fit, I don't think I've ever regretted letting someone go. It sounds very cold and hard, but it's the truth. AIM property maintenance. All right, folks, we're in the home stretch. We have 30 minutes left. We're going to be coming down to the demonstration. Drum roll. Let's go. Had your stream streaming in our office and the garage. All of my guys watch. 5 of them have stuck it out for the full 12 hours. Paying them of it too. We love your investment. People say, whoa. Well, gentlemen, if 5 of you have stuck it out the entire time, you guys got to post a picture. You got to post a picture, tag me on Instagram. But you guys have a great boss if he's going to pay you to listen to me talk for the last 12 hours. I'm just saying, you have the best boss ever. So kudos to them. Yeah, like you're awesome. That's so funny. Just order a copy. Yabo Racing. Thank you very much. I don't know if you're doing racing, I don't know if it'll help you a whole lot, but hopefully it does. How can I simplify my service as a handyman? Okay, great question. So instead of simplifying, what you might actually think about is standardization. So I talk about in the book, you don't have, so the worst service is complex services and that are custom. You are likely as a handyman going to have custom services all of the time. And so I want to standardize it as much as I possibly can, though. And so I would take one of my 4 or 5 different services that I really know my bread and butter. I would try to create packages or pieces of a job that can be broken down. So, for example, if you do bathroom remodels, can you have a good, better, best model? If you're doing cabinetry, can you do a good, better, best model? Do you stick to the same type of cabinets the majority of the time? And you say, how do you even convince customers to stick inside the standards and consider only the package types that you offer? Is you create a product book, you put it on your website, only the type of services that you want to offer, only type of designs that you want to offer. So when we did paver patios, I just had in my product book that one picture. We only did one type of design. 5-piece design. Rio was the color. Belgard. Oh, I forget the name of the actual product. I forget. But that's the only type of design we did. So we did it on our website, on our Facebook page, on the product page that I had printed out and laminated and showed people. That's the only thing. That is the only thing that they saw. And if they liked it, I'm like, great, close the book. I know what I'm going to do the project for. And so I would really try to take your services, try to pare the services down a little bit. Handyman's tough because it's going to be very, very wide. But I'd try to standardize packages and what kind of services do you do where you can actually create a very, very packaged service and give a good, better, best model. Brian bought the book and left a review. Folks, we have momentum. I don't know how many reviews we actually have, but right now, what we're showing is far less than 100. We have 95 people watching the live stream. We only have an hour left. And hopefully over the next 24 to 48 hours, if you've left a review, it sticks. But we got to get 100 in order for me to get a cold plunge. And if we get a cold plunge, I promise you, I will have another book out completely free, unless you want to buy it on Amazon. But I will have the course and everything free by Christmas. All right, that's the goal. That is the goal. Hold me to it. But thank you, Brian. I appreciate it. Levi, our resources for hiring, such as training methods, expectation for quality, and timeline on getting up to speed available. I've seen pictures you referred to in previous videos, but couldn't find it. I talked to AI, MikeAndes.com/AI. It'll probably walk you through the checklist that we offer. Earlier today, we talked about it. The 2-week the checklist that we have for the services, we start very basic and move up as the person is in the first 2 weeks. They have a trainer that they're assigned to as well to ensure that they are held up to a certain standard, but we do not throw them in the deep end by driving a truck, a trailer, backing things up, driving heavy equipment. There's a crazy turnaround coming out in probably about 6 weeks where safety was out the window. This person grew from 2 employees to 12 employees in 4 months. Grew like crazy, like a weed. They're so good at sales. Amazing. You're going to see in the video, literally people with machetes swiping at weeds inches away from each other's ankles. And this was just a result of massive amount of growth. Well, any systems for hiring, training, safety. A week before we got there, last week they had got a ticket for being way overloaded and not having a CDL. This is a function of growth and not thinking about the defense of the business and only thinking about offense. And that's fine for a season, but eventually you have to create training methods. You have to create expectations, quality measures, quality control, actually checklists for onboarding new team members. And a lot of times we don't think about that until we're later on in the entrepreneurial journey. Does each Augusta franchise have their own website? Yes, they do. Every single one. Come on, guys. We have to leave more reviews so Mike can get the skull pitch. Joe Quinn, I agree. I am Mike Andes, and I approve this message. I appreciate you listening all day long. You guys are amazing. Taylor, thank you. Gus, thank you. You're amazing. David, I own a STR cleaning business. We are currently paying 50% of each job. We pay for materials, but the cleaners use their own vehicles. I'm thinking of switching to budget hours and paying mileage. So keep in mind that 50% of the job might be very much equivalent if you do budget hours. The reason for that is because all of your revenue is labor. So if you convert this, it's simply going to be a function. Oh, I see. We pay for materials, but the cleaner use their own vehicles. Okay. Yeah, I don't think this is going to move the needle a whole lot unless you are charging by the hour to the customer. If you're charging by the hour to the customer, then this would have a meaningful impact. But if you're giving them a percentage of the labor revenue as it currently stands, it's going to be the same on P4P, even if you use budget hours. I would recommend having budget hours just so they can actually kind of benchmark whether or not they're being successful in terms of fast or not. But you're already kind of doing P4P in a way. Wish you all the best, Mike. Don't forget God on your journey of success. Bless your brain. My brain needs all the blessings it can get. How can I explain to a customer that my specialty in lawn care is not something that can be itemized at an hourly rate versus other simpler services? How can I explain to a customer that my specialty in lawn care is not something that can be itemized at an hourly rate versus other simpler services? I am not tracking, and I do apologize. I'm guessing someone's asking you to do other services that are simpler at an hourly rate. I usually just say, hey, look, we don't do that. We don't offer that. Unfortunately, it's not a service that we provide because I'm trying to keep them inside the standardization of my systems. And you might be able to get around this when you're a solo operator or you're very small, but you just begin to scale. When you start doing one-off things that are outside the systems, it is going to eventually break. It will eventually catch up with you. I can guarantee it. Bought the Kindle version for $2.99. Thank you, Gus. I do appreciate it very much. The Kindle version, unfortunately, we can't have all the pictures in, so I do apologize. That's why I put it at the very lowest that they would allow us is the $2.99. But we have to have the Kindle version if we're going to have the Audible program. So I do apologize. It does not have the pictures, and it doesn't look pretty. It's just text, the Kindle version, because it doesn't allow all the images like we wanted. But we needed to have the Kindle version just to have the Audible program. So I do apologize. It's not the best reading experience, but thank you nonetheless. That'll allow you to leave the review. I deeply appreciate it. All right, Desert Service Pros. Next trying is in July. I think training. Next training is in July. How fast can a motivated owner of a new franchise be set up and running? We usually at least 4 weeks beforehand, just so that we can set up your website, set up your accounts beforehand, etc. Another 12-hour stream. But hey, I will do a 12-hour live stream. If we get 100 hours, 100 reviews, I will have the book, the next one done by Christmas for all of you for free, with including the course, the audio. I'll have it all done, and I'll do a 12-hour live stream if we get 100 reviews by Wednesday this week. All right. While you're on my YouTube, can you drop off a book around the corner? What's BBB? I don't know what BBB is. I don't know what that is. Sorry. Idea for Copilot. Can you add a geofence to the form so only local people can submit their info? That is certainly an idea. The trouble is you would have to grab their cookies and IP address, etc., which might cause some people to not actually fill out the form if they have to go through that extra step. But instant quote versus good salesman, which is better? I feel like I can smell more being likable and talking directly to the clients. Yeah, if you're able to have a lead flow that is low enough to be able to talk to every customer, you will probably have a higher close ratio. That being said, you start going to instant quote when you have 10, 15, 20 estimates a day. And now instead of you being able to go out and make $1,000 a day or $800 a day, instead you're spending all day driving around with a truck doing estimates. And so really the cost is not just, loss of a couple estimates because it's instant pricing versus in person. Is a function that you lost an entire day's worth of revenue. And if you now have an estimate of go pay is overtime or overhead, as well as all the cost of their truck, their car they're driving around. They're usually the most skilled and experienced person, the most expensive person. Being overhead is very, very risky. And so I think instant quotes play a part once you have enough leads to be able to warrant a full-time estimator. And if you're growing fast, you're going to be pumping enough into marketing where you should be getting so many leads that it almost requires a full-time estimator. And I don't want to be doing that. I would rather you be spending your time doing the work, making $80 to $100 an hour. That's like $700-800 a day. I would rather do that than lock you up in an estimator car to do appointments all day long and get a slightly higher close ratio. Thank you. It was very good. I appreciate it. We're almost done. We have 15 more minutes. We're coming down. We're going to be doing the unveiling here momentarily. Next training for Augusta is in July. How fast? Oh, we already did this. We did this. If you're signing up in June, you might not have your website done because it usually takes us 4 to 6 weeks and get all your accounts, etc., set up. But Cole, you left a review. I appreciate it. Thank you for ordering the book. It means a lot to me. HHS Contracting. It sounds like Yayobi ran into what we did, which is property managers or owners looking for an hourly mowing rate as part of a bid versus a flat rate per cut for the property. Million variables. Yeah, I 100% agree. How does one make the switch from Jobber to Copilot? Our team likes the user interface and it has a lot of features for the price that seems pretty high on the value chain. They lack budgeted hours. Yeah, in my opinion, Jobber is the best user interface, hands down. Very simple to understand. Their mobile app is solid. Aside from this, like sometimes just a little bit of lagging, it's like the best user interface, 100%. And our goal at Copilot is to take their usability and plug in the deeper features. Like mass texting from inside of your CRM it's the only thing I do for my marketing for like my locations. And it's because I'm able to send out messages and immediately get 50 to 100 estimates within a matter of 24 hours. Like I can't do that. Like the value of that in Facebook or Google ads would be thousands of dollars a month. And so things like that, the dispatch board, sequence automations that are fully customizable, those are the things that like why you would right now switch to Copilot. But Jobber is very solid. If someone's brand new and just switching to something, they need something really, really simple, I recommend it. And our goal is to make the usability of Copilot that same level. And we're not there quite yet, but I do believe that will be over the next few months, even the thing I'm going to be showing here in a few minutes, that will become very, very clear that we can have the usability and the depth of feature set that is required to scale a business past 7 figures. Just order my hard copy. Kayla, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Everyone needs to leave a review. We have 15 minutes left. I have an unveiling of a new something I'm going to be showing you momentarily, a live demo you're not supposed to be doing, but we got to get the reviews. The Offseason, why home services are a terrible business. It's going to explain 5 ways to fix this. And if you do not want to give money to Amazon, that is okay. MikeAndy.com/workshop. It's free. You can watch the content and then leave the Amazon review because we need 100 Amazon reviews so that Michael can get a coat plunge. Very good. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Countryside, if you have almost a full-time recurring route and have a hard time answering new leads, do you suggest labor as your first hire or office person? What's easier usually is going to finding an employee out in the field because the admin person is going to take you so long to train up. And a lot of that you have not systematized yet to be able to leave them alone and go do the work yourself. Versus if you get an employee to go do the work for you or with you out in the field, they can just be with you all day and immediately boost your efficiency by like at least 35 to 45%. So immediately you'll be able to get significant more revenue boost without having to go like create systems and SOPs for an admin person that you're going to leave alone. The amount of waste of admin people that are just left alone without any training, without any systems, without any procedures, and their churn is extremely high. Best way to get better click-through rate on Google ads. Honestly, it comes down to keywords, getting the right keywords. Waiting to listen more in the book, so it will leave me a review. Yes, if you're on Audible, you do have to listen to, I think, like over half the book before you can leave a review. I don't think that will count to our Amazon reviews. I'm not sure, though, to be honest with you. Got the book, but it won't let me leave a review. I'm sorry. Yes, that is probably a likely Audible. Audible, I think you have to read half the book. That's why I'm giving you all till Wednesday. We have till Wednesday to be able to get to 100 reviews. So if you left one and it's not sticking, I will eventually see it. You sometimes take up to 24 hours for it to show up on Amazon. But if it gets to 100 by Wednesday, we got ourselves a cold plunge. I will post it on my Instagram stories for everyone to see. All right, website review for Imperial Sewer Drain. Got it, your book and left a 5-star review. Haven't read it yet, but I know your turn around videos. You're the man. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to do this very quickly. Imperial Sewer Drain, and then we are jumping right into our demo. All right, it's going to be great. I promise. Let me see here. Imperial, what is it? Imperial, sorry, I can't copy and paste this. Imperial Sewer Drain. Sewer, where did I put that? Sewer. No, it's one word. Sewer-drain.com. All right, let's try it out. Okay, this is the last review of the day. And then we are going to be hopping directly into the announcement situation. Remove, stop screen. So while I'm doing this, last part, before we jump into the big demo, this is a perfect time to go onto Amazon, type in Mike Andes Offseason, or just go to mikeandes.com/book and leave a review. Okay. We're doing a site review here, which, by the way, everyone can always book a call with homeservicewebdesign.com/call. It's 15 minutes for free with the team. They will do the same thing I'm doing here, or longcareerwebdesign.com/call. They will analyze your website. This third party, this cookie thing, you only need this really for the EU. So if you're not in Europe, you can usually get away with taking that out. Without, that way people don't have to click on an extra thing. So you're in Manitoba, Canada is also fine. Residential drain services. Okay, this bar looks good here, but up top we need that white to be continuous throughout, so I can read that your menu. Also, I would make your logo bigger, and then this top left hand corner at least bigger, because like I can hardly read it. See how small that is? There's a lot of text in here, way too much text. Why choosing us? I would put this in the ChatGPT and ask it to give you this in 4 sentences and do no more. I'm assuming each of these take you to a page. Oh, so you have all of your services on one page. I would recommend doing imperialsewer-drain.com/camera inspection /septic/main sewer, whatever it might be. Different service pages for every single service is going to be much better for SEO. See, I can't read this very well, this menu, because you need the white to stay consistent all the way through the top. This phone number, I can't click on it. So making that phone number clickable will also be beneficial. This picture, if it could be a picture of you, your brand, your trucks, showing your brand instead of this random pipe, would also be beneficial. All right, folks, the time has come for the thing that risky people do when it comes to live streams, and that is showing a live demo of technology. So we're going to risk it. We're going to go out on a limb here, but we're going to wrap up the last 10 minutes of this 12-hour marathon live stream, book launch of the off-season book. We're going to be wrapping it up with a demonstration of something that none of you have seen. None of you have seen this, because no one outside of literally the Copilot team has seen this. Nobody. So I'm going to share it here with you live, which live demonstrations, you should never do this. You should never do a live demonstration when you're doing technology, because it's going to fail. Whether you are Steve Jobs or you are, what's his face? Bill Gates, they all be on stage trying to show stuff and it always messes up. So watch it mess up today, but if not, that'll be cool. All right. I'm going to be demonstrating the Field Force mobile app from Copilot. In about a week or two, it'll be going to the beta group, and then later in June, the public members of Copilot should see it as it gets refined and pushed out. This is what we call an MVP, minimum viable product. It is not our finalized version of the mobile app. We are going to release it to all of the members inside of Copilot CRM. We're going to get feedback over a couple months, take that feedback in, and then have a second release later this year, which will be refined based upon the feedback that we get from our members. Now, the Field Force mobile app, the reason it is so different than everything that we have now is that it works offline. So the challenging part with a lot of mobile apps is if they're web-based, it means that as soon as you go into an area with bad service or an area where it's hilly, you can't get great signal, immediately you can't attach photos, you can't change job notes, you can't put dispatch notes, you can't track your time, you can't take pictures, like nothing. And that's a problem. For a lot of areas where you just have a bad service area, it can just mess up your day. You got to take screenshots, the whole 9 yards. Also, the current version of the mobile app for Copilot is not great for user interface. It's a lot of buttons. It allows you to do everything in the app. Like you can do automations. You can go to your dispatch board. You can do all of that stuff. And we're not doing away with that app. That app is going to stay there for estimators, for business owners, for office managers to be able to see all of your crew's routes, your schedules for the day, etc. But what we are creating is a Field Force mobile app, which is going to be built specifically just for the team out in the field. It's going to be extremely simple so they can understand it very, very quickly. And so today I want to demo what that looks like. Let's see if this thing works. Boom. I'm going to open up my iPhone mirroring app. I'll lock my phone so this actually works. Opens up my phone. Beautiful. Oh, we have lots of messages today. Okay, so I'm going to open this up. Let me share this. If I pull this out here, I'll present this. Share screen, window, iPhone mirror. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, boom. All right, this is my mobile app. I need to pull this over here. There you go. All right, this right here is the Field Force staging. See the little logo thing, a little clipboard, it's flying. I love it. Okay, so this is what it looks like. It's very, very simple. I'm able to see tomorrow. I'm able to see yesterday if I want to toggle to those different days. I see my visits, my to-dos, my meetings, and these are just some random addresses that we have pulled to be able to just show you this today. I am able to clock in globally. So if I clock in globally, it turns green. Now I'm able to, and this is like I can drag this down as a little slide